Our family has 18 people, and you only found this little food. Are you trying to starve us to death? With you like this, you still want to marry my daughter? Go die, you useless piece of trash. Fang Luo lay in the pool of blood, hopelessly watching the goddess Su Qingqing's family devouring the 2 pieces of bread he had brought. He couldn't understand. In this world where supplies were scarce, finding 2 pieces of bread was already extremely hard, so why was his mother-in-law still dissatisfied, even going as far as to beat him to death? Hadn't he treated them well? This wasn't a family of 18 people, this was a family of 18 beasts. Fang Luo's heart was filled with hatred and regret. If only everything could start over. He swore that he would never again be a simp, never show mercy to anyone. Eventually, Fang Luo completely lost his breath. Ding-ling-ling. Dazed, Fang Luo surprisingly heard the sound of a phone ringing. He suddenly opened his eyes, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he froze. This is my room? Didn't my vampire mother-in-law kill me with a brick? Looking at the familiar room and feeling the comfortable temperature, Fang Luo's eyes were full of disbelief. April 1, 2030. 2 giant planets collided less than 100 million kilometers from Blue Planet. The shockwave from the collision caused the temperature on Blue Planet to rapidly rise, turning the world into a human purgatory. Even in the coastal city of Luochang, the daily temperature reached over 60 degrees Celsius, and in the tropical areas, the temperature soared above 80 degrees Celsius. To put things into perspective, humans start feeling hot at 30 degrees Celsius. At 35 degrees Celsius, one could easily suffer from heat stroke. At 60 degrees Celsius, even dogs would die from the heat. This high temperature lasted for 30 days. Rivers dried up. Various plants and animals died. More than half of humanity died because they couldn't withstand the heat and had no food or water. Don't ask why the air conditioners weren't on. The air conditioners were all smoking. Furthermore, the continuous high temperature made it impossible for people to work normally, and power plants couldn't operate properly. Fires broke out due to constant short circuits, and the world was plunged into a blackout. Not only that, the unknown viruses carried by the 2 giant planets also drifted to Blue Planet. One of the viruses was called the zombie virus. After infecting a living being, it would turn them into a walking corpse, a zombie that only knew how to attack. Originally, the humans who barely survived the high temperature were now half turned into zombies or killed by them. The other virus was the evolution virus. This virus, in contrast, could evolve the body of a living being, granting them various strange and extraordinary abilities. In his past life, Fang Luo accidentally got infected by the evolution virus and awakened a very rare ability, spatial ability. But this ability was too mysterious for Fang Luo to fully understand. He only learned to use the simple storage function. Unfortunately, before he could learn any other functions, he was killed by his vampire mother-in-law with a brick. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Fang Luo's eyes. 18 ungrateful beasts. He swore that in this life, he would repay the grievances from his past life 100 times over. Fang Luo got up from the bed and walked to the fridge. When he saw a few bottles of chilled fatty happy drink inside, his eyes immediately filled with desire, and he grabbed one and gulped it down. Ah, refreshing. Fang Luo let out a breath, feeling like his soul was elevated. He was simply so thirsty. During the 30 days of high temperatures in the end of the world, almost all inland rivers had dried up except for the sea. Don't talk about chilled soft drinks. During those days, even if someone urinated in public, there would be people lining up to catch it. Don't think this is exaggerated. At that time, people would drink urine if they could find it. Those who had urine would mostly drink it themselves. Most people couldn't even urinate. A $3 bottle of soda was enough for a celebrity to spread her legs. Fang Luo drank 2 more bottles of the drink, feeling incredibly relaxed. It was really refreshing. After that, Fang Luo picked up his phone and checked. It showed that the date was March 21st, only 10 days left until the apocalypse. He had learned his lesson from his past life. In this life, Fang Luo didn't want to feel the hunger anymore, he had to stock up supplies at home first. However, even if he bought supplies in advance, there was a limit to how long he could store them. You see, when the apocalypse broke out, the first thing to come was a continuous 30 days of high temperatures. In that extreme environment, most food would rot in less than 3 days. He really didn't want to eat spoiled food anymore. Just as Fang Luo was distressed, suddenly a huge black hole space appeared in front of him. This is my own space ability? I didn't expect that after being reborn, the space ability would still be retained. Fang Luo was excited. With this huge black hole space, not only could he store a large amount of supplies, but he also didn't have to worry about the supplies going bad. Fang Luo's family condition was still quite good. He had a stable job. His parents used to be civil servants, and died in a car accident last year, leaving him a 3-bedroom apartment and $2 million in compensation. Now he had more than $2 million in his bank account. It was exactly because of this that the beautiful Su Qingqing had been hanging around him. With this money, Fang Luo could buy a large amount of supplies in advance, or even mortgage the house to the bank for a loan, or borrow high-interest loans from online or underground lending platforms. Anyway, when the apocalypse comes, no one will come to ask him to pay back the money. Thinking of this, Fang Luo immediately started downloading various lending apps. He hadn't known before, but to his surprise, after searching, dozens of platforms appeared. What 369, Dog East, Borrow It, Ugly Group. Fang Luo instantly smiled with joy. His credit score was still very high, and he could borrow tens of thousands on each platform. He immediately received hundreds of thousands in his account. As for the interest, he didn't even take a look. Goo goo goo. Just as he was thinking, Fang Luo's stomach began to rumble. He pursed his lips. Since the apocalypse, he hadn't had a full meal, and any supplies he found had been given to Su Qingqing's family. Now when he thought about it, he was really stupid. With those supplies, what kind of beautiful woman couldn't he find? I'll go eat something at a hotel first. Fang Luo went out, and the weather outside was a bit cold, with people on the street wearing coats and even down jackets. But Fang Luo knew that in 10 days, the world would turn into a steamer, and everyone would wish they could be naked. He hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to Luocheng Grand Hotel. Wow, that's a 5-star hotel, young man, are you going to work there? The driver raised his eyebrow slightly. Luocheng Grand Hotel's average cost per person is over 1,000. No, just eating. In the last life, Fang Luo had endured a brutal apocalypse, never having a full meal, so now that he was reborn, he would definitely treat himself to a nice meal first. Ding-a-ling-ding. Damn, who is this annoying, calling non-stop? While sitting in the car, Fang Luo's phone rang again. He impatiently looked at the screen and saw a name, Su Qingqing. Damn, it's this. Fang Luo directly hung up in disgust. Thinking back to what her family had done to him in the last life, Fang Luo couldn't help but want to smash her dog's head. But the other party kept calling repeatedly. Fang Luo was really annoyed and finally answered the phone, cursing, "Are you crazy or something? Can't you stop?" "Huh? How does brother Fang Luo know my mom is sick?" On the other end, a woman's voice with a tea-scented tone rang out, "Brother Fang Luo, my mom just came out of the hospital. I was planning to take her to Luocheng Grand Hotel to eat. She knows you often help me and wants to meet you to thank you." "Thank me?" Hearing Su Qingqing's words implying that she wanted to take him to meet her parents, Fang Luo couldn't help but sneer. He thought back to the last life. He had believed Su Qingqing's words and rushed to the Luocheng Grand Hotel to meet her mother. He thought they would praise him, then say they wanted to marry Su Qingqing to him. For that, he had even excitedly bought many gifts on the way. But when he arrived, apart from a few polite words when ordering food, in the middle of everything, he never mentioned a single word about his relationship with Su Qingqing. Even when he was about to bring it up himself, they would always find another topic to cover it up. It was only when they were about to pay that they praised him for being young and successful, saying that whoever could marry him would definitely be happy. At that moment, he was overjoyed, thinking that his marriage with Su Qingqing was settled, so he decisively paid the bill. But afterwards, there was no news of the wedding. Now, Fang Luo finally understood that Su Qingqing never intended to marry him. That time, she just wanted him to pay for the meal. Fang Luo clearly remembered that day, when their family of 18 people ate up more than 100,000 yuan. He had never eaten such expensive food before. Still trying to scam me. Thinking of this, a fire of anger surged in Fang Luo's chest, and he immediately thought about hanging up the phone. But then he thought carefully. In his past life, they had scammed him so terribly, and in the end, even killed him. How could he just let it go like this? Aren't they trying to scam me? Just wait. No problem, I'll be right there. Fang Luo pretended to reply excitedly to Su Qingqing, but in his heart, he was already planning how to deal with this family. At the Luo City Grand Hotel. A woman with brown curly hair, carrying a new LV bag on her shoulder, with a beauty score of 7 or 8, curved her lips into a smug smile. She was Su Qingqing, the woman who had killed Fang Luo in his past life. Around her, there were more than a dozen relatives, curiously looking around the 5-star hotel, occasionally making sounds of admiration, which earned them disdain from others. They all came from ordinary families and had never been to such a high-end hotel. They had thought they'd never get the chance in this life, but unexpectedly, today, after visiting a relative in the hospital, the relative had said they would come here to eat. And confidently said someone was treating them. "Qingqing, how's it going? Is anyone treating us?" "Don't worry, he'll be here soon." Su Qingqing replied confidently. Wow, I didn't expect Qingqing's boyfriend to be so impressive. We're really benefiting from Qingqing today. He's not my boyfriend, he's just pursuing me. He only has a few million yuan. I need to test him more. Su Qingqing twirled her hair, enjoying the feeling of being envied. Su Qingqing was a typical materialistic woman, always thinking about marrying a rich second generation and starting her upper-class life like in a TV drama. But unfortunately, with her real looks and circle of life, she could never get close to a real rich second generation. So, she was riding a donkey to find a horse, while keeping Fang Luo, who had money and looks, on the hook to maintain her lifestyle, all the while dreaming of meeting a true rich second generation. That's right, our Qingqing is so beautiful, how can we not test him thoroughly? Su Qingqing's mother, Li Dongmei, proudly said to her relatives, "You can order whatever you like later. If he can't pay for this little amount, don't even think about marrying my daughter. Don't worry, aunt, we'll make sure to test him well. We've watched Qingqing grow up. If he wants to marry Qingqing, he has to treat us well first. He's here." At the hotel entrance, a young man with a high appearance and figure, dressed simply, walked in. "Fang Luo, here." Su Qingqing skillfully squeezed out a sweet smile and called out to Fang Luo with a typical green tea tone. She even twirled her curly hair, pretending to be a shy, innocent girl. If this were his past life, Fang Luo would have been moved by seeing her like this, and would have praised her for being a good girl. But now, Fang Luo wanted nothing more than to punch her in the face. "You bitch." But he held himself back. This is still a society of law. If he went to jail now, things would be troublesome when the apocalypse came. Qingqing, you're really as beautiful as always." Fang Luo also pretended to smile like usual. "Fang Luo, what did you say?" "Nothing, I just said you're lovely and graceful." "Fang Luo, you really know how to compliment people. Is this little Fang? I always hear Qingqing talk about you, saying that you always take care of her. Auntie really thanks you." Li Dongmei also smiled as she walked over, with a kindly and gentle expression. But all of this is an illusion. This is because Fang Luo still has savings and is of use. In the previous life, after Fang Luo was no longer useful, Li Dongmei's ugly face immediately showed, and she ended up killing Fang Luo with a brick, even intending to use his flesh to satisfy her hunger. A true vampire. "I will also take care of you in the future." Fang Luo smiled faintly, but beneath the smile was endless killing intent. "At that time, I will help you take care of the aftermath. And your 16 beasts next to you. It's a pity that today isn't the end of the world, otherwise, I would have dealt with your family properly. Xiao Fang, there are too many of us, let's find a bigger private room." Su Qingqing and her family walked in, chatting and laughing, heading to a private room with a minimum consumption of 100,000 yuan, then, like in the previous life, they casually greeted Fang Luo, even pretending to ask him if he wanted to order dishes, acting as if they cared about him. The purpose was to get Fang Luo to pay the bill. "I won't order, you can order whatever you like." Fang Luo responded with a fake smile. Then he intentionally chatted with Su Qingqing, casually mentioning, "Qingqing, I heard that red wine can improve one's appearance, the more expensive, the better the effect." "Really? Improve one's appearance?" Su Qingqing's eyes brightened, as she realized that the reason top second-generation rich men didn't fancy her was because she wasn't pretty enough. "It turns out that I wasn't drinking red wine, that's why I'm ugly. I need to drink red wine more often from now on, and then I can definitely hook up with a rich second-generation guy." However, she still smiled and praised Fang Luo. "Brother Fang Luo, you are truly knowledgeable, I really admire you. Fang Luo is really young and capable. Whoever marries Fang Luo must have done great things in their past life. What are we waiting for? Quickly bring the red wine, 1 bottle for each person, let everyone improve their appearance." Li Dongmei, hearing that red wine improves appearance and the more expensive it is, the better the effect, grinned widely. Li Dongmei ordered from the waiter. Red wine costing tens of thousands per bottle, 18 people each ordered 1 bottle. She didn't think it was expensive at all. Because she had planned all along for Fang Luo to pay, so she wasn't concerned about the cost. She even thought that these wines, costing only tens of thousands, might not have enough of an effect to remove the warts on her lips. In the end, the meal, including the wine, was worth more than 500,000, several times more expensive than in the previous life. After the dishes were served, they all devoured them like gluttons, grabbing food with their hands and stuffing it into their mouths. The red wine was also down directly from the bottle. Really greedy. Fang Luo felt disgusted in his heart. Then, like in the previous life, Fang Luo was about to bring up the topic of dating. "Qingqing, when do you plan to?" "Fang Luo, why aren't you eating? Come on, eat." Before Fang Luo could finish speaking, Li Dongmei pretended to politely urge him to eat, deliberately covering up Fang Luo's topic about dating, just like in the previous life. Even 500,000 wouldn't move her. "I'm not hungry, you all eat more." Fang Luo smiled meaningfully, then fell silent. Seeing that Fang Luo didn't continue asking, Li Dongmei continued to eat, stuffing her mouth with food. With so much delicious food, the fewer people eating, the more she could eat. She couldn't be happier if Fang Luo didn't eat. Fang Luo naturally didn't eat, because he had never intended to pay the bill in the first place. Now that he was living again, how could he continue to be the fool? So he didn't order any dishes. And he deliberately tricked them into ordering the red wine. He didn't expect them to be even greedier than he thought, directly ordering more than 500,000 yuan worth. I'm going to the bathroom. Fang Luo stood up after most of the food was eaten, using the excuse of going to the bathroom, then left the restaurant. 500,000, let's see how they settle the bill. After leaving, Fang Luo changed to another high-end restaurant, enjoying the delicious food alone, in a good mood. Not long after, his phone rang again. The caller ID showed Su Qingqing. She must have called because they were about to pay, and noticed he was missing. I wonder how they'll feel when they see the 500,000 yuan bill. I estimate their faces went pale. Thinking of this, Fang Luo's appetite surged, making the food taste even better. So delicious. No matter how the phone rang endlessly, he refused to answer, treating the ringtone as a beautiful symphony. The more urgent the phone rang, the tastier he ate. At the Luochang Grand Hotel. In the private room, Su Qingqing was anxiously pacing back and forth, repeatedly making phone calls. Fang Luo had gone to the bathroom, but he hadn't returned yet, and now the waiter was asking them to pay the bill. Taking out the bill, it was 540,000, and that was after removing the zeros. How is it? Did you get through? Li Dongmei asked. No one answered. Su Qingqing felt a little panicked. No one answered? Didn't he say he went to the bathroom? He couldn't have run away. This damn guy, if he doesn't have money, why pretend to treat us to a meal, just to trick us? Li Dongmei became agitated, filled with resentment toward Fang Luo. She thought Fang Luo would pay, which was why she came here for dinner, and she had just ordered 18 bottles of wine that cost several thousand each. Now that Fang Luo was missing, who was going to pay the bill? When ordering, she hadn't thought the items were expensive, she even thought they were cheap. Now, when it was her turn to pay, seeing the bill of 540,000 made her head spin. Selling her wouldn't even cover it. She wanted to call the police, but then she realized that from the moment Fang Luo entered the private room, he hadn't ordered a single dish and hadn't eaten a bite of food. The police wouldn't have a reason to make him pay. What? He ran away? Then who is going to pay? Over 500,000. Su Qingqing's relatives, hearing that the person responsible for the payment was gone, immediately changed their expressions. They wouldn't have to settle the bill, would they? Ma'am, what payment method would you like to choose? The waiter saw that Su Qingqing was trying to fish for a rich guy but ended up being tricked, looking at her with disdain. Secretly, he signaled the security to prevent the other party from escaping. How to pay? Su Qingqing and Li Dongmei's faces turned white. Su Qingqing was just a little clerk, spending money extravagantly. With a monthly salary of 3,000, she would buy a 30,000 bag, always pretending to be a sweet girl to deceive honest people, with no savings at all. She called other suitors, but upon hearing 500,000, they all hung up immediately. Li Dongmei didn't even have a job, let alone any money. As for running away without paying, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. Fang Luo might act cocky, but when facing real wealthy people, they would kneel down. There was no way they would dare to run away without paying. Auntie, we have things to do, we're leaving first. Seeing the situation, Su Qingqing's relatives wanted to slip away one by one. Don't you dare leave. Li Dongmei immediately shouted, you all ate too, you have to pay for your meals. Why should we pay? You said someone was treating us, and that's why we came. Exactly, just now Fang Luo clearly wanted to date Su Qingqing. Who told you to keep interrupting him? Now he is angry and left, why should we pay? The relatives immediately protested. Now, everyone blamed Li Dongmei for not treating Fang Luo well enough. Li Dongmei felt a bit regretful, but it was too late for regrets. In a moment of desperation, she couldn't care less and pointed at her relatives, speaking softly to the waiter, they ate too, don't let them leave. Li Dongmei, you heartless person. We came to the hospital to see you, and you actually let them block us. When the relatives heard Li Dongmei say this, they immediately became furious. Several hot-tempered women directly got into a scuffle with Li Dongmei and her mother. The scene was extremely chaotic, clothes in tatters. Fang Luo, feeling full and satisfied, walked out of the restaurant. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw wailing police cars and passers-by discussing animatedly. What is the police car here for? I heard a family went to Luocheng Grand Hotel for dinner, but the person treating ran away, and now they can't pay the bill, so the family is fighting. So explosive. Is there a video? Fang Luo raised his eyebrows. This family wouldn't be Su Qingqing's, would it? Unexpectedly, it turned into a dog-eat-dog situation. I wonder if anyone got hurt. Having eaten and drunk to his heart's content, and even taught his enemy a lesson, Fang Luo's mood became even more relaxed. Next, it was time to prepare for the apocalypse. Fang Luo previously had 2 million, and later borrowed over 500,000 from a lending platform, so now he had more than 2.6 million in his bank account. Let's first create a suitable environment for survival. Fang Luo thought about how to use this money wisely. When the apocalypse began, the first threat would be the continuous 30 days of temperatures above 60 degrees Celsius. In that kind of environment, the concrete and steel buildings of apartment complexes would turn into giant steamers, even collapsing directly. During that time, countless people turned into steamed meat inside their houses. It was definitely not a place for people to live. In the previous life, Fang Luo barely survived that period, almost dying. It felt like a nightmare. He didn't want to go through such a nightmare again. So, he needed to find a comfortable environment first. Fang Luo directly rented a factory building online. It was over 300 square meters, with a rent of 20,000. He didn't rent a cold storage directly because ordinary cold storages couldn't run properly in temperatures above 60 degrees Celsius. Even if they did, the indoor temperature would still be as high as 40 degrees Celsius. Still unbearably hot. Then, Fang Luo contacted a refrigeration equipment company, stating that he needed to build a top-notch cold storage with double the amount of refrigeration equipment under normal circumstances. Sir, don't worry. Ordinary refrigeration equipment can only reach minus 30 degrees Celsius at the minimum. But our company has developed a new refrigeration device that can reach minus 50 degrees Celsius at the minimum. Fang Luo's heart leapt with joy. Minus 50 degrees Celsius, so even when the apocalypse comes, the indoor temperature should not exceed 30 degrees Celsius, right? Alright, finish it within 3 days. Sir, the timeline is a bit tight. Add more money. Fang Luo found the refrigeration company and requested the construction of a top-tier cold storage. Originally, they said it would take at least 15 days to complete the installation. But after Fang Luo offered to pay more, they shortened the time to 3 days. However, the price was several times higher. The cost per square meter was 20,000, and for the 300 square meter cold storage, the total cost exceeded 6 million. This was a bit over Fang Luo's budget. He only had 2.6 million right now. But fortunately, this project didn't require full payment upfront. Fang Luo only needed to pay a third of the deposit, which was 2 million, and the remaining 4 million could be paid within a month. If he defaulted, they had the right to take back all the equipment, and Fang Luo would have to pay a penalty. But Fang Luo wasn't worried. The apocalypse would come in 10 days. Who would remember penalties then? Fang Luo decisively said no problem. Then, he arranged to meet the company representative at a cafe to sign the contract. The person who arrived was a tall, thin man in his 30s, the company manager named Wang Chang. Mr. Fang, you're really young and successful. I wonder what business you're in that requires such a high-standard cold storage? Wang Chang asked, smiling. This was the first time he had encountered a customer like Fang Luo, who was willing to pay 3 times more just to complete the cold storage ahead of schedule, and the cold storage specifications were far beyond normal. He must be hiding some precious goods. You don't need to know. Fang Luo wouldn't tell him that he planned to live in the cold storage. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Yes, of course. The man quickly nodded, but his curiosity grew stronger. They signed the contract. That night, they began construction overnight. The efficiency was extremely fast. 2.6 million, and now there's only 600,000 left. I still need to buy food, water, and other living supplies. This money won't be enough. Fang Luo was a little troubled. The most crucial thing was, although he had built the cold storage, the refrigeration equipment also needed electricity to operate. In his previous life, under the continued high temperatures, the power grid in Luo City started to collapse on the 3rd day. So, he would also need high-power generators to keep the refrigeration equipment running. This would be another expensive cost. Looks like tomorrow, he would have to mortgage some property and figure out a way to borrow some high-interest money from private lenders. He had taken out a loan. I wonder if men can also take loans. Blowing in the cool night breeze, Fang Luo arrived at a restaurant near his home, intending to grab something to eat before heading home and going to apply for a loan the next day. Just as he was about to enter the restaurant, Fang Luo suddenly heard the miserable screams of a cat. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a big-headed child, about 7 or 8 years old, tearing at a tabby cat, throwing it by the tail, causing the poor cat to scream in pain as its fur fell off. But the child not only didn't let go, he was laughing proudly, and began to pull harder. It seemed like this was a very joyful thing to him. Fang Luo didn't want to interfere, but just as he was about to enter the restaurant, his peripheral vision caught sight of the tabby cat's tail, which had a pattern that looked like lightning. Is this the electric mother? Fang Luo's pupils dilated suddenly. After the apocalypse, 2 kinds of viruses appeared on Blue Star, the zombie virus and the evolution virus. These 2 viruses could not only infect humans but also other plants and animals. From tigers and elephants to flowers and grass. After being infected with the evolution virus, these plants and animals would also gain miraculous powers. In the past life, there was a very famous animal in Luo City that had been infected with the evolution virus. It was a tabby cat. Because it was a female cat and had evolved electric powers, it was also called Electric Mother. But that was not what made it famous. What truly made it famous was its cruelty. The Electric Mother often ambushed and killed lone humans, and after each kill, it would dig out the victim's eyes, using extremely cruel methods. This led to many people hunting down the Electric Mother. However, the Electric Mother was very powerful, especially with its electric powers. It could escape as quickly as lightning, and no one could catch it. Moreover, it held grudges. Once someone attacked it, that person would be sure to be repaid when they were alone. Over time, it became a terrifying figure. Some said its danger to humans was more terrifying than zombies. However, some people recognized the origin of the Electric Mother. I know that cat. Before the apocalypse, it was kept by an elderly person near my house. But after the old man died, it was often bullied by the nearby brats, and one of its eyes was blinded by them. So after it awakened its powers, it started to take revenge. I found that the first people it killed were the ones who had bullied it. The most notable feature of the Electric Mother was a lightning-like pattern on its tail. Could this really be the Electric Mother? Fang Luo was shocked, and he immediately rushed forward, pushing aside the child who was tormenting the Electric Mother, then carefully picked up the cat and looked at it. It really is a female. But its eye is not blind yet. This is great. Fang Luo's heart was filled with excitement. This was a cat that would eventually awaken electric powers. Although many people thought its methods were cruel and it killed people without hesitation. But judging by the people it killed, the Electric Mother was simply seeking revenge and didn't randomly harm innocent people. If he could tame this cat in advance, it would become a powerful ally in the apocalypse. And its electric powers could also solve the problem of power outages after the apocalypse. A living generator. You bastard, how dare you push my son? Just as Fang Luo was excited, a middle-aged chubby woman, with oil dripping from her mouth, rushed over angrily, pointing at Fang Luo and scolding him. Fang Luo frowned unpleasantly as he looked at the woman spewing saliva. Didn't you see your child torturing this cat? I saw it, so what? Kids like to play, isn't it just kicking it a few times? It didn't kill it. The chubby woman put her hands on her hips. I'm telling you. My son is injured. You won't leave without paying today. I just pushed him, he didn't even fall, how could he be injured? Fang Luo never expected that the other party would not only be so confident but also try to extort money from him. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. I said he's injured, so he's injured. The fat woman was unreasonable and even blocked Fang Luo, shouting at the side, someone come, look. This little gangster is bullying my son, there's no law anymore. Mom, it hurts. The brat actually pretended to be hurt, crying in a fake and exaggerated manner. Fang Luo was amused. He had never seen such a shameless person. It's a pity it's not the apocalypse right now, otherwise, if he could act without the fear of being detained, Fang Luo would have smashed her head in. Old fat woman, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll slap your mouth off. Fang Luo knew that reasoning with such a person was impossible. With a vicious glare, he pushed the 200+ pounds fat woman back a few steps, then turned and left. A person who was about to die. I wonder if she will turn into roasted pork under the 60 degrees Celsius heat. You dare to push me, just wait for it. The fat woman was also someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Seeing that Fang Luo was so reckless, she didn't dare stop him anymore, only shouting harsh words, telling him to wait. Fang Luo ignored her. What could a fat woman do? Would she find a sugar daddy to take revenge on him? He wasn't in the mood to stay there and eat anymore. Holding Electric Mother, he headed home, ordering some takeout and some cat food along the way. Sitting on the couch, Fang Luo propped up Electric Mother under her armpit, lifting her high and once again observing her carefully. Indeed, she was a female cat. Her fur was brown-black, her body nearly 10 kilograms, quite heavy to hold. The most obvious feature was the white mark at the end of her tail, shaped like a lightning bolt. It was almost exactly like the rumored Electric Mother. Thinking about the apocalypse when he would have a cat with electric powers, Fang Luo got excited. However, this cat was quite fierce, and she would hold a grudge, so he had to tame her first. From now on, I am your master, understand? Meow. Electric Mother meowed once, her tail curling around her private area. It seemed to be saying, I'm a female cat. Is it really polite for you to stare at my private parts? Fang Luo didn't understand and thought she agreed. He excitedly took out the cat food. Here, eat this meal, then you'll work for me. Seeing the cat food, Electric Mother meowed and started shaking her head while calling out meow meow. Forget it, for the sake of the cat food, I'll work with you. One man and one cat made a friendly agreement. The next day, Fang Luo left the cat at home and prepared to go take out a loan to get some money. His house was over 130 square meters, worth around 4 million yuan based on the property prices in Luo City. The bank could lend him 3 million yuan, but because Fang Luo requested the money within 3 days, the interest rate was slightly higher. However, Fang Luo didn't care. It's the apocalypse, who will still pay back loans? After borrowing money from the bank, Fang Luo began inquiring about private lending. In Luo City, there were 3 major private lending organizations and several smaller ones. However, the interest rates for private loans were higher, starting at an annual rate of 200%, almost like robbery. Moreover, they used violent methods to collect debts. They weren't afraid of you not paying, but feared you wouldn't borrow from them. When Fang Luo went to one lending company, he saw a man who couldn't pay his debt being beaten to a pulp. This is what happens when you don't pay back money. The people there even looked at Fang Luo, as if warning him that not paying would lead to this fate. But Fang Luo wasn't worried at all. The apocalypse was coming, whether they survived or not was up in the air. Even if they did, he wasn't afraid. By then, Electric Mother could meow and electrocute them. Fang Luo borrowed from every private lender in Luo City. It's a pity, when Fang Luo asked if he could take out a loan, he was met with rejection. Everyone gave him a cold look. In the end, he only borrowed a bit more than 6 million. Fang Luo was somewhat dissatisfied. Why couldn't men get loans? It was blatant gender discrimination. He checked his funds. Adding the 3 million from the bank loan and the original 600,000, Fang Luo now had around 10 million. I don't know if it's enough. After borrowing the money, 3 days had passed. Ding ling ling. After a few days of not going to work, the department supervisor, Zhao Fang, called him. Fang Luo, you're not coming to work again today? Do you still want to keep your job? Come to my office right now. Zhao Fang was Fang Luo's boss, over 40 years old, and still had the desire for men. Seeing that Fang Luo was handsome, she wanted to secretly seduce him. She often made Fang Luo fetch tea and water, and would call him into her office to give her massages. She hinted that if Fang Luo agreed to her, he would get promoted and get a pay raise. Fang Luo had already had enough. Work? Send your daughter over and I'll come. In the end of the world, who the hell still works? Fang Luo hung up the phone directly. Zhao Fang was stunned. When did Fang Luo become so assertive, speaking to her like that? Wasn't he always swallowing his anger in the past? Zhao Fang was furious, and continued calling Fang Luo, but found that he had already blocked her. So, she angrily began slandering Fang Luo in the workgroup chat, and a guy who wanted to lick Zhao Fang's dirty feet also followed along. Fang Luo, don't bother coming in. Your position as the team leader is now given to Sun Jie. Fang Luo smiled to himself. Who would care about such a small team leader position? He directly left the group chat. After a few days of exhaustion, Fang Luo comfortably lay on the couch, holding an electric cat and petting it. Only 6 days remained before the end of the world. Ding ling ling. After a while, Fang Luo received another call. It turned out that the cold storage had been completed. Fang Luo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately went over to inspect it. The 300 square meter cold storage had 3 times the equipment of a normal cold storage. The cooling effect was excellent. Boss, what kind of goods are you planning to store? I have experience in this field and can help you adjust the equipment. Wang Chang was subtly probing what exactly Fang Luo would store in the cold storage. Fang Luo glanced at him. Do you know why dogs don't catch mice? Because dogs don't eat mice? Wang Chang was a little confused, but Fang Luo completely ignored him. It wasn't until Fang Luo walked away that Wang Chang realized Fang Luo was telling him to mind his own business. You think I wouldn't have known if you didn't say it? Wang Chang sneered, watching Fang Luo's retreating back. The cold storage was finished. Next, it was time to stock up on supplies and reinforce the security of the cold storage. The apocalypse would bring powerful zombies. These zombies were extremely destructive, and ordinary houses couldn't withstand their attacks. Although Fang Luo had space abilities, he hadn't learned any offensive skills. So, Fang Luo contacted a security company to design a set of protection facilities for his cold storage. And also to help him isolate several spaces, to use as a bathroom, living room, etc. The security company immediately came to assess the site. Mr. Fang, it's no problem to create a bathroom, but there's a big security risk with this cold storage. It's very easy to be stolen from. The head of the security team, Xin Hao, said. He didn't ask Fang Luo why he wanted to make a bathroom. In their line of work, they just do what the client asks without asking questions. What do you mean? Fang Luo immediately became serious. Look here, behind this equipment, there's a hidden metal door. This door can be opened from outside the cold storage at will. Also, there's a special buckle under this equipment. With the right wheels, it can be easily moved, and at that point, people from outside can come in at will. Xin Hao pointed out the flaws in the cold storage. He had previously been a special forces soldier with rich reconnaissance experience. Fang Luo was immediately shocked. He was glad he contacted a security company to reinforce the cold storage. If this hadn't been discovered, not everyone can enter their own cold storage. At that time, there would be no safety in the apocalypse. No need to even think about it. This must be that Wang Chang from the refrigeration company, deliberately leaving an entrance. I could tell something was off when I saw his eyes before. He must have seen me spending lavishly and urgently needing such a high-end cold storage, thinking I was hoarding some precious materials, so he wanted to break in to steal them. A murderous intent suddenly surged in Fang Luo's heart. Thank you, you can come back tomorrow to continue the construction, Fang Luo thanked Xin Hao. No problem, Mr. Fang, but it's a bit tight to finish the project within 3 days. Add more money. By the way, sell me some more weapons. Fang Luo gave the security company 5 million, requesting them to reinforce and strengthen his cold storage within 3 days. Because there were only 6 days left until the apocalypse. By the way, Fang Luo also bought some weapons from them, such as knives, electric batons, and explosion-proof shields. As for why he didn't start construction today, Fang Luo had his own plans. Next, it was time to stockpile supplies. When the apocalypse begins, the first thing is a continuous 30-day high temperature of 60 degrees Celsius. In that kind of environment, you'll be done in a day without water. In the previous life, the largest proportion of the death toll was due to dehydration. So, Fang Luo directly ordered 10 million worth of mineral water. Because Fang Luo bought in bulk, the unit price was much cheaper. In total, there were about 20 million bottles, priced at 50 cents each. As before, he paid part of the deposit, 3 million. Then, food. Chicken, duck, fish, pig, cattle, sheep, rice, flour, various seasonal vegetables. Fang Luo bought everything from wholesalers. He bought a total of 5 million. 3 different wholesalers, also paying part of the deposit, about 2 million. 10 million. In an instant, it was all spent. But he still had many supplies left to buy. I still need to find a way to make more money. The wholesalers delivered quickly, especially the mineral water. There was a top-ranking mineral water company in Luochang. They delivered directly from the local area, and by evening, the goods arrived at the cold storage. Several semi-truck trailers. Boss Fang, your goods are here, please sign for them. The lead driver, Wang Dezhuang, walked up to Fang Luo with a cigarette in his mouth. All right, help me move them into the warehouse. We are only responsible for delivery, not unloading, Wang Dezhuang refused. But when I purchased, the boss told me that unloading was free, Fang Luo frowned slightly. Then let your boss come unload, Wang Dezhuang sneered, showing a look of having Fang Luo at his mercy. If you want it unloaded, you'll need to pay for unloading. Their team often did this. When there were urgent deliveries, they would come up with all sorts of excuses to avoid unloading. Most people couldn't wait and had to pay the extra unloading fee. Through this trick, he had bought 2 apartments in Luochang. How much? Fang Luo didn't want to waste time. He could actually unload the goods himself using his space ability, but doing so might raise suspicion, so he didn't want to expose himself. It's quite a lot of goods, so it'll cost 10,000, Wang Dezhuang grinned when he saw how quick Fang Luo was, opening his mouth for an outrageous price. Fang Luo's gaze immediately turned cold. These people were deliberately scamming him. It's a pity that Fang Luo didn't have time to waste with these clowns. He had more important things to do. Otherwise. 10,000, let's see if you even have the life to spend it later. Boss is really generous. When Wang Dezhuang saw the transfer, his eyes lit up, and he immediately led the others to move the goods into the cold storage. After unloading the goods, Fang Luo didn't rush to leave but quietly hid inside the cold storage, as if waiting for something. Sure enough. In the early morning, there was a rustling sound outside the cold storage. Soon, the cold storage facility, which had been pointed out by the security company earlier for having a security flaw, suddenly began to move. I saw something being delivered today. That guy was so mysterious, it must be some valuable treasure. Let's hurry up and move it out. Wang Chan crawled into the cold storage through a hidden entrance he had set up earlier, with 3 tall men following behind him. Wang Chang was a habitual offender. In the past, he often took advantage of his opportunity to help others build warehouses, secretly sabotaging things inside, and then sneaking in afterward to steal valuable items. Because he knew the surveillance routes in advance and the entrances were extremely hidden, he had never failed. He made a lot of money this way. Originally, he wanted to quit for good, but Fang Luo's strange behavior reignited his curiosity, and in his greed, he once again set his sights on Fang Luo's cold storage. So he set up a hidden entrance in advance. Today, the person who was tailing saw that Fang Luo had stocked up several trucks of supplies, so they immediately brought people over at night. Take a good look, see what's in the boxes. Wang Chang ordered the muscular men, and then they began rummaging through the boxes in Fang Luo's cold storage. Boss, it's just bottled water. Bottled water? Wang Chang frowned, how is that possible? That guy spent millions building a cold storage just to stock up on bottled water? What a fool. Look harder. The men began searching again. However, when one of the muscular men walked behind a row of boxes, a cold, gleaming dagger was suddenly pressed against his neck, causing him to freeze in fear. His eyes pleaded with the other person, begging not to be killed. But unfortunately, it was too late. The dagger pierced through his throat, and before he could even scream, he collapsed to the ground. Fang Luo's gaze was indifferent. This cold storage was meant to ensure his safety in the apocalypse, yet these men had set up a hidden entrance beforehand. What was the difference between that and trying to take his life? After being reborn, Fang Luo would never let go of anyone who could threaten his life. Fang Luo's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at the remaining men who were still searching. There were 3 left. If he fought them head-on, it would probably be hard to win. So Fang Luo continued hiding in the corner, waiting for the others to separate, then picking them off one by one. Soon, Fang Luo found an opportunity and killed 2 of them. Finally, only Wang Chang remained. At this point, Wang Chang realized something was wrong. The 3 men he had brought with him had now all fallen silent. The entire cold storage was eerily quiet and cold, as if a supernatural event had occurred. Huzi, da ba. Wang Chang gasped urgently, but there was no reply. Suddenly, Wang Chang felt a chill on his back, as if a dagger was pressed against his waist. Stop shouting. They're all dead. A voice, cold as death, came from behind Wang Chang. He trembled and turned around, only to see a dagger, dripping with fresh blood, hanging in the air. The blood dripped drop by drop onto the ground, making a faint sound, like a death toll in the silent cold storage. It's you! Wang Chang followed the dagger with his eyes and saw its owner. He was horrified to realize that the person who had killed his 3 companions was the same young man, Fang Luo, who had seemed harmless during the day. Instantly, Wang Chang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. How are you here? This is my cold storage, why can't I be here? Fang Luo looked at Wang Chang, who was trembling in fear, his tone as cold as ever. But you, setting up a hidden entrance in my cold storage. Tell me, should I stab you to death or slowly chop you into pieces? Spare me, spare me. Wang Chang looked at the blood-soaked blade, which was now pressed against his neck. He was so scared that he knelt down immediately. He usually just stole things, he had never encountered someone like Fang Luo, a devil who could kill without blinking. He regretted it deeply now. He had more than enough money, why did he have to provoke such a monster? Don't kill me. I can compensate you for your losses, 100,000, no, 200,000. Wang Chang tried to bribe with money, hurriedly pulling out his bank card, begging Fang Luo to spare his life. Do you think I care about that small amount of money? Fang Luo's gaze was cold. How could he risk leaving himself with a huge hidden danger for 200,000? No, 1 million. I'll return the deposit to you in full. Wang Chang continued to raise the price. He had already seen the body of his companion lying nearby. He had no doubt that Fang Luo would also stab him to death. You seem to be just a manager, yet you have so much money. Fang Luo was a little surprised. When he signed the contract with Wang Chang earlier, Fang Luo had looked into his background. He was just the manager of a refrigeration equipment company, not the boss. This was all stolen before. Wang Chang chuckled awkwardly, revealing how he had once collaborated with construction teams to help others build warehouses, then later stole from them through hidden entrances. Upon hearing this, Fang Luo's eyes lit up. An idea popped into his mind. Which warehouses? Fang Luo asked calmly. We participated in building most of the bigger warehouses in Luo City, like Huiyang Supermarket, Luo City Grand Hotel, Luo Shui Mineral Water Factory. Wang Chang immediately listed several warehouses and cold storage facilities, all belonging to well-known local businesses. He even had detailed construction blueprints that could easily avoid surveillance cameras. Fang Luo's heart stirred. So many large warehouses, the value of the goods inside would definitely exceed billions. If he could sneak in and load everything into the space, he wouldn't have to worry about supplies for the apocalypse for the rest of his life. No, for 10 lifetimes. Tell me all the layout maps of these warehouses and the hidden entrances. Fang Luo immediately demanded of Wang Chang. Wang Chang didn't dare hide anything and immediately told Fang Luo everything. To make sure he wasn't lying, Fang Luo tied him up and went to one of the warehouses to test it out. Sure enough, there was a hidden entrance, and the surveillance routes inside matched the blueprint exactly, completely undetectable. Fang Luo felt even more pleased. However, he didn't rush to take the goods. There were still 6 days until the apocalypse. If the police found any trace and traced it back to him, that would be bad. Boss Fang, can you let me go now? Wang Chang asked timidly, fearing that Fang Luo would stab him to death. Let you go? Fang Luo sneered. The secret of the warehouse was revealed to him by Wang Chang. If he let him go now and the goods disappeared from the warehouse, Wang Chang would definitely suspect him. If he spread the news, countless people might attack him. Only a fool would let him go. Fang Luo immediately stabbed him to death. He then took out Wang Chang's phone and sent a message to his wife saying that he had been caught and the police were after him, so he was going to flee abroad. Then he checked Wang Chang's bank balance. Goodness, over 30 million. This guy was really greedy. He only offered Fang Luo 1 million before dying. Fang Luo didn't plan to take all the money but left a few million for Wang Chang's wife. This way, she wouldn't think too much or report him missing to the police, and wouldn't be scared of seeing the police. The remaining 20 million or so was all taken into his pocket. Fang Luo then looked at the 4 bodies. If he didn't destroy the bodies, it would be easy to expose them and trigger a police investigation. After thinking for a moment, Fang Luo tried to use his space ability to absorb the bodies into the black hole space. It worked. Fang Luo had previously tried to absorb the electric mother into the space, but it didn't work then. It seemed that the space could only store inanimate objects. After handling the bodies, Fang Luo absorbed all the mineral water into the space. He then casually went home. The next day, the security company started reinforcing the cold storage, while Fang Luo, with over 20 million in hand, began purchasing supplies for the apocalypse. Over 20 million. Fang Luo first went to buy several large generators and fuel. Although he had the electric mother. But the electric mother also needed rest, so he would alternate between the generators while she rested. He wasn't a heartless boss who forced his employees to work 24/7. Then he bought various tools, axes, shovels. Daily necessities, toothbrushes, toothpaste, air conditioners, washing machines, computers, game consoles. And a big bed that could sleep 10 people without feeling crowded. The apocalypse could make people sick too, so Fang Luo also bought a lot of medicine, cold medicine, Rehmania pills. And all kinds of clothes. Suits, work clothes, maid outfits, leather jackets, leather shoes, whips, black stockings, flesh-colored stockings, Durex. Started with 100 sets. Although the apocalypse lasted 30 days of extreme heat, and everyone wished they could be naked, after the heat, clothes would still be necessary. After the apocalypse, Fang Luo thought he might need to travel far, so he went ahead and bought a civilian armored vehicle, a Dongfeng Menshur, with tires said to be bulletproof. Ordinary zombies shouldn't be able to break the defense. As for food, Fang Luo had inquired, and Wang Chang said that the warehouses he mentioned were not lacking food at all. After all, those supermarkets were meant to supply the daily needs of millions of people in Luo City. If anything was lacking, it was high-end ready-made food. But that wouldn't be a problem for Fang Luo. He still had millions left to spend. He directly called the Luo City Grand Hotel, ordered millions worth of food, steaks, red wine, lobsters, and asked them to deliver in batches to his home within 3 days. The only thing left to prepare was weapons. He bought some weapons from a security company, but they were just ordinary knives, riot sticks, and the like, with limited lethality. You have to know, the apocalypse would bring about zombies, as well as humans with supernatural powers. And his spatial abilities didn't have much combat power in the early stages. Ordinary weapons would be hard to deal with these people. If he were surrounded, there would be no way out. With 5 days left until the apocalypse, Fang Luo thought about it and decided to go abroad. Ding dong. Just as he was thinking, the door suddenly knocked. Fang Luo went to open the door, and standing there was a woman with brown curly hair, her face marked with a few red scratch marks. What are you here for? Fang Luo frowned as he looked at her. The visitor was none other than the green tea woman who had caused her death in the previous life, Su Qingqing. Brother Fang Luo, why did you leave so suddenly last time? I called you, but you didn't answer. Su Qingqing looked at Fang Luo with a pitiful expression. Last time, Fang Luo had left directly from the hotel. During checkout, her mother, Li Dongmei, had a conflict with some relatives, and the whole family started fighting. If it weren't for her hiding behind her mother, using her mother's chubby body as a shield, her face would have been beaten to a pulp. Later, the police came, and they were detained for a few days for disturbing the peace. In the end, she promised to borrow money from her relatives to settle the hotel bill. For that, she owed hundreds of thousands. But where could she get hundreds of thousands to pay back? She had originally planned to look for other suitors, but once her former suitors knew she owed over 500,000, none of them contacted her anymore. Who would spend 500,000 on a green tea? So, she had to come to Fang Luo to see if she could fool him into helping her pay back the money. I'm busy with work. Fang Luo replied coldly. He was thinking whether he should use the method he used with Wang Chang to quietly deal with Su Qingqing. However, Su Qingqing coming to him meant her mother must know, and once she disappeared, the police would definitely find him. Forget it, she wouldn't last many days anyway. Brother Fang Luo, why didn't you tell anyone when you had something to do? I almost misunderstood you. Su Qingqing spoke in a delicate tone, even rarely hugging Fang Luo's arm and pressing it against her chest, which she had never done before. It seemed she was really desperate. Fang Luo sneered inwardly. Now she knew to be desperate. Where was she when she used to dangle him along? Fang Luo couldn't be bothered with her and just looked at his phone. Su Qingqing, still tirelessly talking, continued. Brother Fang Luo, your home is so clean, I really like clean boys. Brother Fang Luo, why did you buy so much food, and even red wine? It looks very expensive. They also want to drink. I plan to use it to wash my feet. Fang Luo glanced at her. Wash your feet? Su Qingqing felt a little embarrassed. When someone just said they wanted to drink, and you immediately say you're going to use it to wash your feet, doesn't that imply they want to drink foot-washing water? Fang Luo, are you booking a plane ticket for a trip? Su Qingqing saw Fang Luo booking a ticket and couldn't help but ask curiously. Fang Luo, can you take me with you? I can take care of you, and I won't waste money. You just need to book one room this time. Su Qingqing immediately said, hinting that they should stay in the same room. In the past, when they traveled together, they always booked 2 rooms. This time, Su Qingqing was really going all out. Fang Luo glanced at her. He had to admit, Su Qingqing wasn't bad-looking. She had an oval face, and most importantly, a large body. Otherwise, Fang Luo wouldn't have been so drawn to her. A sudden thought popped into Fang Luo's mind, and he grinned, sure, bring your mom along. Ah, that might not be good. My mom is old, and her body has changed a bit. Su Qingqing's face stiffened. I mean bring her on the trip. Really? Su Qingqing immediately became excited, thinking that Fang Luo must have really had something urgent last time, or why else would he agree to take her and her mother on a trip today? I'll notify my mom right away. Su Qingqing immediately contacted Li Dongmei. Originally, Li Dongmei still resented Fang Luo, but upon hearing this news, she immediately turned to greet him with a smile. In her heart, she was already thinking that Fang Luo would help them pay back the 500,000 yuan. Fang Luo went to a Southeast Asian country. First, it was close, and second, the security was loose, making it easy to achieve his goal. Give me your ID and passport, I'll book the hotel for you. Fang Luo said calmly to Su Qingqing and Li Dongmei. The two had no suspicion and directly handed their IDs and passports to Fang Luo. Xiao Fang, I'm not in good health, can you book me a better room? Fang Luo, just 2 rooms, no need to waste. Seeing the ugly looks on their faces, Fang Luo couldn't help but let out a barely noticeable sneer. After booking the rooms, exchanging a few fake pleasantries, Fang Luo left the hotel. Taking advantage of the night, he began inquiring about places to buy weapons. After several twists and turns, Fang Luo finally found the weapon he wanted. Then, he immediately booked a plane ticket and returned to the country. It wasn't safe abroad. What if he accidentally kicked the bucket? Fang Luo didn't even go to the hotel. Although if he went to the hotel now, he could definitely sleep with Su Qingqing. But Fang Luo felt disgusted. With his current resources, once the apocalypse comes, what kind of girl wouldn't he be able to find? Campus beauties, lolas, nurses, flight attendants. Why bother with a green tea bitch? Thanks to the existence of the black hole space, the weapons weren't discovered, and he smoothly returned to the country. When Fang Luo returned home, he received a call from Su Qingqing. Fang Luo, where did you go? Why didn't you come back last night? Su Qingqing was a little worried, thinking Fang Luo might have run off again. However, when she asked at the front desk, she learned that Fang Luo had booked the room for 5 days. She relaxed a lot. I had something to do. You guys enjoy yourselves first, don't worry about me. Fang Luo sat on the sofa, drinking red wine, responding casually. He left Su Qingqing and her mother in Southeast Asia and took their IDs and passports with him, just in case they tried to come back through other means. He even deliberately booked the room for 5 days to lull them into staying longer. Before the apocalypse arrives, they probably won't have the chance to return to Luo City. It was laughable that they were still having fun, unaware of what awaited them. Southeast Asia, with its tropical climate, the temperature there would reach 70 degrees Celsius during the apocalypse. And the security was chaotic, and Su Qingqing didn't have any money. She probably wouldn't survive more than 3 days there. Thinking of the two of them crying for help, Fang Luo couldn't help but feel satisfied. A few more days passed. The security company called, saying that the security facilities for the cold storage had been set up. Fang Luo immediately went over to inspect. After reinforcement and modification, the cold storage's windows and doors were replaced with special materials, significantly increasing security. The walls were also equipped with higher-grade thermal insulation materials. Even with flames burning outside, it could ensure that the cold storage would not collapse. Adding in the refrigeration equipment. After the apocalypse, Fang Luo's cold storage could maintain a temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius, the most comfortable temperature for humans. However, Fang Luo also kept his wits about him. He carefully checked to ensure that he wouldn't make the same mistake as Wang Chang, installing a hidden entrance in his cold storage. Only one day remained until the apocalypse. All the supplies Fang Luo ordered had been delivered. He was now making final preparations. Rob the warehouses. Chapter 8. March 31, 2030. Only one day remained until the apocalypse would arrive. Fang Luo had already prepared most of the supplies needed for the apocalypse. All that was left was to infiltrate the major warehouses and seize all the goods inside, making final preparations. Previously, Fang Luo had learned from Wang Chang the locations of several large warehouses, hidden entrances, and monitoring routes. After a good rest, he replenished his energy. At midnight. The night fell. Fang Luo put on his helmet, got on the motorcycle he had prepared, and started heading to the warehouses. Generally, shopping malls and supermarkets began to close their doors after 11 p.m., since today was Sunday and people had to work in the morning. There were very few pedestrians on the streets at night. This made it even easier for him to move. The first target Fang Luo set his sights on was the local largest chain supermarket, Huiyang Supermarket. Huiyang Supermarket had the most diverse range of goods in the city, from precious jewels to fruits and vegetables. It had a daily foot traffic of over 50,000 people and provided food supplies for 30% of the city's population every day. Luo City had over 10 million people. Its storage capacity was an astonishing figure. Fang Luo entered the warehouse through the hidden entrance according to the blueprint. It was the weekend, and deep at night, only 2 people were on duty in the warehouse's security office. Although they were professional and did not fall asleep, they never expected anyone would emerge from inside the warehouse. Fang Luo avoided the cameras and quietly entered the monitoring room, easily using a stun baton to knock out the security guards, then gagging and tying them up. While doing all this, Fang Luo wore a helmet to avoid being caught by the police for questioning in the morning. In the last world, the apocalypse arrived at 12 o'clock noon. It would be disastrous to flip at this final stage. He turned off the surveillance. Fang Luo began to seize supplies without any restraint. First, he went for food. Huiyang Supermarket supplied food for millions of people every day, with food stored in the warehouse measured in tons. He arrived at the refrigerated section. Here, all kinds of frozen meats were piled up: chicken feet, duck feet, chicken legs. There are actually dozens of tons. Fang Luo unceremoniously took them all. Fresh meats. Beef, lamb, pork, all were collected. He remembered, during the apocalypse, temperatures soared above 60 degrees Celsius, and all the stored meat in supermarkets and meat processing plants went bad and stank. Even so, it still caused countless people to scramble for it. Fresh pork was like a dream come true. As for seafood, there were shrimp, crayfish, grass carp, pike, bass, along with big prawns and king crabs, dozens of tons. Fang Luo's mouth watered. During the apocalypse, global drought caused inland rivers to dry up. Anyone with a single crayfish would probably have Marilyn Monroe begging to dine together. Just eating meat without vegetables would lead to constipation and bad breath. So he couldn't forget the vegetables either. Bok choy, napa cabbage, green vegetables, chives, and his favorite potatoes, green peppers. He took dozens of tons of all of them. Grains were also essential. Rice, flour, rice noodles, alkaline rice cakes, dumplings, he took all of them, over 100 tons. With food secured, Fang Luo then checked the beverages. During the apocalypse, just drinking water wouldn't do, cold drinks were a must. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Wangleji, Vitality Forest, and various brands of red wine. A rough estimate showed there were over 100 million bottles here. Enough for him to drink for generations to come. In the last life during the apocalypse, a lazy man, due to hoarding several boxes of cola at home, attracted many young girls who flocked to him as maids. At that time, Fang Luo felt an immense envy. So much cola, enough to support hundreds of thousands of girls, right? During the apocalypse, lasting a month, one must eat some snacks. Spicy strips, potato chips. Having ravaged all food, Fang Luo went to check other daily necessities. Towels, toothbrushes, facial cleanser. This lace underwear. Fang Luo intended to buy himself some clean underwear, only to find that the nearby box was full of women's lingerie, as well as black silk, white silk, and durex. Let's keep these. What if I need to hire a few maids later? I can't cook every day by myself, right? That would be way too much work. And pots, bowls, and utensils. A big bed that can fit 10 people without being crowded. I'll take them all. After clearing out the Huiyang Supermarket, Fang Luo continued to the next location, sneaking in the same way, knocking out security guards, and stealing supplies. After about 3 hours, Fang Luo had looted all the large warehouses in the city, with total supplies exceeding 10 billion. As long as it could be seen in the market, he basically had it all. After finishing everything, it was already past 4 a.m. Only less than 8 hours remained until the apocalypse arrived. Returning to the cold storage, Fang Luo locked the doors and windows, took out a set of daily necessities, and furnished his cold storage. Bed, sheets, TV, computer, PS5 gaming console, table, chairs. This looked just like a complete home. For at least the next month, Fang Luo would be living here. After a tiring day, Fang Luo felt a bit weary, set the cold storage equipment to turn on at a certain time, and fell into a deep sleep with Electric Mother. April 1, 2030, Monday. The weather was clear, with a temperature of 15 degrees Celsius. People wore jackets, dragging their tired bodies to work as usual. At the same time, the morning news reported a major theft case. 5 large warehouses in the city, with goods valued at over 10 billion, were all stolen overnight. The method of operation was extremely strange. The police were investigating and had not found any clues yet. Some early risers preparing to go to the supermarket to buy groceries were all cursing. All the vegetables are gone, what will we eat today? Meanwhile, there was another piece of news on the TV. However, this news did not attract much attention. Time passed little by little. Fang Luo was sweetly sleeping on the big bed, completely ignoring all of this. April 1, 2030, 12 p.m. When everyone was considering what to have for lunch, suddenly a white light flashed across the sky. This beam of light was exceptionally dazzling, making the daylight sky impossible to look at directly. What the hell, what's going on? Lightning during the day? That lightning can't just be 240V, it's so bright. Idiot, didn't you see the news? This is light from 2 giant planets colliding. Oh, does this concern my monthly salary of 3,000? Basically, no one took this seriously because there had been news like this before, so they just treated it as a spectacle. However, a few minutes later, the world began to change. What the hell, what's happening? Why is it suddenly so hot? Didn't the weather report say the high today would be 15 degrees Celsius? I even wore a sweater. It's getting hotter and hotter. It has to be more than 40 degrees, I feel like I'm going to get heat stroke. The news said it might be related to that light just now, it will be fine after a while. The weather kept getting hotter. It was April, but it felt hotter than August. On the streets, pedestrians, regardless of gender, couldn't help but disregard their image and took off their clothes, trying to reduce the heat. The apocalypse had arrived. Global temperatures skyrocketed at that moment. At 12:03 p.m., in the coastal city of Luochang, the air temperature unusually reached 45 degrees Celsius, and this number continued to rise. At 12:30 p.m., the air temperature soared directly to 65 degrees Celsius. The temperature of the concrete ground exceeded 100 degrees Celsius. Stray dogs on the street were jumping as they walked. It's really hot on the feet. Now, not only frying an egg is possible, even frying a steak would be fine. This situation was not limited to Luochang. Even northern cities were experiencing air temperatures nearing 60 degrees Celsius. The snow on the ground has completely melted away now. In the tropical region, the air temperature has already exceeded 80 degrees Celsius. Faced with the sudden high temperature, everyone feels unbearably hot. The streets are in chaos, whether human or animal, all are rushing to the shade, causing all sorts of stampedes. However, at this moment, Fang Luo is comfortably lying on a 10-person wide bed, softly snoring. A shiver. Fang Luo woke up. Hiss, Electric Mother, you actually took my blanket, you're freezing me to death. While he was sound asleep, Fang Luo was awakened by the cold. It turns out that the cooling equipment in the cold storage is running. Fang Luo has set the cooling equipment to start on a timer, and at the lowest temperature, so the cold storage temperature is a bit low. Although it is 65 degrees outside, the indoor temperature is only below 10 degrees. It seems the apocalypse has already arrived. Fang Luo put on a coat, looked outside, and quickly adjusted the equipment temperature. Then he poured himself a cup of hot milk to warm himself up a bit. Comfortably, he lay down on a large sofa. No wonder it's an 800,000 yuan sofa, it's so comfortable, Fang Luo moaned in satisfaction. Then he took out his phone to check the internet. As expected, every website had headlines about the high-temperature weather. The comments section was exploding. Damn this hot weather, why did it suddenly get so hot? I had to go home early, only to find my wife playing poker with someone else, boo-hoo. I was originally moving bricks, but while working, I found the bricks burning hot, and my hands are blistered. Thanks to the heat, I just went on a date with my goddess, but the heat caused her makeup to melt, and I couldn't believe my goddess looked like that. I almost threw up. I was supposed to have a monthly exam, but the school announced a holiday. I love high temperatures. Is this the end of the world? Should I stock up on supplies? But it's so hot outside, I don't even want to go buy groceries. Does the apocalypse affect my monthly salary of 3,000? On the internet, various voices were discussing. However, most people didn't take this sudden high temperature seriously, but rather treated it as a pleasant vacation. Only Fang Luo knew. This high temperature would last a full month, by then all rivers would dry up, and the world would become a hell. Food would rot. A bottle of water could lead to fights among a group of people. If we started preparations now, there wouldn't be so many people dying later, Fang Luo sighed. But he couldn't worry about much. Even if he went out now shouting about the apocalypse, no one would take him seriously. The only thing he could manage was himself. Guliolu. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. Feeling a bit hungry, Fang Luo remembered he hadn't eaten anything since last night. So, he began to pick food from his space, but since he couldn't cook, he had to choose something that required no cooking skills. Fang Luo took out a hot pot set. As for the ingredients, Fang Luo searched through his options and finally chose a few pieces of imported A5-grade Wagyu beef, as well as Australian lobster and crab. Just the ingredients alone cost over 10,000. Making hot pot should be great. As for drinks, just a random bottle of expensive red wine would do, nothing too extravagant. Outside, under the blazing sun and 65 degrees heat, everyone is busy looking for shady spots. Yet, Fang Luo is in the cold storage at only 10 degrees, wearing silk pajamas, enjoying a delicious beef hot pot. If a chef found out Fang Luo was using A5 beef and lobsters for hot pot, they would probably be enraged. What a waste of good food. I can't keep eating hot pot like this, I'll have to find a maid to wash my clothes and cook for me, Fang Luo thought to himself. Ding-a-ling. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Fang Luo's phone rang. The caller ID showed Su Qingqing. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. This woman should still be in Southeast Asia, where the temperature is as high as 70 degrees. What's up? Fang Luo answered playfully. Fang Luo go. On the other end, Su Qingqing's hoarse voice filled with a rough tone immediately came through. Fang Luo go, where are you? The room is about to expire, and it suddenly got so hot outside. I'm fast. I can't stand it anymore. Previously, Su Qingqing followed Fang Luo to Southeast Asia, intending to dedicate herself to Fang Luo so he could help her pay off her debts. As a result, unexpectedly, Fang Luo said he had something to do and left her to pay for 5 more days' accommodation, telling her to play by herself. She was somewhat happy. Because she didn't have to dedicate herself, this way she could keep her first time and later chase after rich second-generation heirs. During these 5 days, she took her mother around, playing happily. She didn't even think of Fang Luo at all. Until today at noon, when their room was about to expire, just after they checked out, the weather suddenly became hot, skyrocketing to 70 degrees Celsius. Su Qingqing and her mother stood at the hotel entrance, jumping with heat, wearing only their underwear, but it still didn't help. At this moment, they remembered to call Fang Luo. Qingqing, when is Fang Luo coming? My feet are burning and have blisters. On the other end of the phone, Li Dongmei wailed. Fang Luo listened, feeling secretly pleased. Now you know how to bark, huh? In the past life, I braved high temperatures and zombies to find food for you. You didn't thank me and even complained about it, smashing your own head to snatch my ability crystal. Now it's your turn to experience the heat. Can't stand it? Don't you have hands? Solve it yourself. Fang Luo continued eating his steaming hot beef, his tone perfunctory. Resolve it myself? Su Qingqing was taken aback and then realized what Fang Luo meant, immediately responding with an aggrieved tone, Brother Fang Luo, don't joke around. I don't know why, but the weather has suddenly become so hot here. Hot. Fang Luo wiped away sweat dripping from the spicy hot pot, nodding, it really is a bit hot, I'm sweating too. Brother Fang Luo, hurry and come pick me up. No can do, I'm busy right now. Can't you just come back by yourself? But, Brother Fang Luo, my ID and passport are with you. Su Qingqing now had a dry throat, her originally soft voice sounding like a rag stuffed in her mouth. She originally planned to buy water, but nearby stores had sold out all the water. Only some expensive red wine was left. She couldn't afford it at all. Really? If you hadn't said, I would have forgotten. But I'm in the country now, can't go over. Why don't you come pick them up? Brother Fang Luo, don't joke. How can I go? Su Qingqing felt that Fang Luo was playing with her, feeling somewhat aggrieved. But right now, she was burning hot, sweat pouring down between her legs, making the ground wet. In this unfamiliar place, Fang Luo was her only reliance. She was too scared to lose her temper. So, she pitifully continued, Brother Fang Luo, how about this? You help me extend the room for a few more days, and when the heat passes, I'll immediately come find you. Her meaning was very clear. You extend my accommodation, and I'll repay you with my body. But, would Fang Luo cherish a woman who had harmed him in his past life? Please, I have billions of resources, what kind of women can I find? What did you say? The signal is bad, I can't hear. Fang Luo directly hung up the phone. When Su Qingqing called again, Fang Luo didn't bother to respond, continuing to enjoy his hot pot, letting the phone ring non-stop. The more urgent the ringing, the more delicious Fang Luo found the food. After a while, when Su Qingqing stopped calling and switched to texting. Brother Fang Luo, my mom fainted. Hurry and come save her. It was accompanied by a picture of Li Dongmei lying on the ground, unconscious, like a dead pig. Looks like it really is a bit hot, she's steaming. Fang Luo smacked his lips, feeling extremely refreshed, picking up a piece of meat to offer to the electric mother. This beef is so delicious, it warms me up. Want to go cool down? Regarding Li Dongmei's plight, he felt no sympathy at all, even wishing she would die faster. Damn it, you harmed me in the past life. Fang Luo continued eating his hot pot. As time passed, Su Qingqing grew more anxious. Her mother fell ill. In this unfamiliar place, she was completely at a loss. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that she had always relied on Fang Luo. Life was so comfortable. Bags, clothes, phones, all were bought by Fang Luo. She was not foolish, she knew Fang Luo was deliberately retaliating against her. Now, she was full of regrets. I shouldn't have kept Fang Luo waiting like that. Su Qingqing tirelessly sent messages to Fang Luo, trying to win him back. Her words became even more open. Brother Fang Luo, you don't have a girlfriend, right? I'm single too. Brother Fang Luo, what kind of knowledge do you like? Brother Fang Luo, even though it's my first time, I learn quickly, I can master any knowledge. Brother Fang Luo, do you prefer cats or dogs? Su Qingqing kept sending messages to Fang Luo, each one more shameless than the last. Now, she seemed like Fang Luo's loyal dog. Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh. He guessed Su Qingqing never thought she would one day plead like this with him. However, facing Su Qingqing's pleas, Fang Luo felt no pity in his heart. She brought this on herself. She deserved it all. After finishing hot pot, Fang Luo looked out the window again. Today was Monday, there were usually many people working near the warehouse, but now not a single person was in sight, everyone had found a shady spot to hide. It was too hot. The phone displayed that today's outside temperature had reached 65 degrees Celsius. In this high temperature, staying outside for even a few minutes could lead to heatstroke or even death. Even staying at home with the air conditioning set to 16 degrees Celsius, the indoor temperature wouldn't drop below 50 degrees Celsius. Moreover, regular air conditioners couldn't run in such extreme conditions for long without breaking down. In contrast, Fang Luo's cold storage used advanced professional cooling equipment, with 3 times the number of devices compared to similar-sized cold storage. Additionally, the walls were reinforced with special materials. Now, the indoor temperature was only 10 degrees Celsius. He felt no heat at all, in fact, it was a bit cold, requiring a jacket. Fang Luo lay comfortably on his 800,000 yuan sofa, with the PS5 connected to a 100-inch big screen TV, boredly starting a game. Nuclear peace in Los Santos was quite good. As time reached midnight, Fang Luo finally felt a bit sleepy. He prepared to take a shower and sleep. Arriving at the specially constructed bathroom, he took a few buckets of water and poured them into the bathtub. This bathtub had a built-in massage function, and Fang Luo had found it in a mall warehouse, rumored to be a limited edition, costing hundreds of thousands. Lying in it was indeed comfortable. However, compared to a real person's massage, it still fell short. He would hire someone for a massage later. Next to him, a bunch of imported grapes was placed, and he peeled the grapes while soaking in the bath. It was truly delightful. Thinking back to his previous life, he had felt like a dog from the heat. Lying in the big bathtub, Fang Luo took out his phone and browsed the real-time updates online. Half a day had passed. The world began to change. Many trees started to wither, the water level began to drop, and some old equipment gradually malfunctioned and broke down. Damn, my power box is aging, I can't even use the air conditioning without power. What's this? I have hundreds of mice in my house, all coming here to escape the heat, help. Mice are still better than centipedes or cockroaches, I'm the one in need of help, help. The ambulance has been sounding all day, it seems many people have suffered from heatstroke. The environment was too harsh. Many elderly people had already succumbed to the high temperature. However, most people still did not sense the crisis and continued to chatter as usual. Some even hoped the heat would last longer. But Fang Luo knew this was only the calm before the storm. Because the situation wasn't particularly dire yet, everyone still had water, electricity, and food at home. However, when the days passed with no water, no electricity, and no food at home, they wouldn't be this optimistic anymore. At that time, the world would descend into complete chaos, no one would care about laws or order. Because in the face of survival, these meant nothing at all. Moreover, the world would erupt with a virus. A zombie virus. Evolution virus. These two viruses, no matter which one, will deal a deadly blow to human society. Zombie virus. Once infected, beings will become bloodthirsty, knowing only to attack and destroy. And the evolution virus. Although it won't cause people to lose their minds, but it will give humans powerful strength. Don't think this is a good thing. After gaining power, will people obey laws and behave themselves? Just like Fang Luo encountered when saving Electric Mother, the fat woman and the brat. That little child, just a few years old, shows a brutal side even in peaceful times. What about adults in chaotic end times? Those violent loan sharks, even in peaceful times, would beat and kick, disregarding women's will. What will they do after the end times? After gaining immense power, will they think about protecting the weak? No, they will oppress the weak with even more audacity. The number of people who die at their hands is not less than those who die from zombies. And there are plenty of such people. Even Fang Luo himself can hardly guarantee he won't become one of them. Will he bully the weak? But that doesn't mean Fang Luo shouldn't gain power. This is the only way to survive in the end times. He must gain power. Power is not wrong, the wrong is with the person who gains power. Fang Luo only wants to live. Although I already have spatial abilities, I still need to strengthen my power. I can't just sit back and wait for death. Ability users are divided into levels 1 to 10. The higher the level, the more powerful the ability. In my previous life, Fang Luo was just an ordinary level 1 ability user, belonging to the weakest group, with combat power no different from ordinary people. Because the initial spatial ability does not have any combat means, only a storage space. Unlike fire or electricity abilities, which possess strong combat power right from the start. To increase the ability level, there are two methods. 1. Absorb more evolution virus. However, the number of evolution viruses is extremely scarce. Among 100 people, there might not be even one who can find it. 2. Kill zombies or other ability users to absorb the enhancement crystals in their brains. This is the main means to increase strength. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Fang Luo didn't have the ability to kill zombies, nor could he find more evolution viruses, ultimately being unable to defeat Su Qingqing's family. But since he has been reborn, Fang Luo will definitely not repeat the same mistakes. He wants to collect a batch of evolution viruses in advance. Quickly enhance his strength. Moreover, Electric Mother is by his side in this life and has not yet obtained the evolution virus. Right now, she is just an ordinary mother cat. I wonder where she found the virus in her previous life. Fang Luo glanced at the mother cat snoring on the sofa. He wants to find these evolution viruses. With strong abilities, he can deal with enemies and powerful zombies. He can protect himself. With a decision in mind, Fang Luo immediately began to formulate a plan. Fang Luo remembers that the zombie virus broke out late on the 5th night of the end times. Therefore, the evolution virus likely appeared around the same time. Fang Luo first took out a map of Luo City. He looked for the location where he was infected in his last life and the possible activity range of Electric Mother in her last life. Finally, he determined a general direction. Time flew by. It was now the 5th day of the end times. For the past few days, Fang Luo had been staying in the cold storage because the virus had not yet descended. There was no point in going out early. The weather outside was quite hot. However, he was not idle. Instead, he took out a VR device and played Resident Evil, experiencing the scenes of facing zombies in advance. He was accumulating experience to combat zombies. Because he was too focused, he played until 3 a.m. yesterday and ended up waking up at 7 p.m. today. The temperature in the cold storage was also very comfortable. After his adjustments, the indoor temperature had been kept around 18 to 20 degrees Celsius, which is the most comfortable temperature for human beings. If he wasn't hungry or if the virus was about to break out again, he wouldn't want to wake up at all. Isn't the 10-person wide bed uncomfortable? It's just a pity that the bed feels a bit empty, lacking something. He stretched leisurely. Fang Luo got out of bed and cooked himself a bowl of abalone and sea cucumber porridge. Eating greasy food on an empty stomach is not good. He set aside the steak. Although his cooking skills were average, the high-quality ingredients made the dish still delicious. I really need to find a chef to cook for me. While eating porridge, Fang Luo took out his phone. Su Qingqing had stopped messaging him. The last message was from last night at 10 p.m. She's probably dead by now. That's Southeast Asia, the temperature exceeds 70 degrees Celsius, and she has no money there. Fang Luo felt a rush of satisfaction. He glanced at the news for today. The temperature in Luo City had remained steady at 65 degrees Celsius. In just 5 days, the water level in Luo City's reservoir had evaporated by more than 50 meters. Some small lakes had already completely dried up. The waterworks company reported that in the last 3 days, Luo City had consumed a total of 100 million tons of water. The daily average was more than 10 times usual. This doesn't even include what has evaporated. Now, the price of tap water had skyrocketed from around 3 yuan per ton to 3,000 yuan per ton. It was a 1,000-fold increase. The key issue was that the waterworks' water sources could no longer supply the entire city. Some areas had already begun to experience water shortages, supplying only within the city's second ring and affluent areas. Supply couldn't meet demand. You couldn't even buy it if you had money. Moreover, under the continuing high temperatures, many places had caught fire, causing more than half of the city to experience power outages. The only cooling air conditioners had also stopped working. More than 80% of the elderly couldn't survive. Some younger people with weaker constitutions also died due to water shortages. According to news statistics, the number of dead in Luo City's hospitals had exceeded hundreds of thousands. This didn't include those who might have died at home or in the streets. Combined, it might exceed 1 million. Keep in mind, this was only the 5th day. The zombie outbreak hadn't even begun. Now, the streets were in chaos. People who had been comfortably staying at home could no longer resist the high temperatures and were out searching for food and water. The city's crime rate surged by 350%. Robberies and brawls were happening on every street. Police officers and firefighters were overwhelmed. Fang Luo's cold storage facility had also lost power. However, Fang Luo was fortunate to have a generator and fuel, enabling him to generate electricity himself. The temperature in the cold storage hadn't risen, it was still very comfortable. Fang Luo felt reflective. In his previous life, he had been like them, suffering in the heat, fighting fiercely with others for a sip of water. Fortunately, in this life, he had prepared supplies in advance and built a cold storage, so he no longer had to fight for a loaf of bread and risk losing his life. However, his fuel was limited, he couldn't keep using the generator forever. He needed to think of other solutions. Fang Luo glanced at the sleeping electric mother. "I'll let you rest for 2 days, and then you need to work for me honestly." After finishing the abalone and sea cucumber porridge, it was now 8 p.m. Fang Luo estimated. There was less than 2.5 hours until the zombie outbreak of his previous life. It would take him about an hour to drive to his destination. Subtracting potential delays. If he left now, he would just be able to catch the first batch of the virus arriving on Blue Star. He grabbed a map, put on his protective gear, and prepared to head out. Knock knock knock. Just as Fang Luo was about to leave, the door of the cold storage was suddenly knocked on. He frowned and walked over to peek outside through the special window. He saw several men holding tools, knocking on his door. "Brother Wang, are you sure there are supplies inside?" a man's voice asked. Then, a rough man's voice said, "Of course. A few days ago, I delivered goods here, worth tens of millions in bottled water. If we take over here, we won't have to worry about water for years. Moreover, I observed carefully at that time, this cold storage uses top-notch refrigeration equipment, and the temperature inside absolutely won't exceed 30 degrees Celsius. Wow, 30 degrees Celsius? That must be really cool. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and break it open." At the cold storage door, several men showed greedy and thirsty expressions on their faces, holding sledgehammers and crowbars, hitting the cold storage door vigorously one after another. The banging sounds were incessant. Fang Luo's eyes were icy cold. He recognized one of the men, named Wang Dazhuan, who was a truck driver. Originally, when Fang Luo bought the 10 million bottled water, it was he who delivered the goods to Fang Luo. At first, when purchasing the bottled water, the supplier said that unloading would be free. But after Wang Dazhuan delivered it, he took advantage of the situation and charged Fang Luo 10,000 yuan for unloading fees. Unexpectedly, he was now trying to target his own cold storage. Bang bang bang. The few men were still vigorously smashing the cold storage door. However, the cold storage door remained unmoved, while they were all exhausted, panting heavily with their tongues hanging out like dogs. "Overestimating yourselves." Fang Luo snorted coldly. This cold storage had cost 5 million to be fortified by a professional security company. With just the sledgehammers they held, even if they knocked for a year, they wouldn't be able to harm the cold storage in the slightest. Fang Luo didn't have to worry about them breaking in at all. However, Fang Luo was originally ready to go out. Now these people were blocking the door, and going out would inevitably lead to a conflict, risking a shootout. Should he just wait for them to leave on their own? But how could he afford to wait for so long? "What are you trying to do?" Fang Luo deliberately shouted loudly, making a sound to indicate that someone was inside, hoping to scare them away. Usually, small thieves would panic and flee upon encountering someone. "Someone's inside. Run!" The few people outside were also startled, not expecting that there would be someone inside the cold storage, and several timid ones immediately felt a sense of retreat. However, Wang Dazhuan was not very willing. Is it Boss Fang? Wang Dezhuang thought for a moment, licked his cracked lips, and asked, Boss Fang still remembers me, I'm the old one who delivered water to you before. Boss Fang. Wang Dezhuang pretended to be pitiful and weakly said, it's really hot outside, and there's no water at home. We're all about to die of thirst. What does that have to do with me? Fang Luo's tone was indifferent. Wang Dezhuang was choked up. He clearly did not expect Fang Luo to be so cold. But thinking about it, he was about to die of thirst. What did it have to do with Fang Luo? He wasn't his father. He had already taken advantage of him once. If he didn't take revenge, that was already a good thing. Boss Fang, didn't you buy so much water before? Can you give us a little? Wang Dezhuang still asked unwillingly. He was too thirsty, feeling like his throat was filled with something unbelievably spicy, painful enough to make his voice hoarse. My water, why should I give it to you? Fang Luo found it a bit funny. How did he have the face to ask him for water? Then we can buy it. Your water was bought at 50 cents a bottle, right? How about this, we'll give you 2 yuan, you sell us a little. As long as you sell it to me, I won't charge you unloading fees anymore. 2 yuan? Upon hearing the other party's words, Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh loudly. The retail price of a bottle of bottled water was indeed 2 yuan. But this was an apocalypse. The price of tap water had risen from 3 yuan to 3,000 yuan per ton. And there was a market without any goods. Let alone bottled water? Just this little 500 milliliters bottle of water could sell for 100 yuan, and he wanted to buy it for 2 yuan. What a delusion, thinking of himself as a fool. As for the unloading fee, he had already taken advantage of him once, so he definitely wouldn't sell water to him. Not selling, get lost, don't die at my door. Fang Luo unceremoniously drove him away. Wang Dezhuang was stunned, not expected Fang Luo to be so ungrateful. Originally parched from the heat, he was now even more furious, his face turning purple. He shouted angrily, Boss Fang, do you have any love in your heart? We are about to die of thirst, and we just want a few bottles of water. Do you really wish for us to die? Yeah, do you have any love in your heart? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? There is clearly so much water, giving us a little won't affect you. I've never seen someone so stingy. The few people behind him also criticized Fang Luo harshly, saying that Fang Luo had no love. Seeing death and not saving others. Talking about morality and righteousness. Yet they completely forgot that just a few minutes ago, they were smashing Fang Luo's door with hammers. Days ago, they had deliberately cheated Fang Luo out of money. I'll say it again, you can die wherever you want, just don't die at my doorstep. Fang Luo refused to accept their moral kidnapping. As long as he had no morals, they could not kidnap him. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. Wang Dezhuang's face turned fierce. What do you mean by rude? Fang Luo asked mockingly. Boss Fang, your door is solid, but it's not unbreakable. Wang Dezhuang spoke coldly, with 5 of us and so many tools, a small iron door cannot stop us. You are just one person. Once the door is broken. Wang Dezhuang's expression turned fierce. Brothers, smash it. After saying that, several people picked up hammers and crowbars again and began to smash the cold storage door violently. Earlier, they had only planned to steal. Now, seeing Fang Luo's weak position, they intended to bully him openly. They had long seen that there was no one around, and even if they killed Fang Luo, no one would know. So ungrateful. Seeing that Wang Dezhuang had no intention of leaving, and was even hitting the door harder, a surge of murderous intent rose in Fang Luo's heart. Originally, he just wanted to drive them away. Fang Luo was not a bloodthirsty person, he was not cold-blooded but would not easily ignore others' lives. However, since they clearly wanted to kill him, how could Fang Luo just sit back and wait? If others do not offend me, I do not offend them. If others offend me, I will surely punish them. Fang Luo's eyes were icy cold. He quietly opened the black hole space and took out weapons he had bought in Southeast Asia, then shouted outside the door, "Stop knocking, I will open the door. You come in, and I will send you. You have some sense." Wang Dezhuang snorted coldly, feeling relieved, and quickly put down the hammer in his hand. It was 65 degrees Celsius outside, they were already weak from thirst, and having just swung such a heavy hammer, his body felt like it had been toyed with by dozens of strong men. Several people nearby had already collapsed on the ground. If they waited 2 more minutes, even he planned to give up. Fortunately, this guy was intimidated by his own tyrannical aura. Wang Dezhuang stepped back a little, then stared hard at the cold storage door. With a creak, the cold storage door slowly opened, and an incredibly cool breeze rushed out. Wang Dezhuang immediately shivered, the hair on his body standing up. He had just experienced 65 degrees Celsius heat, and now was being hit by a chill of less than 20 degrees Celsius. This feeling of icy and fiery extremes made his soul tremble as if he had reached a peak. Refreshing. This was simply too refreshing. Wang Dezhuang couldn't help but let out a moan. This feeling was even more comfortable than being with beautiful Xiaoli. So satisfying. Next to him, several people who had just collapsed from the heat now wore satisfied looks. They couldn't believe that there was such a cool place in the world. Inside here, compared to outside, it was like heaven and hell. This is so cool, the temperature feels less than 20 degrees Celsius. Damn, this kid has been living in such a comfortable environment, he is so lucky. Hurry up and get in, we need to go in. Don't crowd, let me in first, I smashed the door the most. Several people scrambled and rolled, rushing into the cold storage. Even if they fell a few times, they couldn't hide the greed on their faces. They want to take over here. They want to seize all the supplies inside. They want to live here forever. As for the true owner of the cold storage? Die as far away as possible. However, when they crawled into the cold storage, the first thing they saw was a pair of size 44 boots, and when they looked up, they found a dark gun barrel pointing straight at them. Everyone instantly froze in fear. Wang Dezhuang felt the comfortable cool air and greedily rushed inside, suddenly tripping over a few people who had stopped, and he fell hard, making his nose bleed. Damn it, why did you stop? Get in quickly. Wang Dezhuang shouted angrily, but his companions stood still, each one shocked, staring ahead. He looked over in confusion. There stood a tall, handsome young man wearing a green combat uniform, holding a weapon with a peach-wood-colored stock. He had seen this thing on TV. It seemed to be called AK-47? Holy crap! Wang Dezhuang was in disbelief. How could a weapon that only appeared in TV shows be in Fang Luo's hands? He knew this was in Yin country. Getting one of these was much harder than earning $1 million. After a moment of shock, he quickly calmed down. It's fake, it must be fake. Humph, you little brat, do you think you can scare me with a toy gun? Wang Dezhuang looked at Fang Luo with a sneer. Then he kicked his dumbfounded companions. What are you idiots doing? This is Yin country, how could he possibly have a real gun? Only then did a few of them react. Yeah, Yin country has strict gun control, ordinary people will never touch one, how could this kid have it? This toy gun is incredibly realistic, I almost believed it. The group smiled again. They opened their arms to feel the cool temperature of the cold storage and saw the furniture and facilities around them, their eyes filled with heat. Holy crap, I've seen this sofa on TV, it looks like it's over 800,000. And this TV, 100 inches, plus the latest PS5. Not to mention the red wine, it must be tens of thousands a bottle. We are out here sweating like dogs, and this kid is laying on a leather sofa, watching a 100-inch TV, drinking wine worth thousands a bottle, he's on vacation. This whole set probably costs a few million. This is simply heaven. If there were a few pretty girls to serve me, I'd gladly die here. What are we waiting for? Let's break this kid's legs and throw him out, the little bastard was so arrogant just now. Wang Dezhuang greedily looked around, then coldly stared at Fang Luo. Yes. Damn it, he stopped us for so long and made me sweat like a dog, watch how I deal with you. The others immediately surrounded Fang Luo with vicious looks. Fang Luo silently looked at these people, his eyes showing no fear, only a firm killing intent. A bald man was the first to approach Fang Luo with a crowbar, and just as he raised it to smash Fang Luo's thigh, suddenly, a loud bang echoed throughout the cold storage. On the sofa, the electric mother, who had been lazily sleeping, jumped up 3 meters high in shock. Meow. She curiously glanced over. All that was left of a man's once round head was now a large chunk missing, it looked like a smashed watermelon. On the ground, bright red and milky white juice mixed and spilled everywhere. The electric mother stared in shock, her jaw nearly dropping. Her master was just too fierce. Compared to him, she was simply a small cat. Looks like she'll have to behave from now on. Meow. Wang Dezhuang and the others also stood in dumbfounded silence, their bodies frozen like ice sculptures, their pupils shrinking to pinholes, all terrified beyond measure. After a moment, one man could no longer hold it in and vomited violently. But his stomach was empty, and he could only retch repeatedly, his expression full of pain. The gun was actually real. Wang Dezhuang's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Poof. Fang Luo gave a cold snort, aiming the gun at Wang Dezhuang. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Facing the dark barrel of the gun, Wang Dezhuang instantly felt a chill of death, immediately kneeling and crying, banging his head against the ground, soon his forehead was bloodied and bruised. In the face of life, what is dignity? Weren't you just saying you would break my legs? Fang Luo looked at Wang Dezhuang, who was bowing like a chick pecking rice, with a completely indifferent gaze. I was wrong, don't kill me. Wang Dezhuang was snot and tears all over. Usually, he only bullied the weak and feared the strong, picking on honest folks. He originally thought Fang Luo was just an honest person, a little lamb. Who would have known that Fang Luo was actually a heartless demon? He now regretted it immensely. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have dared to trick Fang Luo, nor would he have dared to rob Fang Luo's cold storage. Don't kill me, I still have a wife and daughter. Don't use your wife and daughter to tempt me, I won't be able to control myself. Fang Luo coldly pulled the trigger. 9 p.m. Most of the city was already without power, the streetlights no longer shone. Only a towering armored vehicle, resembling a fierce beast, emitted cold white headlights, barely guiding Fang Luo's way. Fang Luo had already dealt with Wang Dezhuang and the others, fearing the bodies would be discovered, he stored them in a dark space. There were still police patrolling, if they discovered the firearms, it would be a big problem. Fang Luo did not want to confront the police head-on. At the same time, this incident served as a wake-up call for Fang Luo. He realized there were others who knew he had supplies, in the future, others might come to rob him. This made Fang Luo even more determined to enhance his strength. Meow. A cat's meow cut through the night, and Fang Luo glanced at the electric mother beside him, who was currently sticking out her tongue and panting continuously. Clearly, she was very hot. The outside temperature was simply too high. 65 degrees Celsius. Even Fang Luo was drenched in sweat, the environment was like heaven and earth compared to the cold storage. If it weren't for searching for the evolution virus, he really wouldn't have wanted to come out. Fortunately, Fang Luo had stored quite a bit of ice water beforehand, otherwise, he might not have been able to stand it. He took out 2 bottles of water from the space, gulped one down, and opened another for Electric Mother. Meow. The Electric Mother meowed, expressing her gratitude to Fang Luo. Fang Luo looked out the window again. In the streets, there were many people searching for supplies, nearly naked, their faces full of despair. Some saw Fang Luo's vehicle and hurriedly surrounded it. Upon seeing the bottled water the Electric Mother was drinking, their faces lit up with thirst. Water, there's water. A disheveled man stared intensely at Fang Luo's half bottle of ice water, his palm repeatedly banging on the window. Water, give me water. Fang Luo ignored him. The man continued to plead, please, give me water, I'll give you my wife, my daughter too. They are very pretty, please. Fang Luo looked at him with disdain. It's normal to fear death. But to exchange one's wife and daughter for supplies, Fang Luo could not condone that. Fang Luo believed that familial and friendly bonds could not be measured by material things. If his parents were still alive, he would rather die than use them to trade for supplies. There are many men like that. For the sake of survival, dignity can be tossed aside. Many women also actively abandoned their husbands, stating that as long as Fang Luo gave them water, they would agree to any of his demands. As long as you give me water, I can be your little kitty. Among them were not a few strikingly beautiful women. There was even a slightly famous internet celebrity whom Fang Luo had watched live before. She seemed pretty pure. Who would have thought she would say such wolfish words? This is the end of the world. However, Fang Luo paid no attention to them. Though he had supplies, they were not infinite, using some would mean less for later. Even if someone needs saving, Fang Luo will only save those who can help him. He is not a broken recycling station. Simple beauty cannot move him. Unless the other party is truly stunning and kind-hearted, willing to sincerely submit to Fang Luo. This cannot be blamed on Fang Luo. In this cruel apocalypse, Fang Luo must make the best use of every resource while also guarding against others' betrayal. He does not want to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Driving along the road. At 10 o'clock, Fang Luo arrived at the area where the virus had spread in his last life. This was a residential neighborhood in the 3rd district. However, now it was also without power, looking bleak and desolate. He stopped the car and carefully observed the sky, waiting for the virus to arrive. He remembered that the zombie virus erupted around 10:30 at night in the previous life. Fang Luo leaned against the car, staring at the sky without blinking, afraid of missing any details. But even though it was night, the air temperature was still as high as 60 degrees Celsius. In a moment, he was parched. Beside him, Electric Mother was also hot, whining loudly. She had just tried to follow Fang Luo out of the car, but as soon as her paw touched the ground, she jumped back from the heat. Stay in the car, be careful not to get roasted. Fang Luo picked up Electric Mother by the scruff of her neck and tossed her back into the car, then gave her a bottle of cold water and a can of cat food. He also took out a bottle of chilled cola and gulped it down. Instantly, his mood brightened a lot. That is. Suddenly, Fang Luo's expression froze, his eyes locked onto the sky. A glowing object was slowly falling. Evolution virus. Fang Luo snapped back to reality, his face suddenly filled with joy. He estimated the landing position and took off running. Soon, Fang Luo successfully obtained the evolution virus. It was an irregular crystal about the size of a peanut, transparent, radiating a purple glow. This seems different from the one I found in my last life. Fang Luo examined it closely. He remembered that the one he found in his last life was not purple but white. Could it be that there is more than one evolution virus here? Indeed, that was possible. When Fang Luo found the evolution crystal last time, it was about the 10th day of the apocalypse. Most evolution crystals had already been taken by others at that time. He had barely found one. In this life, he was among the first to search for it, without anyone else discovering it. Great! Fang Luo was even more excited. This way, he could find more crystals. Fang Luo immediately chose to use it. Fang Luo let out a painful grunt, sweat suddenly beading on his forehead. Using the evolution virus was extremely painful. Because it forcibly modified the host's body. During the modification, if the host's body couldn't withstand the process and the immense power, it was very likely to explode and die. Out of 10 ordinary people, only one could survive the virus modification, which was already quite good. The danger level was no lower than that of the zombie virus. Finally, after a few minutes, Fang Luo's body was successfully modified. Fang Luo could clearly feel that his body had become much stronger. At the same time, he gained an additional ability. Space Flicker. Fang Luo tried it out. He could now jump about 3 meters, and even if there was a wall in front of him, he could pass through to the other side. Wonderful. With this ability, what was there to fear about being caught in bed? Fang Luo was very excited. Although this was not an attack skill, it was definitely an excellent skill for survival. What is more important than staying alive? Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry echoed in Fang Luo's ear. Fang Luo's brows furrowed unconsciously. It's Electric Mother. Did Electric Mother run into trouble? Could it be a zombie? Fang Luo immediately ran toward his car. When he saw the situation beside his car, his eyes instantly filled with rage. 3 people had surrounded his car, he did not know when. A man, a woman, and a big-headed child. All 3 looked very disheveled, with dirt on their faces and a terrible stench, as if they had crawled out of a filthy sewer. It seemed like a family of 3. The man was not tall, his body as thin as a bamboo pole. Among them, the woman and the child, Fang Luo recognized. It was the fat woman who abused Electric Mother and the troublesome kid. They were dividing Fang Luo's half bottle of cola, and the bottled water and cat food left for Electric Mother. Food was smeared all over their mouths. They picked up every crumb that fell to the ground, unwilling to waste a single bite. I can't believe there's cola here, and it's cold too. This is amazing. I wonder whose car this is, giving the cat bottled water. What a waste, don't they know there are so many people without water? That's just heartless. Daddy, save me a sip. Kids shouldn't drink cola, let Daddy have it. The 3 quickly finished off Fang Luo's supplies, all looking unsatisfied. In recent days, they had only eaten rotten food, and their water was dirty wastewater. When there was no water, they even drank their own urine to survive. For them, ice-cold cola and cat food were simply delicacies. Meow. Inside the car, Electric Mother glared angrily at these bad people who stole her food, letting out a low growl. She remembered these people. Especially the troublesome kid, who had tormented her before. Electric Mother's eyes were filled with hatred. Damn, little beast, what are you yelling about? So what if I take a bit of your food? Can a worthless life compare to mine? Lu Zhuan glared at Electric Mother. Beside Lu Zhuan, his wife, Li Xiaomei, looked at Electric Mother and swallowed. This cat looks pretty fat, how about we kill it and have some meat? Mommy, I want to eat cat meat. Good idea. The family of 3 greedily stared at Electric Mother, reaching out to grab her, ready to skin her. But Electric Mother was not easy to deal with. She scratched them, leaving bloody marks. Damn, beast, dare to scratch me? I'll smash you. Lu Zhuan picked up a stone to throw at Electric Mother. Stop it. At that moment, a cold, frosty voice came from behind the 3. They turned around to see a handsome man staring at them, with eyes that seemed to hold endless killing intent, causing the big-headed child to cry at just one glance. Who the hell are you? Seeing his son scared to tears, Lu Zhuan yelled angrily. This is my car. Your car? Lu Zhuan sneered, just because you say it's yours doesn't mean it is, I could say it's mine too. Call him and see if he answers. Get lost, or I'll smash you. Lu Zhuan waved his thin arm, not knowing how he produced. At this moment, everything was gone. He was considering whether to take out his weapon from space and send them off as a whole family. Just as he was thinking, the big-headed son, who had been crying loudly just moments ago, suddenly went silent. April 5, 2230. The giant planet virus arrived on Blue Star, and the zombie virus broke out. The real apocalypse had officially begun. In the city, 2 men discovered a bottle of mineral water at the same time, and fought fiercely over who would get it. Ha, you skinny stick, you're still daring to fight me for it. Go die. The strong man knocked the other man to the ground with a punch, laughing triumphantly as he prepared to enjoy his spoils. However, the next moment, the thin man who had been knocked down suddenly started to convulse, making strange gurgling sounds from his throat. Then, as if he had turned into a different person, he lunged at the strong man. He bit off the neck of the man, who was twice his size. At the same time, in a newlywed's room, a newly married couple was desperately thirsty. "Honey, do you still have any milk? Give me some, I'm about to die of thirst," the woman asked pitifully. The man looked at his wife with a pained expression. "All right, there's only a little left." Saying that, the man reluctantly took off his pants, as he had been feeling weak these past few days. The woman excitedly opened her mouth. "Ha!" The man suddenly froze, noticing his wife's head was twitching continuously, and she looked completely different from before, making him feel strangely pleased. "Honey, all of it for you, don't stop." The man's face was filled with enjoyment. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and he screamed in horror. His wife not only wanted milk, she also wanted to eat eggs. It hurt. It hurt so much. Such things were happening all over the world at any moment. Whether it was disaster survivors with no supplies, or billionaires sitting on vast fortunes, or highly trained soldiers, everyone could turn into zombies or be bitten to death by zombies. At 65 degrees Celsius high temperatures, power outages, water shortages, spoiled food, and mutated zombies. The world had descended into utter chaos. No one could guarantee how many years they could survive in such a harsh environment. Meanwhile, Fang Luo was watching nearby. The big-headed son stopped crying and suddenly started convulsing, his eyes rolling back, making strange gurgling sounds from his mouth, looking very eerie. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Lu Zhuang and Li Xiaomei, who had been surrounding Fang Luo, also noticed the son's odd behavior and rushed over. "Rabies? Did you just get scratched by a cat? You, little brat, hurry up and pay for that." Lu Zhuang, holding his son, still thought it was rabies and wanted to keep extorting money from Fang Luo. But just at that moment, the big-headed son in Lu Zhuang's arms suddenly became ferocious, and bit down hard on his father's neck. The big-headed son had turned into a zombie. Lu Zhuang's pupils dilated. He quickly tried to struggle. But despite his son only being 7 or 8 years old, after turning into a zombie, his strength and speed were now unrecognizable. With the help of his 200-pound wife, Lu Zhuang barely managed to pull his son off, but when he looked, his son's mouth was full of a large chunk of flesh. And there was a large piece missing from his own neck, with blood vessels clearly exposed. Before Lu Zhuang could even scream in pain, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck, unable to breathe due to his trachea being severed, dying with his eyes wide open. He couldn't understand why his son had bitten him. On the other side, Li Xiaomei was also stunned. Her son had bitten her husband to death. But what terrified her more was that her big-headed son was now grinning at her. Lu Zhuang had been too thin, there was no meat on him, but this fat woman was plump and robust, she should be especially delicious. "Don't come over, go away, you little beast, I'm your mother." Li Xiaomei pushed her son away and screamed as she turned to run. But it was too late. The big-headed son jumped directly onto her back, biting off a large piece of her flesh, exposing her white bones. In less than 2 minutes, a couple fell to the ground, tragically dead. They were bitten to death by their own son. Fang Luo stood frozen, staring at the scene before him, his heart shaken. Indeed, zombies truly know no family. They bite their own parents. I didn't expect this big-headed son to be the first to get infected by the zombie virus. It must have been when they grabbed the electric mother earlier, and she scratched him, a wound opening just as the virus spread and touched it. He truly got what he deserved. The big-headed son kept biting the fat woman, his strong and plump body enough for a full meal, completely ignoring Fang Luo standing nearby. Fang Luo looked on in disgust at the disgusting scene, pulling out a weapon from his space, ready to deal with this zombie. However, to Fang Luo's surprise, a tabby cat suddenly blocked his path. Electric mother? Fang Luo looked at the electric mother in confusion, unsure of what she was about to do. But as he carefully observed the electric mother, his eyes widened in shock. The electric mother had somehow awakened her powers. At that moment, her tail was emitting a sizzling sound, and sparks from the electrical currents crackled in the dark night sky, resembling fireworks. It must have been when Fang Luo left earlier that the evolutionary crystal fell here as well. Cats have better eyesight at night than humans, and they are drawn to glowing things. It seemed she had gotten infected while searching for it after disembarking. "You want to do it yourself?" Fang Luo asked, testing her. Meow. The electric mother had a well-known personality, she always paid back those who wronged her. In her past life, she killed every one of those who wronged her. She had often been abused by others before, and now, with her powers awakened, she wanted to take revenge herself. "You really do repay every grudge, but I like it," Fang Luo smiled, admiring her actions. The idea of repaying evil with kindness was something Fang Luo could never agree with. It was clearly a forced act. Repaying every grudge is the true way of a gentleman. Go ahead, but be careful of getting bitten. The big-headed son had already turned into a zombie, and Fang Luo felt no pity for him just because he had been a child. If he didn't kill him, more people would be bitten. Meow. The electric mother acknowledged, then dashed toward the zombie. Her tail sent a flash of electric current toward it. Zzz. With a loud bang, the big-headed zombie collapsed to the ground, its body charred black, instantly killed. Holy crap! This time, it was Fang Luo who was stunned. In his past life, he had only heard of how powerful the electric mother was, but he never expected her to be this strong. One strike, and she killed the zombie. If it were him, without using a weapon, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill the zombie so easily. The most surprising thing was that the electric mother had just awakened her powers. After animals awaken their powers, their combat strength is definitely stronger than that of humans. Fang Luo felt a little relieved. Luckily, he was the electric mother's master and had treated her well. Otherwise, with her personality of repaying every grudge, she would have electrocuted him by now. Electric mother, from now on, I'll give you double the fish snacks. You must remember to be grateful. Fang Luo looked at her, trying to win her favor. Meow. The electric mother grinned, her tail held high, and she meowed proudly, flicking her head. As if to say, with my current power, this is all you're offering? It's hard for me to work for such a small price. I need extra snacks. It seemed she knew she was really strong. You're such a dog, this cat. Fang Luo complained. Without any negotiation, he grabbed the back of the electric mother's neck and threw her into the car. Look at you. Don't you know who the master is? Meow. The electric mother meowed loudly, her face full of dissatisfaction. But for the sake of the fish snacks, she endured it. Fang Luo looked again at the zombie corpse, took out a long knife from his space, and with one swift stroke, cut through its head. Immediately, red and white matter splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene that would make anyone with weak stomachs vomit on the spot. It wasn't that Fang Luo had a violent tendency. He liked to torture corpses. It was because Fang Luo needed to extract the reinforcement crystal from the zombie's brain. No matter if it was the evolution virus or the zombie virus, as long as they got infected. A strengthening crystal will appear in the brain. It is these strengthening crystals that grant living beings powerful strength. As long as one absorbs these crystals, their abilities can become even stronger, just like the effect of an evolving virus. The strengthening crystals emit different intensities of light depending on their strength. The brighter the light, the stronger the energy. The greater the enhancement of strength. This zombie has just mutated, and the crystal inside has only a very weak white light. The energy is a bit scarce. Fang Luo directly absorbs it. During the absorption process, Fang Luo only feels a slight tingling in his body, which is much more comfortable than absorbing the evolving virus earlier. But the energy is worlds apart. This strengthening crystal has only about 1% of the energy of the previous evolving virus. One evolving virus is worth 100 zombies that have just mutated. I need to find more evolving viruses. Fang Luo is determined. The virus has just broken out, and no one has discovered the wonders of the evolving virus yet. If a few days pass and others discover this, searching for the virus will become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, by that time, the zombies will become stronger, not so easy to deal with. Fang Luo searches the surroundings again. Unfortunately, he only finds one evolving crystal. Instead, he discovers several zombies, not just humans, but also some cats and dogs. Fortunately, he had purchased weapons in advance. These recently mutated zombies pose no threat to him. Bang bang bang. With his AK in hand, a few bursts take down the zombies. It seems there won't be any more evolving viruses here. I need to find another place. Fang Luo recalls in his mind which places in his past life had evolving crystals. The number of evolving crystals is extremely rare. In his previous life, there were only a few thousand ability users scattered throughout the entire city of Luo. Fang Luo vaguely remembers the rough areas where a few famous ability users contracted the virus. Even so, searching is still a hassle. Because the size of an evolving crystal is very small, about the size of a peanut. Alright, I can let Electric Cat help look. Fang Luo suddenly has a flash of inspiration. Although the evolving crystal is small, it has one feature. It emits light. Electric Cat is a cat, and its night vision ability is countless times better than humans, plus it is curious about glowing objects. Now the entire city is basically without power. It's pitch black everywhere. Having Electric Cat help look is simply perfect. Wake up, don't sleep anymore, get up and work. Fang Luo pats Electric Cat, who is sound asleep, she had just helped him kill zombies and released a lot of electricity, so she fell asleep. Abilities cannot be released endlessly, they consume the host's physical strength. Therefore, stronger people are generally more powerful and enduring than smaller people. But this is not absolute. In his past life, Fang Luo met a weak-looking woman with a limp, but her strength far exceeded that of ordinary ability users. At that time, Fang Luo was surrounded by a group of zombies, and this limping woman just happened to pass by, casually wiping out dozens of zombies and saving him. If it weren't for her, Fang Luo wouldn't have survived for 30 days. Unfortunately, she didn't say a word and just walked away. Later, Fang Luo inquired about her. He heard that she used to be a student at Luo City University. But he didn't know where she was now. If there's a chance, Fang Luo would like to recruit her before she awakens her powers, so she could serve him. I need to look for her near the school. Meow. Electric Cat, being woken up by Fang Luo, gives him a reluctant glance. Didn't she see him resting after work? Overtime work deserves overtime pay. Fine, extra food. Seeing Electric Cat lying back down, Fang Luo rolls his eyes, she really won't work without pay. Meow. That's more like it. Electric Cat shakes her tail in satisfaction and then opens her big round eyes. Gazing carefully out the window, Fang Luo moved towards Luo City University, preparing to find the girl who saved him in his past life, while also searching for the evolution virus. The street was chaotic, some people who were searching for supplies suddenly turned into zombies and started biting other survivors. Just as Fang Luo came out of the community, he saw a beautiful girl wearing only underwear panic and flee for her life. Unfortunately, the speed of the zombies was too fast, and she was eventually surrounded and bitten by 3 male zombies, the remaining fabric of her clothing ripped to shreds. Even turned into a zombie, she's still so sexy. Fang Luo was filled with righteous anger, as these zombies targeted the area of the woman with the most flesh. Blood splattered everywhere. As Fang Luo passed by, they even climbed onto his car, continuously hitting and biting it. Fortunately, Fang Luo's vehicle was a Dongfang warrior armored vehicle. Although it was a civilian version. But the tires and windows were all bulletproof. Ordinary zombies biting on Fang Luo's car not only left no marks but also smashed their own teeth. Fang Luo wasted no time, taking out his AK from his space and shooting all the zombies through the firing hole. However, the gunfire attracted more zombies, and in no time, the car was surrounded, with endless growling sounds, making the scene extremely terrifying. The electric mother beside watched in a frenzy. Good thing I was mentally prepared. Fang Luo sighed inwardly. If he hadn't encountered zombies in his past life and practiced for several days in a VR zombie game, getting used to the scene would have left him weak in the knees. It was too terrifying. But thankfully, sitting in the car felt very safe. Fang Luo continued to hold the gun, shooting at the zombies through the firing hole. Fortunately, I have plenty of bullets, otherwise I wouldn't be able to kill them all. Previously, Fang Luo went to Southeast Asia and purchased weapons worth millions. He had hundreds of thousands of bullets. After more than 10 minutes, Fang Luo finally wiped out all the zombies. However, his car was surrounded by bodies, and he struggled to open the door to get out. Then he smashed the heads of the zombies one by one. With so many crystals, it was worth the equivalent of an evolution crystal, he couldn't waste it. Half an hour later, Fang Luo collected over 100 zombie core crystals. Fang Luo continued on his way, driving the armored vehicle, running over the zombies' bodies. The zombies with broken heads splattered juices under the weight of the several-ton armored vehicle. Fang Luo headed towards Luo City University. The streets, damaged by zombies, became even messier, with scattered vehicle parts, trash everywhere, and some old, unmaintained buildings collapsing from the impact of out-of-control vehicles, leaving almost no place to step. Fortunately, Fang Luo was driving an armored vehicle, with a high chassis and strong shock absorption, allowing him to run over both zombies and stones. If it were an ordinary vehicle, it would be practically impossible to move. Luo City University. It was the largest university in Luo City and a national key 985 university, with a student population of over 30,000, gathering students from all over the country. However, after several days of high temperatures, power outages, water shortages, and spoiled food, the campus was no longer so vibrant. Still, some students, unable to return home due to suspended transportation caused by the heat, remained on campus. Fang Luo drove directly into the campus. Security came to block him, but these security personnel had already turned into zombies. It seems the school has also fallen. Indeed, no place can escape. Fang Luo sighed. I wonder where that lame woman is? Fang Luo didn't know the lame woman. After she saved him in his past life, she left immediately, and he only found out that she was a student at Luo City University. Let's go check the girls' dormitory first. Fang Luo drove the armored vehicle over the bodies of the security zombies and sped towards the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory. Are those zombies outside? What are we going to do? In one dorm room, several girls were shaking and hiding inside. In these past few days, the strange changes have shattered their worldview. First, there was the sudden high temperature. Then, there was the cut-off of water and electricity. Just now, a sudden roar came from the next dormitory. When they peeked out, they were shocked to see a zombie, a girl with an arm hanging from her mouth. Was that her roommate in her mouth? They instantly screamed in terror. What can we do? Are you going to lure the zombie away? A woman, who was only dressed in sexy lingerie and acting arrogantly, snorted. Sister Nana, don't joke around, how could I outrun a zombie? A short girl chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly her eyes turned and she leaned close to Li Nana's ear, whispering, why don't we let Lin Zijing go? Isn't she working part-time and often running errands and delivering? She must run fast. And even if she doesn't lure away the zombie, we also lessen one person to share food. Maybe we can hold on until rescue. Her? Li Nana glanced at the corner, where a girl with short hair was wearing a cheap white t-shirt. What an idiot, wearing a t-shirt and long pants in such hot weather. What is she pretending to be modest for? Usually, Li Nana couldn't stand Lin Zijing. Orphaned, a poor wretch, her part-time job left her stinky every day, forcing Li Nana to spray perfume every time she saw her. And she always bought a pile of cheap bread and bottled water, stacking them in the dorm, leaving no space for her yoga mat. She was also a scheming little witch, always pretending to be innocent, gaining attention from the rich kids at school instead of herself. Clearly, her looks and figure were better than that ugly dog's. That's a pretty good idea. Li Nana nodded, feeling a little satisfied. That's not good, said another girl with glasses hesitantly. The food we are eating now was all bought by Lin Zijing. The short girl pouted. What about hers? If we hadn't agreed to let her pile things in the bathroom, would she have gotten all this? So, do you want to go lure the zombie instead? This. The girl with glasses fell silent. How could she lure a zombie away? Very well, Li Nana smiled contentedly, then looked at Lin Zijing, who appeared confused. Lin Zijing, after our discussion, we decided to give you a task. A task? Lin Zijing looked at Li Nana in confusion. Did they want her to clean the bathroom again? Now that we are all trapped here, we can't just wait to die. You usually run the fastest. Go outside and lure the zombie away. Create an opportunity for us to escape, Li Nana commanded in a tone as if giving orders. Lure the zombie away? Lin Zijing felt a bit terrified. She wasn't foolish. Just by hearing the zombies banging at the door outside, she knew they were not easy to deal with. Going out would be like offering her life. How could she die? She still had a sister to take care of. I won't go. Although Lin Zijing usually seemed weak and submissive to their orders, she stood firm against this unreasonable demand. Whether you want to or not, you have to go. Li Nana huffed, stepping forward to grab Lin Zijing. But she usually was just a pretty face. Aside from makeup and practicing yoga, she hadn't really worked out. Lin Zijing, needing to work part-time and deliver food, although thin, was much stronger than Li Nana, easily pushing her to the ground with a struggle. You little scheming witch, you actually pushed me. What are you all waiting for? Li Nana was furious, instructing the short girl to hold Lin Zijing down. Unfortunately, they still couldn't suppress Lin Zijing and even got slapped a few times. She then turned to the girl with glasses. Aren't you going to go? The girl with glasses hesitated a bit. If you don't go, don't think about sharing supplies later. Li Nana snorted coldly. Hearing this, the girl with glasses no longer hesitated. Her life was definitely more important than Lin Zijing's, and she quickly forgot about Lin Zijing buying food for them. Zijing, don't blame me, I just want to survive. Surrounded by 3 people, Lin Zijing was undoubtedly subdued and then was pushed out the door with a face full of despair. She couldn't understand why, after she had offered her help when they had no food or water, they would treat her this way. Did they not have any conscience at all? Quick, draw the zombies away. Li Nana slammed the door shut with a thud. Outside the door, the zombies that were about to leave suddenly showed a bloodthirsty expression when they saw Lin Zijing and rushed toward her. Ah! Lin Zijing jumped in fright. Although her legs were a bit weak, the desire to survive drove her to escape quickly. She couldn't die. Her sister was still waiting for her. Without her, how could a 16-year-old girl live alone? Lin Zijing ran as fast as she could. However, there were too many zombies around, and soon she found herself cornered in a dead end. Her face was filled with despair. Is this how it ends? Lin Zijing glanced at the window nearby. Her dormitory was on the 3rd floor, less than 10 meters from the grass below. Jumping down might give her a chance to escape. Even if I fall to my death, it's better than being eaten by these disgusting monsters. Lin Zijing took a deep breath and decisively jumped out the window. Fang Luo drove the armored vehicle to the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he suddenly heard his loyal electric cat meowing beside him, its little paw pointing anxiously at a spot. Fang Luo looked over in confusion. He saw something in the grass in front of the dormitory, glowing faintly. Evolution crystal? Fang Luo's heart stirred, and he immediately ran towards the glow. Sure enough, there was a crystal the size of a peanut shining brightly in the grass. It was indeed the evolution crystal. I didn't expect it to be so easy to find. Fang Luo was overjoyed. He thought he would have to go through a lot of trouble. However, just as he was examining the crystal, a graceful figure suddenly fell from the sky toward him. Ah! Fang Luo, who was overjoyed, suddenly heard a scream from above his head. He looked up in confusion. He saw a plump bottom descending right toward his face. Question mark. Fang Luo was bewildered, quickly stepping back and instinctively reaching out to catch the falling girl. What he felt was soft, elastic, and pleasing to the touch. Curiously, Fang Luo looked at the girl in his arms. She had short, naturally black hair, and her delicate earlobes peeked out between her hair strands, making one want to gently brush her hair aside to see how perfect she was. Her peach blossom eyes were tightly closed, and her gently fluttering eyelashes looked tremblingly afraid, presenting an utterly pitiful appearance that even Fang Luo couldn't help but feel compassion for. Especially her cherry-like little mouth, rosy and soft, evoking the desire to savor it fully. What amazed Fang Luo even more was that this body, nearly 170 centimeters tall, felt weightless in his arms. He could easily envelop her entire waist with just one hand. It's you! As soon as he recognized the girl in his arms, Fang Luo's mouth dropped open in surprise, and joy surged through him as he tightened his embrace a bit more. This girl was none other than the one who had saved Fang Luo's life in his previous life. She was the lame girl he had been searching for. But how did she fall from the sky? Suddenly, he remembered the evolution crystal he had picked up. Could it be that? Fang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. He probably knew how Lin Zijin awakened her powers in her last life. It should have been when she was avoiding the zombies' chase, jumping down from the building, and landing right on the evolution crystal, which resulted in her awakening her powers. Her leg must have been injured when she fell. His presence in this life spared her from that misfortune. Feeling a tight embrace, Lin Zijin slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing a strange man, her face instantly flushed a bright red, and she immediately wanted to break free from Fang Luo's embrace. She had never been hugged by a boy before. Especially when this boy's hand was tightly holding onto her. She could still feel the warmth of his palm, and what was even more infuriating was that his hand would squeeze her every now and then. It was so embarrassing. Lin Zijin's parents had died early. She grew up with her grandmother, accepting her grandmother's traditional beliefs of self-love and self-pity from a young age. She had never encountered a robe like Fang Luo who would touch her right away. However, Fang Luo's strength was far beyond what she could break free from. After struggling a few times, she ended up rubbing closely against Fang Luo, making her face even redder. Let go of me. After failing to escape, Lin Zijin said to Fang Luo with a mix of shyness and anger. Okay. Fang Luo smiled, reluctantly letting her go. The feeling was really nice. Thank you. Only then did Lin Zijin gratefully thank Fang Luo, secretly relieved that this boy was here. Otherwise, even if she didn't fall to her death, she would likely break a bone. It had been too impulsive just now. Thinking back on it now, she still felt a bit scared. By the way, let's run, there are zombies upstairs. Lin Zijin suddenly remembered she was escaping for her life, forgetting her shyness, and immediately grabbed at Fang Luo's arm, wanting to run away. However, when she looked ahead, she discovered even more zombies were surrounding them, leaving her with nowhere to escape. It's over, I'm going to die. Lin Zijin felt a little hopeless. Follow me. Fang Luo also saw the zombies closing in, quickly picking up Lin Zijin again and rushing towards the armored vehicle. With so many zombies, without the protection of a vehicle, even he could be bitten. Is this your vehicle? Seeing the tall armored vehicle, Lin Zijin was amazed, her mouth agape. She had only seen such vehicles on TV. Who was this handsome boy in front of her? Could he be a soldier? Lin Zijin felt curious about Fang Luo's identity. While admiring Fang Luo, a zombie suddenly lunged at the car window, gnawing at the vehicle incessantly, startling Lin Zijin, and she instinctively shrank back into Fang Luo's arms. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Fang Luo wrapped his arms tightly around Lin Zijin's slim waist. In his past life, he had been surrounded by zombies, trembling in fear, and she had saved him. Now, she was the one trembling, hiding in his embrace. His masculine psychology made Fang Luo feel secretly pleased. Watching the zombies rush towards them, while Lin Zijin wasn't paying attention, Fang Luo took out a gun from his space, ruthlessly eliminating the beautiful zombies. After seeing the gun, Lin Zijin was even more astonished. However, watching Fang Luo eliminate the zombies made her heart surge with a sense of safety. Upstairs, Li Nana, who had been hiding in the dormitory, also heard the gunshots. She looked up at the window and discovered a huge armored vehicle radiating white light, steadily parked below. It's the army. Li Nana was overjoyed. Someone is here to save us. We're finally saved. This is amazing. If we had known this, we shouldn't have pushed Lin Zijin out. It's already done. We can only say she has bad luck. It's not our fault. Li Nana pouted, then her eyes sparkled as she looked at the armored vehicle. Only the armored vehicle could give her a sense of safety at such a dangerous moment. A few minutes later, Fang Luo had eliminated all the surrounding zombies, and the ground was covered with severed limbs and wreckage. Lin Zijin glanced at it and began to feel nauseous. Times have changed, you need to get used to this kind of scene in the future. Fang Luo patted her on the back. Lin Zijin felt a bit better and looked at Fang Luo with confusion. Could it be that the world will remain like this forever? Maybe. Fang Luo wasn't quite sure. At least for the next few years, things won't return to the way they were. Years. Lin Zijin exclaimed, worry appearing on her face. When would she be able to save her sister? Thank you. After a moment, Lin Zijin thanked Fang Luo again. No need to thank me. Fang Luo smiled. In his past life, she had saved him, and now it was his turn to protect her. She should save herself as well. Moreover, she is not saving herself for nothing. How did you think of jumping down from upstairs? Fang Luo asked again, puzzled. The third floor is not a place where just anyone has the courage to jump from. Lin Zijin hesitated for a moment and then shared what had happened before, her face full of sadness. She truly regarded her roommate as a friend. Unexpectedly. Over there. At this moment, a sudden noise came from outside the car. 3 girls, of varying heights, were excitedly running toward them. Are you from the army? Li Nana and the others reached the side of the car, knocking on the window with a sorrowful tone. Why did it take you so long to come? Do you know I almost died? Hurry and open the door, it's scorching outside. Let us in quickly. Exactly, with so many disgusting corpses, we are all scared. This will leave a psychological shadow on us. Your efficiency is too low. Why did it take you so long to rescue us? Don't you know we were almost eaten by zombies? I want to complain about you. The girls spoke one after another, knocking on Fang Luo's car window, urging him to let them in. Fang Luo sneered coldly inside. It seemed these women had not truly integrated into the apocalypse, thinking this was just an ordinary disaster that would pass in no time. Who knows what kind of confidence they had to speak to him in such a tone. He was the one holding a gun, having just killed dozens of zombies in one breath. If he encountered someone ruthless, wouldn't he have to deal with them first? Did they really think they were in a peaceful era? Moreover, not to mention that he was not a soldier. Even if he were, having killed the zombies here, they should be grateful to him for saving them. Yet they still complained that he arrived late. Challenging and picky. He had seen many people like this. Even in times of peace, there were brainless people who thought that because they paid some taxes, the world belonged to them. When soldiers' rations improved, some would say it was their hard-earned money. When practicing with bullets, they would say it was a complete waste. Fang Luo really did not want to deal with such people, who bore their burdens on their shoulders. He prepared to drive away. However, he glanced over and found that Lin Zijin's face looked off, her eyes a mix of fear and anger. Was it them who pushed you out of the dorm? Fang Luo thought of something. Yes. Lin Zijin gently nodded. How did they treat you before? Fang Luo looked seriously at Lin Zijin. Huh? Lin Zijin looked at Fang Luo in surprise, unsure why he was asking this. She glanced at Li Nana and the others. Her relationship with these people was not good. They treated her like a servant in the dormitory. They often asked her to serve them tea and water, bring them meals, and she was the only one who cleaned the dorm's toilet and floor. They also often spoke ill of her behind her back. Once, when she returned to the dormitory after working a part-time job at night, she overheard them calling her a scheming b***tch, saying she did such business outside, while wiping the floor with her towel. She was very angry. However, having gotten into college after much difficulty, she didn't want to conflict with others and had to take the initiative to be nice to them, hoping to become friends. Even after the apocalypse, she shared most of her food and water with them. She just never expected they would still treat her this way. Lin Zijin shook her head, not answering Fang Luo. She didn't like talking about others behind their backs. However, seeing her expression, Fang Luo also knew what the answer was. Do you want revenge? I can help you kill them. After encountering Su Qingqing's family, Fang Luo no longer trusted anyone, but he was not an ungrateful person. He had his own principles. Lin Zijin had saved him in his past life, so he must repay this favor. Helping her get revenge would not only repay the favor but also deepen her feelings for him. It's worth noting that Lin Zijin's ability was exceptionally powerful. If she could get her help, it would give me one more foothold in the apocalypse. Moreover, even though Lin Zijin didn't wear makeup, her purity and charm were evident at first glance. Strictly speaking about appearance, Lin Zijin had at least a 9 out of 10, looking much better than Su Qingqing. With such a beautiful girl around, the apocalypse wouldn't be too dull. The key was her good character. Lin Ziqing looked at Fang Luo in surprise. While she indeed wanted to teach Li Nana and the others a lesson, hearing Fang Luo calmly mention killing startled her. She wasn't a saint or a demon, just an ordinary female college student, and the idea of killing was somewhat shocking to her. Please don't kill them. Lin Ziqing quickly shook her head. All right. Fang Luo shrugged, I won't kill them, but I can't just let them off. Lin Ziqing lowered her head, saying nothing and not stopping him. Although she had a good temper, she wasn't someone without boundaries who could be bullied. Fang Luo opened the car door and stepped out, his eyes cold as he looked at the three girls. Why did you only open the door now? Did you hear what we said? Which unit are you from? I want to file a complaint. As she got out of the car, one of the short girls shouted angrily with her hands on her hips. She reeked with a foul odor, and her sweat was black. It seemed she hadn't showered in days. Fang Luo couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. It's you. One girl, wearing a black lace bra and having a tall, sexy figure, gasped as she recognized Fang Luo. Fang Luo looked over, and when he saw her face, a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. It was her. Li Nana. Su Qingqing had 18 members in her family, and this Li Nana was Su Qingqing's cousin. She had seen Fang Luo at the hotel before. In his past life, Li Nana had caused Fang Luo plenty of trouble. At that time, after Li Nana had fled school, she got trapped in a place, and Fang Luo risked his life to save her under the pressure from Li Dongmei. However, while escaping from zombies, Li Nana had intentionally tripped Fang Luo for her own escape, causing him to fall and get surrounded by zombies. It was at that time that Lin Ziqing appeared and saved Fang Luo. After returning, Li Nana showed no gratitude or any apology, merely waiting with her mouth open for Fang Luo to bring supplies back every day. Moreover, she slandered Fang Luo, saying he was useless, claiming the food he found wasn't enough to fill her teeth, and inciting Su Qingqing to quickly find a new boyfriend. She was a total scheming B***tch. Who would have thought Lin Ziqing was also hurt by her? I just dealt with Su Qingqing and was worried about not finding anyone else. Who would have thought I would run into you by chance? Fang Luo sneered inwardly. He wouldn't spare a single one of the 18 lives that caused him harm in his past life. Fang Luo was even more determined to teach Li Nana, this scheming B***tch, a lesson. Kill her directly? That seemed. These terrifying zombies, it will take a long time for normal society to return at least. Perhaps it will never go back. If that's the case, even if the army comes and rescues me, I will still be treated the same as the two local dogs beside me, and I might end up living with the homeless. With my beauty, how can I live like this? But Fang Luo is different. He is my cousin's husband, and he must treat me, this little sister-in-law, better than others. I can be superior. If I can snatch Fang Luo from my cousin, with his armored vehicle and weapons, even if the world remains in ruins, I won't have to worry about safety in the future. I might even be able to do things I can't do usually. I believe I can do it. Because my figure and looks are better than my cousin's, and most importantly, I'm young, still a female college student. Fang Luo, it's you. Did you come specially to pick me up? Li Nana's face suddenly showed a seductive smile. She stepped forward, tightly hugging Fang Luo's arm, squeezing it tightly, afraid her roommate wouldn't know their relationship. She purposefully raised her voice. As expected, upon hearing Li Nana's words, the two roommates beside them looked astonished. They showed a look of envy in their eyes. Including Lin Ziqing, who was hiding in the car, silently watched Fang Luo. So his name is Fang Luo. I didn't expect he knew Li Nana. It makes sense, Li Nana is so beautiful, with such a good figure, surely boys would like her. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Ziqing's eyes. Her parents died early, and at such a young age, she became the pillar of her family, never experiencing what real safety feels like. When Fang Luo saved her, it was the first time she felt secure. She kind of enjoyed that feeling. When Fang Luo just offered to help her teach her roommates a lesson, she began to feel a slight affection for this tall, handsome guy. Unfortunately, he already has a girlfriend, who is her enemy. He probably wouldn't help her anymore. She considered getting out of the car to avoid being humiliated later. But Fang Luo saved her. Leaving without saying a word might be too rude, right? Nana, is this your boyfriend? The two roommates looked enviously at Fang Luo and the tall armored vehicle beside him. What luck for Li Nana to have such a powerful, handsome boyfriend who risked danger to save her. What did she do to deserve this? Li Nana smiled and didn't clarify. She wouldn't resolve the ambiguity because this was the effect she wanted. Fang Luo, I'm sorry about earlier. The short woman bent down, timidly apologizing to Fang Luo. She had been so arrogant before, thinking Fang Luo was a soldier, knowing that soldiers wouldn't harm civilians. But now that she knows Fang Luo isn't, she immediately became timid, afraid that Fang Luo might be displeased and kill her right away. The other girl by her side also had a face full of flattery. Li Nana looked quite pleased, feeling superior, and even more determined to take Fang Luo away from her cousin. Fang Luo, is this your car? Where are we going now? Li Nana hugged Fang Luo's arm, deliberately swaying left and right, her tone flirtatious and sweet. It must be said, as Su Qingqing's cousin, Li Nana somewhat resembles her, with a score of about 8 points in looks and a very curvy figure. Especially now that it's hot, Li Nana only wore lace underwear, with one long leg exposed, looking even sexier. The touch on Fang Luo's arm was undeniable. Let's go home. Li Nana nodded excitedly, sweetly saying, I will trouble Fang Luo to take care of me. Fang Luo smiled and remained silent. Of course, he will take care of her, he will definitely help her to the point of exhaustion. Fang Luo wants her to feel. About to touch hope, then experiencing despair, and finally feeling overwhelmed. Fang Luo got into the car. Li Nana excitedly ran to the passenger seat, opened the car door, only to find someone sitting inside. Lin Zijing, what are you doing here? Li Nana frowned, this actually didn't die, was saved by Fang Luo. She displeasedly ordered, is this your seat? Get out. Lin Zijing lowered her head sadly, preparing to get out of the car, using this chance to leave directly. However, just as she was about to get out, a big hand grabbed her arm. Stay seated, Fang Luo said firmly. Lin Zijing was astonished, Fang Luo shouldn't be sitting with his girlfriend? Why was he not letting her get out? Fang Luo go, Li Nana was also confused. You sit in the back, Fang Luo coldly pointed to the back. Huh? Li Nana was somewhat reluctant and wanted to say something, but seeing Fang Luo's unquestionable expression, she closed her mouth. In the dangerous post-apocalyptic world, she, a delicate vase, didn't dare to oppose Fang Luo at all. In the apocalypse, strength is respected. She obediently sat in the back seat. However, Li Nana felt a bit angry, but she didn't dare to be mad at Fang Luo, instead, she directed her resentment toward Lin Zijing. It was definitely this scheming bitch pretending to be pitiful and seducing Fang Luo Gu. No, she had to get Fang Luo Gu back later, it seemed she had to use some special skills. Dawn was approaching, and finding evolution crystals during the day was extremely difficult. Moreover, after a busy night, Fang Luo was also a bit tired, and the electric cat was now somewhat listless. So Fang Luo planned to take a break in the cold storage first. Today's harvest was already rich enough. 3 evolution crystals, over 100 zombie core crystals, and even found Lin Zijing. Lin Zijing sat in the passenger seat, her innocent and confused gaze fixed on Fang Luo. Li Nana sat in the back seat. Originally, the electric cat was also exhausted and sleeping in the back seat, but after a few women got on, it became somewhat crowded. Moreover, they emitted a foul smell. Meow. The electric cat complained a bit, why did the owner let these people into the car? Alright, stop complaining. Fang Luo certainly would not reveal his purpose now, otherwise, Li Nana would run away. How would he torment her then? Fang Luo secretly took out a piece of salmon from his space and handed it over. Salmon. Thank you, Fang Luo Go. Li Nana thought Fang Luo was comforting her and telling her not to mind the passenger seat issue, excitedly reaching for the salmon. In the days of the apocalypse, Li Nana hadn't eaten any decent food, every day was just dry, hard bread. Salmon was a food she barely ate even in peacetime. Next to her, the short girl, the glasses girl, couldn't help but swallow their saliva, showing expressions of extreme envy. Fang Luo Go was indeed impressive. Not only did he have an armored vehicle and guns, but he also had such precious food. Following him, even without the same treatment as Li Nana, at least one could drink soup, right? However, just as Li Nana was about to take it, a tabby cat directly grabbed the salmon. At the end, it shot a disdainful glance at the bewildered Li Nana. What are you looking at? Do you think this is for you? You think you're worthy? You dead cat. Having the salmon snatched away and receiving a garbage look from the electric cat, Li Nana was incredibly upset. Originally mad because of Lin Zijing, she now felt completely furious and wanted to catch the electric cat to vent her anger. But who was the electric cat? Having just awakened her electric abilities, she could easily kill a little ghost zombie. Even Fang Luo without a weapon might not be able to defeat her. Not to mention a delicate vase with no strength at all? The electric cat would repay any grudges. Seeing Li Nana about to grab her, she extended her claws and scratched a few times at the opponent, immediately leaving clear scratch marks on Li Nana's arm and chest. Ah! Li Nana cried out in pain, but still unwilling, she reached forward to grab the electric mother. However, this time, what greeted her was a jolt of electricity. Zizz! The sound of electricity crackling echoed, and Lin Zijing couldn't help but turn her head in curiosity. When she saw Li Nana's mouth spewing black smoke and her hair exploded into a bird's nest, she was instantly shocked. Besides her, the 2 short girls and the glasses girl beside her also suffered badly. What happened to them? Lin Zijing stared at Fang Luo in astonishment. It's fine, the electric mother is very hospitable, just gave them an electric therapy. Fang Luo smiled lightly, secretly thinking that the electric mother did a good job and would get extra food tonight. This cat? Lin Zijing was a bit slow to react, but being smart, she roughly guessed, it can release lightning? Fang Luo shrugged, there was no need to hide such a thing, in a few days, everyone would know about the special abilities, telling Lin Zijing early just helped her get prepared mentally. In a few days, Fang Luo also planned to help her awaken her abilities. Lin Zijing was somewhat stunned. However, thinking of the zombie-like creatures from earlier, she felt it wasn't that hard to accept anymore. At the same time, she realized how unusual the world was now. They won't die, right? She asked worriedly. No. Fang Luo shook his head. The electric mother knew her limits, and since Fang Luo didn't want to kill them now, she held back from delivering a fatal blow. But she still made them suffer. After a while, Li Nana gradually regained her senses. Her eyes were full of terror as she looked at the electric mother, keeping a distance of half a seat away. This cat actually releases electricity. She had even wet herself from the shock. Brother Fang Luo, it's... Li Nana looked at Fang Luo with pitiful eyes. My pet. Pet? Li Nana was stunned. Fang Luo was so powerful, with an armored vehicle and guns, that was one thing, but she never expected him to have a cat that could release electricity. Instantly, she respected Fang Luo even more. She didn't dare to have the slightest resentment toward the electric mother. In fact, the harder the electric mother tormented her, the more she felt happy, because it meant Fang Luo's strength was powerful, and she was safer. When she became Fang Luo's woman, she would also be the mistress of this cat, and wouldn't that mean she could do whatever she wanted with it? Thinking of this, Li Nana looked at the electric mother with a slightly flattering gaze. Cat sister, be blessed. Fang Luo watched the scene and sneered inwardly. This woman was really cheap, the nicer you were to her, the more she looked down on you. But the more you treated her badly or tormented her, the more she worshipped you. She probably had some special fetish. Fang Luo drove all the way to the cold storage, and the time was already 6 in the morning. Brother Fang Luo, is this your home? When Li Nana saw that what Fang Luo called a home was just a warehouse, she frowned slightly. She had thought Fang Luo's home was a luxurious villa with a private pool, but instead, it was just this shabby place. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The two roommates beside her were the same. They had originally thought Fang Luo was a big shot with armored vehicles and guns, but now they found out he lived in a warehouse. They wanted to leave, but now zombies were everywhere outside, and leaving would be suicide, so they could only endure for now. Once they found a better place, they'd move again. If Fang Luo knew their thoughts, he would definitely laugh. A villa? Now, with a temperature of 65 degrees Celsius, even if it were a villa with the air conditioning on full blast, the indoor temperature would still be no lower than 50 degrees Celsius. Moreover, the entire city was without power. Ordinary air conditioners had long since broken down. And with zombies around, ordinary walls, doors, and windows could never stop them. How many rich people who thought they were safe in their villas ended up being skinned and disemboweled by zombies in the past life? On the other hand, look at his cold storage. Although it looked ordinary on the outside, it was equipped with high-end refrigeration equipment and dozens of high-power generators. Inside, all the furniture was brand name. Plus, it had reinforced security from a professional security company. Don't even mention zombies. Even if a full-blown zombie apocalypse happened, it wouldn't matter. Such short-sightedness. Beside her, Lin Zijing said nothing. She originally came from a poor family and had lived in thatched houses before, so a warehouse was no different from a villa for her. Fang Luo ignored Li Nana, walked over and directly opened the door, and in an instant, a blast of cold air, less than 15 degrees Celsius, rushed out from the cold storage. Li Nana, who had been complaining in her heart, was suddenly frozen in place. In the past few days, with global warming, the temperature in Jiangcheng had reached 65 degrees Celsius, and the reservoirs were almost dried up, with countless people dying from the heat. During these days, she had stayed in the dormitory and had not worn any clothes except for her underwear, yet she was still hot as a dog. She had never even imagined such comfortable cold air. Li Nana couldn't help but shiver. It felt even better than a climax. Once they entered the cold storage, a dazzling array of furniture appeared before the women. This made them drop their jaws in shock. What is this? A customized Hermes sofa. Like Su Qingqing, Li Nana was also a gold digger who loved to study luxury goods, and upon seeing Fang Luo's sofa, her mouth fell wide open. She remembered that this sofa cost over 800,000. There was also a tea table, made of mahogany, worth at least several hundred thousand. The chandelier, the carpet, all were high-end brand names. And the wine they had drunk at the five-star hotel, worth tens of thousands, lined an entire wall. Li Nana estimated that these items were worth at least 10 million. This is way too luxurious. Her legs trembled with excitement. This was no cold storage, it was simply heaven. She never expected a seemingly ordinary warehouse to be so extravagant inside. She felt so stupid for almost leaving just a moment ago. That would have been a lifetime of regret. Li Nana was now even more determined to become Fang Luo's woman, to become the mistress of this place. She would make sure to win Fang Luo over. The short girl with glasses was also excited, like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, wanting to look at everything at least once. They had never seen so many high-end luxury items. In their hearts, they were grateful they knew Li Nana, otherwise, where else would they find such a comfortable place to stay? At the same time, they fantasized about how nice it would be if Fang Luo noticed them too. Fang Luo, can I sit? Li Nana looked excitedly at the sofa worth over 800,000, curious about what it felt like to sit on such an expensive sofa. No. With a loud bang, Fang Luo shut the cold storage door, then looked at Li Nana with an incredibly cold attitude. Fang Luo? Li Nana, who had just sat halfway down, froze in midair, looking confused at Fang Luo. How had he suddenly become so fierce? Was he afraid she would dirty the sofa? It must be so. She hadn't showered for days, how could she sit on such an expensive sofa? Fang Luo, Li Nana ran to Fang Luo's side, hooking his arm, pouting sweetly, can you help me take a shower? I haven't showered for a long time, and I can't reach my back. Shower? Seeing Li Nana's blatant seduction and wanting him to help her scrub her back, Fang Luo couldn't help but sneer inside. This woman still naively thought she was about to live a good life. Then let you taste hope first. Sure, let me wash first. Fang Luo walked towards the bathroom. Fang Luo, can I come in too? Water is so precious now, we shouldn't waste it. Li Nana also wanted to follow in, but Fang Luo slammed the door shut, leaving Li Nana dazed. Don't worry, I won't waste it. Fang Luo filled. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Absorbing energy consumed a lot of stamina. If the human body is a bucket, then supernatural ability is the water in that bucket, and strengthening power is like pouring more water into a filled bucket. If it can't hold, it will explode. After a few minutes, Fang Luo's hands and feet were already weak. However, his supernatural ability had also improved again, and he had now become a level 2 supernatural being. Now, the distance he could flicker in space was about 7 or 8 meters, and he had also gained a new ability. Spatial barrier. Fang Luo could set up a barrier around himself, which could block all external attacks. In other words, if Fang Luo went outside now, as long as he opened the spatial barrier, he wouldn't feel the slightest heat. And he didn't have to worry about the zombie virus. Great! Fang Luo was overjoyed. Today, going outside to look for evolution crystals had made him unbearably hot, but now with the spatial barrier, he felt much more comfortable. More than half an hour later, Fang Luo finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, and Li Nana immediately rushed over. Although Fang Luo had just bumped her head with the door, she had no complaints at all because Fang Luo was powerful, rich, and had resources. Everything he did was right. Brother Fang Luo. Having not bathed for a few days, Li Nana also felt uncomfortable all over and was preparing to enter the bathroom. Although she knew the bathing water was used by Fang Luo, she felt no disgust at all. I'm going to take a shower now. Wait. However, Fang Luo stopped her again. Brother Fang Luo, you want to? Li Nana's heart stirred, thinking Fang Luo wanted to join her. I knew it, being this sexy and beautiful, how could any man resist my charm? But Fang Luo's next words left her stunned. You help wash the electric cat first. Fang Luo pointed to the dirty electric cat lying on the sofa asleep. Previously, it was Fang Luo who washed the electric cat. But now that Li Nana was here, how could Fang Luo do it himself? Did he really bring her here to enjoy life? In his dreams? Fang Luo just needed a maid, and Li Nana was his enemy, wanting to take revenge on her. Wash it first? Li Nana's expression was a bit unpleasant. Washing the cat first meant she not only had to use Fang Luo's bathing water but also the cat's bathing water? Was her status lower than that of a cat? Not willing? Fang Luo glanced at her. Willing. Li Nana forced a smile, comforting herself that at least she wasn't the last to wash. After washing the cat, it would be her turn. By then, Lin Zijing and the others would also be using her bathing water. Thinking this way, Li Nana felt much more balanced. Li Nana took a breath, then got ready to pick up the electric cat, but the electric cat had just fallen asleep and was in a bad mood. As soon as Li Nana hugged it, it instinctively released a current. Li Nana gasped out black smoke. Finally recovering, she took the electric cat to the bathroom and helped it bathe. It must be said that Li Nana's technique was still good. The electric cat lay in the bathtub very comfortably. Meow. The electric cat suddenly froze. Not good, it had eaten too much tonight and couldn't hold back. It peeked at Li Nana, thinking this girl shouldn't have seen it. If she told the owner, it would be terrible. But luckily, the water would be drained later. It shouldn't be discovered. The electric cat pretended to be indifferent and stopped washing, directly starting to flee. Lin Nana breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was her turn to shower. However, looking at the murky bathing water that looked like yellow wine, she found it a bit hard to accept. This cat was way too dirty. After thinking, she walked out of the bathroom and weakly said to Fang Luo, who was sitting on the sofa drinking red wine, "Brother Fang Luo, the water is a bit dirty. Can I have another bucket of water?" "Change water?" Fang Luo replied, "Did you just say to save water? Make do with it." Meanwhile, the electric cat, who was preparing to play dead, widened its eyes when it heard Fang Luo's words. Not changing the water? But it had just slipped in there and couldn't hold back. She glanced at Lin Nana again, not knowing what the other party would do. If it were her, she wouldn't wash. All right. Lin Nana nodded, blaming herself for saying that kind of thing earlier, now facing the consequences. However, thinking that she was not the last one, and that there would be others who also wouldn't wash, using their own bath water later, her heart felt balanced again. That's just how she was. As long as she felt superior to others, she felt comfortable inside. Meow. Watching Lin Nana walk towards the bathroom, Electric Mother was even more baffled. You really are going to wash, huh? Amazing. In the bathroom, Lin Nana lay in the murky bathtub, accidentally getting water in her mouth. She quickly spat. Why is there residue in this water? Is that fish? Lin Nana finished her bath and came out. Fang Luo looked at her other two roommates. You guys go ahead. Yes. The short girl and the glasses girl quickly nodded and ran to the bathroom. Lin Nana, meanwhile, was gloating, looking at Lin Zijing beside her. It seemed she was going to use everyone's bath water. Lin Zijing also sighed softly. There was a bit of bitterness in her heart. However, she did not resent Fang Luo. After all, Fang Luo had saved her life. Grandma taught her from a young age to be grateful and to repay kindness. However, after those two came out, Fang Luo stood up again and walked towards the bedroom. When Lin Nana curiously walked over, she found the bathtub had been refilled with fresh water. Moreover, it was filled with abundant rose petals. Wow, these are champagne roses. Seeing the bathtub full of rose petals, Lin Nana's eyes sparkled, unable to suppress her amazed voice. These roses were not ordinary red roses, the petals were a light champagne color. She had seen them in magazines. Such fine champagne roses could easily cost over 1,000 for just one, and here were at least 100 petals, worth at least 100,000. A bath costing 100,000. That's too extravagant. This bathtub of rosewater, let alone here, she would be willing to strip and lie in it on the street. However, Lin Nana was also somewhat puzzled. Why did Fang Luo change the water and put in rose petals, preparing it so delicately? For whom was it prepared? Were there still others who hadn't bathed? Cousin? But since entering the cold storage, she hadn't seen Su Qingqing and originally wanted to ask where she had gone. Wait, there was still one person who hadn't washed. Lin Zijing. Could it be that Fang Luo prepared it for Lin Zijing? Impossible, how could that be? Lin Zijing should be using the bathwater everyone else had used. She, a bumpkin, didn't deserve to use such precious champagne rose water? Fang Luo, who is this prepared for? Lin Nana asked tentatively. Does it concern you? Fang Luo snorted coldly, then walked to the living room, turning with a smile and gently saying to Lin Zijing, Zijing, the water is ready, come wash up. Boom! Fang Luo's words were like a thunderclap. Not just Lin Nana, even the short girl and the glasses girl were stunned. She had just washed in smelly, murky water while Fang Luo had prepared rose water worth 100,000 for Lin Zijing. The disparity in treatment was too big. Even Lin Zijing was a bit at a loss. Her emotions for the day had been a roller coaster, rising and falling repeatedly. First, she was surrounded by zombies in the dorm, then expelled by her roommates, chased by zombies, forced to jump from a building, and fortunately survived with Fang Luo's help. Later, Fang Luo promised to help her teach her roommates a lesson. She thought she had encountered a good person, developing feelings for Fang Luo, but little did she know he was acquainted with her roommates. Sitting in Fang Luo's armored vehicle, she was filled with unease, unsure if Fang Luo would bully her alongside Lin Nana. This also caused her to not pay attention to her surroundings when they entered the cold storage, always lost in thought, secretly analyzing Fang Luo's expressions. Finally, everyone lined up to wash. Everyone, including the cat, had washed. I didn't wash myself, originally thinking I would have to use everyone else's bath water, feeling a little sad inside. But who knew, Fang Luo not only changed the water for himself but also prepared rose petals worth 100,000. The continuous ups and downs left Lin Zijing a bit dizzy. She was flabbergasted. Thank you. Lin Zijing looked at Fang Luo, moved. From childhood to now, besides her grandmother, Fang Luo was the best person to her. She now confirmed that Fang Luo was really helping her, and she secretly vowed to repay Fang Luo no matter what. What are you thanking me for? Hurry up, are you waiting for me to scrub your back? Fang Luo joked with a smile. He intentionally arranged for Lin Zijing to be last. The goal was to keep Lin Zijing close. Because, whether it's her talent, character, or looks, Lin Zijin was truly one in a million. Having her on his side would greatly help him survive in the apocalypse. However, it was not so easy to completely win Lin Zijin over. She lost her parents at a young age, developing an independent and resilient character, unlike Li Nana. Li Nana and her friends would be too afraid of zombies to leave the cold storage. But Lin Zijin wouldn't. This could be seen from her jumping off the building. Only emotions could influence her decisions. And Fang Luo wanted to cultivate feelings between them. At first, saving her would create a bond, then helping each other with revenge would deepen their connection. However, that wasn't enough. This could at most bring their feelings to 60 or 70 points. So Fang Luo needed to deepen it further. To take it to the next level, he had to break and then rebuild. Fang Luo first intentionally neglected her, making her feel disappointed and worried, then suddenly brought up a high point, giving her a surprise. This would deepen her impression, turning an ordinary event into something special. If Fang Luo had simply arranged everything for her at the start, all she would remember would be the bath water he prepared, and it might soon fade from her memory. Or it could make her suspicious, developing a wariness towards him. Because Lin Zijin was different from women like Li Nana, she couldn't be easily bought with money. Otherwise, with her beauty, she would have long been kept by someone and wouldn't be working for her education. However, through Fang Luo's actions, Lin Zijin would remember that she was about to bathe in dirty water, but Fang Luo specially prepared bath water worth 100,000 for her, treating her differently than Li Nana and her group. With contrast and ups and downs, it would leave a deep impression. This couldn't be blamed on Fang Luo for being scheming or manipulative. In this chaotic apocalypse, it's all about deception. Those who don't play tricks will end up buried 6 feet under. Fang Luo also did not wrong Lin Zijin. Without Fang Luo, Lin Zijin would still suffer a broken leg in this life, becoming a cripple and leaving a lifelong regret. Moreover, although she had supernatural powers, her pure and kind nature could not enable her to survive long in the apocalypse. Sooner or later, she'd be killed. Her life would be hard. With Fang Luo, it was different. Despite the tricks, he had various high-quality resources, food, and water, so she wouldn't worry about food every day. No need. Lin Zijin was unaware that she was being played. She felt immensely grateful to Fang Luo and, upon hearing he would scrub her back, quickly waved her hand, blushing as she ran into the bathroom. As a young lady, how could she bear to hear such things? Fang Luo was great in every way, kind-hearted, tall, and handsome, but too. Watching Lin Zijin's shy demeanor, Fang Luo lay on the sofa with a smile, sipping a bottle of red wine worth over 100,000. Only one last step remained in the plan. Brother Fang Luo. Watching Lin Zijin enter the bathroom, enjoying the 100,000 bath water, Li Nana was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why could this bumpkin enjoy all this? What kind of drug did Lin Zijin give Fang Luo? No, I must stop all of this. Brother Fang Luo, do you like Lin Zijin? Li Nana, wrapped in a white bath towel, stepped over with her snow-white thighs, sitting delicately beside Fang Luo. The bath towel was very short, barely covering her thighs, and her sitting posture was intentional, crossing her legs so the towel shifted to the sides, creating a sense of something barely hidden, as if inviting one to lift it and take a peek. Looking at Li Nana, who was holding his arm, intentionally touching his thigh with her hand, Fang Luo smiled mockingly. This Li Nana, she was really blatantly seducing him. Wasn't she Su Qingqing's cousin? She shouldn't know about him tricking Su Qingqing, right? Was she planning to betray her cousin? What a pair of bitches. Fang Luo looked at Li Nana with amusement. He didn't resist, even actively caressing Li Nana's thigh. He never considered himself a righteous gentleman. Why not take advantage of it if it's right there? Fang Luo had liked looking at beautiful women since he was young. This Li Nana, her figure and appearance were quite good, but most importantly, she was Su Qingqing's cousin, and Fang Luo wanted to play with her. Brother Fang Luo, you still haven't answered me. Seeing Fang Luo reach into her bath towel, Li Nana's face turned red, and her tone became even more delicate, while she was secretly pleased. As expected, no man could resist her charm. Of course, I like her. She's a beauty. Fang Luo applied some pressure, and Li Nana gasped in pain, giving him a reproachful glance, but didn't blame him. Nearby, Li Nana's 2 roommates looked at the 2 of them with ambiguous glances, a bit envious, thinking that Fang Luo was so domineering and skilled. They wished they were the ones being touched by Fang Luo. Brother Fang Luo, what's so good about Lin Zijin? She's just a country bumpkin. Besides, she's very calculating. She's been using a group of rich second-generation boys at school. Don't be fooled. Li Nana tried to say bad things about Lin Zijin to make Fang Luo dislike her. But she didn't know the importance Lin Zijin had in Fang Luo's heart. Whether it was in the past life when he saved her or Lin Zijin's own qualifications, both were extremely significant. Hearing her slander, Fang Luo's gaze immediately became fierce, and he grabbed Li Nana's mouth, saying fiercely, I don't like you speaking badly about her. Li Nana was startled by Fang Luo's fierce demeanor, but she didn't dare to complain to him. She just felt her hatred for Lin Zijing growing deeper. However, on the surface, she didn't dare to show it. Yes, she said awkwardly. Brother Fang Luo, Li Nana changed the topic, where's my cousin? Why isn't she here? She knew that with just herself, she probably couldn't deal with Lin Zijing, so she wanted to bring her cousin out. Previously, Fang Luo seemed to be very supportive of Su Qingqing, so he was Su Qingqing's lapdog. Surely, he could control Fang Luo. She? Fang Luo grinned, she's in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia? Li Nana exclaimed. The temperature in Southeast Asia could be as high as 70 degrees Celsius, and it was very chaotic. Wasn't her cousin there? Brother Fang Luo, why did my cousin go to Southeast Asia? Li Nana suddenly had a bad feeling. Looking at Fang Luo's hand doing bad things under her bath towel, her gaze was no longer coquettish but filled with fear. Of course, I sent her there, Fang Luo sneered. She's probably 6 feet under by now. It really was Fang Luo who harmed Su Qingqing. Li Nana began to tremble with fear. She never expected all of this. Fang Luo had harmed her cousin. Then didn't that mean she was walking into a tiger's den? Brother Fang Luo, I don't know anything about the situation between you and my cousin. It's not related to me, I didn't do anything. Li Nana hurriedly distanced herself from Su Qingqing, fearing Fang Luo would hurt her. Not related to you? Fang Luo sneered. In the past life, he had risked his life to save her, yet she deliberately tripped him and made him attract zombies. Was that not related to her? Fang Luo had made a vow. He must take revenge on these 18 beasts. However, he will not kill Li Nana so easily. He wants her to feel fear, to die in fear. Some might think Fang Luo is a demon, inhuman, but when they killed him in his past life, did they have any humanity? At this moment, Lin Zijing, who had just finished her shower, happened to come out of the bathroom, and Fang Luo pulled his hand out from Li Nana's towel. Lin Zijing, after her shower, became even more beautiful. Her long, black, thick hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and a few drops of warm water occasionally slid across her flawless collarbones. Her fair skin seemed as if it could break with a touch. One could only wonder what it would feel like to touch her. The most eye-catching were still her long legs, round and symmetrical, straight and slender. Once, an online sensation, called the Leg Queen, Hui Min, would probably feel ashamed in comparison. Fang Luo truly felt regretful that such a pair of perfect legs were hidden under jeans for so long. What a waste. But luckily, he could see them often from now on, even play with them. Seeing Fang Luo openly staring at her, Lin Zijing felt a little shy, but she wasn't angry. She had heard Fang Luo and Li Nana's conversation just now. When she heard Fang Luo openly admit that he liked her, praising her beauty, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. Later, when Li Nana slandered her and Fang Luo unconditionally defended her, she felt even more moved. She realized she might have started to like Fang Luo. I will announce something now. Fang Luo shifted his gaze, sweeping over the few women, Li Nana, and her 2 roommates. From now on, you will follow Lin Zijing's management, and you must obey any of her orders. What? Li Nana and the 2 roommates widened their eyes. Listen to Lin Zijing's orders? They had just recently harmed Lin Zijing, and now they were supposed to follow her orders? Wouldn't they be tortured to death? I don't want to, the short girl said. I'm not staying here anymore. I won't starve if I leave. I'm not staying here either, the other girl with glasses also stood up. The world is so big, there's no way they'd starve. Besides, with the country being so strong, disasters like this would pass soon enough. Why should they stay here and suffer? Oh. Fang Luo nodded and opened the door. No problem, go ahead. The 2 girls immediately walked toward the door. However, before they could take more than a few steps, several zombies rushed at them and tore them into pieces. Li Nana, who had also planned to leave, was so scared that she immediately dared not move. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Staying here would mean being tortured by Fang Luo, leaving here would mean being eaten by zombies. Her eyes were filled with despair. Lin Zijing watched her 2 roommates being devoured by zombies, her gaze filled with pity. She really did want to get some revenge on them, but she never thought they would die. Fang Luo came to her side, gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and softly said, "You have to get used to all of this. This world is no longer the same. If you're not cruel to others, others will be cruel to you, just like when they pushed you out of the dorm." Lin Zijing looked at Fang Luo in confusion, but she didn't push him away. In her subconscious, she had already accepted Fang Luo as her own. She carefully thought over Fang Luo's words and finally accepted it all. "I understand, I won't be cruel to you," Lin Zijing said seriously, looking a little cute. Lin Zijing had never been in a relationship, so she didn't know how to express affection, and ended up saying something a little awkward. Fang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. I won't be cruel to you either." Gurgle. Suddenly, Lin Zijing's stomach growled, and she immediately blushed, feeling embarrassed. You're hungry, right? Fang Luo himself felt a little hungry. Using his abilities or evolution crystals consumed a lot of physical energy. You need to eat a lot of food to make up for it. I'll go get you something to eat, but I don't know how to cook. If it doesn't taste good, don't blame me. I will. Wow, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be this good. Fang Luo intended to cook himself, but Lin Zijing offered to do it, so he let her show off her skills. Unexpectedly, Lin Zijing ended up preparing an entire table full of delicious dishes. Fang Luo was almost drooling. Even the lazy cat, who had been sleeping, meowed and ran over. Before the apocalypse, Fang Luo had stockpiled hundreds of billions of supplies, with countless chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, plus various precious ingredients, but he didn't really know how to cook. He would just drop abalone and lobster straight into the hot pot. Eating like that every day could be a bit too much. Now, with Lin Zijing's arrival, Fang Luo's food problem was perfectly solved. With this beautiful cook, he could have different flavors of meals every day. He really hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, Li Nana, who had been daydreaming, also gulped at the sight of the delicious dishes. Steamed abalone, braised turtle, garlic lobster. Fang Luo had so much food. These were dishes she couldn't even enjoy normally, let alone in this apocalypse. She had been eating nothing but hard bread for several days and couldn't even go to the bathroom. She looked at Fang Luo with longing eyes, trying to wait for him to toss her a piece of meat, but Fang Luo ignored her completely, even throwing food to the cat in front of her. She felt like she was worth less than a cat. Li Nana really wanted to cry. She didn't know what she had done to offend Fang Luo. Was it really necessary to torture her this way? So cruel. Fang Luo and Lin Zijing were sitting across from each other, enjoying the delicious dishes, while Lin Zijing felt both joy and shyness. She secretly observed Fang Luo. Over 6 feet tall, with fresh short hair, he looked bright and sunny, with a hint of determination and some wildness in his brows. Lin Zijing really liked Fang Luo's style. The key point was that Fang Luo was rather gentlemanly. Although, when Fang Luo first saved her, he had groped her. But after that, he made no other moves. He never made excessive demands of her for saving her, nor did he take advantage of her in any way. He wasn't lustful towards her. This was why she followed Fang Luo to the cold storage. If Fang Luo had made any excessive demands or showed any impatience in the beginning, Lin Zijing would have chosen to leave, even if it meant death. Let alone developing any feelings for him. However, if Li Nana, who was sitting on the ground drooling, knew Lin Zijing's thoughts about Fang Luo, she would definitely be so angry she'd vomit blood. A gentleman? Not lustful? Do you know what he just did to me? He grop. However, this also forged her strong and hard-working character. Fang Luo guessed that this was also the reason why Lin Zijing's special ability was so powerful. It could be said that a blessing came from misfortune. Do you have a younger sister? Yes, she studies at Luo City First High School, and I don't know how she is doing now. When talking about her sister, Lin Zijing's expression darkened a bit, worried about her sister's current situation, as she was her only relative left. Don't worry, I'll go check on her tonight. Fang Luo comforted her by patting her shoulder. The virus had just arrived, so in the past few days, Fang Luo had been taking the opportunity to search for evolution crystals without being discovered by others, and it was just the right time to check on Lin Zijing's sister. But there are so many zombies outside, it's very dangerous. Lin Zijing was already deeply moved that Fang Luo rescued her once, and she didn't want him to take more risks. What are you afraid of? I'm a man, and I have a gun. If I see a zombie, I'll shoot them dead. Fang Luo smiled. Lin Zijing then remembered that Fang Luo had previously taken a gun and killed a large group of zombies, which put her mind at ease a little. At the same time, she felt even more grateful to Fang Luo. He treated her so well, how could she ever repay him? The two chatted for a while longer and soon started to feel a bit tired. Lin Zijing had been on edge for the past few days and had hardly slept at all. Fang Luo had also been busy all night and had absorbed 2 evolution crystals, leaving him utterly exhausted as well. Let's go, it's time for bed. Fang Luo yawned and told Lin Zijing. Where do I sleep? Hearing Fang Luo's words, Lin Zijing couldn't help but blush. She had just assessed the cold storage. Although it was quite large, 300 square meters, there was only one room, which meant she would have to sleep with Fang Luo. Lin Zijing was only 20 years old and in university, she had hardly interacted with boys throughout her life. How could she accept sleeping together right away? Moreover, Fang Luo hadn't confessed to her yet. Don't worry, my bed is very big, it can fit 10 people. Fang Luo guessed her thoughts and teased, what, afraid I'll take advantage of you? No, no. Lin Zijing quickly waved her hands. Oh? Fang Luo raised an eyebrow, so you want me to take advantage of you then? Lin Zijing's face turned completely red. No matter what she said, it seemed wrong. Fang Luo was teasing her, so she gave him a playful glare. Seeing Lin Zijing's cute and embarrassed expression, Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh. She was just too adorable. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'm actually afraid you might take advantage of me." Fang Luo admitted he was a bit lecherous, but he also had his principles. When it came to romance, he always believed in mutual consent. Of course, there were exceptions. If the other party was an enemy, or their partner, that was a different story. Who cared whether you agreed or not? Hearing Fang Luo's words, Lin Zijing finally relaxed, but then felt a bit disappointed. Was she really so unattractive? No matter how innocent a woman is, as long as she is a woman, she will have insecurities about her appearance, and Lin Zijing was no exception. Fang Luo led Lin Zijing toward the room. Before entering, he glanced at the dazed Li Nana. "Go wash the dishes, and remember to clean the litter box for the cat. Be obedient, or I'll toss you outside to feed the zombies." Li Nana listened, furious and distressed. Not only did he deny her food, but now she had to wash the dishes and clean the cat's litter too. Just kill me already. However, she didn't have the courage to die, as the sight of her two roommates' tragic deaths was still fresh in her mind. She could only follow the order with a pitiful look. In the evening, Fang Luo was awakened by a delicious smell, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Zijing holding a steaming bowl of shrimp congee, ready to wake him up. "Fang Luo Ge, it's time to eat." Lin Zijing shyly looked at Fang Luo. Although Fang Luo's bed was very large and could fit 10 girls without feeling cramped, he had a bad habit of sleeping. "I like to roll around." Just as I was falling asleep, Lin Zijing felt a difficulty in breathing, and when she opened her eyes, she found Fang Luo lying on her. She was startled at that moment. She thought Fang Luo was going to do something to her. At first, she wanted to resist, but remembering how much Fang Luo had helped her, and feeling a good impression towards him, she ultimately did not resist. However, just when she was so nervous, she heard a snoring sound. Only then did she see that Fang Luo was asleep. Lin Zijing breathed a sigh of relief, but did not push Fang Luo away. She was afraid of waking him up, so she let him lie on her and sleep until half an hour ago when she got up to cook. Now, there was a clear red mark in the shape of a face on her chest. It's a pity that Fang Luo did not know all this. If he knew he missed a great opportunity just because he was sleeping, he would definitely regret it. How could she even sleep at this time? But there are still many days ahead, and there will be other opportunities. Wow, it smells so good. Having you around really is a blessing. Fang Luo happily took the shrimp porridge. A few days ago, his meals were irregular. It wasn't because he had nothing to eat, but because he was too lazy to cook. Now with Lin Zijing as a virtuous wife, he no longer had to worry about these things. After finishing the meal and resting for a while, Fang Luo prepared to go out to search for evolution crystals and also look for Lin Zijing's sister. Be careful. Lin Zijing looked at Fang Luo with worry. She really wanted to rescue her sister, but also did not want Fang Luo to be in danger. Don't worry. Fang Luo waved his hand and glanced at Li Nana, who was trembling in the corner. Although it was 65 degrees Celsius outside, the cold storage was around 10 degrees Celsius. Li Nana had thrown away all her clothes earlier, now only wearing underwear, and was shivering with cold. Just now, she had been sleeping close to the cat bed that belonged to the electric mother, because she dared not sleep on the sofa, since Fang Luo had said she couldn't sit there, or she would be thrown out. Even though she was being mistreated by Fang Luo, she did not want to die and could only obediently listen. Keep an eye on her. If she threatens you, just kill her, don't be soft-hearted. Fang Luo put a handgun in Lin Zijing's hand. Lin Zijing nodded seriously. Fang Luo had taught her many things yesterday, and she had grown a lot. She wouldn't be like before. Fang Luo opened the cold storage. Maybe because of the two women from yesterday, some zombies still thought this place provided a self-service buffet, so they surrounded the entrance. Seeing Fang Luo open the door, they rushed over with claws bared, but these little zombies were nothing compared to firearms. He took them all down. Then, Fang Luo drove the armored vehicle away. Seeing Fang Luo leave, Li Nana, who had been lying in the corner, sighed in relief, then stood up swaggeringly and began rummaging for food in the cold storage. The devil has finally left. I'm starving to death. What are you doing? Lin Zijing frowned at her. Of course, I'm looking for something to eat. Do you really think you're the mistress here? He's just playing with you. Li Nana said dismissively, continuing to search for food. But in the next moment, a loud slap echoed throughout the cold storage. You actually hit me. Li Nana covered her face, looking incredulously at Lin Zijing. How could the usually gentle Lin Zijing learn to hit people? Lin Zijing looked at her coldly. No one is allowed to touch anything here without his permission, including me. Li Nana wanted to fight back, but seeing the gun in Lin Zijing's hand, she immediately wilted. Fang Luo did not know about the cold storage incident, but as he had guessed, Li Nana indeed wanted to cause trouble. At this moment, he had already arrived at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Last night when the zombies broke out, a day had passed, and the roads had become more chaotic, with countless bodies missing arms and legs, a shocking sight. Now, it was rare to see anyone active on the streets, most people had found somewhere to hide. However, on the way, he found 5 evolution crystals, which was an unexpected gain. I wonder where Lin Yuyu is. Fang Luo looked around Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Lin Zijing had told him his sister's name and appearance, saying she was a cute girl, 160 centimeters tall, with twin ponytails, wearing a little pink dress and white mid-calf stockings before school. Fang Luo drove into the school. To be honest, after so many days, the chance that Lin Yuyu was still here was a bit small. The school had no food. If she was still alive, she must have gone out looking for food. After searching around, he indeed did not find anyone in the school, but he discovered many ponytailed zombies. To confirm whether they were Lin Yuyu or not, Fang Luo had no choice but to carefully examine if they were cute, and the conclusion he reached was that none of them were cute. Some of them had limbs and arms in their mouths, how could they be cute? To prevent them from scaring anyone, Fang Luo had to put a bullet in the heads of these ponytailed zombies one by one. I hope Lin Yuyu hasn't run into trouble. Fang Luo opened the map, looking for nearby supermarkets or shopping malls. If Lin Yuyu was alive, she would surely go in search of food. There's a medium-sized supermarket 800 meters away. Fang Luo confirmed a location. Before the apocalypse, Fang Luo had emptied all large supermarkets and warehouses in the city, but there were still some small and medium-sized supermarkets he hadn't robbed. Now, these small and medium-sized supermarkets should be the places with the densest crowds. Fang Luo immediately drove over. As he got close, he heard a noisy argument coming from inside, as if someone was debating something. You little brat, how much food can a little girl eat? There are so many of us, and you want to occupy half of it, isn't that too inhumane? Who says I'm eating it all myself? A ponytailed girl said, hands on her hips, defensively. I have grandma, who's 80, an older sister who's 20, and so many younger sisters behind me, half of the food is very reasonable. Inside the supermarket, a girl in a white t-shirt and pink JK short skirt, with white stockings, stood with one hand on her hip and the other holding a watermelon knife, protecting several bags of rice and bottled water behind her like a little hen. Even facing a dozen adults who were many times older than her, the girl in the pink skirt showed no fear. Beside her, there were also a few high school students who seemed similar in age to her. Hey, little girl, I'm starving, how can you occupy so much food all by yourself? Didn't your school teach you to respect elders and care for younger ones? Exactly, which school are you from? How can you be so uncivilized? Once this disaster is over, I will report you to get you expelled. There's only Jiangcheng No. 1 High School nearby, it must be them. How can there be such a disgrace in No. 1 High School? On the opposite side, over a dozen people couldn't dare rush forward to snatch away the food due to the watermelon knife in the girl's hand. No one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. Because just before, someone had been stabbed by her. So young, yet so vicious, what a little gang member. Yuyu, why don't we just split some of it? There's too much for us to eat, and it would be bad if the school expelled us. Behind Lin Yuyu, a plain-looking girl felt intimidated. Unlike the academically poor Lin Yuyu, she was an excellent student who didn't dare make even the slightest mistake, let alone being expelled. Wu Yu, don't listen to them. Lin Yuyu rolled her eyes, although her studies weren't great, she wasn't a fool. The terrifying zombies outside, the extreme heat, and the special abilities, the world was already in chaos. All these changes were telling her that returning to a normal society was almost impossible. The world would only get messier, and more people would die. Expelled? By then, the school wouldn't even exist. Why be afraid of these? Compared to that, it was better to think about how to survive now. So, they must gather enough supplies to survive in such harsh conditions. Respecting the elderly and loving the young? Lin Yuyu put her hands on her hips and scoffed, I'm only 16, and you are all almost in the grave. Why should you love the young? You go find your own food, I discovered these first, so they are mine. If you are not afraid of death, then come and try. Lin Yuyu had no parents since she was young, appearing as a good girl in front of her sister, but she had developed a rebellious character outside. She often got into fights with others. Faced with this scene, she was not afraid at all. Yuyu is right, why should we give away the food we found? Yuyu, I stand by you. If they want to hurt you, they have to get past me first. Beside Lin Yuyu, a handsome young boy held a watermelon knife, standing in front of her with determination. Thank you, Zhou He. Lin Yuyu looked at the boy with newfound respect, not expecting Zhou He, who usually seemed like a model student, to bravely stand in front of her during such a dangerous time. This is what a man should do. Excited by Lin Yuyu's praise, Zhou He felt very happy. He had been pursuing Lin Yuyu, but she had always said she didn't want to date, so he had not received her approval. Now that he stepped forward, she would definitely accept him. He figured the group of people across from them were older, lacking fighting power, and had no weapons, so he wouldn't get hurt in a fight. As expected, the elders on the other side only dared to curse and did not rush to confront him. Zhao He felt smug, his mind already picturing Lin Yuyu accepting him and then kissing her sweet lips. However, at that moment, a loud laugh came through. A bespectacled boy, wearing armor made of unknown material, walked out from the crowd, followed by a few companions. Yuyu, it's been a few days, you're still as beautiful as ever, especially those long legs. They are so white, long, and slim. If only you wear black stockings on one side and white stockings on the other side, then carry them on your shoulder, haha. The boy with glasses leered at Lin Yuyu, his tone vulgar and crude. Lu Yang? Lin Yuyu frowned at him. She recognized him as an inconspicuous classmate, who had mediocre grades and was not fond of talking to others. She didn't expect someone so introverted to say something so disgusting. Indeed, the end of the world could bring out the evil in people's hearts. Lin Yuyu felt an anger rising within her. Damn, Lu Yang, who gave you the guts to speak to Yuyu like that? Zhao He was furious. Lin Yuyu was the woman he liked, and the other had the audacity to talk about her legs. What did that make him? Yuyu, I'll go teach him a lesson for you. With that, Zhao He brandished the watermelon knife and walked towards Lu Yang. He often bullied Lu Yang before, so he didn't take him seriously at all. This is something only the protagonist of a novel could have. Could it be that I am the protagonist of the novel? The chosen one of destiny? The 3-year period has ended, and the sleeping dragon has risen again. Lu Yang was incredibly excited and immediately used his supernatural ability to craft himself a set of iron armor, then went to teach a lesson to the classmates who had bullied him, making them his subordinates. Looking at the classmates bowing under his feet, he became even more arrogant. Lu Yang then thought of his goddess, Lin Yuyu. Usually, he didn't even dare to talk to Lin Yuyu, only daring to fantasize about her appearance while watching videos. But now that he realized he had become the protagonist, Lu Yang was filled with confidence and couldn't wait to find Lin Yuyu, eager to charm her with a wicked smile and make her serve him like in the videos and novels. I heard she has an older sister. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's expression became even more lecherous. Not just her sister, all women in this world should crawl at my feet. I am the ruler of this world. Ha ha ha. Lu Yang, full of pride and arrogance, fantasized about various Dragon King scenarios. Many people, after awakening their supernatural abilities, would think like him, believing they are the protagonist of the world, able to destroy everything with a snap of the fingers and attract all the beautiful women in the world. This is human nature. Power amplifies the true desires deep within a person. No one thinks about legal issues. Damn, are you laughing at me? Zhao He, seeing the other party ignoring him and even showing a smug smile, immediately slashed his knife at Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang was wearing the iron armor and was not harmed in the slightest. You overestimate yourself, daring to fight the protagonist? Lu Yang grinned wickedly and waved his hand, using his magnetic power to pull the watermelon knives from Zhao He and Lin Yuyu's hands straight into his own. Then, he manipulated the knives, cutting off the heads of the elderly around them, and blood immediately flooded the streets. This scene left Zhao He and Wu Yu across from him dumbfounded. Is this guy a human or a ghost? How can he control the flying knives? How did the knife fly into his hand? Is this magic? He just killed more than 10 people in one go. How cruel. Ugh. Boss is awesome, boss is amazing. Zhao He and Wu Yu stared at Lu Yang in disbelief. His actions were so strange. And his methods were extremely cruel. Wu Yu couldn't help but vomit. His underlings also began to flatter him. Lu Yang became even more arrogant. Yu, did you see that? This is my power. I am the chosen one of destiny. As long as you follow me, you'll be the woman of the protagonist. Lu Yang looked proudly at Lin Yuyu, thinking that she was already charmed by his kingly aura. Lin Yuyu looked at Lu Yang, who seemed like a typical teenage boy, and felt disgusted. Just because he gained supernatural abilities, he thought it was okay to kill freely. Did he really think he was the only one with powers? Idiot, wearing iron armor in such hot weather. Are you trying to cook yourself like an iron plate? Become your woman? I'm your grandmother. Lin Yuyu looked at him like he was a fool. She wasn't afraid of Lu Yang because she also had awakened her powers. Wind powers. This was also why, despite the 65 degrees Celsius weather, she was still wearing a t-shirt, while others were nearly naked. She could create airflow around her, so her body temperature felt like only 50 degrees Celsius. What did you say? Lu Yang didn't expect that, despite showing so much strength and killing everyone for her, Lin Yuyu would still disrespect him so openly. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. You, go grab her for me, or die. Lu Yang sneered and pointed at Zhao He. He knew Zhao He liked Lin Yuyu, so he wanted to see Zhao He personally deliver the woman he liked to his bed to satisfy his twisted desires. Yes, yes. Zhao He immediately cowered and quickly nodded and bowed. Although Lin Yuyu was beautiful, he didn't want to die. Yuyu, I'm sorry, but Yang Ge likes you. He's so powerful. You won't be at a disadvantage following him. Zhao He walked towards Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu looked at him with cold eyes. Unexpectedly, she misjudged him, thinking just moments ago that this guy was alright. Humph, trying to catch me? No way. Lin Yuyu let out a cold snort, grabbing her best friend Wu Yu, ready to escape. She had wind abilities. Her speed was much faster than ordinary people, and no one here could catch up to her. This was why she was able to survive despite being pursued by so many zombies. However, just as she was about to run away, Wu Yu held onto her tightly. Zhao Ge, come quickly. She's trying to run. Wu Yu said, pulling Lin Yuyu, and quickly called out to Zhao He. Although she was best friends with Lin Yuyu, it was only a surface friendship. She was close to her because Lin Yuyu could fight, and no one bullied her when she was around. The key point was that she liked Zhao He, but Zhao He liked Lin Yuyu, and she felt deeply resentful. Now that she found a chance, she definitely wanted to sell Lin Yuyu out. Wu Yu, you. Lin Yuyu, limited in speed, turned her head in confusion at Wu Yu, who was clearly trying to help her. Why was she betraying her? Is this what best friends do? Her eyes hardened as she slapped Wu Yu several times, but the latter still wouldn't let go, grabbing her even tighter. At this moment, Zhao He had already arrived, grabbing her hand directly, rendering her completely unable to move, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You guys? Lin Yuyu's eyes filled with despair. Just moments ago, the three of them had stood united, but now, due to Liu Yang's threat, they had parted ways. She looked at these people with disgust. Especially Liu Yang across from her, spouting filthy words, which was simply repulsive. Although she was usually rebellious, she had never done anything out of line. She couldn't imagine the kind of disaster that would befall her if she fell into this person's hands. Lin Yuyu secretly vowed that if Liu Yang tried to do anything to her, she would bite her tongue and die rather than let such a person have her. Unfortunately, she had no idea where her sister was now. She was so fragile. Ha, well done. I allow you to become my little dogs. Liu Yang laughed heartily, enjoying the sight of betrayal behind one's back. TSK, classmate Yuyu. Liu Yang slowly walked towards Lin Yuyu, his eyes lewdly admiring her figure, already imagining her in 18 different ways. Didn't expect this, did you? You never even spare me a glance, and yet soon you'll be under me. Before Liu Yang could finish his sentence, suddenly, a tall armored vehicle crashed through the supermarket store, sending the speaking Liu Yang flying out. Everyone was stunned, still not understanding how an armored vehicle could crash in like that. Sorry, something caught my attention and made me shift to 5th gear and slam on the gas. The door of the armored vehicle swung open, and a tall boy stepped out, casually remarking as he looked at the flying Liu Yang. Fang Luo walked up to Lin Yuyu, carefully examining her. She had bright big eyes, twin ponytails, a small pink dress, and white stockings. Are you Lin Yuyu? Fang Luo asked, still somewhat taken aback by Lin Yuyu's dazed expression. Who are you? Lin Yuyu looked confused, mainly, Fang Luo's entrance was too shocking. Just a moment ago, she was considering taking her own life, and now an armored vehicle had come crashing in. Moreover, the man in front of her was tall and handsome. He looked like he stepped out of a fairy tale. Lin Zijing sent me to find you, Fang Luo said with a smile, looking at her. Lin Yuyu and Lin Zijing bore some resemblance, but their temperaments were different. Lin Zijing was gentle and quiet, while Lin Yuyu appeared lively and cute. Brother-in-law? For some reason, that thought popped into Lin Yuyu's mind. Perhaps it was because Fang Luo was tall and handsome, and he had just come like a hero to save her. The subconscious has developed a fondness for Fang Luo. Fang Luo was taken aback. This Lin Yuyu really knows how to build connections, calling someone brother-in-law already? But I like it. Damn, which loser crashed into me? Looking for death? Liu Yang was originally fantasizing about posing Lin Yuyu in 18 different ways, when suddenly an armored car rushed out and hit him hard, leaving him dazed and confused. A few drops of urine escaped. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, and due to the magnetic force, the impact only suffocated him for a moment. His internal organs were not smashed. After fainting for a while, he got back up again. He glared fiercely at the unexpected guest Fang Luo. It seems this guy is a rich second generation, still driving an armored car in this end of the world. He hated people like this the most. Better looking than him and damn rich, all the goddesses belong to them. However, in front of his abilities, these don't count for anything, they can only become the villains slapped down by him. Die. Liu Yang used his magnetic power again, controlling a watermelon knife on the ground and swinging it toward Fang Luo. Brother-in-law, be careful. Lin Nana spotted this scene first. Taking advantage of Wu Yu and Zhao Yi being stunned, she broke free and quickly pounced toward Fang Luo, helping him narrowly avoid the watermelon knife. In fact, it would have been very easy for Fang Luo to dodge the watermelon knife because he has the ability to blink through space, able to jump 7 to 8 meters away at any time. And he also has a space barrier. The space barrier can not only isolate the scorching heat from outside but also block attacks. Forget a watermelon knife. Unless someone uses a cannon to blast him, he wouldn't get hurt. It's a top-tier defensive skill. The reason he didn't dodge was that he saw Lin Yuyu jumping over and didn't want her to fall on the ground empty-handed. Looking at the warm and soft girl in his arms, Fang Luo was slightly stunned, feeling a bit excited. Lin Yuyu's earlier steps seemed a bit strange. Is it wind-type ability? This girl in front of him actually awakened a wind-type power. Although wind-type ability is not the most powerful, it is one of the most comfortable skills in the apocalypse. Because wind-type ability can accelerate the airflow around oneself, greatly reducing the feeling of heat. Unlike fire or electricity-type abilities. Although they have strong attacking power, under 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, it's still as hot as a dog. Moreover, wind-type abilities are good at speed. In terms of survival, except for lightning and space-type, there's almost nothing that can compete with it. As long as there is food, survival is almost guaranteed. It's a T1 level ability. What kind of amazing sisters are these? The elder sister has a powerful fire-type ability. The younger sister awakened a wind-type ability. And they are both stunningly beautiful. The elder sister is gentle and virtuous, while the younger sister is lively and cute. What excites Fang Luo even more is that such two beautiful sisters might be serving him. This apocalypse is simply too comfortable. Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu looked at Fang Luo with wide eyes. They had just met, but she already had a good impression of him. Because Lin Yuyu understood her elder sister, although many people pursued her, she rarely interacted with boys, and wouldn't mention her younger sister in front of other boys. Because their family was ordinary, the two sisters relied on each other, making it easy for bad people to get ideas. Yet, her elder sister actually told this boy about her, and even let him come to save her, which means this boy's character passed her sister's test. Maybe they already. There's another reason. Just now, Fang Luo's entrance and his words, shift to 5th gear, step on the gas, such teasing words were very to her liking. Lin Yuyu was originally a playful and rebellious girl. Brother-in-law, can you let go of my hand? I'm almost being choked to death by you. Lin Yuyu looked mournful, pointing at Fang Luo's hand tightly gripping her waist. It turned out that as soon as Lin Yuyu leaped into Fang Luo's arms, he instinctively embraced her. Upon realizing her wind-based ability, he felt a rush of excitement and instinctively held her even tighter. I'm sorry. Fang Luo quickly released his hand, smiling awkwardly. What a sin, even though she wasn't his sister-in-law yet, she was only 16 years old, he was not a beast. Damn it, you two still dare to flirt, you will pay for it. Lu Yang, on the opposite side, looked at the two embracing and was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Not good, brother-in-law, we should run. Lin Yuyu was startled and immediately wanted to escape with Fang Luo. Although she also had abilities, she was not very good at fighting. On the contrary, the opposite side had magnetic abilities, which were very strong in the early stages, even if they became weak later. No need to hurry. Fang Luo waved his hand, and while Lin Yuyu was not paying attention, he directly pulled out an AK from his space. This guy opposite had a crystal in his head, and although his abilities were weak, even mosquitoes count as meat, how could he waste it? Wow, brother-in-law, your gun is so big. Where did you pull it out from? Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up as she reached out to touch it and found it was actually a real gun. Fang Luo broke out in a slight sweat. It was clearly a normal action, why did it feel wrong after being dressed up by Lin Yuyu? A gun? Lu Yang on the opposite side was also shocked. The deterrent power of a firearm was still considerable, and he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Fang Luo didn't waste words and shot directly at him. Lu Yang's soul almost left his body as he used his magnetic ability to try to block it. However, the power of the gun was too great, he couldn't stop it at all. But it did reduce some of its power, and under the protection of his armor, he survived safely. Ha, I have armor, I'm the chosen one. Guns are useless against me. Lu Yang said triumphantly. Fang Luo frowned slightly. Since the apocalypse, it was the first time a gun had failed. Indeed, the limits of firearms could not match abilities, especially later on. It was still necessary to focus on improving abilities. Armor? Fang Luo sneered. Armor seemed invulnerable, but in reality, it was just a moving coffin. Not to mention that his spatial ability could open space wormholes in the later stages and directly launch attacks into the armor. Even ordinary water, fire, electric, and other abilities could easily kill him. Is armor waterproof? Fire could turn him into grilled iron. Electricity, don't even mention it, metal conducts electricity. Brother-in-law, what should we do? Lin Yuyu was a bit anxious as the opponent had already begun to control the bullets Fang Luo shot, preparing to shoot back at them. Don't be afraid. Fang Luo smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and then a tabby cat jumped down impatiently from the armored vehicle. Electric Mama, go. Electric Mama rolled her eyes. Did they really need this cat to step in for such a small fry? Remember to treat me to extra snacks. A cat? Lu Yang laughed wildly at the sight of the appearing tabby cat. A cat, and you think it can defeat me? It would be good at scratching me. Even Lin Nana looked a bit puzzled. Fang Luo remained expressionless, only he knew how powerful Electric Mama truly was. Meow. Electric Mama looked at Lu Yang with great displeasure. This guy seemed to look down on her. Hadn't he ever had electrotherapy? Immediately, Electric Mama brewed the strongest current and shot it at Lu Yang. Lu Yang was still thinking when he suddenly saw the current and had no time to dodge, getting zapped thoroughly. He was wearing armor and wrapped himself tightly, but when the current hit the armor, the metal's conductivity shocked him from every pore. He was fried inside and out. For a moment, a faint meaty aroma spread through the air. This cat can actually release electricity. And with just one move, it instantly defeated Lu Yang, who seemed so invincible just moments ago. It's truly unbelievable. Unavoidably, their gazes toward Fang Luo became filled with admiration. This cat seems to obey Fang Luo's words so well. Does that mean Fang Luo is even stronger than the cat? Brother-in-law, do you have special powers too? Lin Yuyu, being very smart, immediately guessed that Fang Luo must also have special powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed so calm when seeing Lu Yang's powers, and he wouldn't have been able to tame such a powerful cat. Fang Luo shrugged, implicitly agreeing, but didn't reveal what his special power was. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lin Yuyu, but rather that he was still too weak. If the truth about his spatial power got out, people would definitely start connecting it to the stolen goods from the supermarket before the apocalypse. Hundreds of billions worth of resources would make him the most sought-after target, and he'd be robbed by countless people. Although he had a gun, he was not invincible. With Lin Yuyu and Lu Yang both having awakened powers, it was clear that many others had as well. Surrounded by countless people with special powers, Fang Luo had no desire to be beaten. Therefore, he had to be extra cautious. Fang Luo walked over to Lu Yang's body and picked up a watermelon knife from the ground. Brother-in-law, what are you going to do? Lin Yuyu asked curiously as she approached. Fang Luo didn't answer. He simply slashed the knife across Lu Yang's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Ah! Lin Yuyu screamed in shock, and Zhao He and Wu Yu both wet themselves. Fang Luo wasn't satisfied with just killing, he was now mutilating the body? Would he also chop open his own head next? However, after Lin Yuyu calmed down, she noticed that Fang Luo had pulled a glowing crystal from Lu Yang's head. Brother-in-law, what is this? A strengthening crystal. Fang Luo smiled slightly. He had done this intentionally in front of Lin Yuyu. First, Lin Yuyu was still a little girl, and although she was rebellious, she was kind-hearted. Many times, she didn't dare to take tough actions. Fang Luo wanted to train her in advance, to help her get used to seeing such scenes. Second, Lin Yuyu had already awakened her special powers, but she still didn't understand how to improve them. Strengthening crystal? Lin Yuyu looked confused. Yes. Fang Luo nodded. You should also know that special powers have appeared in the world now. It's not just you and Lu Yang. Probably, many people have awakened. Everyone's special powers are different, some stronger, some weaker. If you want to improve your power level, you need to keep absorbing energy. And the source of that energy is the strengthening crystal. Every person with special powers, and even zombies, have a crystal like this in their heads that can strengthen their abilities. Do I have one in my head too? Lin Yuyu's face was filled with shock. She had no idea about any of this, and now she looked at Fang Luo with even more admiration. Brother-in-law really knows so much and is teaching me all this. Yes, so you must be careful. Other people might kill you, open your head, and take your crystal. Fang Luo cautioned. I understand. I must become stronger. Lin Yuyu shuddered. The thought of someone cutting open her head sent a chill down her spine. I must never let anyone cut open my head. Seeing Lin Yuyu's reaction, Fang Luo couldn't help but admire her. He had thought it would take a long time for her to accept all this, but it only took a moment. She quickly realized the importance of becoming stronger. She's really clever. Brother-in-law, you wouldn't cut open my head, right? Lin Yuyu asked, blinking her eyes. Seeing her mischievous look, Fang Luo grinned. I would. Your sister's head has already been chopped open by me. What? Lin Yuyu turned pale, and her legs went weak. Just kidding. Seeing the terrified look on her face, Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh. Little girls were still little girls, no matter how clever they were, they had their soft side. Brother-in-law, you're awful. Lin Yuyu angrily punched Fang Luo with her small pink fist. But still a bit worried about my sister being hurt, I said, brother-in-law, where is my sister? I want to go see her. Okay, we will go home later. Fang Luo nodded, but it was not yet dawn, and he could still continue searching for evolution crystals. Fang Luo did not plan to waste this time. Other people had already awakened their abilities. This way, the number of evolution crystals would be significantly reduced, making them harder to find over time. Lin Yuyu nodded, then looked at the dumbfounded Zhao He and Wu Yu next to her, and asked, brother-in-law, what will happen to them? What do you want to do with them? Fang Luo wanted to see how she would handle it. Lin Yuyu took a deep look at the two, feeling some anger because she had treated them as friends, but they had just betrayed her. At that moment, she really wanted to kill them. However, people are ultimately emotional beings, and they had once been friends. Let them fend for themselves. Lin Yuyu still did not kill them directly. Fang Luo nodded slightly. This decision did not surprise him and indicated his agreement. Although he wanted Lin Yuyu to be decisive in killing, if she truly had no sense of loyalty, Fang Luo would instead be a bit worried, as she might betray him in the future. And ruthlessly get rid of him. Fang Luo would not allow a heartless person to stay by his side. This could not be blamed on Fang Luo being harsh. After all, in his previous life, he had suffered too much, and he did not want to repeat the same mistakes. However, the reason Fang Luo let them go so easily was also because outside, a group of zombies was closing in. The two of them did not need to kill them themselves, they would still die. Fang Luo drove the armored vehicle out of the supermarket. The zombies outside chased after his vehicle, biting it, but after losing a few teeth, they gave up and turned back into the supermarket. Leaving the supermarket, Fang Luo did not return directly to the cold storage but continued searching for evolution crystals outside. Along the way, Lin Yuyu also asked him for various knowledge, and Fang Luo generously shared what he knew. Listening to him, Lin Yuyu admired Fang Luo immensely, calling him brother-in-law more intimately. With Lin Yuyu's addition, the efficiency of the two searching for evolution crystals improved even more than before. By the end of the night, the two had surprisingly found over 50 evolution crystals. However, among them were some like Lu Yan, who believed himself to be the chosen one and tried to rob Fang Luo. In the end, they were counter-killed by Fang Luo and Lin Yuyu. At 6 o'clock, dawn was near, and Fang Luo and Lin Yuyu felt a bit tired, so they returned to the cold storage. Sister. April 7th, Wanben.info. Today was already the 7th day of the apocalypse. At first, people did not take it seriously, thinking the apocalypse gave them a vacation, believing it was just hot weather with no major effect, and some even felt happy. But starting from the third day, water and electricity began to be cut off in various places, human communication facilities gradually collapsed, and the world fell into panic, with governments around the world working hard to organize rescue efforts. In just a few days, tens of trillions of assets disappeared globally. On the 5th day, the virus broke out and zombies appeared. Rescue teams and armies in various countries also became infected, and these strong, fully armed soldiers became even more powerful zombies, becoming harder to deal with, and even firearms were ineffective against them. The military was overwhelmed. The last rescue measures also failed. The population decreased from an initial 10 billion to less than 2 billion, and this number was still rapidly declining. On the 7th day, some people awakened their abilities, no longer obeying the law, and social order completely collapsed, leading humanity to say goodbye to civilized society. No one was still naive enough to think this disaster could be easily overcome. These days, Lin Yuyu had been living in fear. Although she had a cheerful personality, she was still a 16-year-old girl. When she saw her only family member still alive, she couldn't help but rush into her sister's arms and sob uncontrollably. Sister, I thought I would never see you again. Lin Yuyu embraced Lin Zijing's slender waist, a tear-stained beautiful face buried in the other's arms. Fang Luo looked on with envy. He didn't even have anyone to bury his head in her embrace. A lonely soul. Yo-yo, I'm so glad you're okay. Lin Zijing was also very emotional. After her parents died, this younger sister was her only remaining hope. It was brother-in-law who saved me. Lin Yo-yo wiped her tears and pointed at Fang Luo beside her. Brother-in-law? Lin Zijing was taken aback, then her face turned flushed. What was this girl saying, brother-in-law? She glanced worriedly at Fang Luo, fearing that he might show displeasure. Although Lin Zijing was beautiful, she still felt a bit inferior, as her family background was too poor. She usually wore t-shirts and shoes that cost only a few dollars and had to earn her own living expenses and tuition fees while taking care of Lin Yo-yo, the burden. As for Fang Luo, he was tall and handsome. In this chaotic end of the world, having such a luxurious cold storage with so much food and guaranteed safety with guns. With his conditions, even a big star would likely fall for him. Could a Cinderella like herself deserve him? However, she noticed that Fang Luo's expression was calm, showing no signs of anger, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Her gratitude towards Fang Luo deepened. He had saved her, helped her teach a lesson to her bully roommate, took her in, and now saved her sister. She probably could never repay Fang Luo's kindness in her lifetime. Thank you. Lin Zijing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. What kind of relationship do we have? No need to thank me. Fang Luo smiled slightly and then asked about what happened after he left. She didn't do anything outrageous, did she? Lin Zijing's face turned red. What did Fang Luo mean by that? What kind of relationship did they have? Was he implying something? She just... Lin Zijing spoke about how after Fang Luo left, Li Nana wanted to find something to eat. After being threatened by Lin Zijing, Li Nana became obedient but had no clothes to wear, and she was cold and hungry in the cold storage. Now she had already fainted. Lin Zijing didn't mess with anything in the cold storage. She had quietly sat on the sofa all day. Fang Luo nodded, but a chill ran through his heart. If it weren't for needing a maid in the cold storage, he would have thrown Li Nana out to feed the zombies. However, wasn't that too good for her? Suddenly, a special thought popped into Fang Luo's mind. Raising pigs. He got this idea from meeting those special ability users today and from past experiences. Every ability user has a crystal of power in their head, and the energy of the crystal increases as the user's strength improves. A gifted ability user would definitely have more energy in their crystal than a pure evolution crystal. Thus, a special method to enhance strength was born. Similar to a furnace. First, find a gifted person, awaken their abilities, wait for them to become strong, and then kill them to take the crystal from their head. In the past life, there was a rich man who used resources to attract ability users who couldn't find food, then secretly poisoned them, waiting until they became strong before causing them to die from the poison, thus obtaining their crystal. This method also allowed him to become a top-tier power in a very short time. At that time, Fang Luo almost fell into the trap. Fortunately, someone reminded him and he finally escaped the wolf's claws. If he tried to use this trick on Li Nana, if successful, he could gain even more. Even if it failed, and Li Nana didn't awaken her powers and exploded, it wouldn't be a great loss for him. After all, Li Nana was bound to die anyway. Although it was a bit inhumane. But when she set him up in his past life, was she humane? Her family of 18. But eating one's own flesh, drinking one's own blood. Fang Luo didn't think of himself as a good person. He didn't act like a gentleman either. He only had one goal, to live well in the apocalypse, to live happily and joyfully. You take Yo-Yo to have a bath, and make something to eat. She's definitely starving after these days outside. Fang Luo snapped out of his thoughts and said to Lin Zijing. Lin Zijing nodded obediently. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Yo-Yo was very excited, calling out to Fang Luo with a crisp voice. Lin Zijing's face turned red again. She quickly took Lin Yo-Yo to the bathroom. As for Fang Luo, he went back to his own room. Raising pigs was something he couldn't do just yet. Because he didn't have a countermeasure at the moment. What if Li Nana awakened a supernatural ability and turned out to be stronger than him, or just ran away? So, he needed to wait until he was fully prepared before taking action. Today's harvest had been very rich. He had found 56 evolution crystals and over 200 zombie enhancement crystals. If he absorbed all these, he didn't know what level his powers would reach, maybe even gaining new offensive abilities. However, it would take some time to absorb so many. Absorbing evolution crystals was very exhausting. Absorbing one would consume as much energy as a whole night of intense activity. If he absorbed too many at once, it would backfire. Fang Luo took out one evolution crystal and started absorbing it. In the bathroom. The two sisters, having survived a disaster, were now still holding onto each other even while bathing, sharing their experiences. What? You said he's not brother-in-law? Lin Yo-Yo looked disappointed and said, somewhat exasperated, Sis, you're so useless. Brother Fang Luo is so great, he's fun to talk to, handsome, has great character, and most importantly, he's powerful. Where else can you find a man like that? If I weren't still under 18, I'd want to marry him. You don't like men, do you? No wonder you always bathe with me. Where did you learn these things? How can you talk about your sister like that? Lin Zijing scolded, pinching her younger sister's smooth, white body. Her eyes were a bit envious. Clearly, her sister was 4 years younger than her, yet her figure was almost catching up. In 2 years, she might surpass her. Sis, do you like brother-in-law? Lin Yo-Yo giggled and playfully splashed the water, causing the soft waves to ripple. For soft jellyfish in the water became visible, their delicate, snow-white forms almost heavenly, only to be seen in the sky, never in the mortal world. She wondered which stupid boy would be lucky enough to get her in the future. Asked by her sister, Lin Zijing shyly lowered her head. Did she like Fang Luo? Of course, she liked him. He was so excellent and had helped her so much. But Fang Luo doesn't seem to care about women. Lin Zijing thought, remembering how Li Nana had tried to seduce Fang Luo many times, but he had never accepted. Impossible. Lin Yoyo didn't believe it. When he saved me before, he even touched my waist. How could he not care about women? Lin Yoyo remembered how, to save Fang Luo, she had jumped into his arms, and he had tightly hugged her. Huh? Lin Zijing was stunned. Lin Yoyo realized she had said something wrong and quickly changed the subject. Sis, as the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a thin veil. You said that someone is trying to seduce brother-in-law, right? If you don't take the initiative, brother-in-law might be taken away. Think about it, if she succeeds and becomes the mistress, how will she torture us? Will we be able to enjoy the cool air, drink wine, and eat steak? At that point, we'll have to wander outside. Will you be able to watch your sister starve, sweat, and suffer? If you really can't do it, then I'll have to do it myself. I understand. Lin Zijing quickly said. She didn't want her sister to suffer. But thinking about having to actively seduce Fang Luo later, her face turned crimson. She, someone who had never been in a relationship before, was about to take the first step in her very first romance and take the initiative herself. Thinking of this, Lin Zijing angrily scolded her younger sister, and the two girls playfully fought in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Fang Luo had no idea that Lin Yuyu was encouraging Lin Zijing to actively seduce him. If he had known, Fang Luo would definitely have praised her, thinking that saving her had not been in vain. He had once again successfully absorbed an evolution crystal, improving his strength. The distance for space flashing had increased to about 10 meters. The spatial barrier could now block a pressure of 1 ton. He also gained a new skill. Space Mark. The function of the space mark was similar to a timed with surveillance. He could leave a mark in a place in advance, and at any time, observe the scene there, and even detonate the mark to cause damage within a certain range. However, this function consumed a lot of energy. Fang Luo could now only plant 3 marks at most. But this function was very practical, as he could place marks at important locations and always obtain crucial intelligence. You have to know, all the communication devices in the world now no longer function, and all information has to be transmitted by word of mouth or legs. This skill was truly a divine technique. Also, this mark would perfectly help Fang Luo execute his recent pig farming plan. Fang Luo could plant a mark on the pig and observe their movements at any time. If he detected any ill intentions, he could directly detonate the mark and send them to their death. Thinking of this, Fang Luo immediately walked out of the room, ready to try out his pig, Li Nana. Due to the high temperature, Li Nana had already thrown off her clothes and was now only wearing a set of underwear. After several days without food and the cold storage being freezing, she had already fainted in a corner of the cold storage. If no one helped her soon, she was probably going to freeze to death. Get up! Fang Luo took out a bottle of water from the space and directly poured it on her face. Li Nana woke up with a gasp. Seeing the water dripping off her body, she immediately stuck out her tongue to lick it. She was so cold, hungry, and thirsty. After regaining her senses for a moment, Li Nana noticed Fang Luo by her side and immediately started crying. Fang Luo, I'm sorry, please give me something to eat. I will agree to whatever you ask me to do. Li Nana tried to stand up but had no strength. She could only crawl to Fang Luo's legs and constantly begged him while hugging his thighs. She was really on the verge of collapse. Before, Fang Luo had brought her to the cold storage, giving her great hope, but who knew Fang Luo was deliberately targeting her, causing that hope to fall into despair. Moreover, seeing her former roommate dead and facing Lin Zijing, whom she had once bullied, Li Nana was terrified. Finally, with no food, no water, and her physical suffering growing, she felt like she was really about to die. Li Nana truly didn't want to die, she was someone who valued her life. Right now, she only hoped for Fang Luo's forgiveness, because only then would she have a chance to survive. Fang Luo, I'm very pretty. You don't like my cousin, right? I look a lot like my cousin, you can treat me like you treat her, scold me, I won't resist. Li Nana looked at Fang Luo eagerly, grabbed his hand, placed it on her body, and said with anticipation. This was the only way she could think of to make Fang Luo take interest in her. She knew that every man had a dark side inside him. Indeed, looking at her, Fang Luo couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Li Nana's body and appearance were considered to be of the level of a campus beauty, and the soft sensation in Fang Luo's hand was undeniable. Moreover, she looked somewhat like Su Qingqing. Thinking about how in his past life, she had arrogantly insulted him, deliberately tripping him to attract zombies, and what Su Qingqing and her family had done to him, Fang Luo felt an intense rage in his heart. If it were like that with her, there would indeed be a feeling of revenge that arose in the heart. Brother Fang Luo, punish me! Su Qingqing felt a burst of joy in her heart because she clearly sensed the change in Fang Luo's body. Her decision was definitely not wrong. So she prepared to add more fuel to the fire. Her hands began to climb up Fang Luo's thigh. However, she froze for a moment. Because Fang Luo actually walked away. I'm not interested in useless women. Fang Luo looked down at Li Nana from above. Li Nana was at a loss. She didn't know how to answer Fang Luo. Because, apart from this, she was completely clueless in other aspects. She looked at Fang Luo with some reluctance. I'm giving you an opportunity now, an opportunity to become stronger. Become stronger? When Li Nana heard that Fang Luo wanted to make her stronger, her face showed confusion. How could she become stronger? Through plastic surgery? She was quite confident in her beauty and didn't want to get surgery. Do you know why the electric mother releases electricity? Why? Li Nana looked at the lazy, sleeping tabby cat, her eyes filled with some fear. Over the past 2 days, she had been shocked by it multiple times, and each time she had lost control of her bowels. She had some psychological trauma. She was also very curious about why a cat would release electricity. She had once wondered if this might be a high-tech mechanical cat with a shocking device inside. Because Fang Luo explained the matter about supernatural powers. Li Nana was stunned after hearing it. Supernatural powers, it was too shocking. She thought Fang Luo was just teasing her. But when she heard that Fang Luo could also grant her supernatural powers, Li Nana immediately became greedy and eager, fully believing it. If she had supernatural powers, who would dare bully her then? High-end food, brand-name bags, would she not have those within her reach? She would truly become someone above others. Do you want to gain supernatural powers? Fang Luo looked down at Li Nana, his smile like a demon making a foolish human sign a contract with the devil. Li Nana swallowed, her voice trembling as she quickly nodded, yes, yes. Good. Fang Luo smiled with satisfaction, but then said meaningfully, but what if you don't listen? No, no. Li Nana immediately shook her head, afraid that Fang Luo would go back on his word and not allow her to awaken her powers. She quickly hugged Fang Luo's leg and said, I'm very obedient, I will be as obedient as the electric mother, master. To show her loyalty, Li Nana even changed how she addressed him. She used to call him brother Fang Luo, but now she called him master. Li Nana really understood the psychology of men. She knew what men liked. The way she said master, with a delicate and coquettish tone, even Fang Luo couldn't help but feel his heart stir and had some physiological reactions. Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh at himself. He never thought he had this kind of fetish, but it was also for certain people. For good girls like Lin Zijing, Fang Luo would never make such excessive demands. As for Li Nana, what was there to be considerate of? However, I already have 1 cat. I don't need 2 cats. Fang Luo looked at Li Nana with a mischievous smile. Since he had already done it, he didn't plan on pretending to be a gentleman. Li Nana froze. She quickly understood what Fang Luo meant and secretly cursed him, but on the surface, she cooperated and called out. Woof woof. You're quite perceptive. Fang Luo smiled, reaching out to pat Li Nana on the head. Anyone would feel relieved if an enemy from their past was kneeling at their feet, barking like a dog. Fang Luo thought to himself that he was truly evil, a natural bad guy. This is a crystal, take it and use it. Fang Luo casually took out an evolution crystal. When he was patting Li Nana's head, he had already made a spatial mark on her head. If she showed any signs of disobedience, Fang Luo would immediately send her to her end. Thank you, master. Li Nana was ecstatic, already imagining how she would look as someone above others. But what she didn't know was that Fang Luo was just fattening her up like a pig. When she becomes powerful, she will kill pigs and eat meat. Fang Luo watched Li Nana, who was using the crystal. The conditions to awaken superpowers were still a bit harsh, requiring a high level of willpower from people. If 10 people used the evolution crystal at the same time, it would be good if one could awaken. After using the crystal, Li Nana began to feel excruciating pain in her body, unable to resist making painful moans. She felt like her body was filled to the brim and about to burst. She thrashed and rolled on the ground, a complete mess. Her expression was frantic. She thought Fang Luo had purposely poisoned her. Will she die? Fang Luo raised an eyebrow but showed no compassion. At most, he felt regret over failing to raise a pig, thinking it best to go after Su Qingqing's other relatives instead. However, after a few minutes, Li Nana stopped convulsing. She actually succeeded in awakening. Though Li Nana was still, Fang Luo noticed her unusualness. She had successfully awakened a superpower, which seemed to be a common speed-related ability. Each type of superpower has different strengths. T0 level powers are mostly mental abilities, such as charm and hypnosis. Although these powers appear non-combative, a powerful mental ability user can control countless other superpower users. No matter how strong you are, as long as you are controlled, even if the opponent is weak, you must obediently obey. The upper limit is incredibly high. However, such powers are extremely rare, with very few awakening them. T1 level powers are basically elemental abilities, like water, fire, electricity, and so on. These powers have certain combat abilities in the early stages, and their growth potential is also high. Those who awaken such powers will become well-known strong fighters. T2 level powers are enhancement-type abilities, such as strength, speed, and defense. These powers have some initial combat capabilities, but their upper limit in later stages is slightly lower, yet they are also not commonly seen. T3 level powers are various miscellaneous abilities, like magnetism. They are somewhat useful in the early stage, but essentially have no later use, and this is the type that most people awaken. In addition, there is another type of superpower that surpasses all these powers. That is spatial abilities. Spatial abilities have very weak combat power in the early stages, even less than T3 level powers. However, spatial abilities have maximum growth potential. With each level increase, they gain immense upgrades. Once they grow up, every skill can be earth-shattering. There are endless possibilities. Spatial abilities are extremely rare, at least Fang Luo had never heard of anyone else obtaining them. A woman like Li Nana being able to awaken to T2 level was somewhat unexpected. This means he didn't lose out on his use of this crystal. Even if Fang Luo were to open her head and immediately extract the crystal, the energy he would gain would still be more than that from pure evolution crystals. Once she reached her full potential, the gains could be even greater. Get up! Fang Luo kicked Li Nana. Li Nana let out a soft cry and finally woke up, but her expression was pained. She felt as if she had been toyed with 100 times. However, after a moment, she sensed something different about her body and found herself much lighter. She looked at Fang Luo expectantly, wanting to know what her superpower was. You have a speed ability that can increase your speed. If you reach the extreme, you can run faster than a bullet, Fang Luo said. Run faster than a bullet? Li Nana's mouth dropped open, filled with excitement. In an instant, a thought flashed through her mind. Now that she had gained a superpower and could run so fast, what if she took the opportunity to escape when Fang Luo was not paying attention? Or, perhaps, she could directly kill Fang Luo. With her speed, he wouldn't be able to react even if he had a gun, right? He had previously tormented her and harmed her cousin. And there were so many supplies here. If she killed him, this place would belong to her. After gaining her superpower, the thought of killing Fang Luo immediately arose in Li Nana's heart. But she quickly dismissed it. Li Nana was at least a university student, so her brain still worked a little. If Fang Luo could awaken his own special ability, then he must have one too. Moreover, Fang Luo was so sly that he must have guessed she would have other intentions, but he still helped her awaken, which showed he wasn't afraid of her turning against him and had absolute confidence in suppressing her. Even if all of this wasn't true, there was still that cat. The cat's combat ability was much stronger than hers. Now, rebelling was the most unwise decision. Thinking of this, Li Nana smiled flatteringly, looking at Fang Luo in a pleasing way. Thank you, master. Whatever you ask me to do in the future, I will do it. Li Nana had made up her mind. She would stay by Fang Luo's side for now. Fang Luo had a cold storage, an 800,000 yuan sofa, and various supplies. If she left, she wouldn't find a better living situation for a while. Moreover, Fang Luo helping her awaken her ability was definitely a sign that he had changed his attitude towards her, no longer as cold as before. She might now be able to seduce him, and slowly transform from being a dog to becoming his woman. She now knew what kind of style Fang Luo liked. Master. Li Nana giggled, sticking out her pink tongue, and started slowly moving it up towards Fang Luo's feet. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. This woman really had a lot of tricks. She had a firm grip on a man's heart. Even though Fang Luo had seen many things, he still couldn't handle it all. Fang Luo lay on the sofa, his legs spread wide, enjoying the performance. This apocalypse was much more comfortable than his previous life as a corporate slave. Soon, the Lin Zijin sisters had finished showering and walked out of the bathroom. Fang Luo subtly pushed Li Nana aside. Compared to Li Nana, the Lin Zijin sisters were much more important to him. These two could help him expand his territory, both had T1 level abilities and were extremely talented. Fang Luo didn't want to ruin his relationship with them over the small matter and risk losing the sisters who could be useful to him. Li Nana noticed this too, feeling somewhat displeased and jealous as she glanced at Lin Zijin, but she still obediently complied. After all, she was just a dog, wasn't she? After a busy day, Fang Luo was also a bit dirty, so he went to the bathroom, changed the water, and took a bath. Lin Zijin was very considerate and went to the kitchen to cook. There were several freezers in the cold storage, and Fang Luo had placed many ingredients inside, so Lin Zijin could pick whatever she wanted. When Fang Luo finished his bath and came out, he saw a table full of delicious food. Li Nana also looked at it eagerly. However, Fang Luo didn't plan to let her join the meal. He waved his hand and said, "Go take a bath with the electric mother." Although a bit disappointed and unable to enjoy the delicious food, Li Nana was still happier than yesterday. At least her status had improved. Yesterday, she could only use the bathwater that the electric mother had used, her status lower than that of a pet. But today, she could bathe with Fang Luo's pet, sharing the same status as the pet. Fang Luo, Lin Zijin, and Lin Yuyu sat together and enjoyed the delicious food. Today, Lin Zijin made new dishes, sea cucumber porridge, steamed oysters, and stir-fried lamb organs. However, during the meal, Lin Zijin kept her head lowered, her face red. "Are you sick?" Fang Luo reached out and touched her forehead. "No." Lin Zijin quickly shook her head, feeling very shy. She couldn't possibly say she had been persuaded by Lin Yuyu to do something bad to him tonight. She glanced at the table full of ingredients that Lin Yuyu had specially selected, and couldn't help but give her sister an angry look. "You think you're so clever with your books, huh? Eat up, and we'll rest early afterward." Fang Luo, seeing her temperature was normal, didn't pay much attention. He had just used the evolution crystal, which consumed a lot of energy, and he was starving, so he dug into the food. Lin Zijin's cooking was really good. But as he ate, Fang Luo started to feel a little uncomfortable. Uncertain if it was just Li Nana's teasing, Fang Luo's earlier reaction didn't fade but grew even hotter, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. However, he couldn't possibly seek out Li Nana to release his frustrations in front of Lin Zijin. He could only plan to finish his meal quickly and return to his room to rest, hoping to shift his focus. After finishing the meal, the leftover scraps were left for Li Nana to clean up. She had already put on the maid outfit that Fang Luo had given her, truly becoming a maid. "Let's sleep," Fang Luo said to Lin Zijing and Lin Yuyu. The bed was big, and even with 3 people, it wouldn't feel cramped. However, Lin Yuyu shook her head, holding a game controller deeply engrossed in playing on the PS5. Fang Luo didn't find it strange. It was understandable that a young girl would love to play. But Lin Zijing knew that Lin Yuyu was not just playing, she clearly didn't want to be a third wheel. When the two entered the room, Lin Yuyu giggled and immediately tossed aside the controller, hiding at the door to listen to the sounds inside. Inside the room, Fang Luo, like yesterday, lay down in his spot, closing his eyes and trying to empty his mind. However, after a full meal, one's desires became apparent. Such things were not easy to forget just by wanting to. Tossing and turning, he just couldn't fall asleep. Damn, it's all Li Nana's fault. Fang Luo cursed silently, planning to deal with her harshly when Lin Zijing was not around. However, just as he thought this, he suddenly felt someone beside him. He turned his head in confusion and found Lin Zijing had crawled from the corner of the bed to his side without him noticing. "Thank you for saving my sister," Lin Zijing said gratefully, her voice soft and a little trembling. "It's nothing, protecting our country's flowers is our duty." Fang Luo joked, slightly curling his body to avoid bumping into Lin Zijing to prevent any awkwardness. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lin Zijing suddenly asked. Fang Luo was taken aback, not quite understanding the meaning. But the next moment, his body froze in disbelief as he looked down at Lin Zijing's slightly warm little hand. Lin Zijing was already blushing all over. It was truly her first time being so close to a boy. "Will you treat me well?" Lin Zijing asked again. As a traditional girl, her grandmother had raised her to be faithful. If Fang Luo were to reject her, she might even contemplate suicide. "I will treat you well." Fang Luo smiled gently. Outside the door, Lin Yuyu squatted at the entrance, hearing soft gasps and heavy breaths from inside. Her pretty face instantly turned bright red. She never expected her sister to be so savvy on her own. However, her brother-in-law was truly amazing. Beside her, Li Nana was filled with envy and jealousy. Clearly, it was her who had sparked Fang Luo's fire, yet it was Lin Zijing who benefited. In the evening, Fang Luo stretched lazily, glancing at the disheveled Lin Zijing, her cheeks flushed, already asleep from exhaustion. He slightly smiled, gently kissing her on the face, and then casually walked out of the room. Lin Zijing was still a 20-year-old girl, her body weak, and he should have come out much earlier. However, Lin Zijing persevered despite her discomfort, unwilling to let Fang Luo feel disappointed on their first time. She didn't want to leave any regrets. She was truly so considerate. Beautiful and capable, good at managing both the home and the kitchen. Where could one find such a woman? Fang Luo felt genuinely blessed. This was far from a post-apocalyptic world. He was living like a celestial being. Oh dear. Just as he pushed open the door, a girl fell at Fang Luo's feet. Looking down, it turned out to be Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu had been at the door, initially shy from listening, but who would have thought that Fang Luo would be in there for 10 hours, causing her to doze off. She was filled with admiration for Fang Luo. Her brother-in-law was really that awesome. Her decision was indeed correct. Her sister would definitely be very happy in the future. "What are you doing here?" Fang Luo asked with a hint of amusement as he looked at Lin Yuyu, instantly knowing what she was up to. This girl is quite the quirky one. Good morning, brother-in-law. I was just about to call you for breakfast. Lin Yuyu, caught red-handed, had an awkward expression and quickly found an excuse to explain. Where's the food? Fang Luo glanced at the empty dining table and joked, are you cooking yourself? With your little amount of meat, I might not have enough to eat. Fang Luo and Lin Zichin's relationship had grown closer, and Fang Luo now treated Lin Yuyu like a younger sister, chatting more easily than before. Bah, you pervert. Seeing through her, Lin Yuyu huffed back, unreasonably, and lazily lay down on the sofa, her mind racing with thoughts. Could he really want to eat her, and did he think she was too small? You pervert, and you're eavesdropping? Fang Luo rolled his eyes, but he was not angry at all. In fact, he felt happy. Humans are social animals, even the most solitary person can feel lonely at times. Now, with these two sisters in the cold storage, it felt much more lively and not so empty. If there was no one in the cold storage, even if Fang Luo had countless resources, life would be extremely dull, with no difference between living and dying. Lin Zichin couldn't get up to cook. Fang Luo had to ask Li Nana to do the cooking. She was now the dedicated maid of the cold storage, handling cleanliness and even cleaning up after the electric mother. Fang Luo was like a landlord. During the day, he would lie down and sleep, and when he opened his eyes, there would be food, and at night, he would go out to search for evolution crystals. He didn't have to worry about anything else. However, the food made by Li Nana was far worse than that of Lin Zichin, and having gotten used to Lin Zichin's cooking, Fang Luo had become a bit picky. After dinner, Fang Luo prepared to head out again to search for evolution crystals. Today was the third day since the virus arrived. The existence of superpowers had already been exposed to the public, and many people were searching for evolution crystals. The number of evolution crystals was steadily decreasing, and it would become even harder to find them in a few days. In the apocalypse, besides daily necessities, the most important thing was evolution crystals. Because this represented power. Holding enough evolution crystals would allow the cultivation of a powerful force. If Fang Luo had 10,000 evolution crystals, even if he didn't use them himself, he could use them to cultivate 10,000 loyal superhumans. That would be unbeatable in the world. In a sense, evolution crystals were even more important than food. Brother-in-law, I want to go too. Seeing Fang Luo preparing to leave, Lin Yuyu quickly ran over. She was inherently lively and rebellious, and now that she had superpowers, she wanted to go out and play with zombies. All right. Fang Luo thought for a moment and decided it would be good. More people meant more strength and a higher chance of finding evolution crystals. He looked over at Li Nana and waved, you go too. Lin Zichin was at home alone. Fang Luo had just been sparring with her, and he hadn't even had the chance to help her awaken her powers yet. Fang Luo still didn't fully trust Li Nana. He kept her at home to prevent her from harming Lin Zichin in any way, which he would deeply regret. Moreover, now that Fang Luo had awakened her powers, she would definitely need to work for him. Did he really think of Fang Luo as raising pigs, just letting them eat and sleep all day? Yes, master. Li Nana didn't refuse. Having just listened to Fang Luo and Lin Zichin spar, she felt extreme jealousy and was planning to seize the opportunity to charm Fang Luo while Lin Zichin was away, hoping to rise up the ranks. Now was the perfect chance. Master? Lin Yuyu shot a strange glance at Fang Luo. She hadn't noticed Li Nana's way of addressing him before. Didn't expect that. Brother-in-law was so playful. However, she wasn't angry or seeking to defend her sister. Although Lin Yuyu was only 16, like Lin Zichin, she had been independent since childhood. She often got into fights and dealt with troublesome students, having her own way of handling people and things, and she was much more mature than ordinary girls, understanding human nature and society far better than most. Integrating faster into the apocalypse. Now the world has entered the apocalypse, and nothing can be judged by the normal standards of society. It is very normal for someone as strong as Fang Luo, who has a lot of supplies, to be pursued by other women. If Fang Luo did not do so, it would be strange, making one wonder if there was something wrong with her. You should know, even in peaceful times, there are people who keep mistresses. Fang Luo having a maid is nothing at all. As long as she does not fail her sister, otherwise, she would trade her life for Fang Luo's. Although she is very grateful to Fang Luo, her sister is much more important in her heart. Fang Luo does not know what Lin Yuyu is thinking. He is driving the armored car, carrying Lin Yuyu, Electric Mother, and Li Nana out. It has been the 8th day of the apocalypse. The ones who have survived now are either physically strong or those who sensitively hoarded supplies in the first few days of the apocalypse. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. There are still many smart people in the world. Fang Luo is not arrogant enough to think that hoarding tens of billions of supplies makes him invincible. There aren't many people on the street. Lin Yuyu looked out the window, her expression filled with emotion. This street was once bustling, with small vendors setting up stalls every night, but now it is rarely frequented, mostly filled with zombies. Fang Luo did not respond. He had experienced this in his last life. There was really no reason to feel sad about it. In the back seat, Nana was drenched in sweat, and a large area under her seat was wet. She couldn't understand why Fang Luo and Lin Yuyu seemed not to feel the heat at all. This is because Fang Luo has a spatial barrier that can block external hot air. And Lin Yuyu has a wind ability that can accelerate airflow on the surface of her body, achieving a cooling effect. Only she, with a speed ability, could only feel hot as a dog. "Brother-in-law, where are we going?" Lin Zijing asked. Fang Luo also thought carefully about which well-known ability users had awakened later in his previous life. Luocheng is a first-tier coastal city with a vast area, and Fang Luo has currently searched less than 10% of it. He has harvested over 70 evolution crystals in total. This is already a lot. You should know that, in the previous life, there were only a few thousand ability users visible in the entire Luocheng, spread across various places. As for whether there are more, Fang Luo cannot guarantee. There might be those who are more low-key and have not revealed their abilities. Fang Luo remembers only a few well-known ability users above T2 level. First, let's go to Kunying Street. Fang Luo thought of a place and immediately drove over. Kunying Street? Upon hearing this location, Lin Yuyu's brow slightly furrowed, as if recalling some bad memories. Kunying Street was originally a place where extracurricular tutoring classes gathered, bustling with crowds. In the previous life, several T2 level ability users were born here. Only, it is unknown if the evolution crystals are still there. Upon arriving at Kunying Street, it used to have students studying even at 10 p.m., but now all the lights are out, and it is pitch black with hardly any shadows of people. The car can't go in, let's walk. Fang Luo parked the car in a safe spot and got out. This is a pedestrian street, narrow with many obstacles in the middle, so walking is the only option. Electric Mother, keep your eyes sharp. Fang Luo reminded Electric Mother, whether they can find the crystals depends entirely on this tabby cat. Meow. Electric Mother stretched out her paw, signaling for her pay, as always, a realistic cat. What's the rush? Am I the kind of heartless boss who fails to pay? Fang Luo flicked her on the head, annoyed. Then he looked at Lin Yuyu in confusion. What's wrong? You seem down. Lin Yuyu was originally lively, chattering when leaving, but now she hardly spoke. It's nothing. Lin Yuyu shook her head, thinking those people must be dead by now. Watching the other person smile again, Fang Luo nodded, then followed the Electric Mother to search for the crystal. Before long, they found one. It looks like the people here haven't discovered the crystals. That's great. Fang Luo became excited, as there were at least a dozen crystals here. Electric Mother, well done, keep going. Fang Luo tossed a fish to the Electric Mother. They continued searching. Are you sure you saw the light shining over here before? It's true, Brother Zhang, we were in the classroom, and we saw it very clearly. Very good, as long as you find the crystal later, and serve me well tonight, I'll give you a whole bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Brother Zhang, thank you, Brother Zhang. Outside, 7 or 8 people were walking towards Kunying Street, among them a shirtless man called Brother Zhang, who had a woman wrapped around each arm. One was in his 30s, The other was just a teenager, looking like a student. Why is there an armored vehicle? Suddenly, Zhang Yang saw a tall armored vehicle parked in a secret spot by the street. He immediately approached it. Looking left and right, he was astonished. Such a big armored vehicle, if only he could drive it, he wouldn't have to walk so hard. With the ongoing high temperatures, ordinary vehicles had basically broken down, and now the only way to travel was Bus 11. He tried to open the car door. However, the door was locked from the inside, and the windows were bulletproof, so he couldn't open it at all. Brother Zhang, the exhaust pipe still has gasoline in it, it should have just come over, said the beside him. Oh. Brother Zhang's eyes lit up, no wonder you're a teacher, you know more, I'll reward you when we get back. Brother Zhang, you're so annoying. The showed a shy expression, but inside she felt nauseous, thinking he looked clumsy and rough, like a pig. That guy must be inside, maybe his purpose is the same as ours, also here to find evolution crystals, hurry up and catch him. Brother Zhang immediately led 4 younger brothers to start searching the street. He had also awakened his ability, possessing a T2 level defensive power, and had discovered the secret of evolution crystals. So, hearing the 2 women nearby might have seen evolution crystals, he rushed over. Boss, it's ahead. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang rushed over and sure enough, he saw a man and 2 women, the man holding several newly discovered evolution crystals. Greed immediately appeared in his eyes. So many crystals, if he absorbed all of them, how strong would he become? Shifting his gaze, he noticed the 2 women next to the man. One was tall, voluptuous, with seductive eyes, at least an 8 in looks. The other was petite and cute, with features like delicate porcelain, and despite her young age, she was already remarkably developed, easily scoring a 9. Compared to the married beside him and the student girl everyone wanted, they were on a whole different level. Damn, that guy is really lucky. Zhang Yang's heart was filled with jealousy, immediately wanting to snatch the others' crystals, along with the women. Such beautiful women, only a strong man like me deserves to have them. Lin Yuyu? At this moment, a student girl beside Zhang Yang seemed to recognize the girl across. You little. Originally, Lin Yuyu's family was poor, but Lin Ziqin took great care of her sister, saving money to enroll Lin Yuyu in a tutoring class. However, Lin Yuyu's family was often mocked by others. Across the street, Yu Lily, who never studied, regularly hung out with delinquents and dated a gangster boyfriend. Seeing that Lin Yuyu was beautiful yet came from an ordinary family, she felt jealous and bullied Lin Yuyu. She often ripped Lin Yuyu's books and even brought people to confront Lin Yuyu, slapping her and forcing her to kneel. She spread rumors saying Lin Yuyu's sister sold herself to pay for her tutoring, claiming that otherwise, they could never afford it. Lin Yuyu had no choice but to tell the tutoring class teacher. That teacher was the married woman, Lu Fang, who stood next to Zhang Yang. But Lu Fang didn't care at all, even saying something foolish like, "Why do I only bully you and not others?" This made Yu Lily even more aggressive. Lin Yuyu helplessly skipped classes. However, her adversaries didn't let her off and continued to block her at school. Lin Yuyu didn't want to involve her sister, so to protect herself, she had no choice but to make friends with troublemakers at school. But the students at school couldn't stand up against the gangsters from outside. Several times, Lin Yuyu almost fell victim to the gangsters brought by her enemies, leaving her with psychological scars. Hearing about Lin Yuyu's situation, Fang Luo immediately felt a surge of anger. Originally, he thought Lin Yuyu got into fights due to lax parenting, leading to her rebellious nature. But he didn't realize she was suffering from bullying and was making bad friends just to protect herself. It was hard to imagine what it was like for a girl in her teens to face such bullying, with no parents to protect her and teachers who chose to ignore her. It must have felt incredibly helpless. If Lin Yuyu were even slightly more fragile, she might have chosen to end her own life. Bullying at school is truly despicable. Fang Luo hated this kind of thing very much. How many flowers were ruined for a lifetime like this? Moreover, the one being bullied was Lin Yuyu, who was now his sister. Fang Luo had always been someone who protected his own. He didn't want this shadow to linger in Lin Yuyu's heart forever. Don't be afraid, I'm here, no one can bully you. Fang Luo patted the trembling back of Lin Yuyu, calming her agitated emotions, his eyes filled with concern. Feeling Fang Luo's warmth, Lin Yuyu immediately felt an unprecedented sense of security. For years, she had endured daily torment, with no one standing in front of her saying that no one could bully her. Today, Fang Luo stood before her. Her mood instantly became much calmer. Across from her, Zhang Yang also noticed something was off. He was very familiar with Yu Lily, as he had already been mixed up with them in middle school, using their reputation to bully other students. The pretty girl in front of him was likely also bullied by Yu Lily. He looked at Yu Lily, then at Lin Yuyu, and saw that in both appearance and temperament, they were on completely different levels. Not to mention, Lin Yuyu looked like a pure young girl, probably a virgin still. If he could make the girl across from him develop feelings for him and win her over, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Thinking this, Zhang Yang instantly smiled at Lin Yuyu and said, "Hey, did this woman bully you before?" Lin Yuyu glanced at Zhang Yang, unsure of what this shirtless big guy meant. "I hate bullying at school the most. If I knew she was that kind of person, I wouldn't even help her. So how about this, come with me, you can pay her back tenfold for how she used to bully you. If she dares to resist, brother will back you up." Zhang Yang said with a cheerful smile. "Zhang Ji, you." Beside them, Yu Lily's eyes widened. Unbelievably looking at each other, "You didn't say this to me in bed before. Moreover, I bullied others, and you were the accomplice." She finally figured out Zhang Yang's purpose. It's just that he finds Lin Yuyu beautiful, so he wants her attention, wants to sleep with her. Unconsciously, Yu Lily grew to resent Lin Yuyu even more. Why did she have to work so hard to get a little help, while Lin Yuyu said nothing, and Zhang Yang came to her first? Why didn't I scar her face back then, always trying to seduce men? Shut up. Zhang Yang glared at Yu Lily and said in a deep voice, "If you ruin my good thing, I'll hit you just like last time." He understood Yu Lily. This woman was not only vain but also cowardly. Before, when Yu Lily begged him to back her up, she endured the whip he used on her, and now with the apocalypse coming, she would be even more unlikely to leave. Yu Lily was too scared to speak. She still bore the scar from that time on her body. She just harbored endless hatred towards Lin Yuyu, feeling that she must be laughing at her, probably planning to get back at her hard. She normally acts so innocent, but isn't she now just like herself, selling her body for honor? So, how about it, classmate Lin? It's so dangerous outside, with zombies, and I can still protect you. Zhang Yang turned around and smiled at Lin Yuyu. Feeling his gaze, Lin Yuyu felt disgusted. She had already guessed his purpose. With his fat head and big ears, he still wants to sleep with me, dreaming. I don't need it, I have someone to protect me. Lin Yuyu rejected him bluntly, instinctively leaning closer to Fang Luo. Perhaps it was because of Fang Luo's earlier action, she subconsciously felt very safe next to him. Just him, a pretty boy? Zhang Yang glanced at Fang Luo with a disdainful smile. Classmate Lin, he won't do. You have to know that those outside are zombies, only someone like me with abilities can survive in this apocalypse. Do you know what abilities are? As he spoke, Zhang Yang brandished a watermelon knife and stabbed it into his own thighs several times but didn't sustain any injuries. See, I'm bulletproof. Zhang Yang grinned widely, full of pride, and now that supplies are so scarce, you must have not eaten well in a long time. Come to my place, I have several boxes of mineral water, plus we can eat rice every day. How about it? Ever since he awakened his abilities, Zhang Yang had been on cloud 9, he used to be just an ordinary thug in a gang, bullying students. But now, he had become a central figure in the gang, drinking mineral water and eating white rice, managing several people, living quite comfortably. He believed that with his conditions, Lin Yuyu couldn't possibly refuse. Who would refuse a full meal? You should know, just now Lu Fang and Yu Lily promised to follow his 3-person request just for a bottle of water. Idiot. Lin Yuyu rolled her eyes, she had wind-type abilities. Why would she care for your steel foundations? I don't know what's so great about it. Beside her, Li Nana couldn't help but sneer. What a bumpkin, what's so amazing about a broken ability, like no one else has it? And white rice, is that something special? Do you know what I just ate and drank? Australian lobster and Lafite. You probably haven't seen anything like that, right? You like this, and you still want us to go to your home? Can't you look in the mirror and see what you are? Li Nana's mockery was merciless. Especially when she saw him treating mineral water and white rice as treasures, she finally felt the superiority she longed for. She particularly enjoyed this feeling. At the same time, she was even more determined to stay by Fang Luo's side, only in this way could she feel superior. Even being a dog is fine. It's still much better than serving a fat pig like you Lily and Lu Fang, just for a sip of water. You filthy bitch, what did you say? Hearing Li Nana mercilessly insult her, Zhang Yang instantly became furious. Are you deaf? I said, you toad want to eat swan meat. Li Nana, empowered by her position, was extremely arrogant in front of Zhang Yang. Very good. After awakening his abilities, it was the first time Zhang Yang had been insulted like this. He couldn't help but laugh out of anger. I didn't want to force it, but you guys are forcing me. Now I'll give you one more chance. That man, hand over the crystal, kneel and bow twice, then get lost. The woman, come back with me tonight, or else. Zhang Yang raised the watermelon knife in his hand, his face twisted as he threatened Fang Luo. On the side, Yu Lily, who had been worried about being retaliated against by Lin Yuyu, immediately became excited. What an idiot, such a great chance to follow Brother Zhang, and she doesn't even try for it, hiding behind a pretty boy. Now it's good, when Brother Zhang takes you all down, won't they be at my mercy? Ha ha ha. Fang Luo didn't care at all, with this kind of trash, he could easily take care of them. He did glance at Li Nana. Didn't expect this woman to have a sharp tongue. However, the way she exposed her living conditions made Fang Luo quite displeased. Don't be afraid of a thief stealing, just be afraid the thief keeps thinking about it. His abilities weren't strong enough yet, so what if this attracted an attack from others? Master? Seeing Fang Luo looking at her, Li Nana trembled, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition, sensing that Fang Luo might punish her. You little brat, still not handing it over to me. Zhang Yang raised the watermelon knife, posturing with arrogance. Fang Luo glanced at him and sneered, alright, come here and take it, I'll give it to you. You're being smart. Zhang Yang laughed in triumph, he wasn't afraid of Fang Luo playing tricks because he had a defensive ability. He's really a pretty boy. Yu Lily was even more at ease now, a smug smile spreading on her face. Lu Fang, who had been silent, also let out a sigh of relief. Although she hadn't bullied Lin Yuyu, she hadn't interfered when Lin Yuyu was bullied either, and had been a bit scared of her retaliation. But Lin Yuyu remained calm. She knew Fang Luo wouldn't just hand over the crystal to them, he definitely had some purpose. Where's the crystal? Hand it over now. Zhang Yang walked over to Fang Luo, extending his hand, asking. Fang Luo, crystal? Didn't you say, when I come over, you'll give me the crystal? Are you trying to play me? Zhang Yang's expression twisted with anger. I said I'd give it to you, but I never said I'd give you the crystal. Fang Luo looked at him with amusement. Zhang Yang frowned, what do you mean? However, when he followed Fang Luo's gaze down, he saw the barrel of a black gun pressed against his groin. A gun. Zhang Yang jumped in shock, where did Fang Luo pull the gun from? It turns out, when he said, give it to you, he meant a bullet for him. Immediately, Zhang Yang wanted to run. Though he wasn't afraid of the watermelon knife, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of bullets. But it was too late. I want to see whether your gun is harder, or my bullets are harder. Fang Luo grinned, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of liquid hitting the ground, red and yellow splattering all over Zhang Yang's feet. Clearly, this newly awakened defensive ability user couldn't withstand the force of the bullet. Zhang Yang instantly collapsed to the ground, curled into a shrimp-like position, howling in agony, his voice filled with extreme pain. Behind him, 4 or 5 of his underlings also fell to chill between their legs. They had been envious of Zhang Yang's iron groin technique earlier, but now there was nothing to envy. Yu Lili and Lu Feng were both stunned. They had originally thought that Zhang Yang, who possessed abilities, would beat the opponent to the ground, but never expected such a dramatic turn of events, with him being taken down by a single gunshot, ending his life. Thinking about what they had done to Lin Yuyu earlier, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. They didn't know how Lin Yuyu would take revenge on them. Lin Yuyu was extremely excited. The people in front of her were the ones who had bullied her, and she wasn't so saintly as to feel sympathy for them. In fact, she even found it satisfying. This group of guys didn't know how many young girls they had harmed. Brother-in-law was just too handsome, and she loved the way he acted so cool. Li Nana's heart turned cold. Fang Luo's methods were too cruel. What if Fang Luo treated her like this? She had to behave well in the future. Now, Fang Luo walked up to Zhang Yang's side, smiling. It's my turn to ask for the crystal. No, don't. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with fear. Although Fang Luo was smiling, to him, that smile was like a demon's. Fang Luo ignored him. He directly picked up Zhang Yang's watermelon knife. Zhang Yang was an ability user, although only at the T2 level, but the crystal energy in his brain was even higher than that of pure evolution crystal energy. You can't kill me. Looking at the watermelon knife so close, Zhang Yang quickly shouted. Oh? Fang Luo raised an eyebrow, tell me why. I am from the Dahai gang. Dahai gang? Fang Luo's expression became serious. He had heard of the Dahai gang in his past life. The Dahai gang used to be a loan sharking organization in Luochang. After the apocalypse, many of its members awakened abilities, becoming a significant group of ability users. This Dahai gang was not a good bunch. Relying on their abilities, they plundered houses, collected protection fees, and killed other ability users if they didn't submit to them, taking the crystals from their brains. In his past life, Fang Luo once found a bottle of water, but they stole it all from him under the pretext of a protection fee. Fortunately, Fang Luo didn't reveal his abilities at that time, otherwise, they would have definitely cracked his head open. Even more interesting was the fact that before the apocalypse, Fang Luo had borrowed a lot of usury loans, including from the Dahai gang. Kid, now you're scared, huh? Zhang Yang looked at Fang Luo smugly. Our Dahai gang has 18 ability users, and our boss has a powerful fire ability. Even the army avoids us. You with your gun, can you compare with the army? But, I can give you a chance now. As long as you kneel and admit your mistake, I won't hold this against you. Zhang Yang tried to intimidate Fang Luo, but if Fang Luo spared him, he would never keep his promise to spare Fang Luo. After all, he had lost his manhood. How could he let Fang Luo go? Oh? Really? I'm so scared. Fang Luo sneered in disdain. He didn't want to provoke a siege by ability users, but that didn't mean he was weak or afraid. If the Dahai gang really dared to come, Fang Luo would definitely destroy them to avenge the water bottle from his past life. Fang Luo stopped talking and directly swung the knife, splitting open Zhang Yang's head. Zhang Yang died with his eyes wide open. He couldn't understand where Fang Luo found the courage to go against the Dahai gang. Fang Luo directly dug out his crystal. This crystal was twice as bright as a normal evolution crystal, indicating that its energy was more than double. One was worth 2, not bad. Not bad. Fang Luo turned to look at Yu Lili and Lu Feng. At this moment, both of them were completely stunned. Fang Luo's cruelty had far exceeded their imagination. They were sure Fang Luo would kill them without batting an eye. And without any sense of guilt. But they didn't want to die. Yu Lili was the first to react. She kneeled down with a thud and crawled to Fang Luo's feet, looking at him with a flattering expression. Don't kill me, I can be your dog. I know a lot of things, you can do whatever you want with me. She knew her life and death were in Fang Luo's hands. Yu Lili had been in the social world since middle school, had dealt with countless men, and was skilled in reading people's moods. Seeing the situation was bad, she immediately knelt in front of Fang Luo, pleading in a soft tone. In the past, when she had offended people she couldn't afford to offend, as long as she did this, they would spare her. At worst, she would just get beaten a few times. But Fang Luo didn't care at all. Although Fang Luo is not Lu Xiahui and is fond of women, he does not look at just any woman. This Yu Lili is even worse than Li Nana. Let's not even mention the difference in looks. When it comes to character, Li Nana, despite being quite vain, always thinks she is superior, afraid of death, and would betray her savior for survival. It can be said her character is equally low. However, her methods are more sophisticated than Yu Lily's. She understands what kind of person can give her what she wants. Before she encounters the right person, she acts more like a green tea, scheming against others, and won't easily give herself to someone. But this Yu Lily can be played by even a small thug. Fang Luo doesn't care about what others think in being part of someone else's path, but he really cannot muster any interest in such a Roman road. Don't beg me, whether I can let you go or not depends on her. Fang Luo turned to look at Lin Yuyu, as Yu Lily bullied Lin Yuyu, causing her to develop a psychological shadow. This issue can only be resolved by Lin Yuyu herself to remove her shadow. Hearing Fang Luo's words, Yu Lily looked back at Lin Yuyu. Her eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. The person who was once bullied by her is now begging her, which is simply too humiliating. But she does not want to die. So, she crawled to Lin Yuyu's side, forced out a flattering smile, and pleaded with her. Sister Yuyu, I was wrong before, go ahead and hit me however you want. I will definitely not resist. Saying that, Yu Lily even slapped her own face, the sound resounding loudly. It seemed she was serious. Lin Yuyu looked at her coldly. In the past, she was the one surrounded and forced to kneel down, slapping herself. She never expected that one day Yu Lily would kneel in front of her. And all of this was helped by Fang Luo. Unknowingly, she felt even more admiration and affection for Fang Luo. How lucky she and her sister were to meet Fang Luo. It's just a pity that such a man is bound to not hide in a cold storage. He will walk into a bigger world, and there will be all kinds of women. She can only hope he won't forget about her sister. I won't hit you, don't waste your effort. Lin Yuyu said coldly. Yu Lily was stunned. What does this mean? Not hitting herself? Does it mean she wants to kill her? She immediately became scared to the point of tears, directly grabbing Lin Yuyu, trying to take her hand to hit herself to relieve her anger. Sister Yuyu, I was really wrong, please hit me, I will bow to you, please don't kill me, I still don't want to die. Lin Yuyu directly broke free. I won't hit you because I don't want to become a person like you. A person like me? That's right. I have endured the pain of school bullying. You think bullying others feels great, but I won't. I won't be a person who bullies others for fun like you. Lin Yuyu recalled that painful time. Although today puts an end to it. But that period truly existed, bringing her indelible pain. She hopes there is no school bullying in this world, and everyone can have a beautiful school youth. By the side, Fang Luo watched with mixed feelings in his heart. Lin Yuyu is really kind. Generally, people who have gone through what she has either can't get through it and choose to commit suicide, or slowly become like the bullies, bullying others to fill the void in their hearts. Very few people are like Lin Yuyu. So, you won't kill me? Yu Lily asked tentatively, gradually revealing a look of joy on her face. Obviously, Lin Yuyu's words did not make Yu Lily feel repentant, she only worried about whether she could live. As long as she can survive. After that, Yu Li fell to the ground. Having lost her intent. This scene suddenly terrified Lu Fang, who was beside her, to the point of horror. Even Fang Luo was slightly astonished. He had just thought Lin Yuyu would show mercy and let the other person go. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Yuyu chose not to bully her opponent, but instead to kill her directly. However, upon careful thought, it all made sense. Lin Yuyu just didn't want to become like the school bullies, but she did not choose to forgive the pain inflicted upon her. She didn't bully her opponent. She ended her opponent swiftly. It was reasonable and not contradictory. Unavoidably, Fang Luo looked at Lin Yuyu with fresh eyes. Her goals were clear, her decisions decisive, and her grudges well-defined. Fang Luo felt that even if the other person had not encountered him, she would likely become a powerful figure in the future, though the path would be a little more difficult. Fortunately, he and she were family now. If they became rivals in the future, Fang Luo really wouldn't know what to expect. Lin Yuyu then looked at the stunned Lu Fang. Don't kill me, I didn't bully you. Lu Fang looked at Lin Yuyu in terror, unable to understand why she had been so obedient before, yet now she was killing without blinking. Is it true that honest people become like this when pushed too hard? She was like a witch. You indeed didn't bully me, but you aided the oppressor. Lin Yuyu's expression was cold. Back then when she was bullied by Yuli, she had sought Lu Fang's help more than once, but the other party completely ignored her and even uttered the phrase about why the bully only targeted her and not others, saying she should find the reason within herself. I was also forced by circumstances, I'm just a teacher. I did ask her parents before, but nothing changed, and her parents even complained that I framed her. I could only turn a blind eye, or I'd lose my job. I have a family to support, I can't be jobless, Lu Fang pleaded with Lin Yuyu, sharing her plight. Lin Yuyu paused her steps. What the other person said was indeed a very realistic issue. In today's era, teachers like her from outside institutions, or even those in schools, have little status. Once they receive complaints, they basically just await dismissal, at the very least facing setbacks in their future. This is also why so many teachers are irresponsible. Finding a job is too hard. To ignore it can only be said to lack teaching ethics, but it doesn't mean she is a bad person. She just chose family over students. Although Lin Yuyu was decisive in her actions, she was not someone who lacked reason. The main culprit was already dead, and there was no need to kill someone else who was merely caught in the crossfire. You may leave. Lin Yuyu waved her hand, allowing Lu Fang to leave. In this chaotic world, how long could a woman like her truly survive? Thank you, thank you. Lu Fang was overjoyed, hurriedly preparing to escape, but after hesitating, she turned back to Fang Luo and said, "There were 8 of us who came together. One went to the restroom on the way, arriving later than us. He hasn't arrived yet, so he might have discovered that you killed members of the Ocean Gang and could have gone to report it. You all should escape quickly." Someone leaked the news? Fang Luo's heart tightened. He hadn't expected that even after dealing with everyone, there would still be a slip-up. Fang Luo wasn't afraid of the Ocean Gang, but Lin Yuyu was still here. According to Zhang Yang, they had 18 awakened beings. Being surrounded by so many awakened ones was still somewhat dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Yuyu had not killed Lu Fang. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. It was a pity. There had originally been over a dozen evolution crystals here, but now only 3 were found. But they could only leave for now. Thinking of running? It's too late. Just as Fang Luo was about to leave, a heavy voice came from the street. Fang Luo looked over and saw at least 30 people approaching, all armed with different weapons, their presence fierce. What astonished Fang Luo was that all these people had awakened powers, and several of them had even awakened to T2. It seems that during this time, the Big C gang has recruited other ability users. This is troublesome. More than 30 ability users. Even though I have spatial abilities and a gun, I can't kill them all. I can only try to save my life. In the beginning, the fighting power of spatial abilities was too weak. How dare you leak information, go to hell. A muscular man walked up to Lu Fang and directly waved his hand, releasing a flame. Fire-type ability, T1 level. Lu Fang was engulfed in flames, screaming in pain, rolling on the ground, but the flames showed no sign of extinguishing. Within 2 minutes, Lu Fang's face was completely burned, turning into a charred corpse. The methods were extremely cruel. But the man's face showed no pity at all, and he even had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to enjoy hearing her screams under the flames. Pervert. Lin Yuyu cursed quietly, feeling scared as she hid behind Fang Luo. Li Nana was also trembling with fear. It was her first time going out today, and she encountered a strong enemy. What should she do? Should she continue following Fang Luo? But there are so many of them, and there's a fire-type ability user. Even Fang Luo himself is in great danger. Should she join them early? With her beauty, they probably wouldn't mistreat her. But if Fang Luo doesn't die, he will definitely kill her. Li Nana instinctively took a few steps back. She was waiting to see how things would change. If the situation turns bad, she would immediately run away. Fang Luo naturally noticed, but it wasn't surprising to him. In his past life, Li Nana had done this before. He had no expectations for her, and originally planned to wait until she grew up and betrayed her. If she betrays him later, Fang Luo would directly detonate the spatial mark. Kid, you look very familiar. After finishing Lu Fang, Fu Dehan turned his attention to Fang Luo. He felt like he had seen him before. Boss, I remember him, he borrowed money from us before, 200,000. One of Fu Dehan's subordinates said. Oh? Fu Dehan raised his eyebrows, speaking mockingly and cruelly, Kid, you really have bad luck. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, you might not even need to pay back the money, but now, you ran into me, and even killed someone from the Big C gang. According to the rules, I should kill you to honor my brothers. Fu Dehan's tone shifted, however, I can give you one more chance. What chance? Fang Luo didn't want to fight these people head-on for now. If they could resolve this peacefully, that would be the best. Join our Big C gang. Just like that? Of course not, Fu Dehan grinned. First, hand over all the ability crystals you've acquired, to pay off the 200,000 you owe us. Secondly, these 2 women belong to me, let my brothers play with them as a tribute to our fallen brothers. But don't worry, I'm just playing, and once I'm done, I'll return them to you. Fu Dehan looked at Lin Yuyu and Li Nana. It must be said that in this dry apocalypse, the already beautiful Lin Yuyu and Li Nana had become even more alluring. Because now, 99% of people are covered in dirt and filth, no matter how good-looking they are, their charm is reduced. But they were clean, their skin fair and smooth, and just this was enough to attract attention. So, even as the boss of a gang, Fu Dehan, who had many beautiful women around him, couldn't resist the charm of Lin Yuyu and Li Nana. Lin Yuyu's face turned pale. She had never been in a relationship and couldn't possibly be with these people. She would rather die. Li Nana also looked upset. She was willing to sacrifice her body, but not everyone would want her. She only liked rich second-generation men or strong and handsome people like Fang Luo. She could never accept a group of ruffians and thugs like them. She had originally wanted to join them, but now her mind had changed. She would sneak away later. Even if Fang Luo died, his cold storage was still there, and she could live happily off that. Fang Luo's face also darkened after hearing this. Hand over all the evolution crystals, and also send Lin Yuyu to the other party. That's absolutely impossible. The importance of the evolution crystals is not even worth mentioning. Lin Yuyu is my sister-in-law. If I do this, Lin Zijin will hate me for a lifetime. Moreover, I can't use a family member's life to trade for a chance to survive. I'm not that kind of person. What if I refuse? Fang Luo said coldly. Refuse? Then you can only die. Fu Dahai sneered, looking quite pleased. Even though Fang Luo still held a gun, Fu Dahai didn't take him seriously at all. In the past 2 days, he had encountered people with guns, he had fought against lone soldiers and police before. And the result? He was still living just fine. He had met too many people like Fang Luo. In the beginning, they all stood tough, but after getting beaten, they obediently joined, and once they tasted the benefits, they never thought of rebelling again. This is human nature. However, he underestimated Fang Luo and misjudged him. In the face of family bonds, Fang Luo could not compromise. Fine, I agree, come here and take it. Fang Luo pretended to struggle. He could see that there were a few awakened ability users nearby, with defensive and magnetic powers, standing close to Fu Dahai, clearly there to protect him. In a head-on situation, it would be difficult to kill Fu Dahai with a gun. As soon as he raised his hand, Fu Dahai would probably be protected, and then he would turn his attack on Fang Luo. Oomph, want to play tricks on me? Do you think I'm as stupid as Zhang Yan? Seeing Fang Luo using the same old trick, Fu Dahai coldly laughed, stand still and throw the crystal on the ground. This. Fang Luo looked as if his plan had been seen through and helplessly sighed, reluctantly throwing an evolution crystal over. You've got some sense. Seeing the crystal thrown by Fang Luo, Fu Dahai smiled in satisfaction but did not pick it up himself. Instead, he instructed his subordinate to do so. Go, pick it up. Yes. One of Fu Dahai's subordinates with defensive powers stepped forward. This action even made Fang Luo secretly praise his thoughtful caution. No wonder he was the boss. Even in this situation, he was not fooled, much smarter than that Zhang Yang earlier. However, if they thought this way, they could evade his attack, then they were thinking too much. The little brother picked up the crystal, confirmed there was no danger, and then handed it to Fu Dahai. It really is an ability crystal. When Fu Dahai received the crystal, he examined it closely, and after confirming it was genuine, he laughed heartily and casually tucked it into his pocket. Fang Luo saw the scene and couldn't help but coldly laugh inside. You brought this upon yourself. Kid, now as long as you send those 2 women over, all our grievances will be wiped clean. And, you can join our Dahai gang, receive a bottle of mineral water and a bowl of rice every day. You can also enjoy the women in the gang, don't worry, you won't suffer by following us. Fu Dahai's face was filled with pride, his eyes wantonly sizing up Lin Yuyu and Li Nana, as if they were already his possessions. No problem. Fang Luo smiled and moved closer to Lin Yuyu, then grasped her delicate hand, as if to drag her over to Fu Dahai. Lin Yuyu looked at Fang Luo but felt no stir in her heart. She absolutely would not believe that Fang Luo would send her to someone else. However, Li Nana next to her was anxious and restless. She didn't know Fang Luo's plan and thought he really intended to hand her over to those people. She secretly cursed Fang Luo, believing him to be a real man who would give away his woman to save himself. She absolutely did not want to be toyed with by those ruffians. With a determined heart, Li Nana turned and ran. With her speed ability, she believed she could definitely escape. Damn it! I want to run. Catch her for me. Fu Dahai saw that the cooked duck wanted to run. He immediately ordered his men to chase her down. Fang Luo raised his eyebrow. Just now, he was still hesitating whether to bring Li Nana along, because taking one more person while escaping would be a lot harder. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to run away and led nearly 10 special abilities users away, instantly reducing the pressure on Fang Luo's side. What a good person. Fang Luo couldn't help but smile. And those 2, don't let them run either. Fu Dahai looked at Fang Luo and immediately brought his men to surround them. However, Fang Luo only let out a cold laugh. He took Lin Yuyu's hand and started to escape. Then, with a thought in his mind, a loud explosion followed, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Yuyu turned her head in confusion. But all she saw was Fu Dahai, who was just lively a moment ago, now lying on the ground in a miserable state. His lower limbs were a bloody mess, probably unable to live a normal life ever again. She couldn't help but admire Fang Luo. She knew he must have done this. As for how he did it, she did not know. Brother-in-law is truly a remarkable man. This was indeed done by Fang Luo, and the method was very simple. Spatial mark. Spatial marks can be made anywhere, acting as a monitoring function to observe dynamic surroundings in real time, and they can also be detonated. With just a thought, they can explode and cause massive damage. Just now, the crystal Fang Luo threw to Fu Dahai was marked with a spatial mark. Originally, Fang Luo planned to detonate it while it was in Fu Dahai's hand, but he didn't expect that the other side would directly put it in his pocket. This explosion left Fu Dahai unable to take care of himself. Unfortunately, he wasted a crystal. Still, it was because Fang Luo's strength was not yet powerful enough. The explosion range of the spatial mark was only about 5 meters. He could only cause damage if the opponent got close to the mark. But it had one advantage: it was extremely discreet, making it hard to guard against. Ah, this old sixth actually plotted against me. Fu Dahai, bloodied and mangled, lay on the ground, his expression a terrifying mix of pain and rage. He glared at Fang Luo's fleeing figure, vowing that he would never let the other side go. Don't mind me, catch him. I want to strip his skin off. Fu Dahai pushed away the younger brother who was looking after him. Yes. More than 20 younger brothers immediately chased after Fang Luo's escape direction. They're chasing us, what should we do? Lin Yuyu saw the approaching special abilities users and looked worried. Among them was a speed ability user. First hide, look for opportunities to attack them one by one. Fang Luo couldn't deal with so many special abilities users at once in a frontal clash. Although he had firearms, guns were not invincible. Some of his opponents were not afraid of guns, and they also had firearms. If surrounded from all directions, he could find a chance to escape, but Lin Yuyu couldn't. However, Fang Luo was not afraid of guerrilla warfare. He possessed space abilities, allowing him to pass through walls at any time and launch surprise attacks on the enemy, making it hard to guard against. Electric Mother, you go lure a couple of them over here. Fang Luo, with Lin Yuyu, directly hid in an alleyway and then instructed Electric Mother. Meow. In the face of serious matters, Electric Mother was quite serious this time. Without throwing a tantrum, she obediently went. Fang Luo didn't worry about Electric Mother at all. Cats were already fast, and on top of that, Electric Mother had awakened electric abilities. No one could catch her. Brother-in-law, why are you bringing them over? Watching Electric Mother leave, Lin Yuyu was a bit confused. Shouldn't they find a way to escape now? Of course, to kill them. Don't they want evolution crystals? Each of their heads holds an evolution crystal. Fang Luo sneered. Fang Luo was not bloodthirsty. Whose life is not a life? But he definitely wouldn't let go of anyone who wanted to harm him. Brother-in-law. What is this? Lin Yuyu saw Fang Luo suddenly squat down and press his palm on the ground. Fang Luo smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon. Let's wait for the electricity mother next door. Fang Luo led Lin Yuyu around to the house next to the alley, with a wall separating them in the middle. After a while, the electricity mother successfully attracted 3 ability users. Damn, where is that cat? Damn it, she just pissed on my head. I'm going to skin her. The 3 ability users saw the electricity mother stop and all rushed towards her with a fierce look. However, when they were halfway there, suddenly the ground exploded with a loud boom. All 3 of them, without exception, had their lower limbs destroyed, lying on the ground, blood and flesh splattered. Fang Luo grinned, leading Lin Yuyu out. Lin Yuyu was a little dumbfounded when she saw this scene. She was even more confused. There were no windows here, no line of sight. How could Fang Luo know that the enemy had arrived and set off the explosion? Could it be that my brother-in-law's ability is X-ray vision? Ah! Thinking that Fang Luo might have X-ray vision, Lin Yuyu screamed, quickly crossing her arms over her chest. What are you doing? Fang Luo was a bit confused, not understanding why she was suddenly hugging her chest. Brother-in-law, do you have X-ray vision? Lin Yuyu asked cautiously. X-ray vision? Fang Luo was stunned, then realized what Lin Yuyu meant. She probably wondered why he could see the people on the other side of the wall. Speaking of which, his spatial mark was almost the same as X-ray vision. If he imprinted the mark into someone's body, he could observe what was inside. It's similar. Fang Luo nodded. Ah, brother-in-law, don't look at me. Lin Yuyu panicked even more, clutching her arms tighter and turning her back to leave only her backside facing Fang Luo. Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh. So, she thought he was using X-ray vision to spy on her? You're so small, I'm not interested in looking at you. Don't worry. Small? Hearing this, Lin Yuyu wasn't happy. She turned around with her hands on her hips and said, where am I small? I'm even bigger than sister. Bigger than Lin Zijin? Fang Luo recalled Lin Zijin's figure, probably around a BC cup. Then he looked at Lin Yuyu. Though she wore a loose t-shirt, her figure was indeed impressive and still had a lot of development space. It seemed like she actually had a better figure than Lin Zijin. What on earth does this girl eat to grow like this? However, Fang Luo didn't intend to discuss body shape with his sister-in-law, so he played dumb and said, "You're calling her sister, how could you be older than her?" "I was talking about age, what were you talking about?" Lin Yuyu was taken aback, her face turned a little awkward. She couldn't just say she meant that, could she? "I meant voice, sister's voice is gentler." Lin Yuyu quickly found an excuse. Voice? Fang Luo's expression became even more strange. Lin Zijin's voice hadn't been small at all. "Alright, let's not talk about it. The explosion just now will probably attract others. Let's go." Fang Luo changed the subject, first digging out the crystal in the heads of the 3 ability users, then leading Lin Yuyu and the electricity mother to the next alley. Then, Fang Luo used the same method to have the electricity mother lure people over, set up traps, and repeatedly took out almost 10 ability users from the Great Sea Gang. Damn, this old six is too insidious. He always sets up traps and waits for our people to fall into them, and we can't even see his traps. The Great Sea Gang members looked at their fallen comrades, each with their heads cut open, and all felt a chill in their hearts. This guy was both insidious and cruel. What should we do? Should we keep chasing? Chase my ass, can old six be chased? If you go after him, you're just waiting to die. Then what about the boss's revenge? The one who was blown to the point of being unable to take care of himself is the boss, not you. The boss's revenge, why should we take it? Just do a little show, that's enough. This guy always cuts open their heads after killing. Could it be that there's some secret in our heads? The Great Sea Gang suffered heavy losses, and no one was willing to sacrifice their life anymore. Basically gave up on the idea of chasing Fang Luo. Fang Luo let out a sigh of relief. Setting up space marks consumed a lot of energy. Fang Luo cast 5 marks in a row and was now exhausted. If they chased him again, it would be really hard to kill them. It would be best if they took the initiative to leave. Today's harvest was also decent, with more than 30 ability crystals. Besides the killed ability users, Fang Luo found more than 10 while just moving around. This area of crystals had basically been cleaned out. Today's goal was achieved. "They're gone, let's go back and find the car," Fang Luo said to Lin Yuyu. The two slowly moved towards the armored vehicle. However, Fang Luo still worried that they might be waiting near the armored car for him to approach. But just as they reached the vicinity of the armored vehicle, Fang Luo heard a commotion. Fang Luo leaned over to take a look. He discovered that the gang chasing him, the Duhai gang, was actually fighting another group of people. Among them, the most eye-catching were a man and a woman, seemingly a couple. Both were T1 level ability users, one with earth ability and the other with plant ability. It looked like this group was competing with the Duhai gang for his armored vehicle. Dogs biting dogs? Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh. He was originally worried they would ambush him, but now he could just take the armored vehicle amidst the chaos. "Yuyu, you sneak towards the street, and I'll go start the armored vehicle," Fang Luo instructed. His current strength couldn't utilize space flickering to carry someone, so he could only approach the armored vehicle by passing through walls. Lin Yuyu, with her wind ability, could manage this. The two acted. Fang Luo used space flickering, constantly moving through the houses, and in no time, he successfully sat in the armored vehicle. He immediately drove the vehicle towards Lin Yuyu's position. The roar of the vehicle drew other people's attention. The Earth Ability Man directly used his power to control stones, trying to block Fang Luo, but he could only control some small stones, which couldn't stop Fang Luo's armored vehicle at all. Damn it! The man cursed silently and then noticed Lin Yuyu, who was waiting for Fang Luo. His eyes darkened, and he quickly controlled the stones to smash towards her. Lin Yuyu quickly dodged. However, the number of stones was too many, and one hit her fair leg hard. Ah! Lin Yuyu cried out in pain, but she gritted her teeth and continued running towards Fang Luo, successfully getting into the armored vehicle. "Wu Yu, she's still a child, how could you be so ruthless?" The woman beside the man noticed this scene and scolded her husband angrily. "Honey, in this world, is there still a distinction between adults and children? Besides, they are clearly in cahoots with these thugs. You've been a doctor for too long, too used to saving lives, you're too soft-hearted, and that's going to bring great losses," Wu Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "Is saving lives wrong? She didn't harm us." LV Su huffed and ignored her husband. On the road, Fang Luo drove the armored vehicle towards the cold storage. The world was getting more chaotic, and in just 10 days, ability users had started attacking each other. Moreover, such things would only increase from here. "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Fang Luo noticed that Lin Yuyu's complexion was a little pale. Upon closer inspection, he found that one of her legs was slightly twisted and bleeding continuously, clearly broken. What happened? Fang Luo frowned deeply. I accidentally got hit by that person with a stone. Lin Yuyu weakly recounted what had just happened. What? Fang Luo was instantly infuriated and wanted to drive back to tear that person apart. But Lin Yuyu was injured, and they couldn't afford any delays. Damn it! Don't let me encounter them again. Fang Luo had already memorized the appearance of the man and woman. If there was a chance, Fang Luo would surely take revenge. I'll apply the medicine for you first. In Fang Luo's space, he had previously stocked up on some medications, and he immediately took out some medicine to stop Lin Yuyu's bleeding. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu looked gratefully at Fang Luo, then said a bit shyly, brother-in-law, am I really useless? Don't say such gloomy things. If you were useless, how could you have awakened the wind attribute superpower? You know, out of 10 people, it's quite impressive to have one awaken a superpower, and the wind attribute is definitely rare. Fang Luo comforted Lin Yuyu while stopping the car, carefully bandaging her. Lin Yuyu's leg injury was very serious. Not only were the muscles torn, but the bones were also fractured, and it could not be healed just by medication. With the outside world filled with zombie viruses, the exposed wound could easily become infected. Fang Luo could only bandage it for now. If she got infected, Lin Yuyu would truly be beyond saving. As for the fractured bones, only professional doctors could treat them. But at this time, where could they find a professional doctor? Thank you, brother-in-law, you saved me again. Lin Yuyu looked at Fang Luo, who was seriously bandaging her, feeling a warm surge in her heart. Fang Luo was the best man for her since she was a child, including her father. First, he risked danger to find her in school, then he appeared as a hero to save her in the supermarket, just now he helped her take revenge, and now he was tenderly treating her. It was as if he were her guardian angel. If he wasn't her brother-in-law. So how do you want to thank me? Fang Luo asked while bandaging, glancing at Lin Yuyu, who looked weak and likely to faint at any moment. He had once watched a science video online that said when a patient is seriously injured, they must not let them sleep, as it could easily lead to brain death. To prevent this, doctors usually talk to their patients during treatment to keep their attention up, which could also relieve their pain. So Fang Luo deliberately looked for a conversation with Lin Yuyu. Fang Luo looked this up because when he once had a head injury and was treated, the doctor kept bantering with him, making him so angry he almost sat up from the bed. Sure enough, when Lin Yuyu heard Fang Luo's words, she froze for a moment, and her body, which had been trembling from pain, stopped shaking. How could she repay Fang Luo? Considering that Fang Luo had saved her twice, the first time she tried to repay him by bringing her sister and him together. What about this time? Now everything she ate, drank, and used was all thanks to Fang Luo, including her only sister. It seemed she really had nothing to use to repay Fang Luo. Wait, she still had one last thing. Could it be? Lin Yuyu suddenly thought of a certain picture and immediately shook her head. How could this be possible? It was too absurd. But what else could she do? Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu suddenly said. Fang Luo, ? Fang Luo raised his head to look at Lin Yuyu, who just moments ago was pale but now had a slight flush. What was this girl thinking? I'm afraid I won't survive. After I die, just cut open my head and take my superpower crystal as a way to repay you. Lin Yuyu said very seriously. Fang Luo was dumbfounded and couldn't help but chuckle. His sister-in-law was truly cute to suggest that he cut open her head. What a bizarre way of repaying someone. What are you talking about? It's just a broken leg, how does that involve dying? Forget it, if. She looked at Fang Luo's serious face again, a blush rising on her cheeks, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. After wrapping up Lin Yuyu's injuries and giving her some antibiotics and rehydrating glucose water, Fang Luo immediately drove back to the cold storage. Just as he arrived at the entrance, before Fang Luo could open the door, the gate opened from the inside, and a flustered woman hurriedly ran out. Seeing Fang Luo's car, she was first taken aback, then tears streamed down her face as she rushed towards Fang Luo's car. Husband! Lin Zijin tightly embraced Fang Luo, who had just gotten out of the car, her tears falling as she said, just now, Li Nana came back, she said you were surrounded, I thought you. Earlier, Li Nana had thought Fang Luo was going to give her to Zhang Yang, so she ran away early. While being pursued by more than 10 supernatural beings, she was quite a mess, and after barely escaping, she found herself with nowhere to go. After thinking for a moment, she returned to Fang Luo's cold storage. Thinking Fang Luo might not survive either, she could take over this place, she tricked Lin Zijin into opening the door, and then directly lounged on the sofa like a hostess, even opening a bottle of red wine. Lin Zijin was displeased upon seeing this. Just as she was about to give Li Nana a lesson, Li Nana spilled the beans about what had happened. After hearing it, Lin Zijin felt a tightness in her chest, nearly fainting on the spot. She had just been with Fang Luo today, and now he was in danger, she felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Without thinking, she asked Li Nana for the address and wanted to go find Fang Luo. Just as she stepped out, she happened to meet him. Don't worry, you know what I'm capable of, right? Fang Luo comforted as he touched Lin Zijian's silky hair. Lin Zijian's face flushed. Fang Luo was indeed quite capable. She finally stopped crying and asked, "What about Yu?" She. Fang Luo's expression darkened. Lin Zijian's heart tightened with fear. Could it be that her sister was in trouble? She's injured, but she's not in life-threatening danger. To prevent Lin Zijian from overthinking, Fang Luo quickly said. He opened the passenger door. Lin Yu was there, lying down. However, her complexion had improved a little and was not as pale, but she still looked quite weak. Yu. Lin Zijian felt a tightness in her heart again. Alright, let's take her back to rest first. Fang Luo carried Lin Yu's soft body back to the room. She is not in life-threatening danger, Fang Luo reassured the somewhat flustered Lin Zijian. It's just that her leg injury might be troublesome, simple medication won't suffice, and she needs a professional doctor. If we can't find a doctor, she might end up crippled. Fang Luo sighed. In the previous life, Lin Zijian had been a cripple. In this life, it might fall upon Lin Yu. Fate really loved to tease people. He again recalled the two culprits, a man and a woman. He would definitely not let them go. Cripple? Lin Zijian's heart trembled. Her sister was so beautiful. If she became a cripple, her whole life would be ruined. Don't worry, I will go find a doctor for Yu right now. Fang Luo hugged Lin Zijian. No. Lin Zijian quickly stopped him, holding onto Fang Luo tightly. I don't want you to encounter danger again. If Yu's leg can't be treated, then so be it. I can take care of her for a lifetime, but if something happens to you, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Seeing Lin Zijian so concerned for him, Fang Luo felt a bit touched and smiled. With such a beautiful sister-in-law, I can't bear to see her become a cripple. After assuring Lin Zijian of his safety several times, Fang Luo left his room. In the living room, Li Nana, who had been fantasizing about becoming the hostess, was now a bit anxious and hiding in the corner. She didn't expect Fang Luo to have come back alive. You, come with me. Fang Luo shot a cold glance at Li Nana, then got into the car. Li Nana was startled. But forced by Fang Luo's authority, she timidly sat in the car. I didn't die, are you very disappointed? Fang Luo drove out, preparing to find a doctor for Lin Yu, turning his head to look at Li Nana with a half-smile. No. Li Nana hurriedly explained. She was indeed a bit disappointed. If Fang Luo had died, she would become the master of the cold storage. But facing Fang Luo, how could she dare to tell the truth? Fang Luo had cast too much of a shadow over her. Seeing him made her instinctively feel frightened. No? Fang Luo sneered, glancing at the flustered Li Nana, his eyes filled with malice as he reached out and grasped her pale neck. I heard that after you returned to the cold storage, you acted like the master, even boldly opened red wine. Wasn't that to celebrate? Today, the incident of Lin Yu getting hurt filled Fang Luo with rage, and with Li Nana being somewhat insincere, he couldn't help but have some violent thoughts. Master, I was wrong. Seeing Fang Luo's predatory gaze, Li Nana immediately felt weak and helpless, quickly begging for mercy from him. Wrong? Fang Luo coldly snorted. He glanced at Li Nana, contemplating whether to kill her right now. Weren't you running pretty fast? A dozen people couldn't catch you, and your mouth was quite sharp. I hadn't even returned to the cold storage when you told things to Zijing. If I hadn't rushed over, wouldn't you have chased her away? Li Nana's face turned pale, regretting missing the chance. If she had known Fang Luo wouldn't have an accident, she wouldn't have run away, nor should she have started to show off so early after returning to the cold storage. But now, how could she make Fang Luo let her go? She felt that Fang Luo truly had the intent to kill her. Suddenly, Li Nana had a brilliant idea. Master, I have a sharp tongue, I apologize to you. After saying that, Li Nana hurriedly lowered her head. Fang Luo was driving when he suddenly felt a wave of damp warmth, followed by a sensation that was comfortable, soft, and ticklish. He incredulously lowered his head to look at Li Nana, not expecting her to apologize to him in such a way. In the back seat, the electric mother also curiously watched the scene. What were the master and this woman doing? Master, are you feeling better? Li Nana said with her words unclear, her tongue also wiggling as she spoke. Feeling all this, Fang Luo, who originally felt a bit irritated because of Lin Yu's injury, suddenly became even more agitated. He directly pressed down on Li Nana's head. Don't you have speed powers? Let me see how fast you are. When Li Nana heard Fang Luo's words, her face stiffened. She didn't expect Fang Luo to be even crazier than her. However, as long as it made Fang Luo let her go, she didn't care anymore, quickly unleashing her speed powers and pushing them to the limit, even faster than when she had just escaped. In the back seat, the electric mother gasped, her cat-like eyes wide open. This woman's head was bobbing so fast that there were after images. Wasn't the master afraid of wearing it out? So impressive. An hour passed, and Fang Luo's heart finally calmed down a bit. Li Nana was already completely limp, feeling dizzy in her head. Who could stand such high-frequency pecking like a chick for a whole hour? However, at least she had saved her life. Master, what are you worried about? Li Nana saw Fang Luo looking troubled again. Fang Luo glanced at her. I'm looking for a doctor. A doctor? Only then did Li Nana remember that she had just seen Lin Yu get injured. She thought for a moment and said, Master, I happen to know a doctor. You know? Fang Luo raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, Do you know where she is? Li Nana nodded. My cousin. Su Qingqing's mother broke her leg and was hospitalized. We met a doctor, she's very nice. I added her on WeChat before. Adding WeChat doesn't help. Fang Luo sighed again. Now there was no internet, how could he contact her? Moreover, the apocalypse had come. Whether the other party is still alive is a question. It is known that there are the most zombies in hospitals. Don't rush, master, let me finish, Li Nana flattered. I have followed her moments and seen her life photos, so I know which community she lives in. Oh? Fang Luo's eyes lit up. Are you familiar with the buildings in Luocheng? Not really, Li Nana smiled a bit shyly. That doctor lives in the most upscale villa area in Luocheng. I used to work part-time at the sales office there. Part-time? Fang Luo sneered. Your real purpose was to catch a rich second generation, right? Li Nana felt a bit embarrassed. She indeed had that in mind, and in fact, most people at the sales office were similar. Afraid that Fang Luo would get angry, Li Nana coyly said, Master, I admit I am materialistic, but I am not a bad person. Now that I have followed you, I will not even look at another man, or I will be struck by lightning. Saying this, Li Nana wanted to lean in and kiss Fang Luo. Fang Luo directly pushed her away. Even tigers do not eat their young. But this time, consider it a chance for you to atone. Fang Luo glanced at Li Nana and felt relieved he hadn't killed her directly, otherwise, he would have missed this news. This woman is indeed quite clever, but her character is too poor. Fang Luo cannot keep her for long. After learning the location from Li Nana, Fang Luo immediately drove to the villa area. Hope that the doctor is not dead yet. Luoshui Jincheng Villa area. LV Su angrily pushed open the villa door and slammed it shut. LV Su is 28 years old this year, and she has been a favored daughter since childhood, the only school beauty with countless pursuers. After graduating with a master's degree, she became the director of surgery at Luocheng Hospital before 30 and married the young master of a third-rate family in Luocheng, making countless women envious. In these years, she lived a very happy life, respected in her career, and her husband was gentle and refined. Although he is a rich second generation, he has never dabbled in affairs. But all of this has changed. The continuous high temperatures caused the hospital to be filled with patients, and every day was extremely hectic. The originally respected her was suddenly blamed for not being dedicated enough, as she could not save so many patients. Later, zombies suddenly appeared in the hospital. She barely saved her own life, but the hospital closed, and she lost her beloved job. Recently, she and her husband awakened their powers, and her husband also changed. The formerly gentle and refined husband began to become violent, making all sorts of underworld friends and often getting into fights, having already killed dozens of people these days, just recently even attacking a teenager. This made LV Su, who usually saves lives, unable to accept. But that wasn't the worst. The worst part was her once devoted husband had now become lecherous, just now openly bringing a woman home. And he even said that in this world, strong men should have more women to keep quality genes going. In a fit of anger, she slammed the door and left. She wanted her husband to regret. Leaving the villa, LV Su looked at the mess outside and some injured patients crying out in pain, and pity surged in her heart. She is a doctor. Seeing patients tormented by pain hurt her deeply. Just right, she awakened her wood-type powers that had healing functions, so she approached these injured people and began to treat them. Don't move, let me help you first. Several hours passed. By noon, the sun was exceptionally glaring, and the weather was extremely hot. Following Li Nana's address, Fang Luo had driven to the vicinity of Luoshui Jincheng Villa area. However, finding the doctor Li Nana mentioned was not that easy. Not to mention that he did not even know the specific number of the villa. In this apocalyptic environment, it was uncertain whether the other party was still alive. So Fang Luo did not hold too much hope. He could only search as much as possible. The villa area is home to wealthy people. Compared to other places, there are many more survivors here, and many survivors from other places have fled to this location. Because, at the beginning of the apocalypse, the prices of supplies skyrocketed, reaching hundreds of times the normal prices. Tap water is only supplied to these rich neighborhoods, and essential supplies like bottled water can only be bought by those with money. However, in the face of terrifying zombies, those who die will die. There are just not as many who starve to death. Fang Luo drove through the villa area. The villa area is quite large. Fang Luo was not sure where to look and unexpectedly saw a few people with their arms wrapped in bandages, searching for supplies. Fang Luo's heart stirred. In this apocalypse, they still have bandages on them, and judging by the way the bandages are wrapped, it is clear that only professional medical personnel could do it. Could it be that doctor? Fang Luo immediately drove over to the few people. The few were searching for supplies when they suddenly saw a tall armored vehicle rushing towards them, instantly becoming somewhat tense. Things have been chaotic recently. Not only are there zombies, but many survivors from other places have come here to rob them. Their injuries were caused by others, and their homes have already been occupied. If they hadn't given all their savings to the others, they might have been beaten to death by now. Fang Luo got out of the car and glanced at the few people. What do you want? We don't have any supplies left. The slightly older middle-aged man saw the fully armed Fang Luo and immediately shielded his wife and 7 or 8-year-old daughter behind him. The middle-aged man was somewhat overweight, but his demeanor was extraordinary. It was clear he was a wealthy man before the apocalypse, but now he looked a bit disheveled. I mean no harm, Fang Luo revealed a warm smile. I just want to ask, who bandaged your arms? It was Sister Lu who bandaged us. Before the middle-aged man could answer, the 7 or 8-year-old girl behind him spoke up with big eyes. Little dear. The middle-aged man immediately covered his daughter's mouth. He still did not know what Fang Luo's purpose was. Looking at him did not seem like a wounded person. It wouldn't be good if he was looking for troubles with Dr. Lu. Recently, Dr. Lu's husband had offended a lot of people, and often people came here causing trouble. Almost every day there were shootouts, but they were all repelled by the others. He guessed that those people couldn't deal with Wu Yu and wanted to target Dr. Lu. Although Wu Yu wasn't a good person, he had received kindness from Dr. Lu, so how could he put her in danger? Sister Lu? Fang Luo glanced at Li Nana. I know that doctor is a woman, and her last name is Lu, Li Nana said hurriedly. Fang Luo's heart soared. It seemed like he was right. Fang Luo couldn't help but marvel at his good luck. Not only was she not dead, but he also found her clue as soon as he arrived. Can you tell me where Dr. Lu is? Fang Luo immediately asked the middle-aged man. I mean no harm, it's just that a friend of mine is injured and needs a doctor. She is also a little girl, and if she doesn't get treated well, she may become a cripple in the future. The middle-aged man frowned, hesitating inside. Fang Luo's expression didn't seem like it was fake. But what if it was an act? Human hearts are treacherous. The person drove an armored vehicle, but he didn't look like a soldier. It was very likely stolen from the military. And he kept himself clean, as if he could shower every day. If someone said Fang Luo hadn't done anything bad and was a good person, he wouldn't believe it at all. After thinking for a moment, he still shook his head. I don't know any Dr. Lu. We have other things to attend to, so we'll leave now. After saying that, he grabbed his daughter and wife and was about to leave. Fang Luo's heart raced. The other party clearly knew, but was unwilling to tell me. Master, should we use force? Li Nana prepared to step forward to block them. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt alarm bells ringing in his heart. This guy is indeed not a good person. What good person makes a woman call him master, playing such a twisted game? Looking at the woman's red and swollen mouth, slurring her words, and releasing a peculiar smell, it was evident that something filthy had just happened, and right in this car. Fang Luo frowned slightly. Using force to extort a confession is undoubtedly the best method. However, Fang Luo was not a ruthless demon. So far, he had only killed those who wanted to harm him. He found it hard to lay hands on these innocent people. Especially when there was a 7 or 8-year-old little girl in front of him. If he broke her father's leg in front of her, it would likely create a lifelong psychological shadow. Although this was the apocalypse, requiring decisive action, Fang Luo did not want to become a completely inhuman person. He shook his head. Then, he stood in front of the middle-aged man. What do you want? The middle-aged man panicked, his voice beginning to tremble. Don't get me wrong, I really mean no harm. Fang Luo did not act but instead took out a steak and a bottle of mineral water. Your daughter must not have eaten for a long time. As a father, you surely don't want to see your daughter starve. Just tell me the location of Dr. LV, and this steak will be yours. Looking at the delicious steak and the refreshing mineral water, the middle-aged man's throat moved slightly. Since the apocalypse began, their family had been scraping by, and the water they drank was mostly filthy. Sometimes, he even had to drink his daughter's urine. Clean mineral water like this was worth more than $1 million. He glanced at his daughter. She was staring wide-eyed, fixated on the steak, saliva almost dripping from her mouth, and he felt a wave of heartache. You really mean no harm? The man asked, his tone softening. Fang Luo nodded earnestly. No. All right, I will tell you. Just like that, under the temptation of a steak and mineral water, the middle-aged man's initially resolute heart to not betray Dr. LV shattered completely. Thank you. After getting the location, Fang Luo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, big brother, my name is Ni Lu. What is your name? The little girl, hugging the steak, drooling, curiously asked Fang Luo. For so many days, Fang Luo was the first person to give them food, unlike others, who came to their house to rob them, occupy their home, and beat her father. Ni Lu? Hearing this name, Fang Luo couldn't help but feel a little intrigued. My name is Fang Luo. After saying that, Fang Luo turned and left. Time was pressing, and every moment wasted would cause Lin Yuyo more pain. Ni Lu watched Fang Luo's back, silently remembering this name. After leaving the villa, LV Su had been nearby using her abilities, combining physical means to treat the injured. In just 1 hour, she had saved more than a dozen people. It was very hot, and after consuming a lot of her abilities, LV Su was drenched in sweat. Sweat slid from her forehead, falling into her hair, and then dripped down her fair neck, finally disappearing into the deep, bottomless canyon. The man she was treating watched the scene, feeling his throat move, a surge of heat rising in his heart. LV Su was 28 this year. Growing up in a well-off family, she was well-read and carried a gentle and intellectual demeanor, and after getting married, she was a wealthy lady, constantly using various beauty products. She looked not only like a smooth and delicate 20-year-old girl but also retained the unique charm of a mature woman. Such a woman can sometimes be even more alluring than a naive girl who knows nothing. Who wouldn't want a woman who knows what to do with knowledge just from a clap? Many of the patients she saved. In everyone's heart, they all pondered the appearance of Lu Su on her bed, wanting to cherish her fragrance. However, Lu Su possessed powerful abilities, and no one dared to have thoughts about her. Ha! Lu Su took a breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and apologetically said to the man, "Sorry, my abilities have been used up, and your injury is still not fully healed. You can come back to find me tomorrow." Last night, she had been with her husband and other gangs fighting, and she hadn't had time to rest properly. Today, after continuously using her abilities to save people, Lu Su was now completely exhausted and felt drained. After a while, her anger subsided somewhat. After all, the other party was her husband, this was her home, and she couldn't really leave. She planned to go home and have a good talk with her husband. "Your abilities are used up?" The man, feeling a bit reluctant to part ways, heard Lu Su say her abilities were depleted and saw her weak and tired appearance, and suddenly, a wicked thought arose in his heart. Lu Su, not aware of anything yet, nodded. The man looked at Lu Su with an evil gaze. "But my injury isn't healed yet. I'll treat you tomorrow." Feeling his gaze, Lu Su felt a bit uneasy and immediately wanted to leave. However, his hand suddenly grabbed hers. "Doctor, how can you just watch me suffer? You're being unethical. But I can't help you right now." Lu Su panicked, trying to break free from his grip, but she had no strength left and couldn't escape at all. But I have a method that can alleviate my pain." The man smirked. Lu Su instinctively asked, "What method?" "Doctor, you're so beautiful, with such a great figure. As the saying goes, beauty is a man's best anesthetic. If the doctor is willing to sacrifice a bit of her beauty for me." Upon hearing this, Lu Su realized he was trying to take advantage of her beauty, and she immediately flew into a rage. "Bastard! I just treated your injury, and you actually are so ungrateful and shameless." Lu Su remembered her husband's words. Indeed, human hearts are sinister. She helped others but received no gratitude. Could there be no kindness in the world at all? The doctor is right, I am shameless. But right now, my body is in a bit of discomfort, so I have to borrow the doctor's body for treatment. The man grinned wickedly and lunged at Lu Su. "No!" Lu Su cried out. However, after a moment, the foul-smelling body she imagined did not fall on her. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw the man who had just tried to assault her lying on the ground, lifeless, while a tall and handsome young man stood in front of her, looking down. She understood that it was this young man who saved her. "Thank you." Lu Su breathed a sigh of relief, feeling grateful to have survived the ordeal. However, she noticed something was off with the angle of his gaze. Looking down, she discovered that her clothes were slightly loose at the collar, and from his elevated position, he had an unobstructed view of her fair skin. Her face immediately flushed red, and she quickly adjusted her clothes and stood up. To be seen bare by a man so much younger was simply. A surge of goodwill arose. Even a hint of murderous intent emerged. Originally, he planned to watch as Lu Su was dealt with by that vagrant, but considering that Lin Yuyu's broken leg might still need her care, Fang Luo reluctantly stepped in to save her. Reward? Lu Su's heart jolted, fearing Fang Luo might propose an excessive demand like the man before. She quickly said, "No problem, my home is nearby. I'll have my husband give you supplies." She tried to use supplies to divert Fang Luo's attention. Great. Fang Luo sneered. Her husband was probably the man from last night, perfect for him to settle the score. Lu Su was unaware of Fang Luo's intentions, leading him towards her home. She wasn't worried that Fang Luo would rob her home. Because her husband possessed powerful earth abilities and had dozens of subordinates, all of them ability users, there was no way Fang Luo could defeat so many people. Fang Luo already knew this. Last night, they weren't the only ones clashing with the Ocean Gang, many others were involved too. So, after getting a sense of the general location, Fang Luo stopped about 200 meters away. Keep an eye on her. Fang Luo instructed Li Nana. Yes, master. Since being pressed down by Fang Luo, Li Nana had become much more obedient, firmly capturing Lu Su. What do you want? Lu Su was startled. What do I want? Fang Luo scoffed. Do you remember the girl your husband injured last night? Girl? Lu Su suddenly recalled, she had argued with her husband about it last night, not expecting him to come looking for revenge so soon. She felt like she had just escaped a wolf's den and was now in a tiger's claws, foolishly leading him to her home. I'm sorry about last night, I'll heal your girlfriend. Lu Su hurriedly said. Heal? Fang Luo coldly huffed, that's what you should do, but how do we account for the pain she suffered? Lu Su was speechless, then said, it's useless, my home is heavily guarded, and my husband is an ability user. You would only be sending yourself to die. I never send myself to die. Fang Luo scoffed. Once I deal with your husband, I'll come back to deal with you properly. Lu Su wanted to say more, but Li Nana pulled out a piece of cloth and stuffed it in her mouth, making her unable to produce any sound. Fang Luo ignored her, starting to sneak towards Lu Su's house. Hours passed, and his abilities had mostly recovered, he could now use space flicker. With each jump covering about 10 meters and ignoring walls, nobody noticed Fang Luo's movements. In just a moment, Fang Luo had stealthily entered Lu Su's villa. Lu Su's villa was very large, at least over 1,000 square meters. Several generators were maintaining some electrical power, and many ability users were guarding outside, yet none noticed Fang Luo sneaking into the villa. Fang Luo did not alarm anyone. He had carefully observed that this villa, along with the neighboring one, had at least 50 people, all ability users. If he were attacked by them, even if Fang Luo could escape, he might still get injured. In the apocalypse, injury was extremely dangerous, with one careless move, one could become a zombie. Fang Luo cautiously navigated through various corners of the villa, searching for Wu Yu's location. This guy has quite a few supplies. Using space flicker, Fang Luo appeared in a room filled with various supplies, hundreds of bags of rice and over 1,000 bottles of mineral water. They were probably all stolen by that guy. That guy even tried to rob his armored vehicle yesterday. The room's door was locked, aside from Wu Yu, likely no one could enter, so nobody discovered Fang Luo. Consider this your contribution to my sister-in-law's medical expenses. Fang Luo sneered, directly using his space abilities. Take away all the supplies from the room. Just when Fang Luo collected something from a hidden corner, he suddenly discovered an iron box, which was tightly locked with several locks, but Fang Luo could still feel a faint glow emanating from inside. What is this? Fang Luo curiously examined it. The box was locked, and if he were to force it open, it would probably attract attention from outside. After thinking for a while, he chose to put a spatial mark on top, then used the mark's monitoring function to check what was inside. When he saw what the items inside were, Fang Luo was slightly astonished. There were actually all evolution crystals. Estimating, there should be more than a dozen. You see, Fang Luo had known the function of the crystals in advance and had started searching from the first day. Until now, he had found nearly 100 pieces, while this guy had found over a dozen. However, thinking about it, the other party had dozens of people searching together, while Fang Luo only had himself and a cat. Fang Luo had thought about recruiting a few small brothers, but he was more cautious and had high requirements for his little brothers. He didn't want to be backstabbed by those close to him like in his past life. So he had never acted on it. Currently, Fang Luo only had the Lin sisters, plus a somewhat unstable Li Nana. I'll gladly take this. Fang Luo didn't plan to leave anything for this guy and directly took everything. After clearing out all the supplies, Fang Luo made his way to the next place, searching for Wu Yu's presence. When he arrived at the top floor of the villa, Fang Luo faintly heard a series of gasps. He followed the sound. Then, in a room, he saw several men and women tangled together. Brother Wu Yu, your wife is out, aren't you worried she might run away? A woman gasped breathlessly, asking the man. What's there to be afraid of? Wu Yu scoffed and became even more vigorous. In the past, her family was powerful, and I was afraid she would divorce me, so I could only play secretly. Now that the apocalypse has come, her family's supermarket worth billions has been robbed, and her family has fallen. If she leaves me, she will probably starve to death in a few days. Why should I worry that she will run away? Just watch, she will come back on her own soon. Women are all cheap bones. Brother Wu Yu is really amazing, training the high and mighty Dr. LV to be obedient. The two other women beside Wu Yu flattered him with praise. Of course. Wu Yu smiled proudly, saying to the two women, "My feet are a bit dry, help me lick them, and I'll give each of you a bottle of mineral water after we're done." "A bottle?" The women's eyes lit up, and they immediately excitedly went to lick the yellow, dry, peeling soles of his feet, showing no signs of disgust. After all, just licking could get them a whole bottle of mineral water, it was simply too cost-effective. Damn, what a way to play. Seeing the disgusting scene in the room, Fang Luo couldn't help but complain. This guy's wife is out treating patients while he is here playing mahjong with 3 women. What a beast. Poof. Fang Luo snorted coldly, thinking of how the other party injured his sister-in-law's leg yesterday, and his eyes immediately filled with killing intent. Taking out a gun from his space, Fang Luo hid in the shadows and aimed at the guy's head. Taking advantage of the moment, he just brushed past the ability user who entered the house. In my heart, I regretfully thought. After all, he is not a professional shooter, and only started to get in touch with guns in the apocalypse, otherwise, he should have been able to predict the other party's movements. Soon, Fang Luo returned to Lu Su's side. Lu Su looked excited, she also heard the gunshots coming from the villa and saw Fang Luo come back safe and sound, immediately feeling anxious in her heart. Unfortunately, her mouth was covered, and she could only make incoherent sounds, unable to speak. "Let's go, leave this place." Fang Luo informed Li Nana and then led Lu Su into the armored vehicle, heading back towards the cold storage. "Uncover her mouth." Fang Luo glanced at the struggling Lu Su and casually instructed Li Nana. "What have you done? What happened to my husband?" Lu Su suddenly questioned loudly. "What happened?" Fang Luo snorted, "Did you not hear the gunshots?" "Of course, he was killed." "What?" Lu Su immediately felt dizzy, and tears started flowing down her face. Although she had just quarreled with her husband, he was still her husband. Hearing this terrible news made her feel like the sky had fallen. "Why? I promised to help you cure your girlfriend, why did you still kill him? Why are you so cruel?" Lu Su wanted to tear into Fang Luo, but was held down by Li Nana, unable to move. Hearing her words, Fang Luo snorted in disdain, "Curing him is your duty, but your husband made Yuyo suffer, so he deserves to die. If I injured you and then cured you, would your husband let it go?" Lu Su was suddenly speechless. If it were before the apocalypse, she would surely nod, but now. These few days, Wu Yu had been fighting with other gangs daily, robbing supplies, and had already killed dozens of people. She had been working hard to treat others just to accumulate merit for Wu Yu. However, the speed at which she could accumulate merit couldn't keep up with the speed at which Wu Yu committed sins. But no matter what, he was still her husband. Fang Luo killed her husband, and Lu Su's eyes were still filled with hatred. And Fang Luo glanced at Lu Su with a half-smile. "Do you know what your husband was doing when I killed him?" Lu Su was confused, ? Fang Luo grinned and teased, "It's truly interesting, you were out there sweating profusely treating people, while your husband was at home working hard giving injections to 3 women. No wonder. He did not like to exaggerate or slander others, that was too lowly." "Impossible, you are lying. My husband would never say such things. I can't believe you killed my husband and then smear his name in front of his wife. You are a shameless scoundrel." After hearing this, LV Su's face instantly filled with anger. She and her husband were so loving, treating each other with respect. How could they be the kind of people Fang Luo described? She was certain Fang Luo was maliciously slandering them. Others had said similar things to her before, but she had never believed it, thinking they were just trying to sow discord to win her over. Am I a shameless scoundrel? Fang Luo found it funny. She was just speaking the truth, wanting LV Su to see Wu Yu's true colors, and yet now she was seen as the villain. What a good deed misunderstood. Fang Luo was too lazy to deal with this love-stricken fool. She had initially wanted to save her, but now it seemed better to just eliminate her after Lin Yu recovered. No need to worry about her seeking revenge later. Shut her mouth. Fang Luo instructed Li Nana again. Since she had already been labeled a villain, Fang Luo saw no reason to play the gentleman. Damn it, good intentions met with ungratefulness. Fang Luo spat, and her good mood was instantly ruined. Master, don't be angry, this woman is completely ungrateful. Where would you find someone as obedient and clever as me? Li Nana flattered Fang Luo, her hand slowly moving to Fang Luo's thigh. In the back seat, LV Su, already seething with rage, saw this absurd scene and her face turned beet red, a mix of shame and anger. How dare she do such shameless things right in front of me? Luo Shui Jin Chang. Damn it, which bastard ambushed me? Where is he? Why haven't they caught him yet? Wu Yu's chest was bleeding heavily, and his face contorted in pain. Fortunately, that woman just now had absorbed a bit of the bullet's power for him. Combined with his own earth-based powers, his defense was higher than an ordinary person's, otherwise, that bullet could have killed him. Boss, we've searched the entire villa area and found no suspicious figures, one subordinate reported. No one? How is that possible? Could it be an assassin from 800 meters away? Wu Yu's anger surged within him. Boss, could it be someone from a gang we've offended recently? Wu Yu's heart sank. That is indeed a possibility. If they can't face me head-on, they resort to ambush. Wu Yu's family had originally been a third-rate clan, with some underground thugs under their control. After the apocalypse, Wu Yu quickly grew strong using these thugs, seizing vast amounts of resources, and became a second-rate family in Luo City. However, seizing resources would definitely offend others. But which gang is behind this assassination attempt? There were many gangs big and small in Jian City. Originally, there were three major families in Luo City: Li, Lu, and Chen. His wife was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. Ordinary people thought LV Su had married a wealthy second-generation man, but in reality, it was he who had used tricks to win her over, climbing up the social ladder. Unfortunately, before the apocalypse, her family's business had been stolen, and the family had suffered blows during the apocalypse. No one knew where they had run off to. Now, the largest families were the Li and Chen families, which had many industries under them. After the apocalypse, they used their resources to gather a large number of thugs. He didn't dare to offend them. The rest were second and third-rate families, forming the Sanjian Gang, Evil Tiger Gang. Additionally, last night he had a shootout with a small gang and seized a large amount of their resources. Unfortunately, two of their people escaped in an armored vehicle, and he only injured one of the women. Could they have allied with a bigger gang and retaliated against him? Damn it, don't let me find out who it is. Wu Yu cursed inwardly and turned to his subordinate. Where's your sister-in-law? Haven't found her yet? I'm in so much pain. After being injured, he immediately sent people to find LV Su, wanting her to come heal him, but almost half an hour had passed. Still haven't found her. Could she really have left? Boss, we found a few people with stakes. After questioning them, we learned that not long ago someone was asking about Big Sister's location while holding stakes. It's very likely that she has been kidnapped. What? Wu Yu shot up suddenly. His wife has been taken away? Lu Su is not like other women. Putting aside her stunning beauty, the key thing is that she is his wife. If someone took her, what would they do to such a beautiful woman? He didn't even want to think about it. Wu Yu suddenly felt green on his head. Damn it, bring those people here. Wu Yu exploded in anger, smashing the table in front of him into pieces. He was used to being the one betraying others. How could anyone betray him? Soon, a middle-aged man and a woman with a little girl were forced over. Damn it, Mi Hong, so it's you. Wu Yu recognized the middle-aged man and immediately questioned harshly, who was asking about my wife? What did they look like? Speak. Dad, don't say. The little girl, Mi Lu, rushed forward to cover her father's mouth, speaking in a childish voice. Damn. Wu Yu furiously kicked Mi Lu away. You kicked my daughter. She's only 7 years old. You beast. I won't tell you anything. Just wait for Dr. Lu to be sullied. Upon seeing his daughter kicked away, Mi Hong was enraged. He had originally planned to tell the truth for Dr. Lu's sake. But now, forget it. Oh, you're pretty tough. Hearing the other party say his wife would be sullied, Wu Yu's anger boiled over, and with a sinister smile, he looked at the woman nearby and said, My wife is going to be sullied? Hee, let me see whose wife gets sullied first. Saying this, Wu Yu immediately grabbed the nearby woman and began to rip off her clothes in front of everyone. The room suddenly filled with a springtime scene. The woman screamed in fright and quickly called for help from her husband. Stop, I'll tell. He is Fang Luo, very handsome, drives an armored car. Upon realizing that his wife was about to be sullied, Mi Hong quickly revealed Fang Luo's details. After all, he didn't know Fang Luo well, they only did a deal, and he couldn't just stand by while his wife was sullied. It's those two guys from yesterday. Fang Luo? Send people out to look for the armored car's location. As soon as he heard the armored car, Wu Yu knew that the people who took his wife were the two who had escaped yesterday, and he was so angry he hammered his chest. He even suspected that the one who shot him was also this Fang Luo. Hiss. Wu Yu had just been shot in the chest. This tearing made him gasp in pain, growing even more resentful of Fang Luo. You better not do anything to my wife, or when I catch you, I will play with your woman to death. Wu Yu cursed inwardly, remembering that there was a woman with Fang Luo yesterday. Then, he glanced at Mi Hong and said to a subordinate. At this moment, it was empty and desolate. The rice, bottled water, and other supplies that were once stored all vanished without a trace. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No, it must be that I opened the door the wrong way. Wu Yu stepped back out of the storage room and opened the door again, but it was still completely empty. Damn it, where are my supplies? I had so many supplies. Wu Yu started to scream in anguish. He wasn't this angry when his wife was kidnapped. These supplies were worth at least 100 million given the current prices. Moreover, these were essentials for survival. Without these supplies, how could he live? Would those little brothers still listen to him? Damn it, which bastard stole my supplies? His wife was captured, he was ambushed, and his supplies were stolen. With a series of bad news, Wu Yu let out a sound and directly spat out blood in anger. At the same time, Fang Luo returned to the cold storage door, fully loaded, not only finding the doctor but also avenging himself, gaining a dozen evolution crystals in the process. Wipe your mouth clean. Fang Luo glanced at Li Nana and handed her a bottle of water. He didn't want Lin Zijin to know that while he was looking for a doctor for her sister, he was also doing that kind of thing with Li Nana that could lower her feelings for him, making everything he did in vain. Yes, master. Li Nana chuckled softly, then took a sip of water, tilted her head to rinse her mouth, and then swallowed it down, finally licking her lips with her delicate tongue. Fairy. Fang Luo watched the scene, calling her a fairy. It must be said, this woman really understood. Every move could ignite Fang Luo's inner fire. And her current attitude was completely different from the woman from his previous life, who looked down at him, chin held high. This feeling of conquest also made Fang Luo secretly delight in his heart. In the back seat of the car, Lu Su was watching this scene, cursing Fang Luo and Li Nana in her heart, never having seen such shameless people. So disgusting. It couldn't help but leave her with a worse impression of Fang Luo. But Fang Luo didn't care, she had already shown herself to be a shameless person, so why should he pretend to be a gentleman in front of her? What if he acted more beastly? He hadn't done anything to her yet. Driving the car into the cold storage. Honey, are you okay? Lin Zijin immediately rushed over, quickly checking Fang Luo's body, afraid something had happened to him. Don't worry, you know what I'm capable of. I'm fine. Fang Luo pointed to the back seat of the car. Look, I brought the doctor back. That's great. Lin Zijin's heart filled with joy, but when she saw Lu Su with a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth and her hands and feet tied, she became a bit confused. Why is she tied up? Humph, Fang Luo snorted coldly, the one who injured you yesterday is her husband. What? Lin Zijin immediately looked at Lu Su in a hostile way. Lu Su was still clear about right and wrong. Upon knowing that it was Lin Zijin's sister who was injured yesterday, she looked at Lin Zijin with a hint of guilt in her eyes, not at all resentful due to her gaze. But when looking at Fang Luo, her expression was completely one of disgust. This guy clearly had a wife, and just now was with that woman in the car like that, he was simply a scum. Fang Luo also noticed her expression. But he didn't take it to heart at all. With a cold snort, he pulled off the cloth strip from her mouth and untied her ropes. The person is in the room, you better not play tricks, or I'll kill you. Fang Luo threatened without hesitation. Humph, do you think I'm as despicable as you? Lu Su coldly scoffed and turned her head away, but she didn't refuse Fang Luo. Although she detested Fang Luo to the core, the girl inside was hurt by her husband, she felt as a doctor it was her duty to heal her. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he felt it was necessary to help. Fang Luo also secretly nodded. Although the other party might wish to kill him, Fang Luo had to admit that Lu Su was a kind and principled person. No wonder she became a doctor. Entering the room, Lin Yu was already tired and lying on the bed, fast asleep. The originally pure white bandage on her leg was now completely soaked with blood. Is it that serious? Lu Su couldn't help but frown, her expression serious, feeling guilt for her husband's actions in her heart. The girl on the bed was very beautiful, probably around 18 years old, the age of flowers. When she grows up, she would likely be just as beautiful as herself. If she became a cripple, it would truly be a waste. Doctor, can she be cured? Lin Zijin asked worriedly. It's a bit difficult, Lu Su thought for a moment and said, she has a comminuted fracture. Even with my skills and sophisticated equipment for surgery, I can only ensure she can walk normally, but she won't fully recover. But right now, there are no instruments. What to do? Lin Zijin panicked, thinking that her sister might completely become a disabled person in the future, and her heart was filled with grief. She looked at Fang Luo again, not knowing if Fang Luo would still want both sisters if she had a crippled sister. Fang Luo comforted her by patting her shoulder and then looked at Lu Su, asking in a deep voice, I remember you have wood-type abilities, you should be able to use them to heal, right? Wood-type abilities can indeed heal. Lu Su's expression turned grim as she faced Fang Luo, but right now, I'm completely drained of energy, and even at my peak, I can't heal such a severe injury. I can't heal her, so do you want to kill me? Do whatever you want. Lu Su stretched her neck, showing a demeanor of letting Fang Luo deal with her as he wished. She was not someone afraid of life or death. Are you threatening me? Fang Luo's expression turned cold, but he really couldn't just kill Lu Su unless Lin Yu's leg was truly beyond saving. According to Lu Su, ordinary medical methods could not heal Lin Yu's leg injury. Even if it were healed, there might be hidden injuries, and it couldn't truly recover. Only the treatment ability of wood-type abilities could completely heal. If he killed her, it would not be easy to find another wood-type ability user. T1 level abilities were not common. You are the one threatening me. Lu Su huffed and glanced at the sleeping Lin Yuyu, feeling a bit reluctant in her heart, so she softened her tone and said, within 5 days, if she doesn't get treatment, even with wood-type abilities, it won't heal. Although I can't heal her now, my abilities can extend her treatment time. Are you still willing to help her? Fang Luo was a little surprised, thinking the other party would use this to threaten him, seek revenge, or demand benefits. He could see that the other party was not willing to help Lin Yuyu because of his threat but truly cared about helping her. You killed my husband, and I hate you, wishing to kill you. Lu Su glared at Fang Luo resentfully, but grievances have a cause, and debts have an owner. This girl, although she is your girlfriend, is innocent. I have no feud with her. As a doctor, I will do my best to save her. Hearing her words, Fang Luo felt a little complicated inside. He never expected the other party to be so open-minded. Speaking of which, Lin Yuyu's leg injury had nothing to do with Lu Su. He was venting his anger on her because of Wu Yu, and now compared to her actions, he felt like he was just casually venting anger on someone else. Fang Luo's expression softened a bit, no longer speaking harshly to Lu Su. Okay, you first recover your energy, and then help her with treatment. Fang Luo patted Lin Zichin's shoulder, go make some food, make a lot. The best way to recover abilities is to eat food to replenish physical energy because the source of ability comes from tapping into bodily potential. The better the food eaten, the faster the energy was restored. Lin Zijing nodded obediently. A few people walked out of the bedroom, and only then did Elvisu seriously examine this cold storage. She found that it was fully equipped, not only with water and electricity but also with a television, video games, even a cat house, and there was half a piece of uneaten tuna in the cat food bowl. Originally, her husband had assets worth over 100 million before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, they could only eat bran and drink water, not daring to drink too much mineral water. And this guy, surprisingly, had an entire wall of wine cabinets at home, all high-end brands, and even fed his cat tuna. My god, is this really the apocalypse? What's more critical is that the temperature in this cold storage is cool, completely different from the hot weather outside. No wonder she had been sweating profusely in the car, but after entering the cold storage, she no longer felt hot. How did this man create such a comfortable cold storage in the apocalypse? Could it be that he knew the apocalypse was coming in advance and built this cold storage beforehand? Elvisu looked at Fang Luo with curiosity. He looked handsome and was very powerful, but he was just too lustful and violent. Besides, he killed her husband, and she couldn't share the same sky with him. Elvisu silently surveyed the cold storage without speaking to Fang Luo. Fang Luo ignored her and went to the bathroom to soak in a comfortable hot bath. From last night until now, he hadn't closed his eyes and had consumed a large amount of powers in between. He was already very tired. Not long after, Lin Zijing prepared a large table of dishes. Dinner is ready. Fang Luo heard this and came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. You! Fang Luo was only wearing a bathrobe, his upper body completely exposed to the air. Lin Zijing and Li Nana were fine, they had seen much more private parts. Only Elvisu blushed the moment she saw him. Why did you come out without clothes, you rogue? Elvisu quickly turned her head, scolding him. However, in her heart, she was slightly admiring him, not expecting Fang Luo to look quite thin yet have six-pack abs and chest muscles. This is my home, I can wear whatever I want. It's fine if I don't wear anything, do you dare to bite me? Fang Luo didn't bother with her and directly sat down at the dining table. Elvisu snorted angrily. Then she defiantly lifted her neck. If he doesn't wear anything, then he doesn't, it's not me exposing myself, so why should I feel embarrassed? So, she turned her head, not caring if Fang Luo was dressed or not. She tried to act just like Lin Zijing and the others. Elvisu also went to the dining table, looking at the large array of exquisite foods and couldn't help but opened her mouth wide, lobsters, king crabs, abalones, sea cucumbers, there was even caviar. These things she had eaten before. Her father used to run the largest chain supermarket in the city, with assets over 100 billion, and her husband also had assets worth over 100 million. But now, it was the apocalypse, rivers dried up, plants withered, prices soared thousands of times. How many people would be willing to sell their bodies for a bowl of white rice? And this table of dishes by Fang Luo could probably make 10,000 girls willing to sell their bodies for him. No wonder there were so many beautiful women around Fang Luo, even a pair of pretty sisters. Hurry up and replenish your energy, we will go and treat you later. Fang Luo said to Elvisu and started gobbling down food himself. Elvisu swallowed hard. Although she felt somewhat displeased with Fang Luo's attitude, she still followed suit and began to eat. Since the apocalypse, she hadn't had such delicious food, and after today's excessive use of powers, she was already so hungry it felt like her stomach was cramping. However, she didn't change her attitude towards Fang Luo just because of this bite of food, she still wanted to kill him. The more she ate, the faster her energy would restore. With Lin Zijing's full table of precious dishes, LV Su's energy was rapidly replenishing, much faster than when she was just eating white rice at home. It's countless times faster now. Under normal circumstances, she would need to eat 10 bowls of white rice in batches to fully replenish her energy, which would take about 2 days. But now, one meal was almost enough. She marveled in her heart, with Fang Luo's living conditions, his sustained fighting ability was more than 5 times higher than other supernatural beings. She wasn't skilled in combat either, so finding an opportunity for revenge seemed very difficult. Although she could threaten Fang Luo with Lin Zijing or Lin Yuyu when Fang Luo wasn't paying attention. However, with her character, she couldn't do such a despicable thing. Lu Su felt that her chances of revenge against Fang Luo were extremely slim, but she had not given up on the idea of revenge. The hatred of a husband killer is a grudge that cannot be shared with the heavens. Even if it meant risking her own life, she would drag Fang Luo down with her, breaking her vow, and... After dinner, Lu Su's strength had mostly recovered, and Fang Luo didn't make her wait to rest, letting her help Lin Yuyu with her treatment first. I know, no need for you to say. Lu Su snorted, although she was still a bit tired. She didn't want the girl inside to continue suffering, so she took the initiative to walk into the room and began to use her wood-based supernatural ability to help Lin Yuyu heal her injuries. Lin Yuyu's injuries were very severe. With her current ability, she couldn't completely heal Lin Yuyu, but she could alleviate some of her pain. She treated her for a full hour. This was the first time Fang Luo seriously looked at Lu Su. At 28 years old, either because she was well-read or had spent a long time in the hospital, Lu Su gave off a dignified yet kind aura. The temperature in the cold storage was very low. But Lu Su was still sweating profusely from her forehead due to expending too much supernatural energy. Warm sweat flowed from her oval-shaped face, running through her dark hair to her neck and finally into the deep abyss. It seemed she was indeed doing her best. Fang Luo's expression relaxed a bit. Faced with the family of her enemy, Lu Su could still work so hard to save her. He couldn't help but admire her noble character. It was probably for this reason that Lu Su had studied medicine and became a chief surgeon in a top-tier hospital at the age of 28, earning the affection of so many people. It's a pity that such a dignified and kind woman married such a man. Go take a shower, I've already drawn water for you, Fang Luo said to Lu Su, his tone no longer as cold as before. Lu Su also noticed this. However, she didn't say much and wouldn't abandon her thoughts of revenge against Fang Luo because of it. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu, lying on the bed, revealed a bright smile, looking at Fang Luo with gratitude in her eyes. She had also heard her sister talk about Lu Su's background. Unexpectedly, her brother-in-law actually brought the wife of his enemy for her sake. Her brother-in-law was really too good to her. What's there to be polite about? Your sister has already repaid me yesterday, we are now a family, Fang Luo smiled. Hateful, don't say that. Lin Zijing's face turned red upon hearing this. Remembering what Fang Luo had done to her yesterday, she shyly pinched Fang Luo's waist. How could you say such things in front of my sister? However, she felt very touched inside. Fang Luo was so good to her. Fang Luo cried in justice, thinking you're afraid your sister will know. You have no idea she overheard you yesterday while eavesdropping. Lin Yuyu looked at Fang Luo and her sister flirting, and for some reason, she didn't feel very happy. Instead, she felt some inexplicable emotions and subconsciously didn't want to see this scene. So, Lin Yuyu changed the topic and said, brother-in-law, I think that Lu Su person is quite good. Why does she look like she wants to kill you when she sees you? You didn't do anything to her, did you? Hearing this, Lin Zijing stopped teasing and looked at Fang Luo curiously. What could I have done? This is because... Fang Luo spoke about how he discovered Wu Yu playing mahjong in the villa, and then took the chance to ambush him. I killed her husband, so she will definitely want to kill me, right? Fang Luo shrugged. Ah, what should we do? Lin Zijing said anxiously, she has special powers, she will definitely seek revenge on you. But she is so kind. Just tell her that her husband is a scumbag, Lin Yuyu said. Fang Luo shook his head, it's useless. I've told her, but she thinks I'm just spreading dirt and scolded me for being a shameless person. How can she be like this? Lin Zijing was a bit angry, feeling that Lu Su mistook kindness for foolishness. It's normal, Fang Luo said indifferently. What would you do if someone spoke ill of me in front of you? Of course I wouldn't believe it, Lin Zijing replied firmly. Exactly. Fang Luo smiled and affectionately wrapped his arms around Lin Zijing's slender waist. Her waist was so thin that he could almost wrap it with one hand. This woman really doesn't know good from bad. Lin Yuyu pouted and tentatively said to Fang Luo, killing her is not right, not killing her is also not right. How about this, brother-in-law, I think this woman is quite pretty, and has a great figure, and knows medicine, she's quite a gem. Didn't someone say that to capture a woman's heart, you should first capture her body? Why don't you go persuade her, then she won't kill you? Fang Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Is this really something an 18-year-old girl would say? It sounds quite outrageous. and persuade her. Yu, what nonsense are you talking? Lin Zijing shot a disapproving glance at her sister. Are you trying to publicly humiliate me? I never knew my sister was this quirky before. Sister, are you jealous? Lin Yu teased as she looked at her sister. Who is jealous? Lin Zijing's face turned red. Although she said there was no jealousy, she definitely didn't want Fang Luo to get involved with other women. Sister, with how amazing brother-in-law is, and how handsome he is, there will definitely be many women who like and pursue him in the future. Then, you can really be jealous. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Zijing felt a bit melancholic. She felt the same way. Fang Luo was too exceptional. Right now, there was already a Li Nana wanting to compete for Fang Luo, and surely there would be more in the future. Should she be jealous one by one? Alright, what are you rambling about? Fang Luo flicked Lin Yu on the forehead. Not everyone catches my eye. Your sister is so beautiful, my standards have definitely been raised by her. Anyone less attractive than her can't catch my eye. Do you think there are many people prettier than your sister? However, hearing Lin Yu's words, Fang Luo remembered Lu Su's looks. I have to admit, Lu Su's attractiveness is not inferior to Lin Zijing's. On the contrary, Lu Su has a mature and charming aura that is more alluring in some ways than a young girl like Lin Zijing. Hearing Fang Luo's compliments, Lin Zijing felt sweet inside. That's true, Lin Yu nodded and then turned to ask, brother-in-law, who is prettier, me or sister? Fang Luo was at a loss. This was clearly a question he couldn't answer. To be honest, the two sisters looked very similar, and if the lights were out, he might not be able to tell who was who. He could only perfunctorily say, both are beautiful, each has their own strengths like the four gentlemen of the flowers. After chatting for a while, Lu Su had already finished her shower and came out of the bathroom. Fang Luo asked Lin Zijing to go take a shower, while Lin Yu had just received treatment and was very tired, continuing to fall into deep sleep. He then sat on the bed, preparing to enhance his own strength. He had been searching for evolution crystals these days, and his strength progress had been somewhat slow, not much higher than Wu Yu. However, Fang Luo had already collected over 120 evolution crystals, enough to significantly boost his strength without needing to go out anymore. Now, many people already knew about the existence of special powers, and evolution crystals had been mostly found. It was difficult to find more outdoors, which would be a waste of time. So, Fang Luo planned to focus on improving his strength during the upcoming time. He would wait until the zombies evolved outside, then go out to increase his strength by killing zombies. As time passed, the strength of the zombies would also grow at a terrifying speed, and some zombies could even evolve special abilities. By then, the energy from the zombies' strengthening crystals would not be less than the evolution crystals available now. It might even be more. Therefore, Fang Luo had no reason to waste too much time looking for evolution crystals. Fang Luo took out the crystals to use. His current ability level was about level 2, and the movement distance of his space flicker was 10 meters. The defense power of the space barrier was approximately 800 kilograms, and he could cast 3 space marks at the same time. Moreover, as his strength increased, the number of crystals Fang Luo could use at once had also increased compared to before. When he first awakened his abilities, using 1 crystal would leave Fang Luo exhausted, but now he only felt weak after continuously using 3 crystals. Half an hour passed. Fang Luo successfully absorbed 3 evolution crystals. He didn't gain new abilities, but his strength had increased. The distance of the space flicker improved from 10 meters to 12 meters. The defense power of the space barrier increased from 800 kilograms to 1 ton. The number of space marks rose from 3 to 4. After enhancing his strength, he felt a bit sleepy and, having not slept at all since yesterday, he fell asleep directly. Lin Xiqin came out after her shower. She was wearing the purple lace nightgown that Fang Luo specifically prepared for her. The thin material accentuated her perfect figure, half of her thigh exposed, and her delicate feet looked as if carved from jade. When she walked into the room, she immediately saw Fang Luo peacefully sleeping. She quickly moved her beautiful legs to the bedside and gently covered Fang Luo with a blanket, her eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and heartache. Fang Luo had done far too much for her. She felt that she could never repay Fang Luo in her lifetime. She had completely fallen in love with him. She lay beside Fang Luo, staring at his handsome face blankly, thinking about what her sister had just said. Her sister was right, there would surely be more women around Fang Luo in the future, and they would become increasingly outstanding, just like that one outside. Including her own sister. Looking at herself, aside from cooking for Fang Luo, she really couldn't do anything else. And her beauty, which she once prided herself on, was practically useless in this apocalypse. Although Fang Luo didn't disdain her. But would she have to be jealous of each woman that appeared? If she kept being jealous, Fang Luo would definitely get tired of it. Besides, if one day he met a prettier woman who wouldn't get jealous, he might just be fed up with her. Thinking it over, rather than being jealous, it was better to accept Fang Luo and then work hard to improve herself. Only by becoming stronger would Fang Luo need her and would not leave her. With this thought, her gloomy mood suddenly lifted. She gently raised her head and kissed Fang Luo's face. Feeling Lin Ziqin's lips, Fang Luo suddenly woke up. Ziqin, you've turned bad, sneaking up on me now. Fang Luo said with a playful smile. I didn't. Lin Ziqin's face instantly turned bright red. Husband, after hesitating for a moment, Lin Ziqin said again, I also want special abilities. Fang Luo was taken aback. He had been too busy these past few days, and he had not had time to activate Lin Ziqin's abilities, almost forgetting about it. Speaking of which, inside this cold storage, the early combat power was strongest with Lin Ziqin's fire abilities. Once she awakened, she could definitely become a great support for him. Alright. Fang Luo immediately took out an evolution crystal and taught Lin Ziqin how to use it. Seeing Fang Luo so readily pull out the precious ability crystal, Lin Ziqin felt another wave of gratitude in her heart. She used the crystal. A few minutes later, Lin Ziqin finally awakened her fire ability. Even though I knew in advance that Lin Ziqin's talent was formidable, when I saw the flames she spewed, Fang Luo was still deeply amazed. Just after awakening her powers, she could gather a fireball with a diameter of 10 centimeters, with a maximum temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius. This talent was simply unbelievable. Fang Luo felt that winning against Lin Ziqin in a direct confrontation would be very difficult. However, other methods might not necessarily fail. Wife, let's compete to see who is stronger. Fang Luo chuckled mischievously. Lin Ziqin panicked, don't do that, Yuyo is still here. It's fine, she's asleep. Lin Ziqin glanced at Lin Yuyo, realizing that her breathing was steady, she was indeed in a deep sleep, and let out a sigh of relief. However, she still playfully glared at Fang Luo. Then, let's be quieter. You should be quieter. Fang Luo grinned wickedly. Perhaps because of awakening her fire powers, Lin Ziqin's body was much warmer than before, even more comfortable than yesterday. A few minutes later. Lin Ziqin clenched her teeth but could not help but open her mouth, letting out soft moans. Fang Luo was just too strong. She looked nervously at Lin Yuyo sleeping beside her. Thankfully, Yuyo was sleeping soundly, so she unconsciously let her voice rise a little more. Lin Yuyo had been injured and after treatment was mentally and physically exhausted, originally in a deep sleep. But at some point, a sporadic singing sound reached her ears, waking her up. Half awake, she opened her eyes and suddenly saw the two people beside her and instantly widened her eyes, her pretty face flushed bright red. How can her sister do this? She wanted to make a sound to warn the couple, but felt that if she did, everyone would be embarrassed. After hesitating, she turned her head to pretend she didn't see. However, not looking with her eyes couldn't deceive her ears. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, she could no longer resist the curiosity, and turned her head to secretly glance at the couple in front of her. Suddenly, she froze, remembering a previous conversation with Fang Luo, where she said her voice was louder than her sister's. At that time, Fang Luo had a strange expression, and she didn't understand why until now. So annoying. In the living room. Li Nana finished washing the dishes and mopping the floor, and was now asleep on the sofa. LV Su didn't like Li Nana, so she sat 1 meter away from her, staring blankly at a certain spot. Suddenly, a strange sound reached her ears. She was first taken aback, thinking it was a ghost, but after listening carefully, she quickly realized what it was. Her face immediately turned red, and she angrily glared in the direction of the bedroom. That pervert, even though she was injured, still. She had to warn him tomorrow. Sleeping until noon the next day, this was the most comfortable sleep Fang Luo had had in days. Mainly because last night was quite exciting. In the middle of the night, Lin Yuyo suddenly moved, startling both of them, thinking they had been discovered, and Lin Ziqin even bit Fang Luo. You are really too bad. Lin Ziqin, dressed, glared angrily at Fang Luo. Hee, Fang Luo laughed mischievously. You were quite happy yesterday, even sneaking to touch me. I didn't. Lin Ziqin was both shy and furious. She remembered she hadn't done that, thinking Fang Luo was deliberately teasing her. I didn't touch. Alright, you didn't touch, okay? Fang Luo took it as her not admitting, got up to put on clothes. In the corner of the big bed, Lin Yuyo, hearing their conversation, secretly buried her head in the blanket, looking at the palm of her hand with a handprint left from being held for so long, her face as red as a peach. Last night, Fang Luo had held her hand, thinking it was her sister's hand. Fang Luo and Lin Ziqin walked out of the bedroom. Lin Ziqin went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the living room, Li Nana was cleaning out the cat litter. Time passed leisurely in 10 minutes. Looking around again, Fang Luo noticed Lu Su sitting on the sofa with a face full of resentment, her eyes darkened, indicating she hadn't slept all night. You didn't sleep last night? Fang Luo took out a bottle of ice cola, opened it with a fizz, and sat down on the sofa. Lu Su glared at Fang Luo, thinking to herself, you still ask me? You guys had a showdown for hours yesterday, how could I possibly sleep? I even felt it myself. You must have eavesdropped last night, Fang Luo said with a teasing smile, looking at her. Pa! Lu Su immediately reacted like a cat stepped on its tail. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. It's you, you shameless guy, making too much noise. So what if I listened? I don't mind. Hey, why are you wearing those dirty clothes again? Didn't I give you new clothes yesterday? Fang Luo looked at Lu Su strangely. Could it be that you, such a grown person, still wet the bed? You're the one who wet the bed. This is what my husband bought for me, I like wearing it, got a problem? Lu Su's face stiffened, recalling the events of last night. She was secretly furious. How was it wetting the bed? It was clearly. All of this was Fang Luo's fault. The noise wasn't that loud. But she could never let Fang Luo know about this, so she just found some excuse to retort back. You're really good to your husband, I even feel a bit envious of him, Fang Luo sighed inwardly. Lu Su was a top-notch woman both in character and beauty, and most importantly, her identity was also quite alluring. There probably wasn't a man who wouldn't like her. How about? Fang Luo switched her tone, sat next to Lu Su, and gently played with her delicate chin. How about you come with me, what do you think? Lu Su's face turned red. She instantly thought about slapping Fang Luo. Who did he think he was? However, as her hand was just raised a bit, she hesitated. Fang Luo was quite powerful, it was nearly impossible for her to seek revenge directly. Kidnapping Lin Yuyu and Lin Zijing, such things were beyond her. She had thought all night and couldn't come up with a plan. However, Fang Luo's words just now sparked a thought for revenge in her mind. This Fang Luo was greedy for beauty, and she was so beautiful, definitely the kind that men liked. If she took this opportunity to get close to him, lowering his guard against her, wouldn't it be easy to take him out? But then again, it would feel a bit unfair to her husband. However, isn't this also for her husband's revenge? Thinking of this, Lu Su suddenly smiled sweetly and blinked at Fang Luo, her expression shy as she said, okay. Ha! Fang Luo was taken aback, he had braced himself for Lu Su's curses but didn't expect such a result. This didn't sound like something Lu Su would say. In fact, according to Lu Su's original character, she would never do something like this. The reason she had this idea stemmed from Fang Luo. From yesterday until now, Fang Luo had shown her such things more than twice. Especially last night, it had lasted for several hours, just listening made Lu Su's face flush. Plus, a sleepless night had her mind in chaos, and with everything combined, she uncon. But when she thought about avenging her husband, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. So, she slowly walked towards Fang Luo, tiptoed, and with her soft, rosy red lips, leaned in closer to him. At the same time, on a street in Luochang, dozens of ability users, in a grand procession, were heading towards a certain location. Are you sure the armored vehicle appeared nearby? Wu Yu asked a subordinate beside him. Yes, boss, the person is in a cold storage. I used to live nearby and saw it with my own eyes. Cold storage? Wu Yu smirked coldly. Finally found you, you damn bastard, daring to kidnap my wife, you're asking for death. Tisk, damn it, haven't washed my hair in a long time, it's itchy on my head. Wu Yu cursed, scratching his head noisily. After the apocalypse, water became the most precious resource. Forget about washing hair, even drinking water is scarce. Now, most people don't brush their teeth or wash their faces, and everyone stinks. Boss, you have some grass on your head. Grass? Wu Yu took a look, it really is grass, no wonder it's so itchy. I never expected, even though all the trees are dead in this hot weather, this grass is still green. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Boss, we're here, it's that cold storage. After a few minutes, Wu Yu and his group finally arrived at the cold storage door. Still locked? Watch me smash it open. Wu Yu sneered, using his earth ability to control a large stone weighing over 100 pounds and hurled it at the cold storage door. Inside the cold storage, Fang Luo was in an embrace with LV Su. LV Su originally planned to take advantage of Fang Luo's moment of distraction during the kiss, to attack him and kill him. Her wood ability was already prepared. But somehow, when Fang Luo kissed her, she suddenly lost all strength. Her entire body went weak, and her mind went blank. She tried to struggle but had no strength left. What trick did Fang Luo play on her? What should I do? What should I do? Just when LV Su thought she had sacrificed her purity for nothing, suddenly a loud crash came from the door, followed by a familiar man's voice. Fang Luo, get the hell out here. Boom. A large stone smashed heavily against the cold storage door, making a deafening noise. Fang Luo, who was enjoying LV Su's soft red lips, initially thought she was trying to play some trick. But when she didn't make a follow-up move, he decided to take advantage of the situation. However, he never expected someone to smash the door. He let go of LV Su and, hearing the shouting outside, frowned. Who is it outside? They even know my name and are smashing my door. The voice sounds somewhat familiar. Honey, what's wrong? The voice startled Lin Zijing, who was in the kitchen. She quickly ran over, not even bothering to take off her apron. It's fine, go check on Yu first. Fang Luo shook his head. He heard the noise, and it should be Lin Yu trying to struggle and get up. Fang Luo, give me my wife back. The man's voice came again from outside. At this moment, Fang Luo finally remembered. No wonder this voice sounds so familiar, it was LV Su's husband, Wu Yu. He didn't expect this guy, who had taken a bullet from him, to still be alive. But how did this guy find this place? Honey. Upon hearing the voice outside, LV Su was still a bit incredulous. She thought her husband had been killed by Fang Luo. Once she realized her husband was alive, she became excited and immediately tried to run outside. However, before she could run 2 steps, Fang Luo grabbed her. What nonsense is this? Let her go out and wait for the people outside to break in? You can't leave. What are you doing? LV Su glared at Fang Luo, didn't you say my husband was dead? Liar. Thinking back to the time when she had kissed Fang Luo to avenge her husband, only to forget about the revenge later, LV Su felt a surge of shame. She thought Fang Luo had deliberately tricked her, just waiting for her to seduce him. Then taking advantage of herself, this guy is too despicable. Under the accumulation of various angers, Lu Su directly conjured a vine and lashed it towards Fang Luo. This whip contained tremendous anger and moved at great speed. Fortunately, Fang Luo had guessed that Lu Su was up to no good and activated the space barrier in advance, so Lu Su's vine did not harm him at all. However, after being attacked, Fang Luo's gaze also turned cold. He quickly grabbed and restrained Lu Su's hands, leaving her unable to move. Fang Luo admired Lu Su's character, but that didn't mean he could let her attack him freely. If it weren't for Lin Yu's leg injury not healing, Fang Luo might have killed her directly for her actions. Li Nana, tie her up for me. When Li Nana saw Lu Su raise her hand, she immediately used her speed ability to rush over. She was now truly acting as Fang Luo's maid. Soon, Lu Su was tightly bound. Damn it! Lu Su glared angrily at Fang Luo. Fang Luo ignored her. Instead, he continued to watch the door. Fortunately, Fang Luo's door was reinforced. The people outside did not possess particularly strong abilities and could not damage the door at all. Damn it, what is this door made of? No matter how hard I slam into it, it won't budge? Outside, Wu Yu was sweating profusely, and the large stones beside him had turned into rubble, yet the door remained unmoved. You must know, his current strength could control a 100-kilogram stone, and the force used to smash the door was at least 500 kilograms. Stop wasting your effort, you can't open it. Fang Luo said coldly to the outside. You are Fang Luo? Hearing the voice, Wu Yu paused for a moment to take a break. How do you know my name? Fang Luo asked gravely. He remembered that he had not revealed his name, so why did the other party know it, and did anyone else know? Suddenly, he thought of something. When he inquired about Lu Su's whereabouts before, he had asked a middle-aged man. Before leaving, he told a little girl his name, and he still remembered the boy's unique name, which was called Mi Lu. Did the Mi Lu family tell you? You're pretty clever. That's right, they told me. You're quite generous, actually giving them steak. After killing Mi Hong, Wu Yu also snatched that steak and enjoyed a hearty meal. This was the best meal he had since the apocalypse began. He just didn't know if Fang Luo still had supplies. The reason he was so eager to find Fang Luo, besides saving his wife, was also mainly to snatch Fang Luo's supplies. Once he opened his cold storage and killed Fang Luo, everything here would belong to him. What did you do to them? Fang Luo asked coldly. Although the other party did not keep secrets from him, they had helped him, and Fang Luo still wanted to know their fate. Oh, are you concerned about them? Wu Yu grinned, let me tell you, I killed the man, the little girl was kicked unconscious and thrown away. I guess she's already dead. As for that, at first, she was all for her life, but when she learned that her daughter's husband was dead, she tried to please me, hoping to kill me while seizing this opportunity. But I saw through it, yet I must say, she was really seductive. Wu Yu spoke confidently as if it were something worth boasting about. Fang Luo listened with a dark expression. Fang Luo sneered softly, and he decided to discuss the opponent. That really slick? Fang Luo sneered and said, actually, your wife is also very slick. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Yu, who was still savoring things outside, suddenly froze, feeling a chill emitting from the top of his head. He caught a glimpse of his little brothers behind him, who were making faces and trying to hold back laughter. In an instant, Wu Yu was so angry that he felt like he was about to explode. How outrageous! What the did you say? Wu Yu roared, controlling a stone and smashing it against the cold storage door. Didn't hear clearly? Fang Luo continued, your wife's lips are very soft, just now, she actively kissed me. You're full of crap, that's impossible. Hearing this, Wu Yu felt less angry. He knew his wife, she was a well-bred lady, very particular about her honor, and couldn't possibly do such a thing. Don't believe me? Fang Luo smiled. If you don't believe me, ask your wife if she just actively kissed me. Come on, tell your husband if you kissed me. Hearing such shameful words, Lu Su's face turned red and pale. She felt Fang Luo was a devil, wicked to the core, and had a fierce spirit. She really wanted to explain to her husband, but she didn't know how to do it because she had indeed kissed Fang Luo, which was an undeniable fact. Moreover, there was another reason she didn't want to explain. Lu Su felt quite angry about Wu Yu's behavior towards the Milu family. As a kind-hearted healer, she couldn't accept it and felt extremely disappointed in Wu Yu. So she was reluctant to explain. Lu Su hesitated for a moment and finally nodded, kissed. Hearing this, Wu Yu outside nearly went crazy. The three things a man can never tolerate in his life are revenge for a murdered father, resentment for a stolen wife, and humiliation under his belt. Compared to these, resentment for a stolen wife is the last dignity of a man. What made Wu Yu even angrier was that since their marriage 1 month ago, Lu Su had rarely been at home. Even on their wedding night, she went to the hospital to do surgery, hardly showing affection to him. Yet unexpectedly, it had only been 1 day, and she had already actively gotten involved with another man. Wu Yu felt an overwhelming anger. You shameless woman, pretending to be graceful all the time, I didn't expect you to betray me after just 1 day. Wu Yu shouted, his voice probably audible hundreds of meters away. You actually scold me. Listening to Wu Yu's insults, Lu Su found it hard to believe. In the past, Wu Yu treated her very gently, like a princess, and never dared to speak loudly to her, let alone shout at her like this. The reason she kissed Fang Luo was to help Wu Yu get revenge, after all. Moreover, hadn't Wu Yu also disregarded her feelings by bringing other women home? Why did he have the right to insult her? Lu Su was ultimately a wealthy young lady. Although she was usually gentle and virtuous, she still had the pride of a rich daughter deep inside, which made it hard for her to bear such insults. Instantly, anger rose in her heart. She was even angrier than when facing Fang Luo. What's wrong with scolding you? Wu Yu outside seemed unfazed. Do you think you are still Miss Lu? Your family's supermarket with billions worth of goods was stolen, and your father doesn't even know where he is now. Daring to betray me, what's wrong with scolding you? I even want to hit you. The reason Wu Yu married Lu Su, besides her beauty, was primarily due to her family's background. The Lu family was one of the 3 major families in Luo City, holding assets worth billions. Otherwise, who would want to marry a statue to worship at home? However, after marriage, he received no support from the Lu family. Instead, he paid millions in betrothal gifts and had to pretend to be a gentleman in front of Lu Su at all times, cooking for her and trying to please her, for fear of upsetting her and facing the Lu family's revenge. He felt like a parasite. He had never been happy about it. Now that the Lu family was declining, he no longer feared them, and he had awakened a powerful ability, with dozens of little brothers under him. So he stopped pretending and started bringing other women home in front of Lu Su. I thought Lu Su wouldn't dare to say anything, but unexpectedly, she even put a green hat on herself. This is blatant revenge. Right now, he wouldn't just scold Lu Su. If she stood before him, he would want to hit her. You. Lu Su listened to Wu Yu's words, her face pale, realizing that what Fang Luo said before was true. Everything Wu Yu showed in front of her was all an act. That heroic savior, that gentle demeanor, everything was fake. His only goal was to eye her family's wealth. She was utterly disappointed in Wu Yu. Fang Luo watched the unfolding drama from the side, feeling quite strange. What did Wu Yu just say? The multi-billion resources of Lu Su's family supermarket were stolen? His heart shook. Could it be that he did it? Before the apocalypse, he had looted several supermarkets in the city. It's really possible. For a moment, Fang Luo's gaze toward Lu Su changed. Not only did he steal her family's resources, hit her husband, kiss her lips, now he set her up for a divorce. Even Fang Luo, with his hard heart, couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He really is. However, Fang Luo had no intention of foolishly telling her about the theft and then apologizing. He wasn't that kind of stiff moralist. He never presented himself as a good person. For the sake of resources, brother, I'll help you take revenge on this scumbag husband of yours. Fang Luo silently thought. At this moment, Lu Su had fallen silent. She didn't want to have any connection with Wu Yu and no longer had any thoughts of revenge against Fang Luo. She had only one thought. Cure Lin Yu, and if Fang Luo was willing to let her go, she would go look for her family. If Fang Luo wasn't willing, she would just kill herself. Outside. Wu Yu was now so angry that smoke seemed to rise from his head. He wished he could rush in and immediately kill Fang Luo, the man who put a green hat on him. Unfortunately, with his strength, he couldn't break open Fang Luo's door at all. Instead, he himself, under the hot weather and having consumed a lot of abilities, was now exhausted like a droopy dog. Damn it, if you have the ability, open the door, don't be a turtle. Wu Yu yelled in anger. Fang Luo listened to his anxious tone and only wanted to laugh. With so many people outside, why should he go out to fight them? Wasn't it uncomfortable in the cold storage? Fang Luo sneered, looks like someone is the green-haired turtle. Lady's mouth is really soft. Ah, she didn't sleep well yesterday and has dark circles, it makes me heartbroken. Beside them, Lu Su felt both amused and angry at the same time. This Fang Luo, clearly she hadn't done anything with him, yet he made it sound like they had spent the whole night together. The key is, she really did have dark circles, he wasn't lying. However, she was now utterly disappointed in Wu Yu and didn't want to explain anything anymore. Wu Yu, unaware of the truth, thought that the two had pitted each other all night, and he was so angry he almost spat blood. But in order to save face, he still pretended to be indifferent, holding back his anger and saying, she's just a woman, with my ability, what kind of woman can't I find? Oh? Your ability? Fang Luo raised an eyebrow, ready to provoke him further. That's right, you're an Earth-type ability user, with defense power maxed out, just like a green-haired turtle. I think you should become a live-in son-in-law, hard work and a willingness to fight suits you perfectly. Lu Su watched Fang Luo's sly expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, she found it satisfying that Fang Luo was making Wu Yu mad. This was the first time since entering the cold storage that she felt Fang Luo wasn't so annoying. Wu Yu was about to break down, can't you say anything else? Something else? That works too. Fang Luo grinned, I wonder how much resources you've hoarded after so long in the apocalypse. You mind your own business. Wu Yu was stunned, not understanding why Fang Luo changed the topic so quickly. He originally wanted to say, none of your business, but after thinking carefully, he immediately remembered the incident of his supplies being stolen. He widened his eyes and asked, did you steal my supplies? Let me count, 251 bags of rice, 1,282 bottles of mineral water, plus 18 evolution crystals. Fang Luo didn't answer directly, but loudly started counting on his fingers. However, when Wu Yu heard this, he immediately knew what Fang Luo was counting. These were clearly the supplies he had lost. Wu Yu's eyes nearly bulged out in anger, his lungs about to explode. First, his wife was kidnapped, then he was ambushed, then his supplies were stolen, and now his wife had been slept with. Each of these things was enough to make him want to kill Fang Luo. But the most infuriating thing was, he couldn't even open the cold storage door, unable to get revenge on Fang Luo, and couldn't even curse him properly. He was so frustrated, nearly on the verge of exploding. Wu Yu was furious, signaling his subordinates to start smashing the door like mad. Before the apocalypse, he was a rich second generation worth billions. After the apocalypse, he became the leader of a second-rate gang, with soil-based abilities. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. This was simply outrageous. Fang Luo, however, remained calm, because with the strength of the people on the other side, they couldn't possibly break the cold storage door. At most, it would just be a bit noisy. But that didn't matter. Fang Luo walked to the TV and switched it on, then turned on the sound system to play music. Fang Luo's sound system was imported, from a Dutch brand called Ka. It was worth over 2 million, and the sound quality was top-notch. He played the song Dig Dig Dig, and the sound completely drowned out the sound of Wu Yu and his group smashing the door. Outside, Wu Yu was working hard to smash the door, but suddenly a song came into his ears. In the little garden, dig dig dig. He almost had a stroke from anger on the spot. What did Fang Luo mean by this? Did he think smashing the door was like planting flowers? LV Su and Li Nana, watching the scene in front of them, couldn't help but laugh. This Fang Luo was really too mischievous. Master is so bad. Damn. Outside, Wu Yu couldn't take it anymore. Thinking about how he was smashing the door with all his might, while Fang Luo was inside the cold storage, holding his wife and listening to music, he wanted to rip Fang Luo apart. Boss, this door can't be smashed open. How about we just give up? One of the younger brothers suggested. No way. I must kill this damn. Wu Yu's hatred for Fang Luo had already reached its maximum. How could he give up? Boss, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. One of the smarter younger brothers said, Boss, why should we go inside? They're not coming out. Let's just stay here at the door, and wait for them to run out of supplies. They can't stay in there forever. Anyway, your sister-in-law has already been slept with. Let him sleep a few more days, it doesn't matter. What did you say? Wu Yu was furious, grabbing the other man by the neck. What do you mean by let him sleep a few more days? You're not the one wearing the green hat, are you? Moreover, the other man had stolen all his supplies. He was supposed to wait until his supplies ran out, and by then, his wife would have changed sides. But he really couldn't think of a better solution. Damn, it looks like this is the only way. Wu Yu cursed under his breath, hoping Fang Luo's supplies would run out soon. So, Wu Yu stopped wasting energy smashing the door and squatted down in front of the cold storage door, waiting for Fang Luo to come out. Damn it, I'm starving to death. Get the food out. After smashing the door for so long and consuming too much energy, Wu Yu was now so hungry he was dizzy. He quickly ordered his subordinates to bring out a piece of whole wheat bread. The other younger brothers then took out rice and began frying it on the ground. There was no water now, and no chance to cook rice. All the food was either placed on the ground or fried on an iron pan. Whole wheat bread was already considered a luxurious food. Inside the cold storage, Fang Luo had no idea that Wu Yu was waiting outside for his supplies to run out. If he had known, Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had hundreds of billions in resources. By the time he ran out, your wife would have already given birth to her second child. No, she would be surrounded by children and grandchildren. Hearing the noise outside stop, Fang Luo turned down the volume and switched to a more soothing song. Good day. LV Su, sitting next to him, rolled her eyes at the choice of song. Did he want to continue annoying Wu Yu and the others? However, she didn't feel sorry for them. Instead, she thought Fang Luo was doing quite well. She had no feelings left for Wu Yu and wouldn't hate Fang Luo for his sake. On the contrary, thinking back to how she had misunderstood Fang Luo before and called him a shameless person made her feel a bit guilty. Putting aside her previous prejudices, LV Su looked at Fang Luo again and found that he was actually a decent person. Although he was lecherous, he had never forced himself on her. The only kiss they shared was initiated by her. Even though he had tied her up, it was because she had first framed him and attacked him. Before that, he had even prepared clean clothes for her and treated her quite well. Moreover, Fang Luo was very caring towards his woman. When Lin Yuyu was injured, Fang Luo risked danger to find a doctor for her and, for the sake of revenge, charged into Wu Yu's villa alone and hurt him. Equally lecherous, but compared to Wu Yu, Fang Luo was clearly more gentlemanly. Fang Luo didn't know that, because of Wu Yu, LV Su, who had vowed to kill him before, now bestowed him the title of a gentleman. He felt a bit hungry. He originally planned to eat but got delayed because of Wu Yu, and couldn't help but curse his whole family of women in his heart. But it was no big deal. Fang Luo returned to the room to call for Lin Zijing, who was holding her sister. Both of them wore worried expressions, but upon seeing Fang Luo, their hearts immediately settled. Brother-in-law, I've caused you trouble. Lin Yuyu said to Fang Luo, feeling guilty. No worries. Fang Luo replied, are you hungry? Let's get ready to eat. Okay, I'll go cook now. Lin Zijing immediately nodded. Don't cook today. Fang Luo said, getting a bit tired of eating the same food every day. Then what will we eat? Lin Zijing asked in confusion. Fang Luo thought for a moment, looked at Lin Zijing, and suddenly had a bright idea. Let's have barbecue. Fang Luo suggested. Lin Zijing had just awakened her fire abilities. Even though she had strong talent, she lacked experience controlling flames and almost burned herself the day before. Barbecue required careful control of the fire, which would be a great way for Lin Zijing to practice, preparing her for future encounters with zombies. Plus, there was no need to cook. It was a win-win. Barbecue? Lin Zijing wasn't very good at barbecuing, but she didn't want to refuse Fang Luo's request, so she nodded in agreement. Brother-in-law, I want a barbecue too. After receiving treatment yesterday, Lin Yuyu felt a little better. Although she couldn't get out of bed, Fang Luo could prepare a wheelchair for her. As for the barbecue equipment, Fang Luo had everything ready. With barbecue grills and all the ingredients, he was well prepared. Quickly, Fang Luo cleared a space in the cold storage and set up a barbecue grill. Then he pondered what food to grill. After days of eating lobster, he had grown tired and knew he should eat some staple food to avoid gout. Let's start by roasting a whole sheep. Fang Luo took out a Xinjiang ram from his storage. The meat was rich and flavorful, perfect for barbecuing. After setting everything up, Lin Zijing moved a chair to the side and began using her fire abilities to heat the ram. At first, Lin Zijing struggled with the temperature and size of the flames, nearly burning the meat black. Fortunately, under Fang Luo's guidance, she began to stabilize as a steady barbecue master. Roasting a whole sheep wouldn't be done in a moment. Feeling a bit bored during the wait, Fang Luo set up a table, placed a fruit platter, and decided to snack on some fruits to whet their appetites. In the cold storage, 4 people and 1 cat enjoyed a warm and joyful time together. Outside the cold storage, Wu Yu squatted, his feet starting to feel numb. He couldn't sit down. Because the air temperature is 70 degrees Celsius, the temperature of the cement floor has already exceeded 100 degrees Celsius. If I sit on the ground, my butt will get roasted. I can only squat or stand. Damn it, you better not come out, or I will kill you. Wu Yu angrily took a bite of the whole wheat bread in his hand. It was dry, especially now that it's hot. The little moisture left in the bread had evaporated, and it felt like chewing on a rag, making it almost impossible to swallow. However, compared to his subordinates next to him, who could only eat fried rice, he was doing much better. Suddenly, a strange smell reached Wu Yu's nose. He sniffed, and his throat involuntarily moved. So fragrant. Is that the smell of roasted lamb? Is someone roasting lamb? No way, we're probably starving and hallucinating. There are no normal cows or sheep outside now, either they're dead or turned into zombie sheep, completely inedible. No, it's real, the smell is coming from the cold storage. Damn it, it really smells like roasted lamb. Someone is barbecuing inside. At the entrance of the cold storage, there was a commotion. The supernatural beings, who were still eating fried rice, rushed to the gaps of the cold storage door, constantly twitching their noses, greedily inhaling the aroma coming from inside. It was just too fragrant. Since the end of the world, animals have either died from the heat or been infected by the virus and turned into zombies. Even the meat in the cold storage had gone bad due to power outages and hot weather. Forget about lamb, they hadn't even eaten mosquito meat in days. At once, their eyes filled with longing. If they could eat a piece of meat now, they would be willing to act like dogs. Wu Yu also drooled, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? How could Fang Luo have lamb? He remembered that there was no lamb among his lost supplies. Where did this guy get his lamb? Inhaling the fragrant aroma, Wu Yu felt extremely unbalanced inside. Why should he, a rich second generation, squat outside gnawing on dry whole wheat bread while Fang Luo, a loser, was inside enjoying roasted lamb? And he was even sharing it with his wife. Damn! Wu Yu felt both envy and jealousy, filled with greed. This guy not only had an armored vehicle but also lamb and could silently steal his supplies. He must have some unknown secret. He must uncover this secret. However, he couldn't open the cold storage door right now. With Fang Luo not coming out, he had no way to act, only able to watch the man enjoy himself with his wife. I don't believe there isn't a flaw. Wu Yu sneered in his heart. The cold storage wasn't invincible. Once he became stronger, he would get in there. Ah, it smells so good. Wu Yu couldn't help but drool again. Then, he also followed his subordinates, smelling the aroma at the door as they waited for food. However, faintly, he heard sounds from inside. Inside the cold storage. 4 kings. Fang Luo held 4 kings in his hand, along with 2 eights, finishing the game and grinning at the women in front of him. I won again, drink up. The whole roasted lamb was slow to cook. Bored, Lin Yuyu suggested playing a game, just as Fang Luo had collected various cards, dice, and other game props in his space. Lin Zijin was grilling meat. So Fang Luo, Lin Yuyu, Li Nana, and LV Su started playing Reward the Winner, a game similar to Do Di Zhu, but with 2 decks of cards, in pairs. The losing team had to either drink alcohol or take a dare. However, the several women simply could not win against Fang Luo, who didn't even need to team up, he could take on all 3 by himself. Because it was far too easy for him to win. Spatial powers are no joke. Brother-in-law, are you cheating? How come you have 4 kings every round? Lin Yuyu looked at her pathetic hand, her face puffed with anger. Stop talking nonsense, you can't drink, so take a dare. Fang Luo chuckled, how could this be called cheating? It's called special abilities. Humph. Lin Yuyu pouted. The little one looked at her sister coquettishly, sister, you owe brother-in-law 9 kisses now. Lin Zijing, who was roasting meat beside them, was speechless. Every time Lin Yuyu lost, she made her suffer the punishment, 9 kisses. I don't even know if I can handle it. Beside them, Li Nana seemed to be thinking about playing a daring game. However, in front of Lin Zijing, Fang Luo would never reveal his relationship with Li Nana, so he could only obediently drink his wine. No more drinking, I'll play a daring game. LV Su, who couldn't handle alcohol, had already lost 8 rounds and was drunk out of her mind. Hearing that she had to drink more, she quickly waved her hand in refusal. A daring game? Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up, quickly saying, since it's a daring game, then everyone has to participate. You should kiss brother-in-law too. Ha? LV Su became anxious immediately. How could this be? Although she didn't hate Fang Luo right now, she didn't feel like kissing him casually. But looking at the full glass of red wine, she really couldn't drink anymore. She was conflicted inside. Fang Luo, listening to Lin Yuyu's words, felt both amused and helpless. This Lin Yuyu was really strict with sister-in-law. However, the old saying was indeed correct, little sisters-in-law are always the husband's little warm blankets. She hadn't forgotten to take advantage of him. He hadn't been wrong in pampering her. Lin Zijing glared at her younger sister, complaining silently. Her younger sister was really too mischievous. However, she didn't say much. Yesterday, she had already made up her mind, instead of being jealous, she might as well improve herself, so that Fang Luo would rely on her. What, you can't play? Lin Yuyu said provocatively, if you can't play, then forget it, I won't pressure you. I can't play? LV Su, proud as she was, a rich young lady, excelling in everything since childhood, always envied by others, immediately refused when she heard the mocking challenge. Adding the alcohol she had drunk and everything that had happened today, the stimulation of it all, plus the thought of her scumbag husband waiting outside the door, the complex emotions mixed together caused her to get heated up. She just wanted to get back at her scumbag husband. She stood up and kissed Fang Luo. Fang Luo didn't even have time to react before a soft, fragrant lip pressed against his. He never expected to be kissed twice by the same person today. Wow! Lin Yuyu, happily watching the drama, clapped her hands. But if you looked closely, you'd see that her eyes were constantly observing Lin Zijing's expression. When she saw that Lin Zijing wasn't angry and even had a faint smile on her lips, she relaxed. She had proposed this game to see if Lin Zijing would be upset seeing Fang Luo with other women. It was a move to pave the way for herself. After a while. The meat is ready, come eat. Lin Zijing smiled and changed the subject. Lin Yuyu then stopped making trouble. The others were already hungry, and they immediately began to dig into the lamb. The electric cat also came over, meowing as it ran toward them. The cold storage was filled with noise and laughter. Outside, however, Wu Yu and the other ability users, who were hiding by the door, could hear the sounds coming from the cold storage and cast pitying glances toward Wu Yu. Annoyed, Wu Yu began to pound on the door again. Inside the cold storage, there was laughter and joy. Wu Yu and the others, on the other hand, stubbornly remained outside, banging on the door. They're still banging on the door. Lin Yuyu sneered, slightly annoyed. They must have smelled the roasted meat and are starving. Fang Luo smiled slightly. Here, give me the bones after you're done eating. They'll stop barking once they have bones. Fang Luo took the bones and threw them out the window, then closed it again. The sound of the door being banged stopped immediately. The ability users standing outside rushed over to the bones and excitedly started picking them up. There's still some meat on them. Looking at the meat left on the bones, even the dogs would have shaken their heads, but they were thrilled. At least it was meat, and they could lick it and eat it with a bowl of fried rice. What are you doing? Wu Yu angrily stared at his subordinates. Do you think you're dogs, fighting over bones? Stop fighting. Give me the bones. Wu Yu and the others stood guard outside the door every day. Occasionally, when knocking on the door, Fang Luo would toss a few finished bones, and then they would stop calling. As for them not leaving, Fang Luo couldn't be bothered with them. In this apocalypse, he should enjoy himself listening to music, playing games, playing cards, having a bottle of soda, and flirting with girls. 4 days on end. Fang Luo didn't step outside for even a moment. Because he had now collected enough evolution crystals and no longer needed to waste time going out. Now, what he needed to do was focus on increasing his strength, because it wouldn't be long before the zombies outside would evolve, some even gaining supernatural powers, no longer something that guns could kill, requiring special abilities to fight against. At that time, the energy crystals obtained from killing ability zombies would also contain much more energy than the evolution crystals he had now. Currently, Fang Luo could absorb 5 evolution crystals every day, and his strength was rapidly growing. In 7 days' time, Fang Luo had absorbed 35 crystals, and he had about 80 crystals accumulated. His space flicker distance reached 20 meters. The defensive power of the space barrier reached 3 tons. The number of space marks reached 8, and the explosion range expanded to 10 meters. Additionally, Fang Luo gained a new skill, an attack-type skill. Space Blade. Fang Luo could condense an invisible blade at any time and anywhere to attack enemies within 50 meters, with power greater than an ordinary rifle, able to leave clear marks on a block of stainless steel. Besides this supernatural strength, Fang Luo's physical abilities had also greatly enhanced. He could now easily lift objects weighing 500 pounds, his maximum running speed could reach 20 meters/second, and his endurance could last for 7 to 8 hours. Lin Zijing couldn't bear it. With his current strength, even if he went out to face dozens of people from Wu Yu alone, he could still win effortlessly. During these days, others, including Electric Mother, weren't idle either, they were all enhancing themselves. Electric Mother didn't know why, but her method of enhancing her strength wasn't quite the same as humans. Humans needed to absorb crystals, while she didn't need to at all. She simply helped generate electricity for the cold storage every day, using up her own electric power, then ate a large amount of dried fish and slept, and the next day her strength received a huge boost. Now, Electric Mother's speed exceeded 50 meters/second. When she ran, she was like a shadow, and Fang Luo's space flicker couldn't catch her. Moreover, her electric shock power was also great. Fang Luo measured it with a voltmeter, and a 2000 V voltmeter was directly blown up by her. If she were to zap a person, it would be unimaginable. Fang Luo remembered that Electric Mother wasn't this powerful in her previous life. This could be because Electric Mother often went hungry in her previous life, while now in this room, she had no worries about food and drink, only needing to focus on boosting her electric power. This could be regarded as her opportunity. Additionally, Lu Su treated Lin Yuyu every day, also gradually improving control over her abilities. Meanwhile, Fang Luo gave her some regular zombie enhancement crystals to help her boost her strength so that Lin Yuyu could recover as soon as possible. She wasn't skilled at attacking, her only attacking method was a vine. However, her physical condition already exceeded that of an average man. As for Li Nanny, when Lin Zijing couldn't stand it anymore, Fang Luo would practice speed with her. Although the improvement wasn't much, it was still an improvement. Only, Fang Luo worried that her head would get mashed up that day. Lin Zijing had no actual combat experience, so Fang Luo had her practice barbecue every day to practice her fire abilities. Her comprehension was very high. In just 7 days, she could already control fire easily. It was estimated that she was the only ability user in the apocalypse who practiced fire abilities to perfection through barbecue. As Fang Luo's woman, Lin Zijing naturally received good treatment. Fang Luo helped her absorb some evolution crystals, and her strength evolved as well. Now, her fire could reach a maximum temperature of 1800 degrees Celsius, easily melting iron. He is the most powerful person in the cold storage besides Fang Luo. So, she is also very grateful to Fang Luo and often rewards him while Lin Yuyu is asleep. As for whether Lin Yuyu is truly asleep, no one knows. Because Lin Zijing practices her abilities, Fang Luo enjoys barbecue every day, whether it's whole sheep or suckling pigs. One day, they consumed too much energy and ended up devouring an entire cow. Thanks to Fang Luo's ample supplies. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have enough to eat. This is also why Fang Luo and the others have improved their strength so quickly. Other ability users dare not waste their powers carelessly because once their energy is depleted, there is no food to replenish it. But Fang Luo and his group use their energy completely every day and feast on barbecue for free, regaining their energy in less than a day. Their training volume in 1 day is equivalent to that of others in 10 days. How could they not improve quickly? This also benefits Wu Yu and the others, who get to eat free bones every day. Fang Luo thought to himself that his current strength was completely enough to deal with Wu Yu and his group. It's time to send them on their way. Fang Luo prepared to clear out some garbage at the door. Outside, Wu Yu and his people were both enjoying and suffering. The enjoyment was that every day they had bones to lick. Though there was no meat, it was much more fragrant than eating fried rice directly. The suffering was that the weather outside was hot, and they had no place to sit, only able to squat and sleep. The key point is that there are many zombies outside, and occasionally some zombies are attracted by the smell of barbecue. Already exhausted, they had to waste energy helping Fang Luo fight zombies. In the past few days, several brothers had died, and the remaining ones were moaning and complaining, wanting to withdraw from the gang. Wu Yu had become somewhat numb. Fang Luo was inside the cold storage, holding his wife, eating barbecue, listening to music, and playing cards, while he stood guard, listening to all sorts of strange sounds every night and having to help Fang Luo eliminate the zombies attracted by the barbecue. Why was this happening? What was he even guarding for here? Finally, he could no longer hold on. Forget it, I'll leave first and come back after raising my strength. Wu Yu didn't want to stay here any longer and prepared to leave. However, just as he was leaving, a group of zombies suddenly approached. Damn! Wu Yu cursed angrily. He had to help Fang Luo fight zombies again. But luckily, they were just zombies, and he had killed many zombies these days. Their combat power was not high, so he was not afraid. However, when the zombies came close and attacked his subordinates, he was dumbfounded. Splat! A blood arrow splattered onto Wu Yu's face, and he looked in disbelief at the scene before him. A zombie he usually could kill effortlessly directly smashed a defensive ability user's head with a slap, and the remnants of the skull fell at his feet, covered in red and white goo. How could this be possible? To know, his subordinate was someone who didn't even fear a watermelon knife. How could this zombie be so powerful? The ability users who were fighting the zombies also found it incredible at this moment. Ever since they awakened their powers, they had fought zombies many times. Although there had been casualties, those zombies were only slightly faster, stronger, and more defensive than ordinary people. As long as they found the right moment, they could easily chop off a zombie's head with a watermelon knife. But today's zombies showed no effect from the watermelon knife on their necks. It didn't even have any impact, and even the blade became dull. Another disbelieving subordinate raised a handgun he had picked up from a fallen policeman. Bang! A shot hit the zombie's head. It was completely unharmed. Splat! The action of the ability user angered the zombies, and the zombies lunged at him, biting through his neck. He died with his eyes wide open. Not even afraid of a gun? Everyone panicked. Wu Yu was also somewhat flustered. But he was still a big boss, and after calming down, he quickly used his power to launch an attack on the zombies. Puff! A zombie lost an arm after being hit by his stone. Use your powers, everyone quickly use your powers. Wu Yu reacted. Using powers could hurt the zombies, so he hurriedly commanded his subordinates. Usually, even when facing zombies, they rarely used their powers because energy was too precious, and they didn't have enough food to restore it. But now, with danger imminent, they had no choice but to use them. Upon hearing the command, everyone began to fight using their powers. However, most people only had low-level powers, many had no offensive means, and with not enough food to eat, their energy was almost depleted. Facing dozens of powerful zombies, they were simply no match. The cold storage door instantly became a meat grinder, with severed limbs and broken arms flying everywhere. Screams echoed endlessly. Inside the cold storage, Fang Luo, originally planning to go out to deal with Wu Yu, saw this scene from the window and his expression suddenly became serious. Enhanced zombies have actually appeared early. Ability users can level up, and zombies can slowly evolve too. Just like cold viruses, those who frequently take cold medicine will find its effectiveness diminishes over time. Because the cold virus has evolved and become resistant to the medicine. The zombie virus is the same. And even more advanced. It has been over 10 days since the outbreak of zombies, and during this time, people have died from zombie bites and zombies have also been killed by humans. To survive, the zombie virus will slowly self-evolve and increase resistance to the weapons that once killed it. During this time, the ways humans have killed the virus were nothing more than cold weapons like knives or modern weapons like guns. As more zombies died, the next time the virus infects a host, it will lessen the damage these weapons can inflict. This is why Fang Luo said earlier that the damage done by firearms to zombies will decrease over time. It's not that the guns are not powerful enough, in fact, it is precisely because the guns are too powerful that they have killed the most zombies, making the later zombies more immune to gunfire. In the end, firearms may inflict even less damage than a fist. Just like a MOBA game Fang Luo played, whoever has high damage gets the hate chain attached to them. Zombies fear firearms, so the hate chain is attached to guns. This is also one of the reasons why the army has never been able to completely eliminate zombies. The damage weapons due to zombies has decreased. Moreover, zombies have more than one way to evolve. Another, and the most terrifying type of zombie. Zombies transformed from ability users. Ability zombies. These zombies not only retain the abilities of the original users but also maintain their leveling methods. They will prioritize attacking ability users. Additionally, the stronger the ability user, the more likely they are to be attacked by ability zombies. Because they can use the crystal in the ability user's head to enhance their own strength, the stronger the ability user, the more energy they provide. In their eyes, ordinary people are like plain rice, while ability users are a feast. Someone like Fang Luo is equivalent to a grand banquet. This type of zombie has a straightforward way to replenish energy. As long as they eat the brains of ability users, they will instantly recover their energy. They are almost like perpetual motion machines. If a powerful ability user unfortunately becomes a zombie, it would be a huge disaster for humanity. If one day Fang Luo becomes a zombie, then the world will see a terrifying monster that can infinitely use space jumps, shields, marks, blades, able to kill anyone anytime, anywhere. By then, no one in the world would be able to kill him. Thinking of this, Fang Luo's expression was strange. If he became a zombie, wouldn't unifying the world be much easier? But after thinking, Fang Luo felt it would be better not to. Becoming a zombie means losing consciousness. When he sees a beautiful woman, he wouldn't just want to eat her, he would really eat her. It's simply too disgusting. A man who doesn't look at beautiful women has no meaning, even if he unifies the world. Fang Luo would never want that. The roars from outside startled a few women in the cold storage. "Honey, what's happening?" Lin Zijing asked anxiously. Fang Luo replied, "It's zombies, they are fighting against zombies." "So that's what it is." Lin Zijing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, Wu Yu and the others often helped Fang Luo deal with the zombies outside, relieving him of a lot of trouble, and they were already used to it. This time is different, Fang Luo shook his head. This time it's enhanced zombies. Enhanced zombies? The women looked confused. Fang Luo opened the reconnaissance window for them to see the scene outside. Outside, Wu Yu was still fighting zombies, but the battle was nearing its end. His dozens of underlings had all died. Everywhere on the ground were severed limbs, and the blood had dried into a dark patch under the scorching heat. Wu Yu himself was also covered in blood. His body was marked with wounds from zombie scratches. He wanted to break through the encirclement, but unfortunately, there were dozens of zombies around him. He was just an Earth-type superpower user, unable to teleport, so he couldn't escape at all. Using his last bit of strength, he attacked one zombie before collapsing to the ground, powerless. Why are these zombies so powerful? Elvisu's face turned pale. She was a doctor, and even though she had seen all kinds of corpses, she couldn't help but feel a little nauseous at this moment. This is an enhanced zombie. Fang Luo explained the situation of the enhanced zombies to the women, telling them to be very careful when facing zombies in the future. The women nodded seriously. No one wanted to become the kind of monster outside or have their heads eaten by them. Bang bang bang. With Wu Yu and the others all dead, the zombies had smelled the scent of Fang Luo and the others in the cold storage and began to pound on the big door. These zombies were much stronger than Wu Yu and the others had been. The door issued a deafening sound, and Fang Luo even felt the ground trembling a bit. His expression grew serious. These zombies were tireless. If they continued to pound endlessly, even the cold storage, which was incredibly hard, might eventually be smashed. What should we do? Lin Zijing asked worriedly. We must deal with them, Fang Luo said gravely. However, with his own strength, it would be very difficult for him to eliminate so many zombies. He looked at the women. Lin Zijing and the others had significantly improved their strength and were at least not weaker than Wu Yu. Fang Luo planned to have Lin Zijing and the others help him to eliminate the zombies outside. He had said from the beginning that he wouldn't keep people who only eat and do nothing. When he first found Lin Zijing, it was because he saw her fire-type superpower. Helping her improve her strength was also his goal. Some might think Fang Luo was heartless, using his women, and that he was a scumbag. But the world is like that. No one will spend a lot of energy on someone who is useless to them, especially in the apocalypse. Of course, Fang Luo wouldn't abandon Lin Zijing just because she was useless. He wasn't truly a scumbag. Once he possessed someone, he would be responsible for them until the end. However, he could no longer afford to spend a lot of energy and resources to train her. Resources were limited. He could only give to those who were excellent. Honey, I'll help you. Before Fang Luo could speak up, Lin Zijing took the initiative to offer her help. Lin Zijing had always been very independent and adapted quickly to the environment. After so long in the apocalypse, she was no longer that girl who was afraid of zombies. Moreover, she had already made her goal clear. She wanted to stay by Fang Luo's side. And the way to get Fang Luo's attention was... It is to help Fang Luo, to make Fang Luo depend on her. So, during this time, she has been diligently practicing her ability to control her powers. Now that there is a chance to help Fang Luo, she certainly would not miss this opportunity. Fang Luo nodded, feeling very satisfied with Lin Zijing. He truly did not misjudge her. He cast another glance at LV Su and Li Nana. Even though Li Nana is a beautiful woman and knows what men like, she is someone who would betray her loved ones to save herself. She is an ultimate egoist. Moreover, her power isn't very strong. Fang Luo did not have high hopes for her. His original plan was to fatten her up before using her. And his guess was indeed not wrong. Seeing Fang Luo looking at her, Li Nana felt a bit hesitant. She didn't want to take risks. But she didn't dare to say it out loud. As for LV Su, Fang Luo valued her quite a bit. She has good character, is beautiful, and possesses T1 level powers. Although there were some misunderstandings in the past, they have now been resolved. If she could be used for his benefit, Fang Luo would train her. You all wait for a moment, we'll go out in a few minutes. Fang Luo glanced at the zombies outside the door and said. The zombies were blocked at the doorway, and once the door was opened, they would rush into the cold storage. At that time, it would be inconvenient to act in the cold storage, and even if he killed the zombies, the cold storage would be a mess. Fang Luo did not want to see his hard-earned cold storage ruined in an instant. So, he planned to use his spatial powers to jump outside the cold storage and lure the zombies away. He agreed with Lin Zijing that they would open the door after 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Fang Luo, from another point, took advantage of Lin Zijing and the others' distraction and used spatial flicker to jump out of the cold storage, then circled to the front door of the cold storage. Lin Zijing had no idea how Fang Luo got out, because they did not know about spatial powers and thought Fang Luo had taken the back door. After all, Fang Luo quite liked using the back door. Oh whoa! Seeing Fang Luo appear, the zombies immediately rushed towards him, their momentum like wolves and tigers, as if they wanted to strip Fang Luo of his clothes. Fang Luo's expression changed. He quickly used spatial flicker to escape, leading the zombies to a place dozens of meters away from the cold storage. Seeing the zombies leave, Lin Zijing immediately opened the door and walked out. She looked again at the unresponsive Li Nana. Her eyes turned cold. Aren't you going? I am not strong enough, Li Nana stammered. That's not your excuse. Isn't your speed ability only good for that kind of thing? Since you have made him your man, you should help him. If Fang Luo is in danger, I will kill you first. Lin Zijing threatened. After these days of training, Lin Zijing's character has changed greatly. She is no longer weak and has gradually become decisive, embodying a strong woman vibe. You? Li Nana was taken aback, not expecting Lin Zijing to know about her using her speed ability to make Fang Luo happy. All right. Facing the threat, she still reluctantly nodded. After hesitating for a moment, Li Nana also followed out. Fang Luo was fighting against the zombies. This batch of zombies had strong combat abilities, with each individual's punch estimated to be over 800 kilograms. A few particularly strong ones had punch powers exceeding 1,000 kilograms. A single punch could crush a person's skull. Fortunately, Fang Luo's spatial barrier could withstand forces of 3,000 kilograms. As long as he had energy, the zombies could not harm him. A zombie with sunken eye sockets and no eyeballs pounced at him. Fang Luo immediately conjured a spatial blade and slashed at its neck, its head falling to the ground and rolling twice. However, soon dozens more zombies rushed over. They were utterly unafraid of death. They would only attack endlessly. Hubby. Lin Zijin had arrived, immediately casting a fireball that struck down among the horde of zombies. Fire-type abilities were considered among the most powerful abilities in the early stages. The explosion of harm, the burning zombies screamed in agony. Let's deal with them together. Fang Luo smiled slightly, feeling very pleased with Lin Zijing's obedient and well-behaved nature. Electric Mother also rushed over, releasing over 10,000 volts of electricity, directly paralyzing 4 or 5 zombies. Electric Mother's damage was indeed very high. Fang Luo, Lin Zijing, and Electric Mother, 2 people and a cat, began the massacre of the zombie group, and within just a few minutes, all the zombies were destroyed. Fang Luo let out a sigh of relief. Although it was dealt with relatively easily, it also consumed a lot of energy. Without Electric Mother and Lin Zijing, it wouldn't have been so easy to resolve. As for Linana, she had no combat power and only helped Fang Luo lure a few zombies. Fang Luo looked at the bodies scattered around. There were at least 100, which seemed quite terrifying. However, Fang Luo was a little excited. Because every one of these corpses had a crystal. Fang Luo ignored the disgust and began to cut open the heads of the bodies to take the crystals out of their brains. Wu Yu and the other ability users were fine, a watermelon knife could easily cut them open. However, zombies were more difficult. Their bodies had resistance to both the watermelon knife and firearms. To open them up, one had to use abilities. Fang Luo's energy consumption was a bit high, so he first cut open the heads of the ability users. Half an hour passed. Fang Luo had already obtained over 30 crystals. Finally, he arrived in front of Wu Yu. This guy? Fang Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Not only had Wu Yu injured Lin Yu's leg, but he also killed a 7 or 8-year-old girl, a fawn. He was simply guilty beyond redemption. It's just a pity that he couldn't kill him personally. Fang Luo raised his knife and aimed for his head. Suddenly, Lu Su screamed. Upon hearing Lu Su's delicate scream, Fang Luo instinctively frowned. Was Lu Su reluctant to let him cut open Wu Yu's head? It seemed she still had lingering feelings for Wu Yu. Fang Luo felt a bit displeased. He would not let Wu Yu off because of this. But just as he was thinking this, the next moment, a warm, soft body plunged into his arms, and the soft, massive figure made him stagger back a few steps. Right after that, Wu Yu, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up, his face twisted in fury as he lunged toward Fang Luo and the others. Fang Luo's pupils constricted, and he immediately understood why Lu Su had screamed. Wu Yu had turned into a zombie. Earlier, Wu Yu had fought with zombies and had many bite marks on his body. However, as a soil ability user, his body was much more resilient than ordinary people's, and it was not so easy for him to have his head blown off or be torn apart. Wu Yu's body was still intact when he died. And while Fang Luo and the other zombies were fighting, the zombie virus inside Wu Yu's body began to spread, and he eventually turned into a zombie. Lu Su had been by the cold storage door the whole time, and she had discovered Wu Yu's body early on. She remembered what Fang Luo had said before, that even ability users could become zombies, but she wasn't sure if Wu Yu would turn into a zombie, so she had been observing. Just now, when Fang Luo was about to cut open Wu Yu's head, she saw his fingers twitch and immediately guessed that Wu Yu might become a zombie. In a panic, she instinctively lunged at Fang Luo, trying to push him away. Fang Luo was very grateful at this moment. Luckily, Lu Su had pushed him away, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wu Yu, being a soil ability user, had a much harder body than other ability users, and with just the knife in his hand, it was impossible to cut open his head in one strike. And if he failed to kill him, he would be in close contact with the zombie Wu Yu, and what awaited him was the zombie Wu Yu's bite. Moreover, he had just turned off his spatial barrier to save energy, and at such close range, without any defenses, it would have been impossible to dodge. Once bitten, he would also turn into a zombie. Fang Luo shivered in fear. Wu. Watching Wu Yu lunge at him, Fang Luo's heart raced, and he immediately thought about using spatial flicker to dodge. However, after just fighting dozens of zombies, he had used up more than 90% of his energy. Spatial flicker consumed an enormous amount of energy, and with his current energy levels, he found it impossible to shift, especially since he was still holding someone in his arms. Was he really going to be bitten by this guy? Damn, he didn't want to be bitten by a man. If anyone was to bite him, it would better be his wife. Soon, Fang Luo calmed down again. Although he couldn't relocate, he could activate a spatial barrier, which required very little energy and could withstand 3,000 kilograms of damage. Fang Luo immediately activated his spatial ability, turning to shield the person he was protecting, Lu Su, bearing the claw strike of zombie Wu Yu. Bang! Wu Yu was incredibly powerful. After turning into a zombie, his strength reached 1,500 kilograms. Although Fang Luo's barrier could withstand 3,000 kilograms, he couldn't. The heavy blow of 1,500 kilograms sent him and Lu Su flying over 5 meters, landing on the ground in a tangle. Ah! Lu Su cried out softly, as if she had bumped into something. Fang Luo's expression turned grim. That strike from zombie Wu Yu had drained his last bit of energy, and when they hit the ground, he felt as though his ribs were broken with Lu Su on top of him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Fang Luo took the chance to pull out food and shove it into his mouth, trying to regain some energy. However, energy recovery wasn't as quick as swallowing a blue pill. It wouldn't work that fast. Seeing zombie Wu Yu charge at him again, Fang Luo felt a cold sweat break out. It looked like today was going to be his last. Hubby. Beside him, Lin Zijing woke up immediately and launched a flame at Wu Yu, but her energy was low too, and Wu Yu's earth-type ability had a certain resistance to fire. Wu Yu was not hurt at all. Meow. Fortunately, the electric mother appeared, unleashing all her energy to shoot a current at Wu Yu, temporarily paralyzing him. Seeing this, Fang Luo quickly pulled Lu Su and dashed into the cold storage. Hiding in the cold storage was the only safe option now. Bang! The group rushed into the cold storage, and Fang Luo quickly shut the door. The resurrected zombie Wu Yu began to pound fiercely on the door. In his eyes, Fang Luo was a delicious feast. Fang Luo's expression was grave. Zombie Wu Yu, in his transformed state, was vastly stronger in power, speed, and abilities, showing no fear of pain, his combat capacity skyrocketing. This was the toughest zombie Fang Luo had encountered since the apocalypse began. If he had been at full strength, Fang Luo would not be afraid and would have had the ability to kill him. But now, Fang Luo was completely drained of energy and could not win. As for Lin Zijing and Electric Mother, it was even worse. Both their abilities were restrained by Wu Yu, unable to exert their full power. There were also relationships of restraint between abilities. For example, water restrains fire, fire restrains wood. And the only ability that went unrestrained was probably spatial ability. Because space has no attributes at all. However, spatial ability had its drawbacks. Using it consumed twice the energy of other abilities, or even more. Also, the rate at which spatial energy was replenished was slower, needing even more energy. Fang Luo's energy was completely depleted. To recover to peak state, he would need to eat dozens of pounds of food and would take at least 10 hours. Fortunately, Fang Luo had plenty of supplies and didn't need to worry about food. If he were anyone else without supplies, even if they awakened their spatial ability, they wouldn't be able to sustain it. Just like in Fang Luo's past life, without supplies, a few ordinary people couldn't deal with the situation and ended up waiting for death. This is a double-edged sword. Bang! 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 A louder crash came from the big door. The cold storage emitted a buzzing tremor, and the zombie Wu Yu was using his powers to bang on the door. This is bad. Fang Luo thought to himself, although the cold storage door is incredibly strong, if he keeps banging for hours, it will eventually collapse. Ah, what should we do? Lin Zijing asked worriedly, is there a way to stop him? If I were at my peak, I could kill him. Fang Luo's tone was heavy, but I have exhausted my energy. To fully recover, I need at least 10 hours, and we don't have time. 10 hours? Then we should hurry and run. Master, don't you have a back door? Let's use the back door? Li Nana said immediately. She did not want to die. Back door? Fang Luo shot her a glance. Where would the cold storage have a back door? Did you think it was just a walk in the park? He thought to himself, what if he threw Li Nana to the zombies after they opened the door and then escaped with Lin Zijing and the others? While he was thinking, a sharp pain suddenly pierced Fang Luo's chest, causing him to groan in agony. Honey, what's wrong with you? Lin Zijing immediately looked at him with concern. Fang Luo waved his hand, indicating that he was okay. It's just a cracked rib, it's nothing serious. Cracked rib. Lin Zijing's eyes filled with concern. I'll help you heal. Lu Su quickly said. She hadn't participated in the battle and her powers were still at their peak, so healing Fang Luo's minor injury was no problem. Fang Luo nodded and instructed Lin Zijing to quickly prepare some food for him. Then he went back to the room. He wanted to take this chance to rest and quickly regain energy. He couldn't just sit and wait to die. In the room, Lin Yu was already anxiously fidgeting. Her leg was injured and she couldn't move at all. Brother Fang Luo, are you hurt? I'm fine, just a small injury. Fang Luo comforted her, saying not to worry, and then lay down on the bed to rest. To be honest, it still hurt a bit. Lu Su was a doctor, very sensitive to micro-expressions. Seeing Fang Luo lying down with slightly twitching eyes, she knew Fang Luo was putting on a brave face. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She knew better than anyone how Fang Luo's injury had come about. During these days together, Lu Su had roughly understood Fang Luo's character. She realized that Fang Luo appeared cold on the outside, but deep down he was pure and kind-hearted, with his own principles. This was evident from how he had just protected her. In that situation, if it were Wu Yu, he would have probably run off, even using her as a shield, and wouldn't have protected her at all. Lu Su vaguely sensed that Fang Luo's character had likely resulted from being betrayed, and that betrayal must have been severe, which led him to always guard against others. Even in facing Lin Zijing, it seemed like Fang Luo had not fully revealed all his cards to her. What kind of betrayal was it? Lu Su became curious about Fang Luo, and before understanding the situation, she really didn't want him to die like this. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you want to kiss me again? Fang Luo noticed Lu Su staring at him and couldn't help but tease her. Do you want me to kiss you? Lu Su unexpectedly retorted, which left Fang Luo a bit stunned. But since she didn't mind, Fang Luo honestly replied, what good would that do? Your zombie husband is out there banging on the door, and I don't know when he will break in. I should focus on recovering my strength first, otherwise, I might end up being his next meal. There's no time to kiss you, let's save that for next time. He is not my husband. Lu Su huffed. She was completely disappointed in Wu Yu and felt very ashamed of her experience with him. If only she had listened to her father or her master earlier, if it weren't for her stubbornness in thinking Wu Yu was a decent person, she wouldn't. I don't even know how they are doing now, whether they are safe or not. Once this is over, I will go find them. Fang Luo shrugged and began to close his eyes to rest. You? Lu Su looked at Fang Luo and, after hesitating, said, actually, I have a way to help you recover your strength quickly. You have a way? Hearing this, Fang Luo instantly opened his eyes. Lu Su nodded, my special ability can do it. Why didn't you say this earlier? Hurry up and help me recover my strength. Fang Luo quickly sat up, but got up too abruptly, causing pain to flare up in his chest again. However, he didn't care. There were powerful ability zombies outside, he needed to recover his strength quickly. Lu Su hesitated a bit, thinking of that strange and alternative method. She felt a rush of embarrassment, she didn't want to use that way. But then she looked at Fang Luo's urgent eyes and felt a little soft-hearted. Forget it, just consider it a final gesture before leaving, a way to repay him, to apologize, Lu Su thought silently. First, let Yu go out. Lu Su said, she didn't want her healing method to be seen by others. Why? Fang Luo was a bit puzzled, did it mean he had to take off his clothes? However, he wasn't afraid of being seen. But after thinking about it, he still agreed to Lu Su's request and let Lin Zijing take Lin Yu out. Lin Zijing was also a bit puzzled. However, she noticed Lu Su's face, which was red and pale, and a certain suspicion arose in her heart. Only Fang Luo and Lu Su remained in the room. What method do you have? Fang Luo asked urgently. Lu Su did not answer directly but said, do you know the source of life? Source of life? Fang Luo was confused, are you talking about water? Close enough. Lu Su nodded a bit awkwardly and continued, big trees have incredibly long lives, they can live for hundreds or thousands of years. Even if they are cut down, they can regrow branches. This is because, during their growth, they keep a part of their essence, and when it's close to death, they use this essence to speed up their absorption of nutrients. This essence is the source of life. You want me to cut down trees? Fang Luo thought it might be a good method and felt a bit disappointed, but now, with the weather so hot, the trees must all be dead. No. Lu Su shook her head, speaking hesitantly, actually, humans also have essence, just not that magical effect. But once the wood element ability awakens, the source of life will take effect. How do you know all this? Does the medical school teach this? Fang Luo found it unbelievable. What essence did he have that could be like a tree? Lu Su, my master taught me, he is a descendant of ancient Chinese medicine. Then this source of life doesn't require me to sever an arm or something, right? If that's the case, then forget it. Hearing what Lu Su said, the source of life seemed extremely rare, and Fang Luo didn't want to help himself in a cruel way. No need. Lu Su shook her head. Then what is it? You first close your eyes. Lu Su's face turned red, and her breathing became rapid. This was her first time doing such an embarrassing thing. Wu Yu had only held her hand before and never touched her. Still need to close my eyes? Fang Luo was even more puzzled, but he still agreed and closed his eyes. Lu Su felt it was still not safe, and unsure where she pulled out a cloth to blindfold Fang Luo. Now she felt at ease. But Fang Luo became more confused. Treating an illness required blindfolds, it wasn't practicing the Jade Maiden Heart technique. Is it ready? Fang Luo asked. A barely audible response from Lu Su came to his ears, followed by a sudden sound of rustling, adding to Fang Luo's confusion. It sounded like the noise of clothes being removed. It wouldn't really be about practicing the Jade Maiden Heart technique, would it? While Fang Luo was in a muddle of thoughts, he felt a warm, soft body leaning towards him. Open your mouth. He heard Lu Su's coy and shy voice near his ear. Fang Luo instinctively opened his mouth. Following that, a soft thing entered his mouth. Fang Luo licked his lips, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. This is... Be good, LV Su lightly hit Fang Luo playfully. Oh. Fang Luo was stunned, just nodding his head, but this made LV Su feel even more ashamed. Was this on purpose? Suck. Fang Luo quickly started sucking again, a burst of liquid entered his mouth, and he immediately felt full of energy. Indeed, it is the source of life. Don't use your hands, I'm not a cow. I'm used to it. Sorry. Used to it? You really are a rogue. At the dining table. Fang Luo finished dozens of pounds of food, feeling so full that he let out a satisfied burp, the energy in his body quickly recovering, all thanks to LV Su's source of life. He couldn't help but think back to what had just happened. He was blindfolded, while LV Su knelt in front of him, her fair, smooth thighs wearing the flesh-colored stockings he gave her, the collar of her clothes half open. LV Su was 28 years old, the perfect and most mature age for a woman. Growing up in a family of scholars, she exuded an air of sophistication, maturity, and nobility. Although Fang Luo wasn't a novice, this was the first time he met a girl like this. Her alluring fragrance made him feel quite excited. Unfortunately, with his eyes covered, he couldn't clearly see her appearance, but Fang Luo could still imagine the thrilling scene in his mind. However, Fang Luo wasn't so shameless, and didn't take the opportunity to touch her. She was treating his illness, she was a doctor. So Fang Luo focused only on sucking the source of life, fully concentrating, his mind free of distractions. I didn't expect it also has a digestion function. Fang Luo looked strangely at the food. After consuming the source of life, his digestive ability was enhanced. Before, he would never have been able to eat dozens of pounds of food at once. No wonder his strength could recover so quickly. In just 3 hours, Fang Luo's strength was back at its peak, and the wound on his rib had healed. If he ate this every day, wouldn't he just skyrocket in power? It seemed that LV Su guessed what Fang Luo was thinking, and she shot him a playful glare. You want to eat it every day? Do you really think I'm some casual woman? The reason I'm doing this is because this matter started because of me. I didn't want Fang Luo to die on the streets. Also, the source of life is different from a normal mother's, well, that thing. It's incredibly difficult for me to condense the source of life, and what Fang Luo just sucked away was everything I had. If I want to condense it again, it will take at least half a month, or even longer. And here you are, wanting to eat it every day? By then, even the melons will be sucked into little buns. Hurry up and go destroy the zombies. LV Su rolled her eyes and glared at Fang Luo. He. Fang Luo grinned, that zombie is your husband, do you want me to kill him so quickly? If you keep this up, I'll be mad. LV Su's face became stern. Though Fang Luo's influence over the past few days had caused her to do some things that weren't like her usual self, that didn't mean she was a loose woman. Wu Yu was her husband. But that was because she had been deceived by him. And besides, she and Wu Yu were just a couple in name only. At the time, her father disagreed with her marrying Wu Yu, and when the two argued, they made an agreement. Within half a year, if Wu Yu made no mistakes and his character was acceptable, her father would approve of their marriage. But during this time, she couldn't do anything out of line. She had agreed. So, on their wedding night, she ran to the hospital and didn't spend the night with him. After that, whenever he brought it up, she often made excuses to not be home. Originally, she felt a little guilty, thinking she would make it up to him later. But who knew, just after 1 month, problems arose. Now, well, Fang Luo had taken half of the peach, and all the compensation was now on Fang Luo's side. However, it was fortunate that Fang Luo appeared, allowing her to see through everything. Well, I won't say more. Fang Luo nodded seriously. He could see that Lu Su had completely lost interest in Wu Yu, and for some reason, he felt a bit pleased in his heart. He couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that he really had some strange hobby of stealing someone else's wife, feeling very accomplished? He quickly shook his head. Too sinful. I'll go take care of him now. Fang Luo stood up, ready to go deal with the zombie Wu Yu. This was the first special ability zombie Fang Luo had encountered. Both the combat experience and the crystal in the other's head were invaluable to him. Darling, be very careful. Lin Zijing quickly reminded. She had already understood the strength of this zombie. Its power reached 1,500 kilograms, with a defense of at least 300 kilograms. Moreover, it possessed Earth-type abilities, and after activating its powers, its defense was at least 1,000 kilograms. It could also control a giant rock weighing 500 kilograms, with crushing power of at least 2,000 kilograms or more. If he was accidentally hit, he would probably turn into mush right away. Don't worry. Fang Luo grinned. After this replenishment, he not only regained energy but also enhanced his strength, so defeating Zombie Wuyu was no problem at all. Although Zombie Wuyu's strength and defense were very strong, almost invulnerable to blades and guns, he had one huge weakness: he was clumsy. Fang Luo's space ability was extremely agile, the other side couldn't hurt him at all. As long as he waited for the other's energy to run out, a single killing blow would do the trick. Bang bang bang. At the door, Zombie Wuyu was still hammering on the door with all his might. Inside the cold storage, there were 4 ability users plus a supernatural cat. The temptation of the superpower zombie was just too great. Unless there was a more powerful ability user nearby, there was no way Zombie Wuyu would leave here. Fang Luo directly opened the cold storage door. Outside, the Zombie Wuyu, who was originally banging on the door, lost his balance and fell flat on his face, crawling in front of Fang Luo. Fang Luo looked at him with pity. This guy was quite pathetic. His wife had lived with him for so long, and he had tirelessly guarded the cold storage door every day, eliminating zombies for him, acting as a loyal bodyguard, and in the end, he became a zombie himself. He was so close to killing Fang Luo. Unfortunately, his wife saved him and helped him regain his strength. But this guy was also extremely hateful, having killed a 7 or 8-year-old deer, which was simply inhumane. He wouldn't let him go. Oh woo. Zombie Wuyu, having turned into a zombie, had no reason at all. He only saw Fang Luo as a delicious meal and got up from the ground, lunging toward Fang Luo. I'll use the energy given by Lu Su to personally take you out, Fang Luo sneered. In a flash, he appeared behind the other, then the space blade stabbed toward his back of the head. Poochie! The space blade pierced into the back of Zombie Wuyu's head. Unfortunately, Zombie Wuyu possessed Earth-type abilities. When activating his powers, his body became covered with hard stones, and his head filled with cement, making it very difficult for Fang Luo's attack to break through his defense. Oh woo! Zombie Wuyu, furious, turned around and lunged at Fang Luo again. Hee hee, come chase me, green-haired turtle. Fang Luo grinned as he beckoned Zombie Wuyu with his finger, then ran out of the cold storage. Fighting couldn't be done at home. Any piece of furniture inside was worth hundreds of thousands and all branded. It would be a pity if it got broken. Superpower zombies usually were most interested in the strongest person nearby because they had more energy in their heads. So even if Fang Luo ran out, Zombie Wuyu didn't choose to attack Lin Zijing and the others but instead chased after the stronger Fang Luo. Soon, a man and a zombie were playing a game of chase outside the cold storage. But unfortunately, with just one shift, Fang Luo could move over 20 meters. Wuyu, the heavy Earth-type mutant zombie, could not catch up to Fang Luo. He was being played with like a dog. Oh whoa! Finally, after many twists and turns, the ever-persistent Zombie Wuyu let out a roar, instinctively using all his strength to control countless stones to smash at Fang Luo. Dozens of tightly packed stones were flying towards Fang Luo, the lightest weighing over 100 pounds. If hit, even an armored vehicle would be flattened. The women, Lin Zijing and others, in the cold storage watched in fear. If not for their energy being exhausted, they would have rushed out to shield Fang Luo, and they quickly shouted, "Be careful." However, their warning was unnecessary. Just as the stones were about to hit Fang Luo, in the next second, Fang Luo had appeared behind the Zombie Wuyu, choosing the right moment to stab him from behind with a space blade. Put! After such a long battle, Fang Luo had been dodging and not attacking, so his energy was not greatly consumed. Meanwhile, Zombie Wuyu not only had to chase Fang Luo but had also been wildly using his powers to attack. After controlling the stones, his energy was completely depleted, significantly reducing his defense, and he was at his weakest moment. With this strike, Fang Luo directly blew Wuyu's brains out. So fast. In the cold storage, the women watched Fang Luo fight, their mouths agape. They hadn't even seen how Fang Luo dodged the hail of giant stones and moved behind Zombie Wuyu to stab him to death. It was truly unbelievable. They swore that Fang Luo was definitely the fastest man in the world they had ever seen. Is our master a speed-type mutant? Linana gasped in surprise, her mouth wide open. She also had speed powers, so why was she so far behind Fang Luo? No, that's not right. Lin Yuyu shook her head. Although brother-in-law was just evading attacks and was very fast, resembling a speed-type ability, his method of attacking the zombie just now was clearly not a speed-type power. Brother-in-law was clearly holding a knife just now, but now he isn't. It looks a bit like a wind-type ability. His blade may be a wind blade. But brother-in-law's wind-type ability seems to be much faster than mine. He's really amazing. Lin Yuyu also had wind powers but was too far behind Fang Luo's performance. A wind-type ability? Lin Zijing felt proud inside. Over these days, she had learned a lot from Fang Luo and understood which powers were strong and which ones were weak. Her man not only had a powerful wind-type ability but could also display it so effectively, it was truly fantastic. Lu Su, however, secretly scoffed. What wind-type ability? Fang Luo should have awakened the Chow Thief ability. But she couldn't help but admire him. Fang Luo was truly impressive to have cut open Wu Yu's head with one stroke. Meanwhile, Fang Luo naturally heard the women's conversation and drolly smiled to himself. He wasn't a wind-type mutant at all. He had the precious space ability. Although the fighting style he exhibited was very similar to a wind-type ability, there was a significant difference in combat power. But he couldn't blame them for not being able to tell the difference. Space abilities were too rare. Since the apocalypse began, among the hundreds of ability users they had encountered, not a single one had awakened space abilities. Others were likely the same. In fact, as long as he didn't bring it up himself, no one would. Suddenly, a bright light surrounded the area. The glow of this crystal was brighter than all the evolution crystals Fang Luo had ever found. Fang Luo estimated that this one crystal was worth at least 10 or more evolution crystals. Sure enough, killing zombies and obtaining energy was much more rewarding. There were still dozens of zombie corpses outside. Combined with the crystals he had dug out from the heads of dozens of ability users before, he had at least 100 crystals today. However, the energy was not limited to just 100. It was at least around 300. He was getting rich. Fang Luo estimated that if he absorbed all the energy, his strength would be more than double what it is now. If only he could encounter a few more ability zombies. Come help me, ladies, Fang Luo called out to Lin Zijing and Liu Su to assist in cutting open the heads of the other zombies. Yes, dear. Lin Zijing was very happy, feeling an indescribable pride seeing her man so powerful. Liu Su sighed. She glanced at the corpse of zombie Wu Yu. This wrong time had finally come to an end. This also meant that it was time for her to find her father and her master. For some reason, she felt a bit reluctant to leave. Was it because the cold storage was too comfortable? That's true, it was not only cool but also had food and drinks. It could be said to be the most comfortable place in the world. I want to help too. Lin Yuyu, sitting in her wheelchair, insisted on joining in the effort. Fang Luo shot her a glance. You're hurt, just stay still. Poof. Lin Yuyu was very unhappy and turned to Liu Su. Elder sister, you have to fix my legs soon. Elder sister? Hearing such a strange title, Liu Su was taken aback. Why do you call me elder sister? My sister is the first woman of my brother-in-law, she is the eldest. You are the second one, so you're the second sister. Lin Yuyu said playfully. Liu Su's face suddenly turned red, and she quickly explained, I am not in that kind of relationship with him. No need to explain, I understand. Lin Yuyu winked. Liu Su was so anxious she could almost cry. However, she felt relieved inside. Lin Yuyu's legs were not healed yet, so she couldn't leave so quickly, she should fix her legs first. The group collected crystals together. In less than an hour, they had taken out all the crystals, and the girls didn't keep any for themselves, giving them all to Fang Luo. Fang Luo counted 85 crystals. Excluding the one from zombie Wu Yu, each of these crystals was worth 3 to 4 evolution crystals, equivalent to having 300 evolution crystals here. This was more than he had found since the apocalypse began. Fang Luo did not take them all for himself but distributed 10 crystals to Lin Zijing and Liu Su so they could also increase their strength. Back in the cold storage. After a busy day, everyone rested well. After dinner, Fang Luo began to increase his strength. This upgrade would be unprecedentedly huge. This time, Fang Luo collected 85 zombie crystals, equivalent to over 300 evolution crystals. Adding the nearly 100 crystals left, he had about 400 evolution crystals. Originally, Fang Luo could only absorb 5 evolution crystals in a day, but after absorbing Liu Su's life source, he could now absorb 10 each day. His efficiency doubled. Moreover, as his strength increased, the amount he could absorb also grew. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Fang Luo absorbed over 120 evolution crystals. However, the number of his crystals did not decrease, instead, it kept increasing. This was because zombies came to crash the door every day. Fang Luo went out to eliminate zombies daily. He could have absorbed more crystals. Unfortunately, the effect of Liu Su's life source disappeared on the 5th day, and in the following days, his absorption speed decreased. Fang Luo secretly looked for Liu Su, wanting to borrow a bit of life source again. Unfortunately, he was scolded by her angrily. No way. Fang Luo felt regret. If he could absorb it once more, his strength would increase significantly. Seeing Fang Luo's disappointed and sad expression, Liu Su. Some couldn't bear it, subtly telling Fang Luo, it wasn't that they didn't want to, but they had been drained by Fang Luo last time. Fang Luo suddenly realized. At the same time, his heart was excited. So, after you recover, can I absorb again? Get lost. Liu Su blushed as she chased Fang Luo away. Fang Luo smiled, not caring, focusing on improving his strength. Now, Fang Luo's space flicker distance had increased from 20 meters to about 40 meters. Moreover, with his current strength, he could continuously release it more than 50 times. The gap between each teleportation was less than 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds for a flicker. Isn't this scarier than a level 16 Kassadin? Just blow up the enemy base already. The space barrier had also improved a lot. It could previously withstand 3,000 kilograms of force and now could withstand 5,000 kilograms. Even if a small truck were to press down on Fang Luo, he would sustain no injury. It could be said that even defense-type ability users might not have a defense as high as Fang Luo's. Fang Luo's duration was also quite long. He could continuously release it for 10 hours. As long as it wasn't one against many, in a normal combat situation, he could last at least 5 hours or more. But if he encountered some battle-hardened experts, that would be another story. In addition, there were space marks. Now, Fang Luo could release a maximum of 15 marks simultaneously, equivalent to 15 high-definition surveillance cameras, and could also create explosions with a diameter of over 15 meters, dealing impressive damage. The damage from the space blade was also very high. A 5 cm thick solid steel rod could be easily sliced through. If it were to cut a person, they could be effortlessly halved. "Brother-in-law, it's time to eat." Outside, Lin Yuyu's voice called out. During this time, Lu Su's strength had increased a lot, and Lin Yuyu's leg injury had completely healed today, now bouncing around lively. Fang Luo walked out of the room. On the dining table lay at least 100 pounds of food. With the increase in strength and energy consumption, the appetite of ability users had also grown significantly. In order to practice his powers, Fang Luo had to drain his abilities every day, and in the hungriest state, he could consume about 45 pounds of food. Lin Zijing could eat over 10 pounds. The electric mother would need to eat 20 pounds. In total, they would wipe out at least 200 pounds of food in a day. 200 pounds. Given the prices of food now in the apocalypse, 200 pounds could buy at least 100 decent-looking maids from the market. When converted, Fang Luo and the others had to eat the equivalent of 100 maids every day. Fortunately, Fang Luo had enough supplies to withstand such consumption. If it were another ability user, they wouldn't dare to consume abilities so casually like Fang Luo did. There's simply nothing to eat. Hence, it was inevitable that Fang Luo's strength was increasing quickly, for he paid a much higher price than others. "Brother-in-law, it seems the weather outside is starting to cool down." As they ate, they began chatting. "MHM." Fang Luo nodded. It had been nearly a month since the apocalypse began, and the high temperatures had slowly passed. Now, it was unnecessary to go outside shirtless. However, that didn't mean the apocalypse was over. The real crisis of the apocalypse was the zombies and those awakened ability users. With human technology collapsed, abilities had become the most powerful weapons in the world. Powerful ability users could rule and dominate in the apocalypse, doing anything they wished. Modern-day emperors. If someone were to tell these supply-rich ability users, "You must obey the law, cannot fight, cannot kill, and for the sake of survival, you should share the resources you snatched with those who lack supplies, to jointly restore civilized society," would anyone care? Not at all. In fact, they might kill the whiny person. Making a poor person rich would make them very happy. But making a rich person poor? Hee. This is reality. Even Fang Luo, if he were to ask his conscience, would find it hard to accomplish. At most, he would just refrain from harming innocent people. Of course, there are some people working hard to restore peace, but they are very few. Fang Luo actually knows one, and if he counts the time, he should appear now. A few people continued chatting. Lu Su stared blankly outside. The weather was starting to return to normal, and she should go find her father and master. In fact, she could have cured Lin Yuyu's leg a few days ago, but in order to have a reason to stay in the cold storage, Lu Su deliberately let Lin Yuyu limp for a few more days. However, she also knew she couldn't keep doing this. Because she really had no reason to stay here. She couldn't just become Fang Luo's woman, that would be too absurd. She was 5 years older than him. Moreover, he even had 3 women. In Lu Su's worldview, a man or a woman could only have one partner. Love should be pure and flawless. So, when she woke up today and saw the weather starting to recover, she made up her mind. She was going to leave. "I'm leaving," Lu Su said to Fang Luo. "You want to leave?" Fang Luo immediately frowned. Lu Su had what abilities and was a great help to Fang Luo, who had already regarded her as part of his camp, but he didn't expect her to say she wanted to leave. This felt to him like losing hundreds of billions. Fang Luo asked, "Why?" "I'm going to find my father and my master," Lu Su said, which was only one reason. If Fang Luo didn't have other women, she might not have made such a firm decision to leave. Fang Luo fell silent. If it were for another reason, he could have tried to persuade her to stay, but this reason was one he couldn't refuse. Fang Luo was inherently a very filial person. If his parents were alive, even if 100 billion were placed in front of him, he would choose to find his parents. He admired Lu Su for this behavior. All right. Fang Luo nodded. He wasn't a very selfish person. If he really wanted to keep Lu Su, she wouldn't have left. However, Fang Luo continued, let me help you look for them. If she was looking for her father and not separating, bringing her father over would also allow him to enjoy the life source, right? Really? Lu Su's eyes lit up, feeling a bit more gratitude in her heart. Of course. Fang Luo smiled and nodded. He happened to have something to do outside, and calculating the time, that person should be showing up. After eating, Lu Su prepared to go out to find her father, and Fang Luo would accompany her. Lin Yuyu also wanted to follow, but Fang Luo refused, as she was injured and the weakest in strength. If they encountered danger outside, Fang Luo might not be able to save her. Lin Yuyu was very resentful. Clinging to Fang Luo's arm, she kept acting cute, saying how boring and dangerous it was to be home alone. If someone breaks in and does something terrible, then brother-in-law, you'll lose a pure and lovely little sister-in-law. But Fang Luo paid no attention at all. It's just a little sister-in-law, your purity has nothing to do with me, Fang Luo shrugged. How does that not matter? Lin Yuyu panicked and wanted to say something, but stopped herself. In the end, it was Lin Zijing who said, I'll stay behind and keep you company. Finally, Fang Luo, Lu Su, Li Nana, an electric mother, 3 people and a cat, drove away from the cold storage together. Where is your home? Fang Luo asked. My home is in the Bin district, Lu's villa, Lu Su answered. Lu's villa? Li Nana exclaimed, her expression becoming a bit strange. This Lu's villa is located in the Binhai district, covering an area of 2,000 acres, including residential villas, swimming pools, golf courses, etc. You could say it's comparable to a small palace. It is said that the construction cost exceeds 5 billion, and if sold, it would be even higher. Li Nana and her cousin Su Qin had passed by there before and thought it was a scenic area, even wanting to buy tickets to visit, only to find out it was someone's home. Upon learning this news, the two were left utterly stunned. There are actually such rich people. Later, several times in her dreams, she fantasized about being able to stay there for a night, willing to do anything for it. Unexpectedly, it was the LV family. Fang Luo couldn't help but be slightly surprised, but thinking about the LV family's hundreds of billions in assets before the apocalypse, he felt relieved. Compared to his cold storage, it was still quite far off. He jokingly said, rich lady, can you keep a room for me to stay in? Don't call me a rich lady, it sounds too ugly. LV Su playfully glared at him, if you want it, I can give it to you. What she said was indeed true. More than a month into the apocalypse, the population had decreased by billions. Who knows how many in that big estate are still alive, and her father might not even be there anymore, so giving it to Fang Luo wouldn't mean much. The two continued to joke around. They drove towards the estate. The weather had now dropped to 40 degrees Celsius. Although it was still hot, it was no longer unbearable. However, due to the enhancement of zombies, not many people dared to wander the streets alone. Therefore, Fang Luo didn't meet many people along the way. But he encountered quite a few zombie dogs, cats, and rats. Fang Luo just ran over them. Better to avoid harm. An hour later, Fang Luo finally arrived near the LV family estate. However, there were many zombies surrounding the area, some still wearing maid outfits, presumably former maids of the estate. These zombies were much stronger than before, and even Fang Luo's armored vehicle was starting to struggle to push through. Could it be that someone is inside? Fang Luo looked at the several hundred zombies surrounding them. Zombies seek food, they are attracted to areas with more people due to smells. With so many of them gathered here, it was very possible that there were still people inside the estate, and quite a few at that. Is it my father? LV Su was somewhat surprised. She had learned from Wu Yu that her father was missing. At first, she had believed what he said, she felt so foolish. Let's find an entrance and go in to take a look. However, Fang Luo wasn't that optimistic and felt that the person inside shouldn't be LV Su's father. He drove the car, shaking off the zombies behind, parked in a safe spot, and then said to LV Su. Close your eyes, I'll take you in. Why should I close my eyes? Upon hearing to close her eyes, LV Su instinctively thought of the moment she made Fang Luo close his eyes, causing her cheeks to flush. Don't worry, I'm not giving you anything to drink. Fang Luo joked. Bah, I wouldn't drink. LV Su lightly retorted but obediently closed her eyes. Fang Luo then used his spatial ability to leap over the nearly 2-meter thick and 8-meter high wall, entering the estate. When she opened her eyes and saw that they had already entered the estate, LV Su couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The wall was 8 meters tall, and even zombies found it hard to climb over. Fang Luo took her in less than 2 seconds, it was incredibly magical. How did you do that? It's a secret. Fang Luo brushed it off. He then said, I'm not familiar with the inside, you lead the way. LV Su nodded and started walking inside the estate. Who are these people? After just a few steps, they discovered many filthy survivors inside the estate. These survivors, when they saw Fang Luo and LV Su, who looked so well-groomed, didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly continued their work. Are they your servants? Fang Luo asked. No, I don't have that many servants. LV Su shook her head, there were at least hundreds of them here, where would the LV family get so many servants? Slap. Suddenly, the sound of a whip cracking accompanied by a man's furious voice rang out, damn, you dare to slack off? Did you think your food came free? I'll whip you to death. Guo Xiao hit well, these lowly people deserve to be treated. Another young man in his 20s held a charming woman in his arms, one hand teasing her delicate body, while the other hand fiercely whipped a weak man. It's her. LV Su seemed to recognize the woman, and her face immediately darkened with anger upon seeing her lying in the man's embrace. Do you know her? Fang Luo turned and asked. However, before LV Su could answer, the couple not far away seemed to have spotted Fang Luo and LV Su, and walked towards them. Who are you? The young man called Guo Xiao looked them up and down. Fang Luo and LV Su were clean and tidy, unlike the dust-covered survivors, so the young man didn't treat Fang Luo too harshly, thinking they were new ability users. However, when he looked at LV Su, his eyes involuntarily wandered up and down, a flash of desire flickering in his gaze. LV Su was fair-skinned and beautiful, exuding an air of nobility, and it was hard for 99% of men to resist being moved when they saw her. My name is Guo Hao. Guo Hao proactively extended his hand. It's you, LV Su. The woman in Guo Hao's arms also recognized LV Su, feeling somewhat displeased as Guo Hao kept staring at her. You know her? Guo Hao was taken aback. That's right, the woman in Guo Hao's arms chuckled, she is someone's daughter. What are you joking about? You're only in your 20s, how could you have such a big daughter? Guo Hao rolled his eyes. Not my biological one, the woman replied, her father was the master of this manor before, LV Tian. She is LV Tian's only daughter, the young lady of the LV family. She is the young lady of the LV family? Upon hearing the woman's introduction, Guo Hao's eyes widened, and he looked LV Su up and down again. Her figure was curvaceous and tall, probably over 168 centimeters, with a soft, oval face and delicate, three-dimensional features, giving her a sense of intelligence and gentleness. Looking down, her long, round thighs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, gazing at her perfect feet, Guo Hao thought he would even be willing to lick them a few times. Being stepped on by her would be a reward. The LV family was one of the three great families in Luo City. Just the title young lady of the LV family was something anyone with a bit of power had heard of, she was one of the three goddesses of Luo City. Guo Hao was a little rich second generation, so of course he had heard of her. Yet he had never seen her before. Because LV Su did not grow up in Luo City, she lived with an old Chinese medicine doctor, and later quietly entered the capital medical college at the age of 18, until she graduated with a master's degree at 25, before coming to Jiang City to become a small doctor, and at 28, she became the department head. During this time, she kept a very low profile. Her name only circulated among the top circles. LV Su truly exposed herself to the public eye when she married the young master of a third-rate family, as he saved her, and this was even reported in the news. They said LV Su was grateful and knew how to repay kindness. At that time, all the top rich second generations in Luo City sighed with regret, lamenting that such a good woman was taken away. They would have liked to kill Wu Yu. The reason Guo Hao did not recognize LV Su at first was that he was too lowly and couldn't access that wedding, the newspaper hadn't captured LV Su's face. Now, recognizing her beauty and combining it with her former status as one of the three goddesses of Luo City, he was instantly amazed. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. She truly was a goddess. Is he the young master of that third-rate family? Guo Hao pointed at Fang Luo, whose look was that of a pretty boy, wondering what qualifications he had to marry such a beautiful goddess. Him? The charming woman looked Fang Luo up and down and shook her head. No, I remember that person didn't look as handsome as him. Good daughter, I really didn't expect, just a few days and you found another rich guy. Where's your husband? He hasn't been killed by you, has he? The charming woman jeered and teased LV Su. She really disliked this woman who pretended to be gentle and reserved, like a white lotus. She didn't dare to complain before, but now had no hesitation. Shut up. LV Su was very angry. Don't call me daughter, son, you are just my stepmother. Where is my dad? Why are you with this person? Sun Yu? Fang Luo was stunned. Why was this name so familiar? He looked again at the woman across from him and suddenly remembered who she was. Isn't she the leading lady from a certain TV drama? She claimed to be a pure and lovely woman, a goddess for many men, with millions of fans on Weibo. Fang Luo's former college roommate loved this woman and dragged him to watch her TV series. He never expected that she was Lu Su's stepmother? This is just too outrageous. Lu Su is 28 years old, meaning her father must be at least over 50. And this Sun Yu looks only about 25, yet she married a man twice her age. The world of the rich is truly chaotic. No wonder Lu Su was so angry. This Sun Yu is her father's woman, yet she is now charmingly leaning in the arms of another man. Isn't that making her father wear a green hat? TSK. Why am I with Guo Xiao? Sun Yu let out a delicate chuckle. Of course, it's because Guo Xiao is amazing. Your deadbeat old dad had such poor health. If it weren't for him supporting me back then, I wouldn't have wanted anything to do with him. Now that his business has been stolen, why should I stick with him? Am I supposed to just wait to starve? Being with Guo Xiao is so good. I get to eat rice every day, have water to drink, and don't even have to work. Plus, Guo Xiao has powerful abilities that can protect me. You, shameless. Lu Su was so angry her chest heaved. If it weren't for her high self-restraint, she would have slapped the woman a few times. Fang Luo had a strange expression. By this reasoning, Lu Su's father was cheated on, and he was also an indirect instigator. How embarrassing. Don't worry, I will take good care of your daughter. I'm shameless? Sun Yu spat. Who is it that, less than a month after getting married, quickly found a wild man? I didn't. Lu Su's face turned red. Fang Luo felt a bit annoyed. How could he be scolded by such a woman as a wild man? Where is my father? Where is he? Lu Su didn't want to talk much with Sun Yu and coldly asked about her father's whereabouts. Him? Sun Yu curled her lip. When he found out about his stolen business, he fainted from anger. Later, because of the heat, he couldn't wake up due to his poor health. Then an old man came and said he would take him to the capital for treatment. What a joke. It's so hot, the planes have stopped flying, the roads are closed. Are they supposed to walk to the capital? I reckon they'd be eaten by zombies halfway there. Could it be that master took my father to the capital? Lu Su's brows furrowed tightly, and she felt very worried. Both master and my father are over 60, the distance between Luo City and the capital is thousands of kilometers. How can they go? As Sun Yu said, they could easily run into an accident. Lu Su's heart tightened with worry. No, I must go find them. Lu Su turned to leave. However, just as Lu Su was about to leave, Guo Hao blocked her path early. Miss Lu, we are home now, come in and sit for a while, have a glass of water, I will treat you well. Guo Hao greedily eyed Lu Su. Such a beautiful woman, one he could only dream of before. Although she is second-hand now, she is still better than the woman beside him. This is my home, I can come and go as I please. I don't need you to entertain me. Lu Su shot him a cold glare. Before meeting Fang Luo, Lu Su had always been cool and distant, with her extraordinary family background giving her an air of exclusivity. With one glance, Guo Hao felt a shiver down his spine. Come on, she's just a woman, I'm an ability user, what's there to be afraid of? Guo Hao cursed in his heart. Miss Lu, this is no longer your home. Guo Hao sneered. Fang Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, sizing up the guy. Oh, so this place is yours? Fang Luo started to become wary. This manor was clearly occupied by others, there were probably thousands of people inside, and to manage so many, there must be at least 100 ability users here, which meant that Guo Hao was at least an T1 level user. Although Fang Luo felt fearless toward anyone, he wasn't arrogant enough to dismiss everyone. He silently activated the space barrier. In his hand, he held 3 space marks and a space blade. As soon as the other party made a move, he would unleash an attack to instantly kill them. This area is under my control. Guo Hao proudly patted his chest. What do you mean? Fang Luo was taken aback, hearing the flaw in the statement. The other party mentioned this area, not the entire manor. Young Master Gui is the group leader of this manor, managing 5 able-bodied people and 100 survivors. Sun Yu, in Guo Hao's arms, proudly declared. Put. Hearing their words, Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh. Group leader? Managing 5 able-bodied individuals? He thought the other party was the manager of the entire manor, he never expected them to be a little loser. Now you know the power, right? Sun Yu couldn't see the disdain in Fang Luo's eyes and continued proudly, young Master Gui's daily salary is a whole pound of rice, 2 bottles of mineral water, and every great achievement gets a chicken leg as a bonus. Ha ha ha. Meow meow meow. Even the electric mother couldn't help but meow loudly upon hearing their words, rolling on the ground with an utterly disdainful look. Brother, a pound of rice a day? A single chicken leg a week? What you're eating is worse than what I'm excreting. What kind of group leader are you? How about this, come over here and help me clean the toilet, you can eat whatever I drop, don't sell yourself short, meow. Fang Luo was also somewhat speechless. Initially, he thought that since Sun Yu followed Guo Hao, the latter must be an impressive character, given that Sun Yu was once a popular star and even the woman of Liu Su's father. But unexpectedly, he was just a group leader. In reality, Sun Yu was doing fairly well. After all, this was the apocalypse, and mere beauty held little value. There were countless stars like Sun Yu in Yin country. Moreover, she was a second-hand, or even nth-hand, damaged car. Real big shots wouldn't look at such women. They, like Fang Luo, first valued ability, which meant whether one had superpowers, then character, and finally looks. Thus, Sun Yu could only find such half-baked able-bodied individuals. Guo Hao had a slightly better eye than Sun Yu. He noticed something was off in Fang Luo's gaze. Buddy, Guo Hao sneered, do you know what the consequences are for intruding into our Wanchai Pier territory? Wanchai Pier? Do you guys really like eating dumplings? Fang Luo found the name of the gang a bit strange. But thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have no gang himself. He would surely recruit subordinates in the future, and choosing an organizational name would also enhance team unity and sense of belonging. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'm from Ionia. Ionia? Guo Hao scoffed. He had never heard of this gang, probably a small and unimportant one. The wariness Fang Luo initially felt completely faded, replaced by a look of disdain. He then looked at Liu Su. Miss Liu, what future can you have by following such a small gang? One day, you might just be wiped out by zombies. Join us at Wanchai Pier. As long as you follow me, I'll give you half a pound of rice, a bottle of water, and a chicken leg every day. Guo Hao looked expectant, feeling he was offering a very sincere deal. After all, he only provided Sun Yu with 2 taels of rice per day. Get lost. Even though Liu Su was of high quality, she couldn't help but show Guo Hao a look of disdain. Half a pound of rice? I eat dozens of pounds of food at Fang Luo's place every day, with a rotation of lobsters and abalones. Do you think I cherish this little bit? Besides, this is originally my home. What if we help you take the manor back? Fang Luo inquired. As you wish. For Liu Su, whether or not to take it back was irrelevant, as she wanted to go to Beijing to find her father. Just give this place to you. Then I won't be polite. Fang Luo grinned. The weather is not so hot now, and although the living conditions in the cold storage are decent, they are definitely a bit lacking compared to the manor. And he still needs to take in little brothers in the future. They can't all live in the cold storage. Not to mention, there isn't that much space. The key point is that Fang Luo hasn't let other men hear the habit of him and his wife talking. So he still needs to find a bigger place. This manor is quite nice, and it's just perfect for Liu Su. Steal the manor? Beside him, hearing that the two had already decided on the cold storage's ownership, Guo Hao had a sneer on his face. This pretty boy really has no idea how high the sky is. Do you know how many people we have at Wanchai Pier? Guo Hao said coldly as he looked at Fang Luo. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. How many? We, Wanchai Pier, are now one of the 3 largest gangs in Luochine, with over 3,000 survivors and more than 300 ability users. Our boss can even fight against 10 zombies alone. With your third-rate gang, you think you can occupy our manor? Guo Hao sneered. As long as our boss gives the order, over 3,000 people can crush you. Hearing this, Fang Luo couldn't help but frown. This Wanchai Pier is stronger than he imagined. However, Fang Luo wasn't afraid of these people. With his spatial ability, as long as he doesn't act against himself, it would be hard for anyone to kill him. Even if it's the other side's boss, he could use spatial flickering to stealthily kill them. But then, how would he unify the manor after killing? Managing over 3,000 people isn't that easy. He can't just kill all of them. He's not some great demon lord. Of course, Fang Luo could use coercive means, promising some benefits, to threaten and entice them. But that wouldn't be a long-term solution. Moreover, he doesn't have that much energy to manage such a large group. He must rely on others in the end. But if these people could be tempted by his benefits, they would betray him without hesitation if greater benefits come along in the future. This is essentially laying a landmine for himself. So, before unifying the manor, Fang Luo must cultivate some loyal subordinates to manage the manor for him. Fang Luo thought for a moment and decided not to occupy the cold storage so quickly, but to first cultivate some loyal subordinates. After all, the manor won't run away. Let the other side manage it for now. Seeing Fang Luo silent, Guo Hao thought Fang Luo was scared and became even more cocky. So, how about it, Miss Liu, leave this loser and join us, become my woman, and you won't have to worry about anything. Guo Hao leaned closer to Liu Su, reaching out to touch her face. Fang Luo's eyes turned cold. In his heart, Liu Su was already his person. How could he tolerate another man touching her? Before Guo Hao could touch Liu Su, Fang Luo quickly used a spatial blade to cut off his hand. Guo Hao stared at his fallen hand in shock, not yet realizing what had happened. After a few seconds, an excruciating pain spread through his body, and he immediately screamed hoarder. Immediately kneeling on the ground, desperately hugging Fang Luo's thigh, crying and begging for mercy, while pulling on his hand, trying to reach the forbidden areas. Don't kill me, I won't tell anyone about this. I can be your woman, I'm really good at acting. Whatever role you want me to play, I can play it. I can even be Lu Su's stepmother. Don't touch her. At this moment, Lu Su shouted to stop Fang Luo. Fang Luo looked at her in confusion. Could it be that she pitied this stepmother? She's my dad's woman. Do you want to betray my dad? Lu Su glared at him. Although Lu Su didn't like Sun Yu, she had to admit that she was once her father's woman. Plus, with what had happened between her and Fang Luo, if Fang Luo were to touch Sun Yu again, wouldn't everything fall apart? Lu Su couldn't accept that. Fang Luo called it unfair. It was her who grabbed his hand, he was just a passive party. He had no interest in such a woman at all. Then should I kill her? Fang Luo asked. Do whatever you want. Although Lu Su was kind-hearted and had a doctor's compassion, after spending time with Fang Luo, she had changed a little. She wouldn't be as soft-hearted with her enemies anymore. Then let's not kill her for now. Fang Luo thought for a moment before speaking. He planned to leave a spatial mark on Sun Yu, so he could use her to learn about the things happening in the manor. If necessary, she could even serve as for future use. It would be more useful than just killing her. After marking her head, Fang Luo let Sun Yu go. Let's leave too. Fang Luo took Lu Su and left. After Sun Yu returned, she would definitely inform the others. The two left the manor. As Fang Luo had guessed, after Sun Yu left, she went to a villa in the manor to report to the manor's manager. Using the monitoring function of the mark, Fang Luo was able to observe the scene. The other person was a young man in his 20s, quite handsome, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, looking like a ruthless, extremely smart person. Li Zetian, before the apocalypse, was the heir to one of the three major families in Luo City, the Li family. He graduated from a famous overseas HF university. After returning to the country, he took over the family business. The Li family in Luo City managed the port and fishery industries, owning more than 70% of the fishing boats in the city and thousands of sailors, with assets in the billions. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Li Zetian sensed something strange, so he didn't sell the seafood caught that day from the port but instead hoarded it. Sure enough, the apocalypse continued. In the end, it was the seafood he had hoarded that helped his family survive. Later, when abilities appeared, he discovered the secret of the powers. Not only did he awaken his own ability, but he also helped his family members awaken theirs. Although some relatives died in the process of awakening, the Li family had many members. In the end, more than 20 people awakened abilities. These people were all completely loyal to Li Zetian, his trusted subordinates. Later, he also gathered sailors who had awakened abilities from his family, managed by his 20 or so relatives, to form the Wanzi Wharf. In one move, they became one of the largest gangs in Luo City. Currently, his territory wasn't just Lu family's manor but also included the docks and other places. Li Zetian himself didn't manage the gang affairs but focused on improving his strength every day. He knew that although resources were important, strength was the key to protecting those resources. You're saying you found Lu Su? Li Zetian asked Sun Yu in surprise. Where is she now? Li Zetian was about the same age as Lu Su, and had pursued her before, but she hadn't agreed. Later, she married a second-rate rich second generation, which made him extremely angry. He had always wanted to take Lu Su for himself. She was just in the manor, and she had a very powerful man with her. She killed young Master Gua. Li Zetian laughed loudly. Since the apocalypse, I have been sending people to inquire about her whereabouts. Not long ago, I heard that she was kidnapped, and I never expected she would appear here. What is that man's name? He asked again. Sun Yu shook her head. I don't know, but he claims to be from the Ionian gang, and he wants to take over our manor. Ionian? Li Zetian frowned. Is there a big gang in our city called Ionian? Master, the bigger gangs in our city now are the newly risen orphanage and the Chen family's ruthless society, and among the second-tier gangs, there is none called Ionian, a relative explained. Ha, a nobody who isn't even from a second-tier gang dares to dream of taking over our Wanzai pier. Li Zetian showed a scornful expression and waved his hand to the relative. Second uncle, go bring Lu Su back for me and wipe out this Ionian. As for you. Li Zetian looked at Sun Yu again. You performed well, I'll reward you with an evolution crystal. Whether you can awaken special powers depends on your luck. Thank you, young master. Another pursuer of Lu Su? Fang Luo, through the marking, clearly saw this scene. He did not expect that Lu Su had so many admirers. If these people knew how Lu Su helped him regain strength in that way, he wondered if they would turn green with envy. One by one, they must be thinking of killing him. However, this Li Zetian seems a bit difficult to deal with. From observation, the opponent's strength is not weak, much stronger than Wu Yu. Although he is not his opponent, it would still be a bit difficult to kill him directly. Moreover, this Li Zetian should have discovered a way to enhance his strength, continuously absorbing crystals just like himself, and consuming large amounts of food. And his subordinates are all his relatives. Fang Luo had thought about inciting them before. Now it seems it was good that he didn't do that. If he had rushed in impulsively at that time, even if he had killed the opponent, it would still be difficult to unify the manor. He must first deal with his relatives one by one. After leaving the manor, the two got back into the vehicle and drove away from the manor. Where do you plan to go now? Fang Luo looked at the slightly distracted Lu Su. Lu Su glanced at Fang Luo, hesitated for a moment, then said with determination, I want to go to the capital to find my father. To the capital? Fang Luo's tone was serious. It's more than 2,000 kilometers from here to the capital. Although the weather is not as hot anymore, the road is full of zombies and enhanced individuals. You might very well die on the way. I know. Lu Su nodded, but I was raised by my father alone since I was young, and now he is in danger. As his only daughter, I must go find him no matter how dangerous it is. Fang Luo fell silent. Lu Su's actions are indeed admirable, and Fang Luo found no reason to refute them. Because if it were him, Fang Luo would do the same. I can't go with you. Fang Luo said. That's okay. Lu Su smiled slightly, you've already helped me so much. If you accompany me, I might have to repay you with my body. Is it too late for me to accompany you now? Lu Su was taken aback but quickly understood Fang Luo's meaning. Her face showed a playful pout. Too late. What a pity. Fang Luo's expression looked disappointed. In fact, even if Lu Su said it was not too late, he would not accompany her there. Because this journey is incredibly dangerous, and one could lose their life at any moment. Moreover, Fang Luo was not familiar with the outside world. Everything he knew from his past life was about Jiang City. If he went to a foreign place, then all his past knowledge would lose its meaning, as if he had been reborn for nothing. Fang Luo would not give up his own foundation for a woman. If he wanted to go to a foreign place, he must wait until he unifies the city and strengthens his own power. How do you plan to get to the capital? Fang Luo asked. Lu Su thought for a moment and said, I should walk. Over 2,000 kilometers, how long do you plan to walk? Fang Luo thought for a moment and said, you should drive this car. Ordinary zombies cannot break through the defense of this car, ensuring your safety. For Fang Luo now, the armored car is just a means of transportation, it is dispensable. His own defense is much stronger than the armored car. Lu Su has good potential. If this car can keep Lu Su alive, it is equivalent to saving her life. At that time, Lu Su will only give him more in return. And indeed, that was the case. In the future, during a dangerous moment, Lu Su saved Fang Luo by sacrificing herself to repay him. Thank you, Fang Luo. Lu Su was very touched. During this time, Fang Luo had helped her so much that she no longer knew how to repay him. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Fang Luo, please pull the car over. What's wrong? Fang Luo asked, puzzled. Just stop the car. All right. Fang Luo stopped the car. Lu Su then pointed to Li Nana, who had been sitting in the back seat, as well as the electric mother, saying, let them leave first. Ha? Fang Luo was even more confused, but since it was not a big deal, he said to Li Nana, why don't you take the electric mother to play for a while? Li Nana took the electric mother away. The car was left with only Fang Luo and Lu Su. What's the matter? Fang Luo asked. Lu Su's face turned red, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Don't you want to improve your strength? I do want to improve my strength, but what does that have to do with stopping the car? Fang Luo didn't catch on right away. You? Lu Su's heart raced, unable to help but tease, how clear do I need to be? If you don't want it, then never mind. This time, Fang Luo finally understood. The improvement in strength referred to the source of life. You recovered? Fang Luo asked in surprise. Just recovered. Fang Luo was even more excited. The effect of the source of life goes without saying, at least it could double Fang Luo's growth rate in 5 days. Originally, Fang Luo thought he would never get a second taste in his life. Unexpectedly, Lu Su took the initiative to offer him a drink before leaving. It's true, good people are rewarded with good things. Hurry up. Lu Su playfully scolded. Hee, Fang Luo grinned, how can I be quick about this? I haven't even tasted what it was like last time. I want to savor it this time. You're really something. Can you promise me one thing? Fang Luo said, his words slurred. What? In the future, only let me have a share. Pfft, wanting both the beauty and the future. Oh, come on, don't mess around. I promise, I really owe you one. Be careful on the road. More than an hour later, Fang Luo was satisfied, while Lu Su's face was flushed, ready to leave. Fang Luo wanted her to stay longer, but whether Lu Su was shy or worried about her father's safety, she couldn't wait to leave, so Fang Luo didn't stop her. Lu Su nodded. However, inside, she was not as calm as she appeared. There was no telling how many dangers lay ahead, whether she could survive was uncertain. It was precisely because of this that she had just done that, otherwise, she would never have been able to. Lu Su left. Fang Luo looked around again, not knowing where Li Nana and the electric mother had run off to. Then, through the mark on Lu Su, he checked her current position and hurried over. A few hundred meters away from Fang Luo. Li Nana was originally holding the electric mother, but who knew that the electric mother suddenly ran off somewhere? She hurriedly ran to search for her. Unexpectedly, she encountered a relative on the way. Nana, I didn't expect you to be alive. I heard that your school has been surrounded by zombies. I thought something happened to you. Nana, why are you so clean? Have you joined some big gang? Nana, have you awakened your powers? Nana is really thriving. You have to help out us relatives. By the way, we also met a power user. His name is Wu De, he is amazing. If you two are together, it would be a perfect match. Hearing the compliments from her relatives, Li Nana felt a bit giddy. This is the feeling of being superior that she had always wanted. Don't mention how great it feels. However, when she heard they were introducing her to a partner, Li Nana felt somewhat disdainful. In her heart, she didn't believe these poor relatives could know any powerful supernatural beings, they probably mistook some second-rate superhuman for a master. She thought Fang Luo was quite impressive, he was powerful and had plenty of resources. Although she didn't have much status there, she lacked nothing. Moreover, she believed that with her beauty and charm, she could completely conquer Fang Luo. So, becoming the lady of the house was not out of reach. Li Nana, where's your electric mother? At this moment, Fang Luo had already walked over, and upon seeing her relatives, his expression immediately turned cold. Truly a narrow path for enemies. Unexpectedly, he met these few beasts. In his last life, Fang Luo was dismembered by Su Qingqing's family, and these guys were among them. A surge of killing intent instantly rose in his eyes. The electric mother has run away, Li Nana said somewhat guiltily, knowing in her heart that her status in Fang Luo's eyes was not as high as electric mother's. You are Fang Luo? That's right, she is Fang Luo. I remember him, he was the one who tricked my sister. Li Nana's relatives recognized Fang Luo. Their expressions became unfriendly. Nana, why are you with this guy? Did you save him? How could you save him? He tricked us out of hundreds of thousands. Exactly, this guy is a bad egg. Nana, hurry up and kill this guy to avenge us. Several relatives knew Li Nana had awakened her supernatural powers and instinctively thought she was powerful, assuming she had saved Fang Luo. They were all indignant, demanding Li Nana kill Fang Luo. But Li Nana felt bitter inside. It was not that she saved Fang Luo, she was merely his pet dog. How could she possibly kill him? Li Nana noticed Fang Luo's face had darkened, and she felt somewhat at a loss. She cursed her relatives in her heart. She wanted to explain clearly. But she was too vain to want to lose face in front of her relatives. After thinking, Li Nana decided to say, he is my boyfriend. Li Nana didn't want to say she was Fang Luo's pet dog, it was simply too embarrassing. But she couldn't say she was of a higher status than Fang Luo, or that would really anger him, and it would be impossible to resolve. So, she thought of the excuse of being a girlfriend. This way, she wouldn't lose face in front of her relatives and wouldn't offend Fang Luo. Even if Fang Luo got mad, the worst case would be that she'd let him punish her a bit. She could use her speed supernatural ability to appease him. What? Boyfriend? This is unacceptable, this guy was your cousin's boyfriend before, hasn't this turned into a mess? Exactly, and this guy is just a poor fool pretending to treat us while unable to pay for meals, causing our family to split apart and even get involved with the police. I don't agree with your relationship. Hearing Li Nana say that Fang Luo was her boyfriend, several relatives immediately shouted back. What a joke! What is Fang Luo? A loser who lived thanks to a woman, and previously, he had intentionally tricked them, causing them to get involved with the police. Killing Fang Luo wouldn't relieve their anger. And a boyfriend? Li Nana was even more at a loss. After so many days, she had almost forgotten about this matter. Watching her relatives demand she kill Fang Luo, she didn't know what to do. Fang Luo looked coldly at the scene. He just felt it was funny. Did they really think he was Li Nana's boyfriend? Fang Luo secretly squeezed a few space seals in his hand, ready to send these old things on their way. He would definitely repay the grudges of his past life. Hey, Wu De is coming. Nana, you should meet him. He's much better than this Fang Luo. Li Nana's second aunt saw a plain-looking young man with a buzz cut in the distance and waved him over. When Wu De saw this, he looked quite disdainful. A bunch of country bumpkins, if it weren't for the gang recruiting labor. I don't care about these people at all. However, as he approached, he still pretended to be warm and kind on the surface. Fang Luo also saw the other side. His eyes instantly filled with a murderous intent. It's him! In my past life, Fang Luo knew this Wu De, a member of a gang called Orphanage. Orphanage was originally a CX organization, named so because its headquarters was in an orphanage. The leader of the orphanage was Zhang Shijian. By chance, he learned of a way to quickly enhance his powers, which was to obtain the crystals in the heads of other ability users. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Shijian was very excited and immediately killed one of his own underlings to try it out, discovering it really worked. He immediately wanted to kill more people. However, Zhang Shijian's strength was just average, and his ability was merely a non-combat mental ability, making it incredibly difficult to hunt other ability users. But Zhang Shijian thought of his old profession, CX. He was best at deceiving people. With his mental ability, deceiving people became much easier. In just a few days, they had tricked hundreds of ability users to join them. Later, Zhang Shijian used these ability users to seize territory from other small gangs, and in no time, their territory grew larger and their resources increased, directly becoming one of the 3 big gangs in Luo City. Now, they not only deceived ability users but also ordinary people. After the devastation caused by zombies, many facilities in the city had collapsed, and after occupying these places, they needed people to repair them. But how could the high-end mighty ability users do the work themselves? So, they needed to trick some ordinary people into doing the hard labor and serve these lofty ability users at the same time. And those ability users who benefited became even more loyal to Zhang Shijian. Fang Luo knew all this because in his past life, several relatives of Su Qingqing brought this Wu De home, saying that Wu De was a powerful ability user who could lead them into a big gang for a better life. Su Qingqing's parents even tried to match Su Qingqing with Wu De in front of him. Later, when Wu De learned that Fang Luo also had abilities, he suggested that Fang Luo join the gang as a leader, with daily access to massive resources. At that time, Fang Luo didn't want to go. Because he felt that there was no free lunch in the world, and the other side must have some plot. However, under the pressure of Su Qingqing's family, Fang Luo had no choice but to follow. However, before entering the gang, Fang Luo met a brother who was a cop. The brother revealed that this gang was not a good thing, and its predecessor was the CX organization they were investigating, which specifically lured ability users in to steal the crystals in their heads for their leaders' upgrades. Fang Luo was shocked at the time. Fortunately, with the brother's help, Fang Luo successfully escaped. But when he returned home, Su Qingqing's family plotted to kill Fang Luo and extracted the crystal from his head, and he still couldn't escape death. Now, as Fang Luo thought carefully, Su Qingqing's family had no abilities and couldn't possibly know the purpose of the crystal in his head. Why would they do that? There was only one reason. Wu De must have learned about Fang Luo's escape, then found Su Qingqing's family and told them about the crystal, leading them to kill him out of greed. I never expected to encounter this guy again in this life. I guess this guy doesn't even know that his leader will dig out the crystals from all his subordinates. But he doesn't need to know. Because before Zhang Shijian could take his crystal, I will kill him first. And this orphanage. They have harmed many, and there's no need for them to exist anymore. However, the leader of the orphanage, Zhang Shijian, is very good at manipulating people's hearts. The ability users he has deceived are completely loyal to him. If I kill him directly, I'm afraid it will lead to an attack from everyone. Although Fang Luo is strong, he cannot fight against so many people alone, and that would be very troublesome. He still needs to have his own power. Uncle, Aunt, Wu De walked over and greeted with a smile. Wu De, you finally came. Li Nana's second aunt smiled widely and grabbed Wu De's arm, unaware that the promises Wu De made were just to draw her into hard labor, at this moment full of enthusiasm, like a madam trying to attract customers. Wu De, let me introduce you. This is my niece, Li Nana, also a superpowered individual. She is quite promising. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet. You are both young, so you should spend more time together. Li Nana's second aunt cheerfully introduced, completely ignoring Fang Luo, treating Li Nana's previous words as if they were nonsense. Superpowered individual? Wu De assessed Li Nana and his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Li Nana wore a black and white maid outfit, her long legs wrapped in striped black stockings, looking quite sexy and alluring. Since the apocalypse, water resources have run dry, and most people have no water to drink, let alone wash. No matter how beautiful a woman is in such an environment, it's hard to avoid smelling bad, and her looks would drop drastically. But Li Nana didn't have such a problem. Her skin was fair, and she was clean. Coupled with her original 8 points of beauty, Li Nana's charm skyrocketed. Although she couldn't compare to Lu Su, Lin Zijing, or Lin Yuyu in the cold storage. But outside the cold storage, she definitely surpassed 90% of women, being a goddess-level existence. Wu De had never seen such a beautiful woman, and his heart stirred quietly. However, he did not act like those desperate fools who would pounce on women, but instead squeezed out a smile that he thought was charming. Hello, I am Wu De, a member of the orphanage. Orphan? Li Nana was always vain in character, liking to look down upon those she considered beneath her, and upon hearing that Wu De was an orphan, she let out a disdainful laugh. Mainly because she was dissatisfied with the behavior of several relatives. She wanted to show off in front of Fang Luo. Fang Luo naturally knew her little thoughts and found it quite amusing. In her previous life, Li Nana had often compared Fang Luo and Wu De, every time blasting Fang Luo as useless. Now she seemed to have let it go. This is the change brought by power. Hearing Li Nana's contemptuous laughter, Wu De felt some anger in his heart. However, he did not explode. Li Nana was a superpowered individual and a rare exquisite beauty, such a woman he would never have the chance to approach in his lifetime. Wu De thought that the other party probably still didn't know his background. If she knew, she surely wouldn't think so. So he said, "Miss Nana, let me introduce our orphanage to you. We are now one of the 3 largest gangs in Luochang, with over 5,000 people, and more than 500 superpowered individuals. Moreover, before the apocalypse, we had already looted over 20% of Luochang's supplies. And I am one of the elders of the orphanage." Wu De embellished the truth, wanting to intimidate Li Nana. In fact, their true strength was less than half of what he stated, and he wasn't really an elder, just someone who had worked with Zhang Shijin in the past. However, Li Nana's relatives, after hearing this, were ignited with enthusiasm. "Nana, did you hear? More than 5,000 people, over 500 superpowered individuals, even the country isn't as powerful now." "Exactly, Nana, what are you waiting for? Wu De is so outstanding, you must seize this opportunity. If the orphanage unifies the nation in the future, Wu De as an elder will surely be a city leader, don't you then?" Li Nana was stunned after hearing this. Is this orphanage really that powerful? If it's true, then compared to Fang Luo's cold storage, it seems to be nothing at all. For a moment, Li Nana's expression was no longer so arrogant as before. Seeing this, Wu De couldn't help but smile and started to continue his persuasion. "Miss Nana, let me tell you about the benefits of our orphanage. Our benefits are divided into 9 levels. The highest level is our director, who can enjoy all the resources in the orphanage. Level 8 is for our elders. They can enjoy 2 buffet meals a day, with lobster, crab, abalone, whatever food they want, and they have 10 servants at their disposal. As an elder, I can recommend one person to enjoy level 6 benefits, which includes 1 buffet meal and 3 servants at their disposal." Li Nana's relatives listened with faces full of dreams. A buffet meal. Lobsters and abalones. After so long in this apocalypse, they usually cannot even fill their stomachs, and now they just have to join to enjoy all this. Now, they all wanted to become Wu De's women, hoping he would give them a spot. 3 servants? Li Nana was not interested in the buffet meal, but hearing about the servants still stirred her heart. In Fang Luo's cold storage, she didn't have to worry about food, but every day she ate leftovers, and she had to act as a servant, cleaning the cold storage and cleaning up after the electric mother. Now the electric mother eats dozens of pounds of food, and when she goes, it's also dozens of pounds, and the cat's waste is incredibly smelly. She is almost fainting from the stench. She was already vain. If only she had servants. Fang Luo sneered at this scene, finding it amusing in his heart. A buffet meal? Lobsters and abalones? And servants? It was truly impressive how good people are at deceiving. Li Nana's few relatives actually believed it. Could it be that after going over, the buffet meal would be you all's meat, and the servants would also be you? However, Fang Luo did not say much. There was no need to expose these lies. He wanted to see what Li Nana would do. He did not have a good impression of Li Nana. Fang Luo understood her character from his previous life. The reason he kept her in this life was merely to torment and take revenge on her, while also raising a pig until her strength increased before he could mine her crystal. If she betrayed him, Fang Luo would not be surprised or sad at all. He would simply kill her. Fang Luo had already focused his attention on Li Nana's spatial mark. He had marked her long ago, and with just a thought, he could kill her. "Miss Nana, have you thought about it? If you are willing to join, I will recommend you for the level 6 spot." Wu De looked at her with a smile. He believed Li Nana would not refuse because he had used this trick to deceive more than 50 people, claiming level 6 benefits each time. In fact, there were no benefits at all. He couldn't even fill his own stomach. A buffet meal? Plenty of mud, go ahead and eat. He only needed to trick people over. He wasn't afraid of them running away. If they dared to run, they would end up dead when caught. Li Nana hesitated. The temptation offered was truly great. But she was also a bit afraid of Fang Luo's strength. She had seen him in action, where dozens of zombies were no match for him. Would she even have a chance to survive if she agreed? She still remembered her cousin Su Qingqing's fate. "Nana, what are you waiting for? Quickly agree." "That's right, if you don't accept such a good opportunity, then give it to my second aunt." "Nana, do you really like Fang Luo? What is so good about this guy other than being handsome? Can he give you what you want?" Why not just let Wu De kill Fang Luo, and then Nana won't have to be so troubled? Wu De, just kill this guy, that way, Nana won't be conflicted. Several relatives began to incite Wu De to kill Fang Luo. Fang Luo coldly watched the scene, not saying a word. Enough! Li Nana shouted, glancing around at her relatives as she made a decision in her heart. She slowly walked towards Fang Luo. Great, Nana, you finally thought it through. I said, how could trash like Fang Luo compare to Wu De? As long as Li Nana understood, that was enough. Unfortunately, Su Qingqin was not present. Su Qingqin was a pretty girl. If she could go and seduce an elder, or even take down the orphanage's leader, wouldn't her family be able to dominate the city of Luo? Wu De was also filled with joy in his heart. He looked at Li Nana with eyes full of desire. This was a top goddess he never dared to dream of, but now, she was about to fall into his arms. He stared at Li Nana's long, slender legs, truly long and thin, just licking them a little would be a delight. Once he won her over, he would cherish her well, making sure no one else could take her away. He. Fang Luo was also looking at Li Nana, his face expressionless, his thoughts on the verge of detonating the spatial mark. Li Nana slowly approached. Finally, she stood before Fang Luo. Li Nana's relatives and Wu De were all watching her, expecting her to slap Fang Luo or directly use her powers to kill this freeloading coward. But then, with a thud, they were all dumbfounded. Because the scene they imagined, where Li Nana killed Fang Luo, did not appear. On the contrary, Li Nana actually kneeled in front of Fang Luo? Why? They couldn't understand. Wasn't Fang Luo a useless guy who didn't need a woman to protect him? Why would Li Nana kneel? Could it really be that beauty could conquer all? Among them, only Fang Luo and Li Nana knew the real reason. In front of everyone, Li Nana directly knelt before Fang Luo, looking exceedingly obedient. Though Li Nana was vain, snobbish, and had a very flamboyant character, she was not a fool. On the contrary, she was a very shrewd woman. Wu De's grandiose words were indeed tempting, they moved her deeply. However, these things were not in front of her, while Fang Luo's power was something she had witnessed firsthand. Killing zombies was as easy as drinking water. If she followed Wu De, given Fang Luo's ruthless nature, he would certainly kill her. Li Nana dared not gamble her life on whether Wu De could protect her. Rejecting Wu De meant she lost nothing. So, while Fang Luo was not completely angry, she decisively chose to apologize to him. As for Face? Though she cared about Face and wanted to be above others, this all had a premise: she had to stay alive. If her life was gone, she could only become a ghost. What was there to be above others? Li Nana valued her life above all else. This point was clear from the fact that even after knowing Fang Luo caused her cousin's death, she still thought of seducing him, proving how much she cherished her life. Fang Luo was slightly surprised. He thought Li Nana would betray him because of how tempting Wu De's words were, and since Li Nana was such a vain person. Unexpectedly, she didn't. However, Fang Luo wouldn't be touched. He understood perfectly why Li Nana didn't betray him. It was only because she feared he would kill her, not out of loyalty. She knew how to read the situation. Though such a person wasn't of good character, she had one advantage: she was very easy to control. As long as he held her life in his hands, she would do anything to survive, without feeling guilty about using others. Master, Li Nana knelt by Fang Luo's feet, ready to apologize to him. However, Fang Luo shook his head, signaling her to be quiet first. Because, an idea formed in his mind, he needed Li Nana to do something. To infiltrate the orphanage. As the apocalypse descended, the world fell into chaos, and heroes arose. All powerful people formed their own factions. In Luo City alone, there were countless gangs. Fang Luo naturally wanted to do this. Humans are social animals. He couldn't hide alone in the cold storage for his whole life. And even if he was willing to endure, what about his future wife and children? He couldn't let his children stay hidden in the cold storage forever. What about the enemies? Now, everywhere was fighting for territory, and powerful gangs would definitely want to conquer him. Wanchai Wharf was one. And there was the orphanage where Wu De was, among others. Although Fang Luo had great strength and almost no one could kill him, he would still have to hide and seek cover. He couldn't kill everyone in the world. Since he couldn't kill everyone, Fang Luo aimed to become the one who controlled everyone. In the past, Fang Luo wouldn't have had such ambitions, he would just live a simple life. But times have changed, the apocalypse magnifies people's ambitions infinitely. Fang Luo's ambition was to survive. To live without any danger. However, achieving this was incredibly difficult. Fang Luo was just an ordinary person, orphan and alone. Although he had hoarded food before the apocalypse, compared to those from wealthy families with various connections and backgrounds, he was still unmatched. Getting rich overnight, and trying to surpass 3 generations of others, was simply too hard. Some might say, if Fang Luo took out a portion of his supplies, he could definitely attract countless followers and surpass those people in no time. That's true. However, becoming fat in one bite sounds bold, but it's very hollow inside. Among those followers, few would genuinely submit, and he could easily face backlash. To truly last long, he could only slowly build his own connections and cultivate his trusted subordinates, step by step to stabilize his foundation. Lin Zijin was the first. LV Su was the second. Li Nana was next. Although Li Nana might not become a trusted subordinate, she was clever and could be utilized. Fang Luo planned to let her enter the orphanage, helping him gather intelligence about enemies, while also pulling in some people from the orphanage so they could attack from within and without. Fang Luo wasn't afraid she would refuse. As long as he told her about the space imprint, with her fearful nature, she would never betray him. You go with them, Fang Luo said. Li Nana was startled, not understanding why Fang Luo wanted her to leave, thinking he was testing her. She hurriedly pleaded, Master, I was wrong, I have nothing to do with them, please don't chase me away. Watching Li Nana immediately distance herself from her relatives for her life, Fang Luo couldn't help but admire her ruthlessness. But what Fang Luo wanted was her fearful nature. If she weren't afraid of death, he wouldn't dare use her. Fang Luo explained the plan to her. What? Upon hearing Fang Luo wanted her to be an undercover agent inside the orphanage, Li Nana was immediately horrified. Such a dangerous and thankless task, she was absolutely unwilling. If discovered, wouldn't others attack her first? She'd rather stay by Fang Luo's side, scooping dozens of kilograms of cat litter for his electric mother every day. Master, I don't want to go, I want to stay by your side and take care of you, Li Nana pleaded pitifully. Fang Luo ruthlessly rejected her, you must go. Master, Li Nana once again begged, if I go there and someone, what if something happens to me? My heart belongs to you only, I don't want to be treated like that by anyone else. Moreover, if I leave, no one will use speed abilities to serve you. Seeing her act, Fang Luo felt amused. Still saying her heart belongs only to him? If there was someone stronger than him here now, Fang Luo was sure Li Nana would leave him. With your cleverness, it's probably not that easy for others to take advantage of you. Stop pretending, if you don't go, then die, Fang Luo threatened without mercy. What? Li Nana was startled, but looking at Fang Luo's eyes, it seemed he wasn't lying. A chill crept into her heart, and she began to harbor some resentment towards Fang Luo. He actually wants to drive me away. Humph, let him go, I also have special powers. Can't I still live without you? Undercover for you? Humph, as soon as I get to that orphanage, I'll drag people to raid your cold storage. Humph. Seeing Li Nana's expression, Fang Luo guessed her thoughts, she was just considering betraying him. He let out a cold laugh, want to betray me? I didn't. Being caught in her thoughts, Li Nana was startled and immediately began to explain. Fang Luo sneered, stop pretending. I know exactly what you're thinking. Do you think that just because I let you leave, I don't have measures to protect myself? Have you seen the invisible bomb I used before? Fang Luo said. Invisible bomb? Li Nana recalled that Fang Luo often used a bomb when attacking zombies, but she had never seen what that bomb looked like. She only knew it was very powerful and could easily blow up a zombie. You have one on your head. Fang Luo spoke as if it was something very ordinary. But to Li Nana's ears, it was like a thunderclap, stunning her in shock. There's a bomb in my head? Doesn't that mean Fang Luo can kill me anytime? If I had just betrayed him, wouldn't I be dead by now? Li Nana had always been afraid of death, and knowing she could die at any moment made her abandon all considerations. She cried out to Fang Luo for mercy. Master, I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Nana! Li Nana's cries for mercy were loud, and several relatives nearby heard her calling Fang Luo master. They were first astonished, then became furious. Fang Luo, what kind of poison have you fed our Nana? How could she kneel down and call you master? Nana, get up. How can you kneel to this guy? He's just an orphan who tricked us before. Exactly, just because he's a bit handsome, does that make him a real man? Nana, get up, a person must have dignity. Several relatives clamored, some scolding Fang Luo, others trying to persuade Li Nana. Dignity? You idiots, shut up. You don't know anything, you should just go die. Hearing her relatives still scolding Fang Luo, Li Nana suddenly panicked. She was afraid that if Fang Luo got unhappy, he would blow her up right away, so she turned and yelled at them. You guys aren't afraid of dying, but I am. Li Nana's relatives were stunned. Is Li Nana crazy? We are trying to advise you to turn back to safety, you stubbornly refuse and then scold us. The relatives were also angry, focusing their attention on Wu Di. Wu Di, you must help Nana. She doesn't know what kind of poison this guy has fed her, and now she's become muddled. Yeah, quickly kill Fang Luo, save Nana. In his past life, he caused his own death, and this guy also has a share of the blame. However, Fang Luo did not kill him immediately. Killing him would only take a wave of his hand. But Fang Luo still needed him to take Li Nana into the orphanage undercover. This matter was more important. However, Fang Luo was certainly not someone to suffer a loss for nothing. He left him with half a life. Fang Luo's steps did not move at all, silently activating his spatial barrier. However, to Wu De and Li Nana's relatives, it seemed as if Fang Luo had been scared silly. One by one, they grew smug. I've seen Wu De throw a punch. He once punched a zombie's head and exploded it. If that hit Fang Luo's head, wouldn't it turn Fang Luo's skull to mush? Well done, Wu De, kill this bastard. A toad wants to eat swan meat, still pestering our Nana, deserves to die. Damn, this kid even swindled us out of money, tens of thousands, too bad it's gone forever. Wu De's fist landed on Fang Luo. A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed. Everyone felt satisfied, thinking Fang Luo's brain must have splattered, that he would die. However, they soon heard a miserable scream. Can a dead person still scream? They looked at each other in confusion and were left stunned. What they had imagined, the splattering of Fang Luo's brain, didn't happen. Instead, Fang Luo remained perfectly fine in place. But beside Fang Luo, Wu De looked hideous, tightly clutching his right arm, screaming in pain. On closer inspection, his right hand was a bloody mess, with his skin ripped apart and white bone stabbing through. Was he practicing the 9-in white bone claw? Wu De's hand was ruined. How could this be? Just a moment ago, Wu De had been full of strength, throwing punches at Fang Luo, but now it was Wu De's hand that was ruined. Could Fang Luo be made of iron? Is this why Li Nana is so devoted to Fang Luo? Li Nana's relatives finally realized Fang Luo was not the kind of boy who needed Li Nana to protect him. This Fang Luo clearly also had extraordinary abilities. But they couldn't understand, why could Fang Luo, an orphan, awaken special abilities, and yet they couldn't? This world is so unfair. You have a defensive ability? Wu De twisted his face in agony, staring at Fang Luo with bloodshot eyes. Defensive ability? Fang Luo sneered inside, defensive ability? What a joke, I have the unique spatial ability. The defense power of my spatial barrier is 5,000 kilograms. Wu De's hundreds of kilograms of strength only served to break his own arm, unable to hurt Fang Luo in the slightest. Fang Luo grinned and walked towards Wu De. You, don't come closer. Seeing the murderous intent in Fang Luo's eyes, Wu De was scared out of his wits. He knew very well that Fang Luo was pretending to be weak, and he had been fooled by those old men. You are you, and I am me, why do you think you can tell me not to come? Fang Luo scoffed, then kicked Wu De to the ground. This guy had betrayed him in his past life, causing him to lose his life. This was a grudge Fang Luo had to avenge. Although he wouldn't kill him now, he would make sure Wu De suffered a little. Fang Luo stomped on Wu De's broken hand, and this time, Wu De's hand was completely beyond saving. Ah! Wu De screamed in excruciating pain. You rotten kid, how dare you cripple me, I'm from the orphanage. Wu De's face twisted in pain, looking more like a monster than a human. Fang Luo didn't care about his threats. Another kick, this time landing on his knee, and immediately, one of Wu De's legs twisted at a 160 degrees angle. Wu De howled in agony. Nearby, Li Nana's relatives were shaking in fear, their backs icy cold. This Fang Luo, so handsome, why was he so ruthless? Li Nana was also trembling with fear. She was the most frightened, for she had it in her head, and could be killed by Fang Luo at any moment. You damn bastard, how dare you do this to me, you're dead for sure. Wu De squirmed on the ground like a maggot, in pain, but still kept threatening Fang Luo, this is our orphanage's territory. All around us are our brothers. Once they find out, I'll make sure they tear you to pieces. Is that so? I'm so scared. Fang Luo was scared by the sudden outburst, accidentally jumping onto Wu De's other leg, instantly breaking it. Now even if Lu Su arrived, it probably wouldn't help. Ah! Wu De screamed in agony and passed out from the pain. Fang Luo sneered, with no trace of pity in his heart. Compared to the experiences of his past life, this small revenge was nothing. Glancing at Wu De, who looked like a dead dog, Fang Luo didn't strike again. Kicking him a few more times might have killed him. He left him with a dog's life. Useful. Fang Luo walked slowly to Li Nana's side. Li Nana was trembling in fear, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Anyone who didn't know would think she was doing something else. So, have you thought it through? Fang Luo asked. Li Nana's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at Wu De's mangled body, quickly nodding like a chicken pecking rice. I've thought it through. What a joke, she didn't want to die. She truly regretted it now. Why did she follow Fang Luo to the cold storage? She might have had a better chance against the zombies. Good. Fang Luo nodded in satisfaction, I hope you don't disappoint me. He glanced at her relatives, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, he didn't want to get his hands dirty. It wasn't fun. Fang Luo wanted them to feel despair, to experience the betrayal of someone they trusted. Fang Luo said to Li Nana, "You handle it." With that, he left. The electric woman was nowhere to be found, and he still needed to find her. After Fang Luo left, Li Nana took a long time to recover, her body soaked in cold sweat. If she had thoughts of betraying Fang Luo before, now she had no such thoughts at all. Fang Luo was simply too terrifying. It made her not even think about resisting, and instead made her more submissive. This was the instinctive reaction of the weak when facing an absolute strong one. I must carry out my task properly and not disappoint my master. Li Nana thought to herself. Nana, was that guy Fang Luo? How could he be so terrifying? He kills without batting an eye. Nana, what have you been through? How did you end up with that guy? Fang Luo is nothing but an animal. Good thing he's gone. He turned Wu Dei into this. When we get back to the orphanage, we'll have him torn into pieces. Li Nana's relatives also breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from Fang Luo had been so overwhelming that they didn't dare to even breathe loudly. Now that he was gone, they finally relaxed. Li Nana glanced at her relatives. There was no familial warmth in her gaze. Instead, there was a hint of resentment. It was all their fault. If it hadn't been for them, she would still be in the cold storage, serving her master as a maid. How would she have ended up being sent as an undercover agent? And they almost killed her. Recalling what Fang Luo had said before leaving, telling her to deal with these relatives, Li Nana's heart hardened. She was someone who would do anything to survive. Nana, what are you going to do? I'm your second aunt. No. Fang Luo was searching for the electric woman. Through the mark on Li Nana's body, he had already seen what had just happened. Women can be even more terrifying than men when they get serious. Truly, the most poisonous heart is that of a woman. Fang Luo sighed. Kid. Just then, dozens of people walked towards him, with a middle-aged man leading them. He blocked Fang Luo's path and coldly asked, Kid, have you seen an armored vehicle pass by? It should have a man and a woman inside. The woman's under 30 and extremely beautiful. Armored vehicle? Fang Luo paused and instantly realized. These people must be here to find him. Earlier, Sun Yu had gone to report, and soon after, people from the Wansai Wharf came to pursue Fang Luo and Lu Su. After a little delay with Lu Su, it was just about time to catch up. However, Lu Su had already driven away alone. These people did not recognize me and thought I was just a passerby. Little did they know, the person they were looking for was me. Fang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. I see it, it's heading that way. Fang Luo casually pointed in the direction he had just come from. Are you sure? If you dare to lie to me. Li Quan squinted his eyes, examining Fang Luo. Fang Luo nodded, sure. Boss, that place is the orphanage's territory. If we chase after them, we might break the rules, and then there will be a conflict. A younger brother said. Having gone through the apocalypse, the world had long lost its laws. Now, all the neighborhoods in the city were occupied and controlled by different gangs. Wansai Wharf, as one of the three major gangs, occupied all the territories in the coastal area. The orphanage had taken over the northern suburbs, located right next to Wansai Wharf's territory. However, due to the drastic population decline in the apocalypse, there was a severe shortage of labor. To avoid unnecessary casualties, all the gangs had tacitly agreed not to send more than 3 ability users into another gang's territory, otherwise, it would be considered an invasion, leading to attacks. Conflict? It seems the so-called Ion is just a disguise by the orphanage people. No wonder I haven't heard of it before. Li Quan snorted coldly, his eyes icy. What a good orphanage, what a good Zheng Shijin. A kid involved in CX dares to bully us. I've long sensed their ill intentions. I never expected them to send someone into our manor and kill one of my brothers. Since you violated the rules first, don't blame us for being rude. The Li family operated port industries, which always had some gray areas involved. Li Quan used to be in charge of the Li family's underground businesses, mingling on the streets for decades. In his eyes, Zheng Shijin was merely a minor character who couldn't possibly afford to suffer such a loss. Moreover, if a younger brother was killed like this, if he didn't do anything, who would fight for Wansai Wharf in the future? They would probably all run away. He immediately waved his hand. Go, let's enter the orphanage and demand an explanation for our fallen brother. Before leaving, he glanced at Fang Luo and said with an unfriendly gaze, Brother, looking at you, you must be an ability user too, from the orphanage? Fang Luo bathed daily, was clean and tidy, completely different from the ordinary, dirt-covered refugees. He was cleaner than 99.9% of the ability users. I am indeed an ability user, but I am not from the orphanage, just a free agent. Fang Luo wouldn't foolishly get himself into trouble. He secretly found it amusing. From the looks of it, Wansai Wharf was very likely to clash with the orphanage. It was truly unexpected that a random direction he pointed could potentially provoke a war between two major gangs. One of these gangs occupied Lu Su's family estate, essentially taking over his own manor. The other was one of the villains responsible for his demise in a past life. Neither of them was good. It was perfect, like dogs biting dogs, helping him weaken their strength and create room for his own growth. Fang Luo was delighted. Free agent? How about joining us at Wanzai Wharf? Li Quan asked. Sure, it would be an honor. Fang Luo nodded. But he definitely wouldn't truly join them, rejecting them now might lead to an attack. While he was not afraid of them, there was no reason to seek trouble. He would agree verbally and then take the chance to escape in the chaos. Fang Luo blended into the crowd and returned in a grand procession to the place he came from. After Fang Luo left, it wasn't long before a few of Wu De's companions found him. Upon learning that Wu De had been beaten into a cripple and was still unconscious, they were all furious. Who the hell is so bold, daring to beat people from the orphanage on their territory? They turned their gaze to Li Nana. Speak quickly. Li Nana was very clever and hurriedly said that she and Fang Luo were not very familiar, just met on the road, and were forced to come here by him. She added that Wu De wanted to save her and ended up getting injured. Met on the road? Nonsense, which gang does he belong to that dares to hurt someone from our orphanage? This. Li Nana was momentarily at a loss for words, she really didn't know about any gangs. Suddenly, she remembered hearing Fang Luo and LV Su mention a gang called Wanzai Wharf while chatting in the car. Wanzai Wharf, it's Wanzai Wharf. Li Nana immediately said. Wanzai Wharf? Several orphans with abilities immediately turned serious. Wanzai Wharf was the neighboring gang, very powerful, and indeed dared to kill people from their orphanage. We have no enmity with Wanzai Wharf, we have always been about peaceful development. Why would they do this? Could it be that they want to swallow us? They actually violated the rules to kill on our territory. Captain, look over there. Suddenly, an ability user exclaimed, pointing in one direction. Everyone looked over. Suddenly, they were alarmed. Wanzai Wharf really came to invade, hurry and call for help. The ability users from the orphanage, thinking Li Quan and others were here to invade, immediately sent out a signal to gather people. Soon, dozens of ability users surrounded the area. The two groups thought that the other side had killed someone from their gang and instantly started to fight. Fang Luo watched the scene and chuckled lightly, taking the chance to slip away unnoticed. Let them fight, once it breaks out, no one will pay attention to him. Meow. After leaving, Fang Luo started searching for Electric Mother. He finally heard a meow from somewhere and followed the sound. He found Electric Mother nestled in a woman's arms, rubbing her head back and forth, looking quite comfortable. Damn, this mother cat is still so rogue? Fang Luo felt a headache coming on. He quickly walked over. Electric Mother. Fang Luo seized Electric Mother by the scruff of her neck. You can really run, huh? Don't want your dried fish anymore, believe it or not, I'll dock your pay. Meow. Electric Mother protested immediately, how can you hold me like this in front of others? Don't I deserve a bit of face? Who are you? Why do you call her Electric Mother? The woman who had just held Electric Mother in her arms stared at Fang Luo with an unfriendly expression. The woman was about 24 or 25, dressed in summer police uniform, with a gun on her waist, and appeared quite clean. She had single eyelids, with slightly upturned eyebrows and eyes, giving her a very cold, unapproachable feeling. However, she was very attractive, easily scoring 9 points in looks. It seemed she was a police flower. But after so long in the apocalypse, there were basically no police left to maintain order, either they had sacrificed or quit. This woman still in her uniform seemed quite extraordinary. Little flower? Do you know this cat? Fang Luo was taken aback, the other party seemed to know Electric Mother. That's right. Yuan Yanyan nodded, this is a cat raised by my classmate's mother. However, after the old lady passed away, this cat went missing. I searched for her for a long time and couldn't find her. How did she end up with you? Did you steal the cat? Yuan Yanyan's gaze turned hostile. I didn't steal her, I saved her. Fang Luo quickly waved his hands, explaining how he rescued the cat. Since the other party was a police officer, Fang Luo held a lot of respect for this profession and didn't want to clash with her. So that's how it is. Yuan Yanyan's expression softened, little flower looks quite healthy, it seems you must have taken good care of her. Thank you. However, I promised the old lady to take good care of little flower, so I need to take her away. Take Electric Mother away? Absolutely not. Fang Luo immediately refused. What kind of joke is this? How much effort did he spend raising Electric Mother? Feeding her crystal, giving her dozens of pounds of food every day, arranging maids to clean her litter, how could he just let someone take her? Moreover, he had developed feelings for Electric Mother. You can tell me what compensation you need, Yuan Yanyan said as she pulled out some bread from her pocket. No wonder it was so loud just now, turns out it was hiding something, now the thing is out, it's a whole flat. What kind of taste would this bread have, hidden in the bosom? But Fang Luo was not interested, shaking his head to refuse. I don't need compensation, the Electric Mother can't give it to you, goodbye. He didn't lack food anyway. He turned to leave. Stop. Yuan Yanyan immediately blocked Fang Luo. Fang Luo frowned. Are you trying to rob me? Fang Luo didn't want to conflict with the other party, because he respected her profession, but if she forced him, he would not hesitate. No. Yuan Yanyan shook her head. If the other party abused the Electric Mother, she would definitely rob it back, but Fang Luo clearly took good care of the Electric Mother, so she had no reason to steal. Moreover, she was a police officer. However, the Electric Mother was very important to her. She promised the old lady to take care of the little cat. How about this? Yuan Yanyan hesitated for a moment and said, let Xiaohua choose by herself, whoever she wants to follow, then she can follow, and the other party can't force. This. Fang Luo was a bit reluctant. What if the Electric Mother fell in love and jumped into the other party's arms, wouldn't he be at a loss? However, looking at the other party like this, if he didn't sort it out, she wouldn't let him leave. Just as Fang Luo hesitated, another figure came over. Yan Jie. The newcomer was a man, also in his early 20s, very tall, probably around 190 centimeters, with dark skin and a strong build, giving off a simple and steady feeling. It's him. Fang Luo recognized him, and memories flooded his mind, unconsciously revealing a joyful smile. Fang Luo? The man also recognized Fang Luo, momentarily stunned in place, then excitedly said, no way, you're not dead. Damn, he Dajiang, can't you say something nice, do you want me dead? Fang Luo was a bit amused. Bro Luo, I didn't mean that, He Dajiang, not good at communication, awkwardly scratched his head, let's not say anything, Bro Luo, all words are in the hug. Saying that, He Dajiang embraced Fang Luo tightly. Damn, why are you hugging me so tightly, I don't like men. Fang Luo and He Dajiang held each other tightly, both filled with joy in their hearts. He Dajiang and Fang Luo were the best roommates in college, often watching movies and playing games together, and they helped each other chase girls, but halfway through, He Dajiang went to join the army. After that, their contact slowly faded. In the last life, Fang Luo met He Dajiang only after the end of the world. At that time, Fang Luo was being taken by Wu De to join the orphanage, where he happened to meet He Dajiang. It was also He Dajiang who told Fang Luo that the orphanage was a CX organization. And he took Fang Luo out of the orphanage. He Dajiang essentially saved Fang Luo's life, and Fang Luo was always very grateful to him. Unfortunately, the two originally agreed to fight together in the last life, but Fang Luo returned home and was killed by Su Qingqing's family. However, in this life, he successfully took revenge. This time out, apart from sending Lu Su, he also had the goal of finding He Dajiang. But fate is so wonderfully clever, they unexpectedly met here. Meow. You two, let go. On the side, Yuan Yanyan angrily walked to Fang Luo and the two men, pushing them apart. Two men, so sentimental. It turned out that Fang Luo and He Dajiang were so excited that they hugged each other, nearly squeezing the Electric Mother in the middle, almost turning into a cat pancake. Yuan Yanyan looked full of heartache. The two men awkwardly scratched their heads. By the way, Bro Luo, how did you survive? Did you also awaken your special powers? He Dajiang curiously asked Fang Luo. Oh, I was originally planning to do some business and built a cold storage, then I just happened to encounter the end of the world, so I hid in the cold storage. Fang Luo said half-truthfully. Rebirth is not something easy to let others know. What about you? Fang Luo asked. I went to join the army before, right? I just got discharged this year and took the exam to join a branch of the criminal investigation department in our city. I originally wanted to find a time to get together with you, but things got busy, and soon after, we encountered the apocalypse, so I was assigned to maintain order. He Dajiang sighed, the world is truly chaotic. Not only do we have to deal with zombies, but we also have to be wary of those with abilities. Right now, our branch is basically empty, just me and Sister Yin left. I don't know if the world can return to normal. By the way, let me introduce you. He Dajiang then pointed at Yuan Yanyan and said, this is Yuan Yanyan, my mentor from the criminal investigation team. You might think she looks pretty, with her slim arms and legs, but don't underestimate her. Her skills are immense. Even I can't beat her now. Your mentor? Fang Luo looked at Yuan Yanyan in surprise. In his previous life, he had not met Yuan Yanyan when he encountered He Dajiang, nor had he heard him mention this mentor. Fang Luo re-evaluated her. She was quite tall, around 175 centimeters, only half a head shorter than him, but she looked very slender, probably just over 100 pounds. In his previous life, He Dajiang was someone who could help him escape from the orphanage headquarters. How could he not beat her? What kind of ability did this woman have? Luo Ge, what were you and Sister Yan talking about just now? Is there a misunderstanding? He Dajiang looked at the two of them. Just now, there seemed to be some tension between them. One was his brother, and the other was his mentor. He didn't want them to have any conflict. It's nothing. Fang Luo shook his head and shared the incident about the electric mother. Ah, I see. He Dajiang sighed in relief. Luo Ge, do you have somewhere to go now? How about coming with us? That way, you won't have to compete for this cat anymore, you can raise it together. I'm telling you, Luo Ge, our place is vast. We have beds, blankets, everything, you absolutely won't go hungry. With you guys? Fang Luo actually wanted He Dajiang to follow him, but he didn't expect the other party to suggest it first. He was about to explain when Yuan Yanyan spoke up. He can't come with us, we have a mission. I almost forgot. He Dajiang scratched his head awkwardly. Luo Ge, for your safety, you can't come with me for now, but once our mission is complete, it will be fine. What mission? Fang Luo asked curiously. He Dajiang began to explain. Luo Ge, you know that order is chaotic now, no one follows the law anymore. Many people are claiming land as kings, wantonly exploiting and killing refugees. Our mission is to rescue refugees and prevent further casualties. Fang Luo's expression turned solemn. He didn't expect that even after more than a month of the apocalypse, order had collapsed like this, yet He Dajiang and his team still thought of maintaining order. They were not just being dedicated. Now they had no profession, they simply wanted to reduce casualties. One must admit, such spirit was truly commendable. He Dajiang continued, this time, we are going to a place called Orphanage. According to our intelligence, their leader used to be in pyramid schemes. They deliberately take in so many refugees, surely with ill intentions, so we need to investigate. Orphanage? Fang Luo suddenly understood. No wonder he had encountered He Dajiang at the orphanage in his previous life, he was going undercover. They definitely have bad intentions. Fang Luo said. Luo Ge, do you know their purpose? He Dajiang asked in surprise. Fang Luo smiled slightly. Speaking of which, this matter was something He Dajiang had told him in his previous life, and now it was his turn to tell him. Their purpose is? Fang Luo shared about the leader Zhang Shijian of the orphanage, who was capturing the ability users, trying to exploit their crystals to enhance strength. What? He Dajiang was furious upon hearing this, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to confront the orphanage. Just watch me dismantle their orphanage and save those survivors. Yuan Yanyan's brows also furrowed. She felt extremely angry about Zhang Shijian's actions. I want to go too. It's useless for you to go now. Fang Luo quickly stopped He Dajiang, the other side has hundreds of ability users. Can you take on all of them alone? He Dajiang had just instinctively rushed forward, using almost 70% of his strength, only to be effortlessly stopped by Fang Luo. He was somewhat incredulous. Not willing to give up, he pushed Fang Luo again, but found that Fang Luo remained unmoved. He slowly increased his strength, yet Fang Luo still did not budge an inch. He Dajiang was shocked beyond belief. Even though his awakened power was metallic and not the strongest in terms of raw strength, it was still quite considerable, at least several hundred kilograms. How could he not budge someone who looked so weak like Fang Luo? What kind of ability did Fang Luo possess? After this encounter, He Dajiang lost his temper and stopped his forward rush. But He Dajiang said anxiously, but even if we can't win, we have to fight, right? Should we just watch those refugees get killed? Of course not. Fang Luo shook his head, secretly smiling bitterly. His brother had great strength and a righteous heart, but he was too impatient. Without proper guidance, he was likely to suffer losses. Since he found him, it was necessary to point out how to survive in this apocalyptic world. Rescue the refugees, we must save them. Fang Luo smiled and patted He Dajiang's shoulder, but, Dajiang, have you ever considered a question? What question? He Dajiang asked in confusion. Let's not even talk about if your strength is enough. Even if you could kill those ability users, would those refugees be willing to let you save them? Why wouldn't they? I'm saving them. I ask you, Fang Luo asked seriously, do you have food? Yes. Is it enough for how many people? Fang Luo asked again. Well, enough for 5 or 6 people for 2 or 3 days, He Dajiang said, scratching his head. 2 or 3 days? Fang Luo chuckled lightly, do you know how many refugees there are? A few thousand? Correct, one gang has a few thousand refugees. In the entire city of Luo, there are at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Nationwide, there are at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Although they are being oppressed and can be killed at any time, most of them still have some food to eat, so they won't starve to death. Fang Luo questioned, but can you support them if they follow you? He Dajiang's face turned pale. He certainly could not. You can't, so why would they follow you? Fang Luo sneered, not only will they not follow you, but they will help those gang members kill you instead. When that time comes, are you going to fight back or not? He Dajiang's face grew even paler. Furthermore, Fang Luo continued, those ability users number in the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Do you plan to kill them one by one? They broke the law, He Dajiang said hoarsely. Right, they broke the law, but the law no longer exists. Also, the law weighs punishments, not everyone should die. Fang Luo said. This. He Dajiang calmed down. Indeed, he could never defeat so many people. Moreover, he was a police officer, and different crimes had different judgment standards. Not every sinner should be sentenced to death. If that were the case, there would probably be no living people left in the world, because no one is without faults. Realizing this, He Dajiang was startled. Fortunately, Fang Luo had awakened him. Otherwise, he would not only have gone in the wrong direction but also fallen into danger. Meanwhile, Yuan Yanyan, who was holding a shot baton, also nodded secretly, feeling that Fang Luo's words were reasonable and not everyone deserved to die. And Fang Luo said, his expression serious, Dajiang, have you ever encountered zombies? Of course. He Dajiang nodded immediately, many of our colleagues have died at the hands of zombies. Plus, I just killed 2 zombies. It seems these zombies are getting stronger lately. Exactly. Fang Luo nodded, zombie strength will keep increasing. If you kill all the ability users, who will handle these zombies then? Are you alone? This. He Dajiang froze again, how could he possibly kill so many zombies alone? The number of zombies was greater than the number of survivors. Some supernatural beings are indeed our enemies, damn it. But we can't just kill all the super people, that would only bring greater disaster, Fang Luo said with a smile. This is also why Fang Luo did not rush to Wanchai Pier at the beginning, but thought about how to win over those supernatural beings. With his abilities, he could easily kill one person and then escape safely. A few hundred super people would just take a few more kills to deal with. But once all the super people are dead, no one would be able to fight the zombies. Zombies are the common enemy of humanity. Thank you, Brother Luo. I understand now. He Dajiang's expression became serious, Fang Luo's reminder benefited him greatly. But, He Dajiang continued, what should we do next? Beside them, Yuan Yanyan also looked at Fang Luo curiously. He had spoken so much about various dangers, yet said nothing about a solution. It's simple. Fang Luo smiled slightly, we will build a stronger shelter, and naturally, we can save those refugees. When Yuan Yanyan heard this, she felt a bit disappointed. Build a stronger shelter? Do you have that ability? Can you find enough food to sustain the survivors? You speak with righteous fervor. In the end, won't you still have to fight with other gangs for territory? Isn't it the same as those gangs, seizing territory and declaring themselves king? Yuan Yanyan was a police officer, she had her own principles, and she wouldn't easily violate them. She hated fighting and robbery the most. Fang Luo's actions went against her principles. Initially, she had quite a good impression of Fang Luo, but now it had suddenly vanished. However, she did not show it. Her face still wore a cold expression. But He Dajiang felt differently, he came from the military and was not averse to fighting and killing. That's right, all we need to do is build a safer shelter. Let's go, we are going home, Fang Luo said, laughing as he put his arm around He Dajiang's shoulder. Sister Yan. He Dajiang glanced at Yuan Yanyan, who remained still, and said earnestly, Sister Yan, let's go. We'll head to Brother Luo's house first. I won't go. Yuan Yanyan shot a glance at the two and said to He Dajiang, since you found a friend, let's part ways now. I don't want to delay my matters. Yuan Yanyan did not want to be with Fang Luo. She wanted to save the refugees in her own way. Part ways? He Dajiang's face turned pale. But Yuan Yanyan did not give him a chance to respond and simply walked away. He Dajiang felt a bit sad inside. Meow. Seeing that Yuan Yanyan was leaving, Electric Mother meowed and jumped out of her arms, then ran towards Fang Luo. She understood who could feed her better. Also, Fang Luo treated her quite well. Electric Mother held grudges but was equally grateful. Little Flower. Yuan Yanyan panicked, she had just promised Fang Luo that whoever Little Flower followed, no one could stop them. Now wasn't she losing Little Flower? She immediately thought of chasing after Little Flower. But Little Flower was fast and had already reached Fang Luo's side. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Yanyan ultimately did not go back on her word. You take care of little flower, or I won't let you go. Yuan Yanyan left that sentence and turned to leave. Fang Luo watched Yuan Yanyan's back and shook his head, quietly thinking it was a pity. This beautiful policewoman, although stubborn, was still quite nice. But he wasn't sad. Fang Luo had already found the person he was looking for. He glanced at the dazed He Dejiang and teased, "Dejiang, you don't like her, do you?" He Dejiang chuckled, "Sister Yan is very good to me, she often helps me, so I really like her." But, He Dejiang sighed. "She is too beautiful, and she is strong, and she comes from a good family. I am not worthy of her." He Dejiang's eyes lit up, then he turned to Fang Luo, "Bro Luo, I think you deserve Sister Yan. You should go after Sister Yan." Fang Luo felt a bit speechless. Who introduces the woman they like to someone else? You have a sister-in-law now. A sister-in-law? Where? Take me to see her. Is she beautiful? Come on, why do you care if your sister-in-law is beautiful? Fang Luo and He Dejiang returned to the cold storage when it was already evening. "Brother Fang Luo, is this your home?" He Dejiang looked at the cold storage covering more than 300 square meters, with an ordinary appearance and nothing special. It seemed Bro Luo was not living well, just stuck in a warehouse. "Brother Fang Luo, do you have a lot of food? Shall we go get some from my place?" He Dejiang said. After the apocalypse, food in supermarkets, convenience stores, and other places either went bad or were taken by survivors. He was a bit worried that with another person at Fang Luo's place, food would not be enough to share, adding burden to Fang Luo. "No need, we have plenty of food." Fang Luo smiled. The food in his space could support the lives of at least tens of thousands of people. Could He Dejiang eat himself poor? But He Dejiang didn't know that. He just felt Fang Luo was looking out for him, and he couldn't help but feel touched. Fang Luo really treated him like a brother. "Let's go in." Fang Luo opened the cold storage door. Immediately, He Dejiang felt a refreshing cold air blow in. After more than a month of high temperatures, with no water or electricity, and the air conditioning broken, He Dejiang had almost forgotten what a cool breeze felt like. The sudden gust of cold wind made him feel refreshed from his hair to his toenails. It was indescribably pleasant. "Brother Fang Luo, is your place always this cool?" He Dejiang's mouth fell open in shock. Not long ago, the temperature was around 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, and countless people suffered in the heat. Fang Luo had been living in such a comfortable environment. How could this be so good? Husband. Brother-in-law. While He Dejiang was still in shock, he suddenly saw a pure-looking girl and a lively, cute girl walking over. Wow! Is this Fang Luo's girlfriend? Or sisters? They are so beautiful. He Dejiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Now he finally understood why Fang Luo did not care for Yuan Yanyan. Bro Luo really knew how to play. In college, Fang Luo knew more teachers' names than himself. He never expected that his dreams from movies had all come true for Fang Luo. For a moment, He Dejiang was both envious and in awe of Fang Luo, living in such a comfortable place with such beautiful girlfriends and sisters-in-law. He had just thought Fang Luo was living a hard life. This was simply heavenly. However, He Dejiang wasn't jealous, he was genuinely happy for Fang Luo. This is what true brotherhood is. This is Lin Zijin, and her sister Lin Yuyu. This is my brother, He Dejiang. Fang Luo introduced them. Sister-in-law, hello. Sister-in-law, hello. He Dejiang quickly nodded and greeted. Hello. Lin Zijin was very gentle. Hearing their sister-in-law address her, Lin Yuyu felt delighted. Hello, big guy. Let's go eat. Seeing that He Dejiang showed no greedy expression, Fang Luo was very satisfied, wrapping his arm around him as they entered the cold storage. Seeing piles of various appealing items in the cold storage, He Dejiang was left speechless. Luxurious. So luxurious. Even before the apocalypse, he had never lived in such a nice house. When they reached the dining table, seeing the table piled with at least 100 pounds of food, He Dejiang's mouth watered profusely. Husband, I'm sorry. I didn't know we had guests, so I cooked a little less food, Lin Zijin said a bit apologetically. Less? He Dejiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This food was enough for him to eat for a month, no, enough for 3 months, yet Lin Zijin said it was little. Bro Luo, do you have others at home? He Dejiang thought Fang Luo had hundreds of younger brothers at home. That's why so much food was made. No, it's just the 4 of us. Fang Luo shook his head. Oh, and 1 cat. Li Nana isn't here? Lin Yuyu's eyes brightened. Was she eaten by a zombie? Fang Luo rolled his eyes. 4 of us and 1 cat, is this much food really necessary? He Dejiang felt Fang Luo was joking. Fang Luo smiled and told He Dejiang how to increase his ability proficiency. There's such a trick? He Dajuan found it hard to understand, using up abilities first, then eating food to replenish, just to gain a little proficiency? Isn't that just too wasteful? He usually couldn't bear to use his abilities. If you want to get stronger, you have to get used to this. Fang Luo patted He Dajuan's shoulder. What staple food to eat? Eating lobster replenishes abilities faster, come on, eat more. Fang Luo picked up a 2-pound lobster for He Dajuan. He Dajuan's face was numb. After the meal, Fang Luo had He Dajuan take a shower and gave him a new set of clothes. Since the apocalypse began, it was the first time He Dajuan got to shower, knowing he rarely even had enough water to drink before. There's only one room here, you'll have to make do and sleep on the sofa. Fang Luo patted He Dajuan's shoulder. Although they were brothers, but it wasn't possible to sleep in the same bed as his woman with his brother. Fang Luo had no special hobbies. It was time to get a bigger place. There were warehouses all around, there was a chance to convert other warehouses into dormitories for his subordinates later. Not a problem, this is much better than mine. He Dajuan quickly shook his head, lying down on the sofa. His place was just a dormitory, not only hot, but the bed was also small. Fang Luo's sofa was worth hundreds of thousands. That's good. Fang Luo nodded, took a shower, and returned to the bedroom. Seeing Fang Luo enter the bedroom with Lin Ziqin and Lin Yuyu, He Dajuan felt admiration growing inside him. Brother Luo is really in great shape. 2 days passed. He Dajuan had slowly adapted to Fang Luo's lifestyle: abalone porridge for breakfast, steak for lunch, and lobster for dinner, hundreds of pounds a day. He Dajuan had metal abilities. He was good at defense and could control the structure and density of metals, etc. Fang Luo gave him several crystals to increase his power a bit. Thinking about the cold storage door, which could potentially be knocked down by zombies, Fang Luo had He Dajuan enhance the strength of the cold storage. After He Dajuan's modifications, the density of the cold storage's metal material increased by 50%. Now even ability zombies would find it hard to break through the cold storage's defenses. In addition to increasing strength, Fang Luo also prepared to start building his own power. Building a force is different from having trusted subordinates. People like Lin Ziqin and He Dajuan had to pass character assessments. Subordinates, on the other hand, could have lighter requirements. Now that he had trusted subordinates, he could let them manage the subordinates, saving himself a lot of energy and also not worrying about subordinates saying one thing to his face and another behind his back. If he didn't have trusted subordinates and just gathered a bunch of people, managing them would not only be troublesome but also worrying about betrayal. That's why Fang Luo hadn't taken in survivors before. Just as Fang Luo was thinking, several people gathered outside the cold storage. Brother Shan, isn't this your warehouse? The lights are on inside. Li Shan, 18 years old, dropped out of school, relying on his family's savings and living off his parents, making friends with bad company, partying, drinking, and teasing older women. But his personality was quite timid. Following behind his friends, he only dared to put on a show, never really daring to fight, always looked down upon by his friends. However, recently while searching for food, he miraculously awakened his powers, suddenly making him the star among his friends. Encouraged by a few friends, he was preparing to form a gang. Learning from big bosses, he wanted to collect survivors and reach the peak of life. They searched everywhere for gang hideouts. However, most places in the city now either full of zombies, making it impossible to survive, or already occupied by various gangs. In the midst of confusion, Li Shan thought of his family's warehouse, located in the suburbs, which should not be occupied by anyone, so he hurried there with his friends. It seems like my family's warehouse. Li Shan looked around the cold storage and realized that this used to be his family's warehouse, but he didn't know when it had turned into a cold storage. And people were living there now. Brother Shan, let's hurry up and drive the people inside away, then we'll have a place to set up our gang's base. Of course, this is my family's. Li Shan snorted coldly, ready to use his powerful sound ability to scare the people inside the cold storage to death. A few close friends excitedly covered their ears. They had witnessed Li Shan's abilities before when he had made a dog foam at the mouth with his voice. Li Shan took a deep breath. With a roar like a lion's, he shouted towards the cold storage. Inside the cold storage, Fang Luo's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. He frowned slightly and looked outside. What dog would bark during the day? Upon closer inspection, he found just 7 or 8 energetic young men, so he opened the door and walked out. What do you want? Fang Luo stared coldly at the group. Fang Luo did not strike first, he didn't like unnecessary killing. Since the apocalypse, he had killed many people, but they were either enemies from his past life or threats to his safety. He had never killed innocents without cause. I'm entering my own house, who are you to care? Faced with Fang Luo's icy gaze, Li Shan, who had just found his courage, felt a bit intimidated again. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he held his head high to confront Fang Luo. Fang Luo chuckled and pointed at the cold storage. Your house? That's right, this is my family's warehouse. Li Shan dared not fight with Fang Luo, so he planned to threaten him, angrily saying, "You're occupying my family's warehouse. Do you know this is trespassing? You've even remodeled it without permission. I can report you to the police." Fang Luo was taken aback. He remembered that this cold storage was rented. "Are you Li Debo's son?" Fang Luo looked at Li Shan. Li Shan nodded. "Yes, you better get out of here, this belongs to my family." Fang Luo laughed. How naive this guy was. This is the apocalypse, who cares about whose house it is? If it were that simple, the LV family's estate wouldn't have been taken over by others. However, since it was rare to meet someone who talked about the law in this world, Fang Luo didn't want to use force. "I also believe in reasoning. Your father rented this place to me, and I paid 6 months' rent. There are still more than 4 months left. So, legally speaking, this place is mine now," Fang Luo said, taking out a contract with black and white text. This. Li Shan was taken aback. He never managed the family matters and had no idea about these things. Li Shan said, trying to sound tough, "My dad is already dead, and this place is not rented to you anymore. I want it back, you need to move out." "Move out?" Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh and nodded. "Moving out is fine, but according to the contract, you have to pay me compensation." "How much?" Li Shan asked. "The monthly rent is 20,000. Compensation is 3 times that. For 4 months' rent multiplied by 3, it's 240,000. Fang Luo continued, "But now money is useless, the currency of this world is food. You need to compensate me with the value of 240,000. I rented this before the apocalypse, you need to compensate me at pre-apocalypse prices. At $3 a pound of rice, you need to give me 80,000 pounds of rice." "What? 80,000 pounds of rice?" Li Shan was stunned. Let alone 80,000 pounds, he couldn't get 8 pounds. Li Shan's face turned bright red. "Brother Shan, why waste words with him? Just knock him down. Yeah, 80,000 pounds of rice. Why doesn't he just go rob someone? Who still follows the law now? This contract is just a piece of paper." Several of Li Shan's friends encouraged him. Li Shan hesitated. He was timid, although he hung out with a rough crowd and smoked and drank, he had never dared to break the law. Fang Luo's gaze looked extremely chilling, and he didn't dare to make a move. Fang Luo, however, watched the scene with great interest. He found the young man in front of him quite intriguing. The few of them stood in a tense standoff. Suddenly, a strange scream came from the distance. The sound was extremely harsh, spine-chilling, as if nails were scraping against glass. "What is that sound?" Li Shan and the others turned their heads in confusion and saw the ground in the distance covered with countless bugs, each about the size of an apple, quickly crawling toward them. "Holy crap, cockroaches?" Li Shan and the others turned pale with fear. Cockroaches were disgusting enough on their own, and even many men would be frightened by them. If one landed on your hand, you'd want to chop it off. What's more, these cockroaches were bigger than apples, and the hairs on their legs were clearly visible. There were at least thousands of them, their eyes blood red, with bits of meat and fresh blood hanging from their mouths. Clearly, they had just finished gnawing on someone. Compared to human zombies, these cockroach zombies looked even more disgusting, terrifying, and creepy. Li Shan and the others vomited in unison. Fang Luo's face also turned serious. The zombie virus doesn't just infect humans, all living creatures can be infected. He had previously encountered zombie cats and dogs. However, this was the first time he had seen cockroach zombies. Nearby his cold storage were mostly warehouses, places where cockroaches were the most abundant. Even though there had been a prolonged period of high temperatures, the cockroaches' vitality and reproductive abilities were extremely strong. They had likely been hiding underground to avoid the heat, but with the high temperatures recently passing, these cockroaches had crawled out, fed on the zombie corpses, and mutated into cockroach zombies. "Honey, what's happening? Luo Ge, what's going on?" Lin Zijing, Lin Yuyu, and He Dajiang, who were in the cold storage, also heard the noise and came out in confusion. When they saw the dense mass of cockroach zombies, goosebumps instantly covered them. Lin Zijing and Lin Yuyu, 2 girls, were even more scared, directly diving into Fang Luo's arms, trembling in fear. "Why are there so many cockroaches? Close the door first." Seeing the cockroach zombies getting closer, Fang Luo immediately prepared to close the door. There were too many of them. Although Fang Luo wasn't afraid, Lin Zijing and the others would likely be eaten clean in just a few seconds. Seeing Fang Luo directly close the door, Li Shan and the others were dumbfounded, unable to react. Fang Luo's movement was too fast. It was almost without hesitation. "But if you close the door, what are we supposed to do? Are you leaving us to feed the cockroaches? There are thousands of cockroach zombies, and there are not enough of us to even fill the gaps between their teeth. We don't want to die." The group quickly started knocking on the door, begging Fang Luo to let them in to hide. Damn it, big brother, don't close the door, let us in too, these cockroaches are disgusting, and they've got crap all over them. What are we supposed to do if you close the door? Please, let us in, we have elderly at home, and children, we don't want to die. Shanzi, you speak up, this is your warehouse, hurry and make them open the door. The cockroach zombies were less than 200 meters away, and it would only take a few dozen seconds for them to reach them. Li Shan and the others were so scared their legs gave out, their faces pale as paper. Humans easily develop a fear of things that are clustered together, especially when those things are cockroaches, one of the most terrifying creatures in the world. Li Shan's calves were trembling, and he started banging on the door, begging Fang Luo to let him in. Please save us. Fang Luo listened to the cries for help outside, but there was no ripple in his heart. He didn't like unnecessary killings, but he wasn't a philanthropist. He had no obligation to save these people, why would he bring trouble upon himself? If I save you, what's in it for me? Fang Luo said coldly. This. Li Shan choked. He had nothing on him, what good could he offer Fang Luo? Suddenly, he thought of something and said, brother, just save us, and this cold storage will belong to you. Even when the contract ends, it will still be yours. Fang Luo chuckled lightly, brother, you are too naive. Once you are dead, won't this cold storage still be mine? Fang Luo spoke shamelessly. But this was the truth. In the apocalypse, as long as a person is dead, their belongings become unowned, whoever gets them owns them. It's not like a game where someone's items are bound to them and can't be used by others. If Fang Luo died, wouldn't his things be divided up? Li Shan's face turned pale. Fang Luo was absolutely right, if he died, the cold storage would be Fang Luo's. In fact, whether he lived or died, the cold storage did not belong to him. Could he just snatch it back if Fang Luo occupied it in front of him? But he really didn't want to die, he hadn't lived enough yet. Brother, please save us. As long as you save me, I will be your little brother. I can work for you like a horse or an ox. Li Shan pleaded with a face full of desperation. The cockroach zombies would arrive in no more than 20 seconds, he didn't want to become cockroach droppings. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. He felt a flicker of inspiration in his heart. Fang Luo had been planning to gather forces recently. He already had some trusted aides, but he hadn't found a little brother yet. This Li Shan outside, although his abilities were average, was not entirely useless. Pulling him in first was not out of the question. Fang Luo was also not afraid of facing attacks when he opened the door, with their strength, they couldn't hurt him. With a decision in his heart, Fang Luo opened the door. Seeing this, Li Shan and the others rushed into the cold storage immediately, their hearts pounding wildly as the cockroach zombies were merely a dozen meters away from them. They almost died. All of them felt an overwhelming sense of relief, a feeling akin to surviving a disaster. Thank you, brother. Li Shan gasped for air and hurriedly thanked Fang Luo. It's nothing, just remember what you just said, Fang Luo said with a smile, then ignoring Li Shan and the others, he walked over to the sofa and comfortably stretched his back. Last night, while Lin Yuyu was asleep, he fought with Lin Ziqin all night. This morning he absorbed several crystals, and now his back felt like it was about to break. He needed a good rest. Go, bring a bottle of cola for your brother-in-law. Fang Luo sat beside Lin Yuyu and patted her on the butt. Brother-in-law, I'm in the middle of a game. Big guy, hurry and cover me from these zombies. Lin Yuyu had a lively personality. Other than developing her abilities, eating, sleeping, and calling her brother-in-law, she was always playing games. Just now, she had pulled He Dajiang to play Resident Evil, claiming it was to accumulate experience in killing zombies. And now she was gaming again. Fang Luo, feeling irked, patted her head again, snatched her game controller, and said, "You little noob, let me play. Go get me that cola, or you can't sleep in bed tonight. Dajiang, protect me quickly. Brother-in-law is really annoying." Lin Yuyu huffed, feeling wronged, doesn't he know how tired she is from pretending to sleep every night? Don't you guys realize how loud you are? And also, how did her hand get messed up? Nevertheless, Lin Yuyu, still unwilling, went to the fridge to get cola. After all, she needed to sleep on the bed. Meanwhile, Li Shan and the others, who had just regained their lives, were dumbfounded as they gazed at the scene inside the cold storage. They hadn't noticed just now. Now, upon closer inspection, good heavens, this cold storage was like a villa. Not only did it have electricity, but there were carpets, sofas, TVs, game consoles, there was even a wine cabinet, a kitchen, and a fridge. Everything they usually saw was here, and even things they usually didn't see were here. Most importantly, they were just beginning to feel how cool it was inside the cold storage. The temperature was below 20 degrees Celsius. Wow, could this guy have lived in such a cool place during the previous 70 degrees Celsius heat wave? And what did that cute girl just call him? Brother-in-law? The two were just discussing whether to sleep in a bed or not. Wow. Ever since the apocalypse, Li Shan and his friends have been covered in dirt and ash, facing 70 degrees Celsius heat, worrying about zombie attacks, and often going hungry. But this guy is doing well. He is enjoying the air conditioning, sipping cola, playing games, and cuddling with his sister. Are you sure this is survival in the apocalypse? Why do I feel like you are living in luxury? On their faces was a mix of envy, jealousy, and hate, while their hearts yearned to be in his place. They all looked at Li Shan. Li Shan was the strongest here. Besides, this place originally belonged to Li Shan's family, yet Fang Luo enjoyed himself here. Li Shan must feel the most unbalanced, right? Everyone was waiting for Li Shan to eliminate Fang Luo. Fang Luo, with his peripheral vision, was also assessing the few people. He was testing these guys, wanting to see their reactions. At the beginning, Li Shan indeed felt unbalanced inside. However, he was a very smart person. Before the apocalypse, he learned not to joke about the law, playful or not, so he only smoked, drank, and avoided fights or illegal activities. Now, while fighting might not be illegal anymore, it could cost you your life. Li Shan had awakened his abilities but did not think of himself as some destined hero. He knew many people had struggled too. After a struggle, Li Shan's reason told him he couldn't easily strike against Fang Luo, otherwise, he could be finished. So he stayed put, waiting for Fang Luo to speak first. Seeing that Li Shan didn't dare to act, his companions, who also lacked abilities, were even less daring, feeling quite disappointed. Fang Luo played games for several hours. Noticing that Li Shan and his friends showed no signs of rebellion, a satisfied smile crept onto his face. Fang Luo got up and moved to Li Shan's side, looking down at him. Do you want to be my little brother? Li Shan glanced around, honestly thinking that even if he became Fang Luo's dog, it would probably be better than struggling alone outside. Yes. Li Shan quickly nodded. Fang Luo shot a glance at the others. What about you guys? These people all wanted to seize the cold storage but lacked the strength. Thinking it through, being a little brother didn't seem bad either, so they nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Very good, Fang Luo chuckled lightly. Being my little brother is fine, but I absolutely despise betrayal. Everyone was startled. Could it be that Fang Luo had mind-reading skills? However, they didn't show it on their faces and quickly expressed that they would never betray him. But Fang Luo couldn't possibly trust just their words. He reached out and patted Li Shan's head, marking it with a spatial imprint. Do you know what this is? Fang Luo smiled. Li Shan was a bit confused. What? A bomb. Fang Luo said it lightly, not intending to hide it. Rather than engage in a battle of wits later, he preferred to be straightforward and shock them, dissuading any thoughts of betrayal early on. Li Shan was shocked, and his face immediately turned pale. Did Fang Luo intend to kill him? Don't worry. Fang Luo comforted him, patting Li Shan on the shoulder. This bomb won't affect your health, the worst it could do is pop your head open. But as long as you don't betray me, it won't explode. Li Shan's face looked incredibly grim, feeling even less comforted and thinking Fang Luo was extremely sinister. Putting a bomb in someone else's head and then comforting them about their health, who does that? Fang Luo looked at the other few people and tapped their heads as well. However, Fang Luo only placed the spatial imprint on Li Shan, the others were just for show. The spatial imprint not only consumed energy but also required a great deal of effort. Fang Luo could only maintain it for about 20 people at a time, he couldn't give it to everyone. All he needed to do was control the most important few and scare them. As for whether anyone would discover this later, Fang Luo didn't care too much. By then, he wouldn't be afraid of betrayal. Li Shan's few companions were also a bit anxious, but they quickly relaxed. A little pat on the head would make things happen? That's just too ridiculous. They thought Fang Luo was deceiving them and didn't take it seriously. I won't take in useless people. If you want supplies or want to stay here, you need to work for me, Fang Luo said, looking at them seriously. Thinking to himself, he should establish a reward and punishment system to motivate his subordinates, and those who weren't proactive should just roll out. Yes. Li Shan and the others quickly nodded. Tonight, stay in the corner and don't run around, Fang Luo pointed to a spot. Fang Luo definitely couldn't let these people stay in the cold storage forever, otherwise, how would he get close to Lin Zijing? Fang Luo also didn't have the habit of letting outsiders eavesdrop. However, there was a large group of cockroach zombies outside now, and he couldn't open the door, so he could only temporarily let them stay in the corner. No one knew when these cockroach zombies would leave. Fang Luo estimated that they wouldn't leave. Because powerful supernatural beings were very attractive to zombies, with so many supernatural beings in the cold storage, the cockroach zombies wouldn't leave unless other supernatural beings appeared nearby. But there were just too many cockroach zombies, thousands of them, it would be quite difficult to kill them all. Fang Luo only had space marks and space blades, 2 attack skills. His single target killing ability was strong, but he wasn't good at area attacks. To kill so many cockroach zombies, his supernatural ability might not be enough. Although Lin Zijing's flames had area damage, she couldn't attack through the door. If she opened the door, she would be overwhelmed by the cockroach zombies. Unless there was an ability that could attack through the door and also had area damage. Forget it, let's eat first. Lin Zijing had prepared dinner, once again over 100 pounds of food. Li Shan and the others were dumbfounded. 4 of you and a cat, and you can eat so much food? The food we have eaten from the apocalypse until now is not as much as you eat in one meal. Just how many supplies does Fang Luo have? Before the apocalypse, was he somehow a billionaire's rich kid? Watching Fang Luo and the others eat, several people's mouths watered, but Li Shan, the supernatural being, didn't move, and the others didn't dare to make a move either. Fang Luo glanced at Li Shan and the others. Seeing them drooling, he found it somewhat amusing. After thinking for a moment, Fang Luo got up and took 2 meaty bones to Li Shan, throwing them to him. Suddenly, the others scrambled to grab them. This is roasted meat. They usually ate rotten meat, and sometimes even that was unavailable. What is your supernatural ability? Fang Luo asked curiously. Thinking of this, Fang Luo smiled. Fortunately, he had just saved Li Shan's life, otherwise, he would really struggle to deal with the cockroach zombies outside. However, Li Shan's current strength was average. If he wanted to directly shake the cockroach zombies to death, he was still a bit lacking. He needed to rely on some external force. After dinner, Fang Luo took Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu back to the bedroom to sleep. At night, Fang Luo organized a set of reward and punishment systems for managing his subordinates in his mind. The task point system. For example, if they submit a crystal to Fang Luo, he would grant them at least 1 point, and the amount of points depends on the energy content of the crystal. Also, completing tasks can earn points. In addition, Fang Luo would issue some ordinary tasks for non-superpowered individuals. They could also earn points after completing tasks and making contributions. After all, superpowered individuals are a minority. And ordinary people cannot kill zombies. But that doesn't mean ordinary people are useless. The city has been damaged by high temperatures and zombies, and most facilities have been destroyed. To restore them, the strength of ordinary people is necessary. Moreover, Fang Luo's life will also require some ordinary people to take care of it. It would be too tragic for those lively young girls to starve to death or be eaten by zombies. Fang Luo is willing to provide them with a maid job. Each day, he would give 1 point. They can earn points to exchange for supplies at Fang Luo's place or for positions within the gang. The supplies here are clearly priced. 1 point can be exchanged for a bottle of tap water or a piece of bread. Different items have different prices. Ordinary people who want to become superpowered can also purchase evolution crystals with points at Fang Luo's place. However, the price is relatively high, and they need to be bundled with a space mark for sale. As for whether they can successfully awaken, that's not Fang Luo's concern. If they cannot provide any value to Fang Luo, then Fang Luo won't care about their survival. If they starve to death, that doesn't concern him. You can't blame Fang Luo for being cruel. He is not a philanthropist. His main purpose in gathering subordinates is to help himself quickly increase his strength, and only secondarily to give survivors a chance to survive and not starve to death. If someone thinks it's unfair, they can leave any time. However, looking at the entire Luo city, even the benefits of the 3 major gangs cannot compare to what Fang Luo offers here. Moreover, the people from the 3 major gangs are not as easy to talk to as Fang Luo. To them, ordinary people are like livestock, and hitting or scolding them is common, always worried about being killed. Early in the morning, Fang Luo announced this reward and punishment system to Li Shan and his 5 companions, wondering what their reactions would be. Would they leave directly? However, Fang Luo clearly guessed wrong. Once the few heard it, their faces revealed joy. Crystals can be exchanged for food? Li Shan asked in surprise. Fang Luo nodded, of course. I have 3 crystals here. Li Shan took out 3 sparkling crystals from his pocket. Fang Luo took a look and was immediately stunned. Goodness, these are not ordinary zombie crystals, but pure evolution crystals that can help ordinary people awaken powers. Li Shan is really lucky. Can I exchange for 3 points? Li Shan asked tentatively. The evolution crystals are of no use to him because absorbing the crystal would consume a lot of energy, and Li Shan had no food to replenish his stamina. He had used one before. As a result, after a day without food, he almost starved to death. For him, it's better to exchange for a few pieces of bread. Fang Luo coughed. This is an evolution crystal. In his point shop, this item is worth at least 300 points, 3 would be about 900 points. Li Shan's expression. It seems that even if he only gives him 3 points, he would still be happy for half a day. But Fang Luo doesn't want to be too stingy, he is not an evil capitalist. Like this, Fang Luo patted Li Shan's shoulder, I'm giving you a task. If you complete it, I will give you 500 points. He himself is not too greedy. The price of the evolution crystal is 300 points each, so the buying price must be cheaper. If there's no profit in business, then why even do business? 500. Li Shan immediately became overjoyed. 500 points is equivalent to 500 bottles of mineral water, which can basically ensure his living expenses for a few months. Fang Luo is really good to himself. He even misunderstood him yesterday, absolutely sure he was scheming. He really was a despicable person. Li Shan's companions all wore envious expressions. Why didn't they find any crystals themselves? They also need to hurry and find some crystals. Boss, what task do I need to do? Li Shan looked at Fang Luo with some excitement. Fang Luo grinned, sing. Sing? Li Shan looked confused. Can he really get 500 points just for singing a song? Of course, it's not just singing simply. Fang Luo smiled, moved over his 3 million worth sound system, and then took out a microphone. A night passed, and the cockroach zombies outside still hadn't left, tightly surrounding the cold storage. Although, thanks to Yi Dajian's reinforcement, the cockroaches couldn't enter the cold storage, Fang Luo also couldn't stay inside forever. Yesterday, Fang Luo thought of a way to drive away the cockroach zombies, which was to use Li Shan's voice to shock the cockroach zombies outside to death. However, Li Shan's power was still very low, and he couldn't do it alone. But with Fang Luo's 3 million sound system, it would be a different story. With the sensitivity of the cockroach zombies' hearing, combined with Li Shan's voice ability and the sound system's amplification, they could definitely eliminate these cockroaches. Come on, sing a song about the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Fang Luo placed the sound system at the cold storage door and then handed the microphone to Li Shan. Sing as loudly as you can. This. Li Shan's mouth twitched, he was tone deaf. Was he really going to sing? But for 500 points, he might as well sing. Li Shan took the microphone, took a deep breath, and used his power to brew his loudest voice, then let a line of lyrics escape his lips. Who is it that brings the ancient call? Oh my. Just one line, and Fang Luo was dumbfounded, immediately covering his ears. Goodness, is this ghostly music? Li Shan's voice could not be described as bad, it was simply way too terrible, super terrible, an incredibly loud sound, like a monkey with a sore throat. And he was completely off-key, hitting notes higher than the sky. Even a corpse would come back to life, cursing to shut up, and then lie back down. Electric Mother, originally sleeping, was immediately enraged. She was about to unleash a bolt of lightning and kill Li Shan. Fortunately, Lin Zijin managed to stop her. I can't take it anymore. Lin Yuyu had a dark line on her face, immediately returned to her room, closed the door, and hid under the covers. As for Li Shan's companions, they didn't even need to mention it, they were all ordinary. That is the Qinghai Tibet Plateau? The cockroaches had extremely sharp hearing. After they became cockroach zombies, all their physical data improved, and their hearing sensitivity increased many times over. Li Shan's voice ability, under the enhancement of the 3 million sound system, unleashed unprecedented power, directly causing the cockroach zombies that were originally crawling on the walls of the cold storage to foam at the mouth, one by one, unable to close their eyes even in death. After one song, the originally creaking sounds of the cockroaches outside had now completely stopped. Fang Luo was also deeply shocked. If it weren't for the fact that he started the spatial barrier, he would have been sleepless for 3 days and 3 nights. This Li Shan is a fierce person. Although his combat power was not strong, an ordinary battle-type ability user could easily take him down, but his unique, hoarse monkey-like voice but can give people a chaotic mental attack. In the future, if I ever get into a fight with someone, I'll have him bring my 3 million sound system and sing a song in front of the enemy. How will the enemy respond? Everyone gets a debuff. Boss, how did I sing? Li Shan looked at Fang Luo with anticipation, afraid that Fang Luo would be unhappy, and he would lose his 500 points. 6. Fang Luo gave him a thumbs up, you earned your points. After observing outside to confirm there was no movement, Fang Luo finally opened the cold storage door. Suddenly, thousands of cockroach zombies appeared before him, their bodies covered with an unknown white liquid, looking extremely disgusting. They probably vomited from listening to Li Shan singing. Fang Luo almost threw up his lunch yesterday. However, these cockroach zombies were not completely dead, their life force was still too strong. They had just fainted and would probably wake up again soon. Zijin. Fang Luo immediately called Lin Zijin over, sorry to bother you, can you use fire to burn these cockroaches to death? Lin Zijin's fire ability has a large area of AoE damage, handling these cockroaches much faster than Fang Luo. Yes, husband. Lin Zijin didn't want to be a burden, she hoped to rely on her strength to keep Fang Luo by her side, so she was very happy that Fang Luo needed her help. Although Lin Zijin also hated cockroaches very much. But she held back her disgust and threw a few fireballs into the midst of the cockroach zombies. Suddenly, a burning smell filled the air. Nearby, Li Shan watched in amazement. He had previously thought Lin Zijin was just an ordinary woman, not knowing her ability was so powerful. And such a powerful woman was so obedient to Fang Luo. How strong must Fang Luo be? He felt very grateful right now. Fortunately, he hadn't attacked Fang Luo earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would die. About 10 minutes later. All the cockroach zombies had turned to ashes, leaving only some small crystals on the ground. Fang Luo picked up one. The cockroach zombies were numerous, but individually not particularly powerful. Even ordinary people had a chance to kill them, so their crystal energy was not much. Crystals like this would probably take dozens to equal one zombie crystal. But the advantage was that there were many of these crystals, at least thousands outside, adding up to quite a bit of energy. Go wake them up and collect all the crystals outside. There were too many, and Fang Luo was too lazy to pick them up himself. He had some little brothers now, so he let them do the unnecessary work. Li Shan took 5 recently revived companions and together they cleaned outside the cold storage. In the end, they collected 5,670 small crystals, which added up to several hundred ordinary energy crystals. Well done. Fang Luo praised them a bit. Thanks for the praise, boss. Li Shan looked at Fang Luo expectantly, still thinking about his 500 points. Fang Luo certainly would not go back on his word. He took out a computer and made a table on it, writing down Li Shan's name and marking 500 points. The other people got 1 point each. If you want supplies, you can always find me to exchange. Fang Luo said. Thank you, boss. Li Shan and the others hurriedly expressed their thanks, feeling very excited. Also, go pry open the warehouse next door and clean it up, it will be your dormitory in the future. Fang Luo wouldn't let them live in his cold storage. There were many warehouses nearby that could serve as dormitories for his subordinates. Yes, boss. Li Shan immediately turned around and hesitated for a moment before asking, Boss, what is our gang's name? Ionia. Li Shan and the others hurried off to clean the neighboring warehouse. These were ordinary warehouses, some places had already been damaged by zombies, and there were still piles of corpses inside. If they wanted to live there, they would need to clean and repair it. Brother Fang Luo. He Dajian also walked over to Fang Luo. A look of hesitation and reluctance. What's wrong? Fang Luo looked at him in confusion. Make a points table for me too. Fang Luo was taken aback, then laughed, patting He Dajian's shoulder. We're brothers, there's no need to keep track. If you want something, just ask me directly. No. He Dajian shook his head, Brother Fang Luo, precisely because we are brothers, I can't just take from you without doing anything in return. It wouldn't sit right with me. Moreover, we've established a gang now. If others find out I can get supplies without needing points, it will create problems and hinder the gang's growth. Fang Luo looked deeply at He Dajian. In truth, whether He Dajian worked or not, or how strong he was, Fang Luo would ensure he wouldn't go hungry. Because in the last life, He Dajian had saved him. Fang Luo was a man who valued gratitude and repayment. But seeing He Dajian's determined gaze, Fang Luo eventually nodded. All right. Fang Luo smiled knowingly and then registered his name on the computer. This is the true brotherhood. Only wishing for your good, never thinking of taking advantage of your wealth, and never resenting you for not helping them. Don't worry, boss, I will use my strength to become your greatest helper. He Dajian grinned, flexing his biceps. I'll be waiting. I'm off to work too. After saying that, He Dajian walked out of the cold storage. Hubby. Fang Luo walked over to the sofa and sat down. Just as he did, Lin Ziqin and Lin Yuyu ran over. Fang Luo was taken aback and then asked in surprise, you two don't want to join this point system, do you? Yes. Lin Yuyu nodded seriously, brother-in-law, I want to join too. Fang Luo was somewhat at a loss for words. One was his girlfriend, and the other was his sister-in-law, weren't they all family? Was it necessary to take this so seriously? Actually, this was because Fang Luo didn't truly understand the two women's background. Lin Ziqin and Lin Yuyu lost their parents when they were very young and were raised by their grandmother, who had little ability to work. This led the two to develop independent characters from an early age. Especially Lin Ziqin. While studying, she also had to take part-time jobs to earn tuition for her sister, only experiencing a few days of happiness after meeting Fang Luo. Recently, after realizing the gap between her and Fang Luo, she quietly vowed to improve her skills and not always rely on him. She wanted to turn the tables, using her strength to help Fang Luo so that he would come to rely on her. However, she had been eating and drinking Fang Luo's resources, constantly depending on him, which made her feel increasingly indebted to him and that their positions were becoming unequal. If this continued, she might become dispensable to Fang Luo in the future. She didn't want that. Previously, she hadn't dared to express her wish to stop depending on Fang Luo, fearing it would cause misunderstandings. But now was a good opportunity. Fang Luo introduced this point system, and she could use it as a chance to say she wanted to stop relying on him, while also helping him and elevating her own status in his eyes. Lin Yuyu was also eager because she wanted to raise her own importance through this, not just stay here as the sister-in-law. Are you both really wanting to join? Fang Luo looked at the two women, who were serious, and asked, you need to think clearly. Food, clothes, and everything will have to be purchased with points. Your lives won't be as easy. It's okay, no matter how hard it is, it can't be harder than our school days. We've thought it through, brother-in-law, please let us join. The two nodded simultaneously. Alright, then you may join. Fang Luo sighed and registered their names on the computer, then teasingly looked at the two women. By the way, if you want to use supplies, you need to. All of these need to be bought with points. But the skirts, black stockings, white stockings, underwear you are wearing, I bought for you. You don't have any points, so should you return these to me? When Lin Zijin heard this, her face turned red immediately. If I return the clothes to Fang Luo, then won't I be left naked? How could that be? Lin Yuyu had a strange expression. Brother-in-law, does this mean that we don't need to wear clothes in the cold storage anymore? Yay, that's great. Fang Luo was stunned. What does this mean? Is this a good thing? However, seeing Lin Yuyu's expression, Fang Luo knew she was just teasing him on purpose. Such a young age, and she's teasing her brother-in-law? But Fang Luo wasn't the type to be shy. He grinned and continued with her words, of course, no problem. Since you're so eager, then go ahead and take off. Return the clothes to me, and once you earn enough points, you can buy them back. I should take it off? Lin Yuyu's face turned red. She didn't expect Fang Luo to be so thick-skinned, actually planning to see her take her clothes off? Though she had a cheerful personality, she wasn't at the point of doing such things in front of her sister. Brother-in-law, you're such a pervert. Lin Yuyu snorted, then hugged Lin Zijin's arm. Sis, can you earn points and buy clothes for me? Lin Zijin was stunned. Earn points? How? She couldn't possibly strip off her clothes and go outside to fight zombies, right? Fang Luo was also curious. That's simple. Lin Yuyu grinned, winking as she said, brother-in-law, give sister a task and let her. Having been with Fang Luo for so long, Lin Zijin was no longer the naive girl she once was. After a moment of confusion, she quickly understood what Lin Yuyu meant. She immediately scolded and grabbed Lin Yuyu's ear. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? How dare you tease your sister? Fang Luo was left speechless. This little sister-in-law said he was a pervert, but she was even more of a pervert than him. Sneaking around at night, pretending she hadn't been caught. Ahem. Fang Luo coughed, stop messing around. As for me and your sister, do I need to give her orders? She does it willingly. Stop pinching me. Seeing Fang Luo and her sister teasing her together, Lin Zijin was so angry that she stamped her feet. She was already embarrassed, and couldn't stand being teased like this. She pulled on Fang Luo's arm and scolded with a slight pout, stop talking, or I won't talk to you. However, Lin Yuyu didn't stop. She winked again and said, oh, so you guys can do something special. Special? Hearing this, Fang Luo couldn't help but swallow. He grinned and said to Lin Zijin, how about we try something special? You too, I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Zijin really couldn't take it anymore. Her face was red, and she ran into the bedroom to hide. Look what you did, you made your sister leave. Fang Luo shot a fierce look at Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu was very dissatisfied. Brother-in-law, you were clearly so happy when you heard the word special, your mouth was practically watering. Fang Luo's old face turned red. But, men have to keep their face. He glared at the sleepy electric mother next to him and grabbed her by the back of the neck. Sleep, sleep, all you do is eat and sleep. From now on, you're also joining the point system. If you don't work, you don't get anything to eat. You have 0 points, no little fish snacks for you tonight. Meow? Electric mother was confused after hearing this. Wait, you guys want to implement a point system, why are you dragging me into it? I was never short of food or drink, and had a maid to clean up after me. Life was carefree. I've become the biggest victim of this whole thing. What a disaster. My peaceful life has been ruined by this fire in the backyard. Wah! Get lost. Just as Electric Mother was about to express her grievances, a loud roar came from outside the cold storage. It sounded like it came from Li Shan. Fang Luo frowned. What's going on? He walked out of the cold storage with confusion. Su Xiao was the owner of Suda Logistics Company. When the apocalypse came, his company happened to have several trucks full of goods that hadn't been delivered yet. With these supplies, he successfully survived hidden in the company. Recently, he was lucky to awaken his superpower, so he gathered his truck drivers to form a group called Speedy Help. After more than 10 days of effort, they finally succeeded in eliminating the zombies surrounding the company. They originally planned to go out and search for more supplies, but as soon as they stepped outside, they heard an extremely unpleasant singing. Can zombies sing too? This was everyone's first reaction. However, when they listened carefully, they realized it seemed to be a sound coming from a speaker. Out of curiosity, they followed the sound. As a result, they bumped into Li Shan and others who were clearing out the warehouse. Both sides couldn't figure out each other's background. Are you sure? Hearing his subordinate say there were supplies, Su Xiao's eyes brightened immediately. Really? The subordinate nodded. I delivered supplies to this cold storage with Wang Dezhuang before, mineral water worth 10 million. 10 million? Su Xiao recalled this order. It was the highest priced order his company had received this year, delivered by one of the company's seasoned drivers. In the early days of the apocalypse, Wang Dezhuang said he was going out for food, but he didn't tell Su where he was going. As a result, he went and never returned. Su previously thought he was dead. Could it be he came here to occupy the cold storage? It must be. You good-for-nothing Wang Dezhuang, hiding things from me, now you've gathered so many subordinates. Let's see if I don't catch you and bring you back. And this 10 million worth of mineral water. If they took this over, they wouldn't have to worry about water for a lifetime. Where's your boss? Bring him to me. Su Xiao coldly huffed, pointing at Li Shan. Seeing the other party's tone, Li Shan's expression darkened. Is our boss someone you can just meet? Ha, I'm his boss. He has to bow his head before me. How dare you talk to me like that? Your boss's boss? Li Shan was puzzled by the other's words. Fang Luo didn't seem like someone who had been a driver, right? Do you know our boss? Li Shan asked. Of course I know, Su Xiao scoffed. Your boss worked under me for over 10 years, never daring to speak loudly in front of me. Over 10 years? Hearing this, Li Shan laughed. Fang Luo looked to be in his early 20s, how could he possibly have worked for over 10 years? He realized these guys were looking for trouble. Li Shan had just joined Ionia and received a reward from Fang Luo, so his loyalty was at its peak. When faced with troublemakers, he immediately wanted to show off. You old fool, you've never dared to speak loudly to me, right? I'm going to make up for that regret. Li Shan sneered, then gathered his strength and shouted in one breath, get lost. One word, clean and neat. Su Xiao and the others felt their eardrums hurt, their heads began to feel the impact, and they hurriedly covered their ears. After a while, Su Xiao finally came back to his senses. Damn it, he had never had someone speak so loudly to him in his life. And the voice was so unpleasant, like a monkey had phlegm stuck in its throat. Damn! Su Xiao was a superpower user, with a stronger tolerance than ordinary people. Li Shan's superpower could harm ordinary people, but to him, it was at most just a mental attack. Poof. Su Xiao's expression darkened, grinning malevolently at Li Shan. You brat, your voice is loud, huh? Why don't you go be a cheerleader and make a fool of yourself in front of me? Today I'll show you what a superpower really is. Su Xiao waved his hand, forming a fireball about 5 centimeters in diameter. This was Su Xiao's proudest asset. Fire-type superpower. His superpower was the strongest he had seen among people so far, none compared. This was also why he dared to be so arrogant. The fireball flew quickly, and Li Shan had no time to evade, he could only instinctively raise his hand to block. In an instant, his arm was severely burned. After a scream, he fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Su Xiao laughed triumphantly, his heart swelling with achievement. What are ability users in front of me? They are nothing. Shan Zi Gu. Li Shan's companions looked on in sheer terror. This man could actually start a fire. 99% of living beings instinctively fear flames, and without a second thought, several of them scrambled to escape. Just then, Fang Luo, who had just stepped outside, witnessed the scene. His expression immediately darkened. Li Shan was supposed to be a recently recruited underling, yet he had been hurt just like that. How could he save face as the boss? You dare to hit my people. Fang Luo blared at Su Xiao with cold eyes. Su Xiao sized up the suddenly appeared young man, tall and handsome, his clothing clearly different from the previous few, obviously branded. Who are you? Where's your boss Wang Dezhuang? Bring him out. Su Xiao said. Wang Dezhuang? Hearing this name, Fang Luo felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment, he recalled it was the name of a driver who had delivered something to him before, and after the apocalypse, that driver had tried to pry open his cold storage door and later attempted to rob him, only to end up shot and killed by Fang Luo. Do you know him? Fang Luo asked curiously. Of course, I'm his boss. Su Xiao grinned, proudly pulling a young girl around 20 years old to his side. See? This is your boss's daughter. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. This Su Xiao looked like he was nearing 50, with a big belly and a bald spot. How could he attract a woman? The upper class is truly chaotic. Where's my dad? The girl arrogantly raised her eyebrow and pointed her chin at Fang Luo, clearly regarding him as Wang Dazhuang's underling. Your dad? Only then did Fang Luo remember that he had killed Wang Dazhuang and, to avoid police tracking him, he had hidden the body in his space. He had been so busy lately that he forgot to dispose of it. Now was just right. The deceased's next of kin came to claim the body, he would return it to them. Wait, I'll go bring him over. Fang Luo grinned, then casually walked into a warehouse, tossing Wang Dazhuang and several other bodies onto a cart, wheeling it over to Su Xiao and the others. In the space ability, time is frozen. Although the bodies had been there for a month, they looked freshly dead and were still warm. Your dad is here, take him back yourself. If anyone else's dad is here, take them back too. Fang Luo took out a bottle of mineral water and somewhat disdainfully washed his hands in front of everyone. Su Xiao and the others stood in stunned silence. What is going on? Did you bring him over? This is clearly what? The Wang Yanyan in front of him was the same. Your dad is his employee, right? Fang Luo pointed at Su Xiao, finding it very funny. He treats your dad like a dog, yet you are sweetly lying in his arms. Hee, if your dad knew about your actions, he would probably rise from the ground. Now, take your dad and roll away, as far as you can. Fang Luo glared at Wang Yanyan, filled with disgust. You! Wang Yanyan was furious, but facing Fang Luo's gaze, she didn't dare to say more. She was scared to death, otherwise, she wouldn't have followed Su Xiao, who was older than her dad, just for food. However, she couldn't swallow this anger. Killing her own father was one thing, but being shy about it? It was truly outrageous. She looked pitifully at Su Xiao. Godfather, my dad has been friends with you for so many years. You must help him take revenge. As long as you help me get revenge, the request you mentioned before, I will agree to it immediately. Su Xiao was a superpower user. He quickly knocked a person down with just one hit. Wang Yanyan thought that as long as Su Xiao was willing to help her, he could definitely kill Fang Luo, that bastard. That request? Su Xiao felt a stir in his heart, recalling the request Wang Yanyan had rejected before. A fierce fire surged within him, a moment that couldn't even be expressed. However, he glanced at Fang Luo. This young man in front of him gave him a mysterious and unfathomable feeling, and despite just witnessing his flames, he showed no signs of fear. He must have some hidden card. What was even scarier was that Fang Luo, who had killed so many, showed not the slightest ripple in his expression despite the corpses around him. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to stay so calm. After deep thought, Su Xiao decided not to provoke Fang Luo for now. Even if he did, he had to wait until he was fully prepared. As for that request, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Could Wang Yanyan really run away? Let's go. Su Xiao waved his hand and turned to leave. Godfather, don't go. Wang Yanyan panicked upon seeing this and immediately chased after him. How could she take revenge if Su Xiao left? Did I let you go? But before they could take 2 steps, Fang Luo suddenly appeared in front of them again. Su Xiao and the others were astonished. They hadn't even noticed how Fang Luo got in front of them so quickly. Speed ability? Su Xiao's first reaction was that Fang Luo might have a speed ability, but it was the first time he had seen such a fast one. This kid was indeed not simple. What do you want? Su Xiao glared at Fang Luo with an unfriendly look. Not provoking Fang Luo now didn't mean he was afraid of him. Fang Luo sneered, you hit my person, don't you owe compensation? Pay you compensation? Su Xiao was dumbfounded with anger. You killed so many of my employees, and I only burned your subordinate, but I didn't ask you for compensation. Yet you bite back? Kid, don't be too arrogant. Right, you killed my dad, you should compensate us. Wang Yanyan also blared, angrily staring at Fang Luo. Then she sweetly wrapped her arm around Su Xiao, instigating him, Godfather, this guy is too arrogant. He not only occupies the resources that should belong to you, but now he won't let you leave. We can't let him go, let him see our power, or else they'll think we are a bunch of cowards. After hearing Wang Yanyan's words, Su Xiao, who was already furious, had his anger ignited even more. He coldly stared at Fang Luo, kid, you are just a speed ability user. No matter how fast you are, you can only run away. As long as your ability runs out, I can easily kill you. That's right, easily kill you. You killed my dad and occupied my godfather's resources, enjoy your death. Wang Yanyan began to gloat as her instigation succeeded. What about me? At that moment, a big guy ran over and, together with Fang Luo, surrounded Su Xiao and his 10 or so people from all sides. He Dazheng had just gone to the bathroom. Hearing the noise, he hurriedly ran over, seeing a group of people planning to bully his brother, and saying they could easily kill Fang Luo, he instantly became furious. He immediately unleashed his special power. His whole body was covered in a set of metal armor, looking just like a giant robot. "Humph, want to kill my brother? Try to kill me first." He Dajiang coldly snorted, staring at Su Xiao like a fierce tiger. What kind of special ability is this? Seeing He Dajiang's appearance and his terrifying gaze, Su Xiao inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. What kind of strange beings are in this cold storage? First, there was a loudmouth. Then, there was a fast, invisible youth. Now, there was a tall metal man. Except for the funny one at the front, the other two in the back have considerable combat power. Especially this big guy, he looks even tougher than Fang Luo. Could he be the boss here? However, at this point, with so many little brothers watching, Su Xiao, as the boss, cannot show weakness in front of his subordinates, or how will he lead them in the future? He let out a cold snort. So what if he's a metal man? I have fire-type special abilities, the highest flame temperature can reach 1500 degrees Celsius, I could melt him away. What can you do? Wrapped in iron, do you really think I can't kill you? Su Xiao scoffed disdainfully. Meow. Just as Su Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly heard a meow beside his ear. Looking toward the sound, he saw a tabby cat striding out from the cold storage with a fierce aura. It seemed to have a reluctant and unwilling expression. You even keep a cat? Su Xiao scoffed at Fang Luo, looks like you guys have plenty of supplies to keep a cat this fat. If we butcher it, it could provide quite a bit of meat. Fang Luo, who had just been looking gloomy, suddenly wore a strange expression upon hearing Su Xiao's words. Goodness, Su Xiao actually dared to speak to Electric Mother like this. Is he really seeking death? Let's not forget that Electric Mother, apart from being inferior to Fang Luo in defense, had attacking power and speed that were not any less than Fang Luo's, and even her attacking power was stronger. Since the apocalypse, there hasn't been a single person who survived after being attacked by Electric Mother. It's just that Electric Mother was a bit lazy. Usually, if Fang Luo didn't encounter real danger, or if he didn't actively request, Electric Mother wouldn't take the initiative to strike. Today, Electric Mother coming out on her own was a bit unexpected for Fang Luo. Fang Luo suddenly remembered. Just now, he added Electric Mother to the point system, telling her that only by working would she get food. She came out to earn points for food. Dajiang, don't move, let Electric Mother handle them. Fang Luo quickly called to He Dajiang. It was rare for Electric Mother to take the initiative, so let her earn this meal. Yes, brother Fang Luo. He Dajiang nodded, although he had never seen Electric Mother's power, since Fang Luo was so confident, there probably wouldn't be any danger. Electric Mother, take it easy, leave him one life. Fang Luo said. Su Xiao injuredly shone and had not paid for medical expenses. If he were to die just like that, it would be too much of a loss, better to wait until they could grab his supplies first. Meow. Electric Mother reluctantly meowed, as if saying, this cat is doing the work and you're asking so much. Su Xiao listened to the conversation between Fang Luo and He Dajiang, wanting a cat to attack him, and even saying to let this fat cat go easy on him. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. Kid, are you insulting me? Su Xiao blared at Fang Luo. Having lived almost 50 years, he had never been so humiliated. This wasn't just not respecting him, this guy simply didn't regard him as a human, thinking that a cat could kill him. Does he think it's a mutated zombie cat? On the side, Wang Yanyan watched with glee, originally worried they wouldn't fight, only to find Fang Luo so arrogant. Just a cat, and he was talking about it like a war god. Humph, let them fight, hopefully both will end up dead. No, Fang Luo quickly waved his hands, with a sincere face, don't misunderstand, I'm not insulting you. I simply think you are garbage. Garbage? Su Xiao laughed in anger, what a garbage. Didn't they say this cat could kill me? Humph, today I will roast it. Su Xiao sneered, his sinister eyes fixed on Electric Mother, as he gathered a fireball nearly 10 centimeters in diameter in his hand, then hurled it towards Electric Mother. In an instant, flames engulfed the spot where Electric Mother was located. Fang Luo raised an eyebrow. This Su Xiao is still somewhat powerful, the power of this flame can reach 30% of Lin Zijing's strength. Unfortunately, although this guy has awakened fire abilities, his talent and potential are not high, with T1 abilities, he won't get far. Such a waste of resources. Everyone's talent is different, just because a higher level ability exists doesn't mean it can beat a lower one. For example, a person with a talent score of 60 awakens a T1 ability. Meanwhile, someone with a talent score of 90 awakens a T2 ability. In normal development, the second person, with a talent score of 90, will definitely be stronger, and much stronger at that. Because a person with a talent score of 60 may have an ability level cap of only level 6, while the person with 90 can rise to level 10, or even higher. Lin Zijing is powerful not only because she awakened T1 level abilities but also because her talent exceeds 90 points. As long as she doesn't die, she is destined to become a level 10 ability user. But when it comes to the strongest talent and the most powerful ability in the cold storage, besides Fang Luo, it's Electric Mother. In the previous life, Electric Mother could wreak havoc in Luo City without any food from Fang Luo. In this life, with Fang Luo providing her with a lot of food, her strength seems to have no limits and keeps rising rapidly. Electric Mother's current ability level has already reached level 4, one level higher than Fang Luo. Now, the current released by Electric Mother would probably be something Fang Luo himself couldn't withstand. Unable to help it, Fang Luo looked at Su Xiao with pity. Ha ha ha. Su Xiao was unaware of this and laughed proudly. As he threw the flames, he envisioned Electric Mother being burned to ashes. However, he only laughed for a moment before his smile froze. Electric Mother had somehow escaped the circle of flames, appearing behind him like lightning. A bolt of electricity struck directly down from the top of his head, causing Su Xiao to stiffen up like a cane, straight and stiff. A few seconds later, he collapsed to the ground, twitching all over, and kicked his legs, dead as a doornail. Su Xiao's subordinates, including Wang Yanyan, were all stunned. This cat could actually release electricity, and with just one strike, it killed the invincible Su Xiao. What kind of monster is this? He Dajiang was also astonished. Earlier in the cold storage, he noticed this cat only ate and slept, hardly doing anything, yet Fang Luo still provided food every day. At first, he didn't understand why Fang Luo was so good to her, but now he finally understood. Even he was completely no match for this cat. Fang Luo was not surprised, he already knew Electric Mother's strength. He could only facepalm. He grabbed the back of Electric Mother's neck, glaring at her with annoyance. Didn't I tell you not to electrocute him? How can I ask him for medical fees now? Without medical fees, where will food come from? Your dinner portion is halved. Meow meow meow. Upon hearing this, Electric Mother protested. She had already controlled her strength, ensuring she wouldn't kill him, who knew the guy was bald, and the electricity directly hit his head. If he hadn't been bald, he surely wouldn't have died. It's all his fault, not mine. Don't cut my dinner. Meanwhile, Su Xiao's more than 10 subordinates looked at Fang Luo gripping Electric Mother like a chick, speechless in shock. Big brother, this cat can release electricity, it just electrocuted our boss to death. How can you just hold her like that? Who on earth are you? They were all astonished. Why was such a fierce tabby cat so docile in Fang Luo's hands? Could it be that Fang Luo is even more powerful than this cat? Suddenly, the looks directed at Fang Luo turned into sheer terror. They were afraid that Fang Luo would kill them. Dropping the Electric Mother, Fang Luo glanced at the others again. He was thinking about how to deal with these people. Kill them? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Right now, he needed more hands, and these people hadn't harmed him, they were only following Su Xiao. He didn't want to senselessly kill innocents. Fang Luo walked in front of more than a dozen people, and they immediately panicked, instinctively keeping a distance from him. Fang Luo found it somewhat amusing. He wouldn't kill them, so why were they so scared? However, Fang Luo still wore a cold expression. Do you want to die or live? Who wants to die? We want to live. We want to live, the dozen or so people immediately replied. Very good. Fang Luo smiled. If you want to live, go and bring back all the supplies your boss has hoarded. Yes, yes, yes. The group quickly nodded, but some were secretly calculating, thinking that once they left, they wouldn't return. However, how could Fang Luo overlook this point? Dajiang, you take the Electric Mother with you. If anyone plays tricks, kill them directly. After the task is completed, each person earns 5 points. Understood, brother Fang Luo. Dajiang immediately nodded, then called to the Electric Mother, Sister Cat, this way please. Sister Cat? Hearing this title, Fang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. For a woman like Wang Yanyan, Fang Luo felt disgusted just looking at her. It would be dirtying his hands to kill her, he preferred to just drive her away. After getting rid of Wang Yanyan, Fang Luo came to look at Li Shan. He had just been knocked out by Su Xiao. Fortunately, Li Shan had only sustained minor burns and was not seriously affected. Fang Luo took out burn ointment and applied it to him. Though Li Shan was a bit weak, Fang Luo was still quite satisfied with his performance. You can't judge a person by their education. Li Shan may be uneducated, smoking, drinking, and hanging out, but at least his character isn't too bad. He's far better than someone like Wang Yanyan, Fang Luo thought to himself. So, Fang Luo rewarded Li Shan with 100 points. Thank you, boss. Li Shan was both surprised and grateful. Joining Fang Luo's gang had indeed been the right choice, and he needed to work even harder. Keep it up. Fang Luo patted his shoulder, thinking that as long as they worked hard, the harder they worked, the closer he'd be to invincibility. After more than an hour, He Dajiang and others returned with 2 nearly scrap trucks. Earlier, the weather had been too hot, and the tires of these vehicles had been in contact with the ground for too long, essentially melting away, causing the rims to clang against the ground. They even sparked. Brother Fang Luo, I checked, there are quite a few supplies. He Dajiang jumped out of the car, his face filled with joy. Fang Luo checked as well, and indeed there were a lot of things: mineral water, rice, these were enough for ordinary people to live on for several years. Unload the supplies into the cold storage. Food was the most important means of controlling his subordinates, so it couldn't be left scattered. Fang Luo had to manage it himself. After placing the items in cold storage, in total, there were over 800 bags of rice, more than 3,000 bottles of mineral water, and some miscellaneous items. Once everything was tidied up, Fang Luo counted the number of people in the gang. Aside from himself, Lin Zijin, and Lin Yuyu, there were now a total of 21 people in the gang. Li Shan and his 6 companions, plus the 14 subordinates he had just subdued from Su Xiao, along with He Dajiang, made a total of 21. Among them, there were 6 ability users, including He Dajiang and Li Shan. If you add Fang Luo, the Lin sisters, and the Electric Mother, there would be 10 ability users. It didn't seem like a lot. However, their combat power was much stronger than that of large gangs with dozens of ability users. Take Fang Luo for example, with his space flicker ability, it would be nearly impossible for hundreds of individuals to kill him, taking the enemy general's head among 1,000 troops. Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu were both T1 level ability users, and over this time they had been consuming dozens of pounds of food daily to replenish energy, raising their strength to 3rd level ability users. Against these low-level ability users, one can easily take on 10. Moreover, there's He Dajiang. Although he is only at level 2 now, he has a powerful metal ability. This is the strongest defensive ability in the early stage, and when fully energized, his defense is comparable to Fang Luo's spatial barrier. If he and Fang Luo were at the same level, Fang Luo's defense would not be able to match his. If several of them worked together, with He Dajiang holding the front, Lin Zijin, Lin Yuyu, and Fang Luo providing support, while Li Shan sang mountain songs at the enemies with his 3 million valued speaker, they would be unbeatable, with both strength and magical damage. Facing dozens of ability users head-on would be no problem. Fang Luo did another count of the newly joined survivors and made a complete list of them to include in the points system. It was still early in the day, just the afternoon, and Fang Luo was preparing to assign these people some tasks. Dajiang. Fang Luo said to He Dajiang, as team leader, lead all the ability users outside to collect some household items, like beds, so we can turn the warehouse into dormitories. Actually, Fang Luo had plenty of beds in his space. However, they were all very expensive, with even one bed costing thousands, some even tens of thousands. Giving them out for free would be too wasteful. Fang Luo planned to treat them as points items. He would let them exchange crystals with him for them later. Fang Luo secretly mocked himself. He truly had the potential to be a shrewd businessman. Yes, brother Fang Luo. Upon hearing Fang Luo appoint him as team leader, He Dajiang was overjoyed, indicating that Fang Luo still valued him the most, and he felt full of fighting spirit. Meow. The electric cat meowed and joined He Dajiang's team. Fang Luo found it a bit amusing. This lazy cat had become so proactive once it realized it couldn't eat for free anymore. The electric cat gave Fang Luo a resentful glance. Isn't this all you're doing? Humph, once I earn enough points to last a lifetime, I will never help you again. He Dajiang departed. Fang Luo looked at the other ordinary survivors. You all clean the warehouse thoroughly, and each person will receive 1 point. Just sweeping the floor earns us points? This is too good. The ordinary survivors became excited. They initially thought earning points would be very difficult since resources were precious and they had no abilities. But they didn't expect it to be this simple. Previously, under Su Xiao's control, food was scarce, with only 1 meal every 2 days, but now it seemed there was food every day. Fang Luo was truly a good person. Thank you, boss. The boss is so great, handsome, powerful, and kind, I want to be his girlfriend. Not just a girlfriend, I would even settle for being a lover. I really regret not following the boss earlier. Everyone was grateful to Fang Luo and actively went to clean the warehouse. Fang Luo smiled. The feeling of being appreciated was quite nice. Most importantly, the resources used weren't his, they were taken from Su Xiao. With subordinates now, Fang Luo's life became easier. Previously, zombies frequently appeared in the cold storage, needing his cleanup. But now, he could leave it completely to He Dajiang and the others. The crystals earned would all belong to him. And he could also send them out to kill zombies on his behalf. Though the high-temperature weather had passed, it was now summer, with temperatures still reaching 40 degrees Celsius. And outside was filled with dangers. Fang Luo wasn't afraid of ability users, but there could be powerful zombies. Tiger zombies, lion zombies, elephant zombies, these were much tougher than human zombies. Under non-essential circumstances, Fang Luo did not wish to go outside. Focusing on improving his strength was the right path. Now, Fang Luo had over 600 crystals, but their energy content wasn't uniform. Fang Luo thought for a moment and decided to classify these crystals into levels, which would also make it easier to distribute points. Based on energy quantity, Fang Luo categorized the crystals into levels 1 to 10, with higher levels being better. Currently, Fang Luo has 5 level 3 crystals, and one such crystal can equal 30 level 1 crystals. For level 2 crystals, he has 25, with each one equivalent to 20 level 1 crystals. As for level 1 crystals, however, the stronger the ability, the more energy is consumed to upgrade it. For a normal T3 ability, upgrading from level 1 to level 4 would require about 300 level 1 crystals. But Fang Luo has a T0 ability. The energy needed to upgrade is more than 10 times that of T3 abilities. Right now, just to go from level 3 to level 4, Fang Luo would need to consume at least 1,000 crystals. However, although the energy consumed is a lot, the combat power difference between the two is immense. Don't be fooled by the fact that Fang Luo is only level 3 right now. Even a level 5 T2 ability user might not be able to defeat Fang Luo. Moreover, it is impossible for anyone to reach level 5 in such a short time. After spending several hours, Fang Luo finally consumed all 5 crystals. However, he still hasn't leveled up to level 4. But now, Fang Luo's blue bar is greater than before, allowing him to use his abilities more frequently. He Dajiang and the others have returned. They brought back 5 beds and placed them in the adjacent warehouse, which is now their dormitory where everyone will stay starting today. He Dajiang also plans to move over. Although he is honest, he is not foolish. Staying in the cold storage would disrupt Fang Luo's life with his girlfriend and aunt. Fang Luo understands He Dajiang's thoughts. Thinking for a moment, he took out a soft bed from his space, planning to give it to He Dajiang. He Dajiang is his brother. Fang Luo might be stingy with others, but he would never be stingy with his brothers. Dajiang. Fang Luo smiled and said to He Dajiang, "You are the captain now, this bed is your exclusive reward, take it." Fang Luo knows He Dajiang is a principled person, he just joined the point system, and if Fang Luo gave it directly to him, he would definitely not accept it. So, Fang Luo found a reason, saying it was a captain's exclusive reward. Wow, this bed is so beautiful. I worked as a salesperson in a mall before, I've seen this bed, it seems to be worth 150,000. 150,000 for a bed? My goodness, is this bed gilded? The boss actually gave a bed worth 150,000 to a subordinate, this is too extravagant. No, I must work hard to try and become the captain, maybe the boss will gift me a bed in the future. Although I can't become the boss's girlfriend or the captain, if I could become the captain's girlfriend, then I could sleep on this bed. Nearby, several survivors watched this scene, their faces full of envy. They had previously been sleeping while standing or crouching. Due to the high temperature, the ground was too hot. Although they just found a few beds, they were all in tatters, with missing wooden planks on some of them. They couldn't even dream of such soft beds. Some people have already made up their minds to work hard and strive to buy a bed like this. He Dajiang was both surprised and delighted to see the luxurious bed, and he felt deeply moved. Fang Luo truly regards him as a brother. Brother Fang Luo, this is the crystals we gathered. He Dajiang took out 9 crystals. Fang Luo took a look, there was 1 level 2 crystal, and the other 8 were all level 1. These were all killed by Electric Mother, He Dajiang added. The ability users sighed. Every time they encountered zombies, before they could step in, Electric Mother would strike them dead with a lightning bolt. They never even got a chance to act. After a day of hard work, they hadn't earned a single point. The key was that they dared not complain. What if Electric Mother struck them? They must never follow Electric Mother too closely. Electric Mother? Fang Luo glanced at Electric Mother, who had her tail held high, and couldn't help but chuckle. Meow. Electric Mother meowed, seemingly saying, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and add my points, I'm waiting for my meal." "I'll give you 28 points, is that alright?" Fang Luo smiled and added 28 points for Electric Mother. Electric Mother calculated in her mind, 28 was barely enough for her to eat 1 meal. She must work hard again tomorrow. Fang Luo looked at the other ability users and found they all had bitter faces. He couldn't help but find it a bit funny. However, they had at least put in some effort, so he couldn't let them work in vain. "I'll give you all 1 point. We also have points?" The ability users burst into joy, thinking they would go hungry today. Fang Luo, the boss, is really too good. Long live the boss. Finally, there's food. When I was with Su Xiao, I only got a piece of bread every 2 days. I nearly starved. Yes, the boss is so much better than that profiteer Su Xiao. What a pity, the boss has a girlfriend now. What does that matter? Boss, do you want a mistress? I can be a mistress. After earning points, all the survivors used them to buy food and happily returned to their dormitory. On the way out, they couldn't help but praise Fang Luo. Goo goo. After a busy day and just absorbing 5 crystals, Fang Luo was also a bit hungry. He was about to call Lin Zijing to make something to eat. But when he turned around, he found Lin Zijing had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him by the dining table. Fang Luo couldn't help but sigh. Lin Zijing really is the perfect wife, and he liked her even more in his heart. Why aren't you eating? Fang Luo sat down and began to eat heartily, but noticed that Lin Zijing and Lin Yuyu beside him did not pick up their chopsticks, making him a bit puzzled. Wait. Brother-in-law, we don't have points. Lin Yuyu puffed her cheeks, looking a bit wronged. Today was their first day joining the point system, and Fang Luo hadn't assigned them any tasks, so they had no points to exchange for food. So serious? Fang Luo looked at them and found it a bit funny. He thought they were joking, so he hadn't assigned them any tasks. Who knew they were so serious and had such principles? It's okay, nobody else knows, just eat. Fang Luo laughed and patted Lin Zijing's long leg. The feel of her black stockings was quite nice, as expected of Balenciaga. I'm not hungry. Lin Zijing shook her head. She had decided to be independent, not to rely too much on Fang Luo anymore. However, her stomach betrayed her. Goo goo. Still saying you're not hungry? Fang Luo teased with a smile. Lin Zijing blushed but still didn't eat. Fang Luo felt pity. He didn't expect that a person as gentle as Lin Zijing would actually have a stubborn side inside. No wonder she awakened her fire abilities. Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu suddenly said, I have a way to make my sister eat. What way? Fang Luo was curious. You can assign a task to sister and reward her with points. Lin Yuyu said. Fang Luo suddenly understood. But what task should he assign? Now that it was dark outside, it was very dangerous, so he couldn't let Lin Zijing go out to kill zombies. This is simple. Lin Yuyu grinned and said. Lin Yuyu began to roll on the ground while holding her stomach, tears squeezing out of her eyes, looking as pitiful as possible. If Fang Luo hadn't known beforehand, he might have softened his heart. Sure enough, no matter how old a woman is, they are all dramatic, like a star. Fang Luo thought secretly. Lin Zijing's parents had died, and now she only had her sister as family. Seeing her sister's look made her heart soften, and she hurried to her sister's side to help her up. Woo-woo, sister, I'm hungry. Seeing her scheme work, Lin Yuyu said pitifully, Sister, you should ask brother-in-law to assign you a task. This. Lin Zijing hesitated, but, it's dark now, and it's dangerous outside, you should hold on. I can't hold it anymore. Lin Yuyu sniffled and leaned in close to Lin Zijing's ear, Sister, we don't necessarily have to go out to kill zombies, brother-in-law is working so hard, why don't you help him, then we can eat. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Zijing's face flushed bright red. No way. Now she realized that her sister was clearly pretending, definitely colluding with Fang Luo to trick her. How could she trick her like this? Lin Zijing angrily sat on the sofa and started watching TV. I won't care about my sister's antics. Sister, I'm hungry. Lin Yuyu lay on the ground, acting spoiled. Stop pretending. Don't act like that. Lin Zijing huffed. Lin Yuyu pouted angrily, Sister, you don't care about me at all. You must be jealous that I'm growing up fast, deliberately not letting me eat, not wanting me to surpass you. That's right, I am jealous. Lin Zijing already saw through her sister's intentions and decided to ignore her, letting her say whatever she wanted. Fang Luo shrugged, I said it wouldn't work. Your sister won't agree. Who said that? Lin Yuyu was very unconvinced, wait until I use my secret weapon. You have a secret weapon? Fang Luo was a bit curious, if rolling on the ground didn't work, what other secret weapon could there be? Since my sister doesn't care about me, I have to go out and fight zombies myself. Lin Yuyu stood up and deliberately said loudly, then resolutely walked towards the cold storage. Lin Zijing turned her head too. But Lin Yuyu was already gone. This. Lin Zijing felt a bit touched, but then thought Lin Yuyu might be trying to play her. But she didn't dare to take that risk, she only had one sister. What if something happened? She would truly regret it. After waiting a few minutes, Lin Yuyu hadn't returned. Lin Zijing finally couldn't sit still anymore, quickly stood up and ran outside to search, but there was no trace of Lin Yuyu. Yuyu! Lin Zijing called anxiously, stop hiding, I promise you already. But there was no response. Honey, Yuyu really left. Lin Zijing said in panic. Now there were no street lamps, it was completely dark outside, and there were zombies everywhere, making it very easy for unexpected things to happen. She was worried that Lin Yuyu might face danger. Fang Luo also came over. Feeling a bit strange, based on Lin Yuyu's personality, she shouldn't actually leave. It's my fault. If I had promised her, she wouldn't have left. Lin Zijing felt a bit guilty. If her sister had an accident, she would regret it for a lifetime. It's okay, let's go find her, she shouldn't have gone far. Fang Luo quickly comforted, embracing Lin Zijing. Dianmu, come out quickly to help look for her. Fang Luo called Dianmu out. It was pitch black outside, only Dianmu's night vision ability could see the surrounding environment clearly. The three of them went out to search. After half an hour, they finally found Lin Yuyu's trace in a park 8 kilometers west of the cold storage. Yu. Lin Zijing rushed over, a bit angrily grabbing her ear. You little rascal, it's so dangerous outside. How could you run this far? Do you know how worried I was? If you died, what would I do? Oh, sister, I was wrong. Lin Yuyu quickly pleaded for mercy, her tone a bit resentful. Isn't it because you wouldn't agree? I was hungry, so I had to come out to find food myself. Lin Zijing glared at her sister and mumbled, if you were really hungry, I would have agreed. Who told you to trick me? Lin Zijing sighed internally. Her sister was truly her weakness, yet she would help Fang Luo bully her. However, she was already someone of Fang Luo, so there was no need to feel shy about it. Really? Lin Yuyu was delighted, casting a proud glance at Fang Luo. See, I told you it would work. Fang Luo secretly gave a thumbs up. Her sister-in-law was truly her brother-in-law's little cotton-padded jacket. They were blessed tonight. How did you end up here? Fang Luo asked with curiosity. He looked around. This used to be a park, and there was a small zoo and amusement rides like roller coasters. Every night, there were hundreds of aunties dancing square dance. It was very lively, but now it had fallen into disrepair. I didn't mean to go far. Lin Yuyu said, I just saw a little girl when I was hiding outside the cold storage. I wanted to greet her, but as soon as I got close, she ran away. I immediately chased after her, all the way here, and then I lost sight of her. Little girl? Are you sure? Fang Luo asked, a little confused. It was so late at night, where could a little girl be? Lin Yuyu gestured with her hands. Sure, she's probably about 7 or 8 years old, around this tall. 7 or 8? Didn't you use your ability to chase her? I did, but I still couldn't catch up. She was running too fast. Lin Yuyu shook her head, a bit frustrated. Fang Luo was surprised. Lin Yuyu had a wind-type ability, which was known for speed. Plus, her ability level had reached level 3, meaning her top speed could reach 50 meters per second, almost as fast as his space flicker ability. She still couldn't catch up. Could it be that the girl also had abilities, and her wind or electric abilities were stronger than Lin Yuyu's? How could that be? Fang Luo thought Lin Yuyu must have been mistaken. Maybe it wasn't a little girl at all, but some other creature, or maybe she was just lying. It's so dark. You probably made a mistake. Fang Luo said. Impossible, I'm sure I didn't make a mistake. It was really a little girl, and she kept staring at our cold storage. Lin Yuyu was very certain. I still think you made a mistake. Lin Zijing also said. She thought what Lin Yuyu was saying was a bit ridiculous. You all don't believe me. I'm angry now, Lin Yuyu said, feeling very wronged. Let's go, we're leaving. Lin Yuyu was just being dramatic, and Fang Luo couldn't be bothered to deal with her. However, just as Fang Luo was about to leave, Electric Mother suddenly went wild, letting out a howling roar toward a corner of the park. Fang Luo immediately furrowed his brow. From the corner of his eye, he saw small stones flying toward them. Danger! Fang Luo's pupils contracted. The power of these small stones was almost on par with bullets. Lin Zijing and Lin Yuyu had almost no defense. If they got hit, they would definitely turn into a beehive. How could Fang Luo just watch his women die? He immediately activated the space barrier, then lunged at the two women, pressing them both down under him, tightly protecting their safety. Thud thud thud. Fang Luo's space barrier had a defense strength of up to 4,000 kilograms. The small stones couldn't break through the barrier. After hitting Fang Luo, they were all bounced away. An Electric Mother was incredibly fast. She had already dodged to the side without a scratch. Are you okay? When the stones stopped, Fang Luo looked at the two women, both with flushed faces, especially Lin Yuyu. Fang Luo had been so fast that he had tackled her directly, and they had almost made contact with each other's lips several times. Brother-in-law, I'm fine. Lin Yuyu said softly. Hubby, I'm fine. That's good. Fang Luo didn't mind the contact just now. He stood up and sharply stared at the direction from which the stones had come. There was old Six. Who's over there, trying to sneak attack? Fang Luo said coldly. There was no response. Fang Luo's expression became serious. The entire city had lost power, the street lights had long been broken, and the park was pitch black. It was impossible to see anything. Going in recklessly could easily lead to an ambush. Electric Mother, go take a look. Fang Luo called out to Electric Mother. Here, Electric Mother had the best night vision ability and was also fast. It was most suitable for her to go and check things out. Meow meow meow. Electric Mother meowed in protest. You already know it's old 6, yet you still want me to scout ahead? What if something happens to me? Why don't you go yourself? Fang Luo, who had been in contact with Electric Mother for a while, understood what she meant. I'm trying to protect the girls. If I go, what will happen if they run into danger? Electric Mother, but I can protect them too. How about this? Fang Luo raised 5 fingers. If you go, I'll give you 50 points. 50 points? Electric Mother's eyes lit up, and without waiting for Fang Luo to finish speaking, she charged straight out. Fang Luo was dumbfounded. Well, it seems she'd do anything for food. Fang Luo stared at the direction where Electric Mother had gone. Before long, strange cries came from the opposite side, accompanied by flashes of lightning. It seemed like Electric Mother had engaged in a fight. Not just one enemy? Fang Luo listened to the sounds, realizing that there were at least a dozen enemies, and the sounds were somewhat familiar. It sounded like the voice of a monkey. How could there be monkeys? Suddenly, Fang Luo remembered something, his pupils immediately contracted, and his face turned extremely ugly. Not good, Electric Mother, come back quickly. Fang Luo shouted right away. He finally knew what was on the other side. In his previous life, there was a notorious force in Luo City, which was not made up of humans, but a group of monkeys. These monkeys were very numerous, almost dozens, and each had speed abilities. Among them, there was a monkey king who had awakened the ability to become invisible, making it very powerful and capable of killing invisibly. It was a top-level sneaky character. These monkeys often robbed survivors of their food, and even big gangs with hundreds of people had difficulty escaping from them. Moreover, no one could do anything about them. Because they only acted at night, conducting sneak attacks, making it impossible to see their tracks. Additionally, monkeys are highly intelligent, with a strong sense of teamwork, seamlessly coordinating with each other. In the previous life, several powerful ability users who thought they were strong tried to deal with these monkeys, but all ended up tragically killed by them. Just didn't expect. The monkey group's hideout that no one discovered in the previous life had actually been found by him in this life. Fang Luo combined Lin Yuyu's earlier words. He guessed that these monkeys had discovered his cold storage and were scouting the situation, preparing to rob him later. He just didn't expect Lin Yuyu to discover it and mistake the monkeys for little girls, chasing after them. Fang Luo felt relieved. Fortunately, Lin Yuyu accidentally uncovered all of this. If he had been completely unprepared later, these monkeys might have truly robbed his home. However, Fang Luo was a bit worried about Electric Mother. Monkeys have a strong territorial awareness, and they were all proficient in speed abilities, also on their familiar territory. Electric Mother could be in danger. Meow. Before long, Fang Luo heard Electric Mother scream, and his face turned even uglier. No, he must go save Electric Mother. You two hurry and leave here. Fang Luo immediately instructed the 2 women. Fang Luo was worried that after he left, the invisible Monkey King would come sneak attack them. Though they were also strong, their defense was not high. Okay, husband, stay safe. Lin Zijing and the others also knew they might hold him back, which would affect Fang Luo's performance, so they obediently walked away, waiting for Fang Luo 100 meters away. After the 2 women were safe, Fang Luo immediately used spatial flicker and ran deeper into the park. Soon, Fang Luo discovered Electric Mother near a fake mountain. So it's the monkeys from this park. This park originally had a small zoo, where some small animals were kept, the most famous being the Monkey Mountain. He didn't expect that these monkeys had all awakened abilities. Fang Luo looked around, noticing a big pit on the ground in the middle of the Monkey Mountain, which seemed to be where many evolution crystals had previously fallen. They had been picked up by the monkeys just right. Gay. The monkey group was very agile, constantly coordinating to attack Electric Mother. Although Electric Mother was very fast, she was outnumbered. Her fur was already pulled out in many spots, and she was blocked from escaping. She looked somewhat disheveled. However, Electric Mother had also electrocuted 3 monkeys. Electric Mother, are you okay? Fang Luo rushed to Electric Mother and picked her up. Meow. Electric Mother cried out, her expression very resentful. It was all your fault, you must add more money, 50 points is not enough, I want 100 points. Let's go. Fang Luo didn't want to linger, it was nighttime, visibility was poor, the monkey group was fast and numerous, making it hard for him to attack the monkeys. Moreover, he must continuously keep the spatial barrier defense up, which could easily exhaust his abilities. Not suitable for him to exert himself. Fang Luo held Electric Mother, ready to use Spatial Flicker to leave. Wait until daytime to come back. However, just as Fang Luo was about to leave, he caught sight of a stone cave out of the corner of his eye, where a substantial amount of food was piled up. Among them were several faintly glowing items. Evolution crystals? Fang Luo's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over, collecting all the supplies and crystals into his space. The Monkey King was incredibly powerful, having killed more than 100 ability users in his past life, including several T1 level ability users. His invisibility ability was simply unbeatable. Now, with the darkness around him, Fang Luo found it even harder to pinpoint his opponent's location, leaving him only able to defend. He couldn't attack. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best strategy. Fang Luo did not want to linger any longer. Having found the Electric Mother and gathered some supplies and evolution crystals, there was no need to fight with the opponent here. Lin Zijin had just agreed to help him, so wasn't it better to hurry back and hug the girl to sleep? Fang Luo immediately used space flickering. However, with a living creature by his side, he couldn't flicker through walls with his current power, and the flickering range was halved. He could flicker over 20 meters alone. But with the Electric Mother, the flickering distance was directly reduced by half, and the pause time between flickers increased from 0.5 seconds to 1 second. Fang Luo flickered and appeared 10 meters away. But the monkeys were fast. In that moment of pause, the invisible Monkey King caught up to Fang Luo, lifting an iron rod and heavily smashing it down. This lean monkey is quite strong. Fang Luo wasn't injured, but he stumbled a step. The other little monkeys also chased after Fang Luo, continuously throwing stones at him. Although the damage wasn't high, the frequency of attacks was relentless. Moreover, with the darkness around and their awakened speed abilities, it was difficult for Fang Luo to attack them, he could only defend. Fang Luo flickered once more. But the monkeys still followed him with their speed abilities, and Fang Luo couldn't escape their attack range. The invisible Monkey King attacked once again with the iron rod. Damn it, just because I'm quiet doesn't mean I'm a sick cat. Electric Mother, ? Fang Luo was becoming increasingly annoyed by these attacks and felt a surge of anger within him. He knew very well that if they continued this cat and mouse chase, there was no way he would shake off these monkeys. Plus, as time passed, his abilities would gradually drain, and he'd become a lamb ready for slaughter. Fang Luo had to find a way to make the monkeys stop chasing him. Especially the invisible Monkey King. Fang Luo opened his space and rummaged for anything useful. Most of the things in the space were food and furniture. There were some weapons, but ordinary weapons wouldn't harm these monkeys. Just when he was feeling frustrated, he suddenly discovered something good. Chili powder. Fang Luo's eyes brightened, and he immediately took out 100 pounds of chili powder. Can't be hit by ordinary attacks. Can't I just blind you and see how you chase me then? After making a spatial mark on the bag, Fang Luo threw the 100 pounds of chili powder up into the air. The surrounding monkeys, seeing Fang Luo take out a large sack, looked curious, not knowing what he was up to. Could it be that this guy was giving up and planning to return the items? What good thing was in the sack? Watching the large sack tossed into the sky, the monkeys all widened their round eyes, with a few curious ones waiting for its descent. However, seconds later, the sack suddenly exploded, and the red chili powder scattered everywhere. Within 50 meters, there were no exceptions. GGG. The monkeys immediately screamed in agony. They had just opened their eyes wide, and the explosion of chili powder nearly filled their eyes. They became spicy eyeballs. The monkeys were in pain, scratching their ears and cheeks. Jumping up and down, there was no thought left to attack Fang Luo anymore. Originally invisible, the Monkey King let out a woeful scream at this moment, frantically rubbing his eyes. But that was 100 pounds of chili powder, exploding everywhere, and the Monkey King's hands were all red. Rubbing his eyes felt like a sourness only second to constipation. Fang Luo looked at the tragic scene, utterly speechless, unable to bear to watch. I forgot, the raw material of this chili powder seems to be top-quality Indian devil peppers, about 100 yuan for a pound. Ah, what a waste, what a waste. Fang Luo felt a little heartache. How many barbecue meals could this make? Fortunately, Fang Luo had a spatial barrier protecting his body, so the chili powder couldn't touch his flesh. Fang Luo emerged unscathed. Meow, meow, meow. However, the electric cat in Fang Luo's arms suffered a bit. A few grains of powder splattered into its mouth, making it constantly stick out its tongue while meowing in discomfort. You waste cleaner, not only did you make me a cannon fodder, but now you have made me suffer from this spiciness. At least compensate me with 50 points. No, 100 points. You want points? Fang Luo chuckled, no problem, you worked hard today, you definitely deserve a reward. Meow, meow. The electric cat stuck out its tongue, indicating that it was acceptable. Spicy? Meow. The electric cat rolled its eyes, no kidding. A bottle of water, 100 points. Fang Luo cheerfully took out a bottle of water and handed it to the electric cat. You're robbing me. The electric cat widened its eyes, looking at Fang Luo with annoyance. Fang Luo still smiled, this is the only one, if you don't want it, I won't sell it. Meow. The electric cat was furiously scolding Fang Luo for being a greedy merchant. But the spiciness in its mouth forced it to buy the bottle of water. Meow, deal. With tears, the electric cat bought the mineral water worth 100 points, and today's compensation returned to Fang Luo's pocket. Let's go. Fang Luo chuckled. Under the stimulation of chili powder, all the monkeys jumped around and scattered, completely losing the will to chase Fang Luo anymore. Fang Luo also didn't plan to be distracted to chase them, easily leading the electric cat away. He met with Lin Zijing and her sister. Lin Zijing immediately came up, examining Fang Luo with some worry. Honey, are you okay? Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu also asked. I'm fine, just that the electric cat got a bit hurt, its fur is patchy. Fang Luo shook his head. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Lin Yuyu apologized, if I hadn't run around, it wouldn't have happened. It's not your fault. Fang Luo waved his hand, even if you didn't run around, we would have eventually encountered them. Thanks to you, we discovered them early, otherwise, we would have suffered from their ambush later. Really? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu became cheerful again, not expecting that her blunder helped Fang Luo. Brother-in-law, what's in the park? There's a group of monkeys, the little girl you saw earlier should be one of the monkeys scouting our cold storage. They probably want to rob our supplies. Fang Luo explained the situation with the monkey group. Both Lin Zijing and her sister opened their eyes wide in shock, dozens of awakened monkeys, and among them were some returning to the cold storage. Fang Luo counted the supplies he had taken from the monkeys. There were about several hundred pounds of food. There were even a few packs of cigarettes, among which 2 had already been opened. Fang Luo was both amused and perplexed, did these monkeys smoke? Speaking of which, Fang Luo had stockpiled a lot of food, but he hadn't stocked up on cigarettes. Mainly because Fang Luo himself didn't smoke. Smoking is harmful to health. However, these things could be used to reward subordinates, the price, let's say, 10 points a stick. Also, not too expensive. Besides that, Fang Luo also obtained a good number of evolution crystals from the monkeys. There were about 30 pieces. This could turn 30 ordinary people into superpowered beings. Although these stones didn't have much energy, they were very precious. Fang Luo also had over 100 evolution crystals in hand. He had to keep these things for his trusted subordinates. Choose the ones with good qualities to build an elite team. At this point, Fang Luo was even reluctant to kill those monkeys. These monkeys are so smart, they even collect supplies. Fang Luo wants to wait for them to collect the supplies and then steal them. It saves Fang Luo the effort of searching for supplies himself. Isn't this more beneficial than just killing them directly? I'm starving, time to eat. Fang Luo had just used space flicker and barriers, consuming a lot of his abilities, and now he was so hungry that his stomach was growling. He returned to the dining table and started eating heartily. Meow. The electric cat meowed, signaling that it also wanted to eat. Points. Fang Luo grinned. Meow. The electric cat meowed unhappily, a greedy merchant. I've seen people exploit others, but never a cat. Do you even have any humanity? However, for the sake of food, the electric cat still took out all her points. She swore that she would earn enough points to last her entire life, and never let Fang Luo exploit her again. Hee, brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu also came over, winking at Fang Luo, wanting to beg for food. She had just chased the monkeys and used too many abilities. She was already hungry, and now even hungrier. Points. Fang Luo was stern and merciless. Brother-in-law, Lin Yuyu said, sister already agreed to my condition. She will help you, right, sis? Lin Zijing blushed with anger. This younger sister, turning against her own sister for her brother-in-law. However, she had indeed agreed earlier. Only once. Lin Zijing snorted. Fang Luo smiled. For this, it's either 0 times or countless times. The idea of only once was just self-deception. Hee, then I won't hold back. Lin Yuyu grinned, starting to eat enthusiastically. So delicious. Sister's cooking is really great. They finished their dinner happily. Fang Luo hurriedly took a shower, then eagerly entered the room. Wife, you worked hard. Fang Luo grinned. Bad egg. Lin Zijing said playfully, though her voice was a bit unclear. Hiss. When Lin Zijing spoke, Fang Luo couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Outside the room. Lin Yuyu was listening to the sounds from inside, her expression full of excitement. With this, sister will probably be more open in the future. Who knows, maybe she'll be able to accept. The next day, Fang Luo walked out of the room feeling refreshed. Last night was truly the most wonderful night ever. Lin Zijin's hair really felt so soft. Hee, brother-in-law, should I get a thank you? Lin Yuyu chuckled and squeezed closer to Fang Luo, both of them looking like mischievous villains. Cough, cough. Fang Luo was in a good mood and said, I'll reward you with a free lunch. Hee, next time when brother-in-law needs something, I can still help you. Lin Yuyu winked. Fang Luo looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. This little sister-in-law was really a little devil, and she had no psychological burden about causing trouble for her sister. But in the end, it was Fang Luo who benefited, so he didn't mind and even thought Lin Yuyu could be a little more devilish, causing her sister more trouble. Hee. After breakfast, Fang Luo found Heatwave and the others and started assigning them tasks. Fang Luo told them about the monkeys and told them to step up patrols. Don't let the monkeys launch a surprise attack. Dajian. Fang Luo said, when you go out, if you meet any suitable people, invite them to join our gang. The gang was still a bit small, and the efficiency of collecting crystals needed to be improved. Fang Luo's space ability consumed too much energy, and to level up, he needed 10 times the amount of crystals compared to other ability users. Got it, brother Fang Luo. Heatwave nodded and led the ability users out to search for supplies and kill zombies. This time, Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu were also going out. They both wanted to earn their own points and didn't want to just eat and drink for free at Fang Luo's place. Fang Luo didn't refuse. It was good that they wanted to be independent. Besides, Lin Zijin was already a level 3 ability user and about to level up to level 4. She had awakened powerful fire abilities and was very strong in battle. Lin Yuyu had recently also reached level 3, and with wind abilities, she was great at speed and escaping. As long as they didn't encounter strong mutated zombies,